Chapter 1. This woman is not my type. A first-year student who has reached the age of 18 must successfully pair up before being assigned a dormitory. The Empire offers no refuge for the unattached. You do not bear children, nor does she. Must I then take on the burden? The disciplinary director pounded her 68-year-old chest, her fierce gaze sweeping across the 100,000 students on the playground. However, among this year's freshmen, there is a stubborn individual who, after 3 days of enrollment, has yet to log into the pairing system. Who is Yang Wei? Step forward. The sea of new students remained motionless, exchanging puzzled glances. Who would be foolish enough to bear such a name? The disciplinary director glanced at her notes and cleared her throat. Ahem. Yang Ding, a first-year student in the postpartum care program for sows at the College of Agriculture and Industry. Please come forth. Hiding in the back corner, Yang Ding, under the watchful eyes of his peers, traversed the ranks of the College of Supernatural Abilities and the College of Martial Arts, taking a full 10 minutes to reach the podium. On the platform sat 5,000 instructors, silently observing this peculiar specimen. Yang Ding was the first male to display apathy towards marriage since the Great Catastrophe. What could he possibly desire when free female students were discarded? Why did he refuse to pair? The disciplinary director demanded sternly. Yang Ding straightened his posture, his voice resonant. I am not an awakened. My status is lowly, my future bleak, and I cannot satisfy a wife and children, director. You need not possess a bright future. The system will match you with a wife of the same status, and after childbirth, the Maternal and Child Care Institute will take over. I only wish to work diligently caring for sows after graduation, director. Caring for sows does not preclude you from having children. Odd Ding. The disciplinary director was puzzled by his stubbornness. Gesturing towards the instructors behind her, she whispered, Here is your choice. Either log into the pairing system now or accompany your counselor, who excels at butchering pigs. Yang Ding glanced back, seeing his counselor, a burly man with a thick beard, fiddling with a gleaming cleaver, a wicked grin on his face. His reluctance towards marriage stemmed from a deep-seated aversion before his transmigration. Women were far too troublesome, with 5 fingers pointing at him, demanding, I want. In this apocalyptic world, Yang Ding merely wished to lounge in a pig farm, letting life drift by. Who knew when the next great catastrophe would strike? What need was there for marriage or offspring? Humanity had no hope whatsoever. Yet, starting off as a eunuch was not the answer. Director, I shall log into the system to pair today. The disciplinary director revealed a smug grin. Addressing the 100,000 students below, Yang Ding has violated school regulations and must face punishment. In front of everyone, he will pair live, under the supervision of 10,000 faculty and students. If no children are produced, we shall henceforth call him Yang Wei, to mock and disgust him. This wretched woman was infuriating. Yang Ding felt an overwhelming urge to kick her off the platform. Upon hearing that another man would pair, the remaining single women in the crowd brightened with hope. This year's 3 colleges boasted a total of 30,340 freshmen, 4,000 from the College of Martial Arts, 3,500 from the College of Supernatural Abilities, and the College of Agriculture and Industry leading with 22,840 students, consisting of 6,852 males and 15,988 females. Logically, Yang Ding found himself in the largest pool of potential matches. Typically, these initial forced pairings were monogamous, allowing partners to adjust to married life before pursuing their own paths. Men with promising careers could take multiple wives, while those of lesser means would serve one well, aiming to have several children. Thus, waiting to pair with Yang Ding were as many as 9,136 girls. Naturally, the attractive ones scorned him, seeking to climb higher, hoping to charm the awakened boys to become their little wives. However, 99 were ordinary girls who might appreciate a man capable of caring for sows, deeming him a considerate choice for family matters. Yang Ding turned to gaze at the enormous screen on the podium. Facial recognition successful. Yang Ding, male, 18 years old, without family, talentless, first-year student in the postpartum care program for sows at the College of Agriculture and Industry. Pairing process commencing. System pairing successful. A high-definition photo appeared, showcasing a girl with shoulder-length curly hair, exquisite and stunning features, clad in a black leather ensemble accentuating her alluring figure, and her long legs elegantly displayed in knee-high boots. In her right hand, She wielded a 7-foot soul-cutting spear, its icy tip stained with blood, embodying a striking presence. First wife Yi Ro, the collective gasp of 100,000 students echoed. Incorrect pairing. This is impossible. The system must have a bug. Jealousy, envy, hatred, confusion, and dissatisfaction intertwined into a cacophony of emotions. Even the disciplinary director doubted her eyes, hastily rubbing her glasses. Yi Ro, female, 18 years old, a war orphan living with her sister. A prodigious martial artist from the Empire's youth program, with a 5th-tier cultivation level, currently serving as a close combat instructor at Jiangling University's College of Martial Arts. Spousal relationship registered successfully. Congratulations to both. May you be blessed with many children. Please find your dormitory allocation according to your rank. Subsequently, the screen displayed a live feed of the newlyweds. Yang Ding was utterly bewildered. He didn't even know who Yi Ro was or how a student from the College of Agriculture and Industry ended up paired with someone from the College of Martial Arts. In the footage, Yi Ro donned a refreshing tracksuit, reclining with her legs crossed, her head tilted as she dozed off in the instructor section. Her friend, Fong Jing, nudged her awake, but resorted to pinching her thigh when gentle means failed. Yi Ro jolted awake, wiping drool from her mouth, and scanned her surroundings. What happened? Are we fighting? Return to battle with your husband, Fong Jing whispered. What husband? Look. Yi Ro glanced at the screen, promptly waking up in shock, leaping to confront the disciplinary director, who is Yang Ding. What's going on here? The disciplinary director shrugged. I am just as perplexed. In a fit of rage, Yi Ro yanked a stainless steel chair from the concrete floor and hurled it at the screen, perfectly aligning it with Yang Ding's head. Then, before the eyes of over 100,000 faculty and students, she leapt 100 meters into the air, vanishing behind the building. Yang Ding trembled, asking, Director, this woman is not my type. Can I be paired with someone else who cares for pigs? Once married, you cannot be unbound. Take your belongings to the instructor's dormitory and wait. She will undoubtedly go to the principal to cause a ruckus, and I must go pacify her. In the principal's office, Yi Ro's eyes were red with agitation. The Empire mandates that any youth who reaches the 5th tier before 18 can choose their marriage time and partner. How could I end up in the pairing system? The 80-year-old principal, sporting a white beard and reading glasses, solemnly replied, I just called the higher-ups. A hunting team at the northern wall was ambushed, resulting in the sacrifice of 5 warriors from the youth program. From today onward, all students must marry and bear children before enlisting, ensuring the continuation of our prodigious genes. What about my sister? Yi Ro asked anxiously. Your sister is not on the casualty list. She should be fine. But you can't pair me with an ordinary person who cares for pigs, can you? I will transfer him to the maternal and child care program. What difference does that make? Yi Ro shouted, slamming her hand on the table. He can care for children in the future. This Yang Ding is certainly a product of the system's subpar gene selection, which will not interfere with your prodigious genetic legacy. I can enlist after having children? Yi Ro inquired. Indeed, after 3 children. What? 3? Yi Ro exclaimed, her temper flaring again. Even with good genes, such demands were excessive. A 5th-tier mother possesses powerful true energy, allowing infants to be born in just 6 months. 3 children would take no more than a year and a half. If they happen to be triplets, it could be done in 6 months. Do you truly consider me a sow? Instructor Yi, return to your bridal chamber. You could conceive in the blink of an eye, and before you know it, you will have given birth. It is not as difficult as you imagine. I have 2 conditions. Speak. First, after having 3 children, I wish to divorce him, with custody of the children awarded to me. You will petition the Empire's higher-ups for this. Secondly, this is unfair to him. As compensation, transfer Yang Ding to the College of Martial Arts. What purpose would he serve in the College of Martial Arts when he has not even awakened? I will channel true energy into him and provide him with cultivation resources. Even the least talented will have better prospects than caring for pigs. The principal hesitated for 3 seconds, stating, the new students must pass the monthly exam. It's a deal, he concluded. After Yi Ro departed, the director of student affairs entered, inquiring, Principal, can one apply for divorce after giving birth to 3 children? The principal displayed a cunning smile reminiscent of an old fox, replying, by the time she is 3, I will have already retired. Why did the system match Yi Ro with an ordinary person? My grandson has been enamored with her for quite some time. The principal shrugged. I have no idea. Fortunately, my grandson has taken a liking to her sister. Chapter 2. The Newlywed Manual. At the dormitory, Yongding sat on a suitcase, dozing off, completely indifferent to the peculiar glances from the incoming and outgoing instructors. This lad has struck gold, being matched with a celestial being like Yero. He may be enjoying himself, but Yero is rather unfortunate. Yero paid little attention to their remarks. After all, childbirth is a universal experience for women. Once she gives birth, she can join the military and fulfill her dream of fighting alongside her sister. She quietly approached Yongding, scrutinizing his appearance. Not unattractive, just a tad unpleasant, she remarked, nudging him awake. Once the marriage system registers, you can simply scan your face to enter my home. Are you not aware? Of course I am. Then why are you waiting here? It's not my home, and I must wait for your return. What if the principal successfully unbinds you? Yero was taken aback. Was this boy not quite right in the head? A girl with her talents and looks, not to mention a beauty admired even by the Empire's geniuses, should not be dismissed lightly by someone from an agricultural college. There must be something amiss with him, or perhaps he harbored some peculiarities. Let's head up for now. Unbinding is currently not possible. Yero thought about revealing the truth to him later and kept her tone relatively gentle. The safe zone was cramped, and the Empire was expanding its population rapidly, leading to exceptionally high buildings. The instructor's dormitory soared to 200 stories, housing 5,000 instructor families, yet only had 8 elevators, with Yero residing on the 198th floor. Morning exercises at 6 o'clock. You'll need to wake up early. The elevators get quite congested during peak hours. Don't instructors participate in exercises? We all jump off the balcony. Yongding, already reticent, remained silent for the next 3 minutes until the elevator finally arrived at the 198th floor. Throughout the ride, his gaze remained fixed on the floor indicator, hardly acknowledging his new wife beside him. This floor has 125 small units, occupied by newlywed couples. Once they conceive their third child, they can apply to move down 20 floors into a 3-bedroom unit. Having 5 children allows them to move down another 20 floors. Oh, Yongding stammered, struggling to muster a response. Yero initially intended to dismiss him, but felt it necessary to learn more about her legal husband. After all, any potential issues could lead to a divorce application. Where have you been staying these past 3 days? In a classroom. Isn't that a pigsty? You'd rather reside in a pigsty than log into the system to pair with a wife. Living freely is far better. Why would I want a wife? It's just inviting trouble. Yero was speechless. She hadn't looked down on him, yet he seemed to disdain her. After a brief detour, they arrived at the door of room 198 to 91. Next to the door lay a basket of sumptuous Northwest-style pre-prepared meals, a red candle, a red rose, and a red greeting card that read, "Congratulations to Mr. Yongding and Miss Yero on their union. May you bear many children." Yero picked up the flower, revealing a hint of joy. Though her groom was not ideal, this was her first experience as a bride. Try her fingerprint and facial scan. Both should work. As Yongding leaned in, the door lock lit up, clicking open. Welcome home, new owner. The unit, spanning 60 square meters, featured 2 bedrooms and a living room, fully equipped and impeccably clean, exuding a youthful fragrance. From the high balcony, one could admire the entire city's night view. Quite breathtaking. Yero placed the red rose in a white porcelain vase. That room belongs to my sister. She can't return for now, so you can stay there. Go take a shower. I'll tidy up. Even if we consummate the marriage, you will still return to your own room afterward. All right, Yongding replied bluntly, lacking the demeanor of a typical man. Upon finishing his shower, Yero was already in the kitchen, donning an apron and warming the meal. In this era, pre-prepared dishes were commonplace, distributed weekly, with an extra meal provided on the wedding day. Open the red wine and take a look at the newlywed manual. We're all novices, so we're bound to be awkward, Yero called out. Yongding casually flipped through the manual, which merely offered guidance on how newlywed couples could cultivate their affection, create a romantic atmosphere, and efficiently conceive. As someone with experience, he was already quite familiar and didn't feel the need to learn. He entered the kitchen, saying, "Instructor, yeah, you should shower. I'll handle the meal." Isn't it uncommon for men to do such things? Yero expressed surprise. After the Great Catastrophe, a system of polygamy was implemented. Men faced enough hardship outside. upon returning home. They were expected to labor tirelessly to ensure the survival of humanity, leaving them utterly exhausted and generally unengaged in household chores. I can manage. Before his time travel, Yangding not only earned a living but also took care of all the household chores. Cooking a full meal was not an issue for him. In an era where women were often lazy as pigs, marriage felt like a calamity for men. Then I'll trouble you. I've worked up a sweat in class and need to wash up. The manual states that the bride should be fresh and fragrant to pique her husband's interest. Yero removed her apron and handed it to Yangding, stealing a second glance at him. After cleaning up, he appeared refreshed, the unpleasant odor gone, making him not entirely unappetizing. Upon returning home, I am your wife. From now on, you shall call me Yero, while I will refer to you as Mr. Yang. Terms like husband and wife are not mandatory. Is that acceptable? Yangding nodded in agreement as he tied on the apron. With your conditions, do you not feel you are at a disadvantage? Yero hesitated. Let's discuss it over dinner later. She was aware that her terms were rather excessive and worried Yangding might object. After a shower, she took extra care in her appearance. Following the advice of her married friend Fong Jing, Yero donned a black cropped tank top, showcasing her luminous skin and well-proportioned figure as much as possible. Her abdomen bore no excess flesh, with a hint of visible abdominal muscles. Below, she wore shorts that accentuated her long, straight legs, making her look quite enticing. Yangding was left in a daze, wondering if he had truly crossed into another world or if he were merely dreaming. This pairing was rather sudden. I didn't have time to buy new clothes. The tank top is just my usual workout attire. I hope Mr. Yang doesn't mind. I don't mind. Seeing Yangding start to drool, Yero finally felt at ease. At least the attraction was mutual. She felt nervous as she glanced at the newlywed manual, raising her wine glass. It suggests we should toast with a cup of wine, as alcohol can kindle romantic feelings, which in turn enhances the chances of conception. Yangding raised his glass, skillfully maneuvering around Yero's right hand, downing it in one gulp. She had intended to exchange a few sweet words, as per the manual, but found herself unable to do so in time. Yero, not accustomed to alcohol, blushed adorably after finishing her first glass. Mr. Yang, I wish to be candid with you. Once I give birth to 3 children, the principal will assist me in applying for a divorce and transferring me to the Northern Frontier Wall, where my sister serves. Becoming a Blue Star Coalition soldier is my dream. I am aware that this may seem excessive. Hence, as compensation, I will assist you in your training, providing you with energy and resources to help you pass the new student monthly exam, allowing you to transfer to the Martial Arts Academy. After that, your future will depend on your own efforts. Although talent is crucial, with enough diligence and the resources from the Martial Arts Academy, finding a good wife in the future will not pose a problem. Yero spoke in one breath, anxiously awaiting Yangding's response. He set down his glass. Whether or not I attend the Martial Arts Academy is of little concern to me. But what about the children? The children will be cared for by the Empire's Maternal and Child Institute, but the guardianship will belong to me. Will they still recognize you as their mother if you simply abandon them after giving birth? I must admit, this thought had never crossed my mind. Yero responded, barely 18 and lacking any experience of motherhood, making it difficult for her to empathize. However, as a prodigious martial artist from the elite class, the prospect of becoming a mere housewife was inconceivable. It matters not. We are but instruments of reproduction for the Empire. Let us proceed as you suggest. So you agree? Yang inquired. Indeed, I have nothing to lose. Yero's spirits lifted, and she promptly opened the newlywed operation manual, furrowing her brow in earnest contemplation. What shall we do next? Chapter 3. Marrying a wife comes with a system. It is said that one should not indulge excessively in alcohol. A slight inebriation is preferable, as overindulgence may affect a husband's vitality and even the health of the children. And Yang, what do you think about brushing our teeth after dinner and then trying a kiss? I have never experienced it before. Before Yero could finish her sentence, Yangding leaned in and kissed her softly. The suddenness of it was overwhelming for Yero, leaving her in a daze. Her body stiff with a mix of shock and innocence. Aren't we going to brush our teeth? No need. The mouth of a youthful maiden is bound to be delightful. Yangding felt an insatiable desire, lifting her as he made his way towards the bedroom. He never expected to have such an experience tonight. Indeed, women of this era possess a remarkable sense of commitment. Yero pushed his head away, clinging to the doorframe. Wait, the manual? We need the manual. I will guide you. This is your first time as well. How do you know all this? Men are inherently adept at such matters. 15 minutes later, the door swung open, and Yero, wrapped in a blanket, pushed Yongding out, continuously apologizing. I am so sorry, I was too nervous. Forcing it would trigger my self-defense instincts, and I fear I may hurt you. Can we try again tomorrow night? It's all right, get some rest. For women, a half-finished encounter is not a significant issue, but for Yongding, it was quite distressing. He tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. His mind suddenly flooded with images of countless women. He initially thought he was simply longing for a woman, but it turned out that the system had arrived. Ding! You have acquired a martial arts wife. The multi-wife fortune system has been activated. With each wife acquired, you can replicate her talents and cultivation. The affection your wife holds for you determines the replication progress. You have unlocked martial arts talents. Detailed information can be viewed in the wife management interface. In that moment, Yongding felt wide awake. Not only had he gained a beautiful wife, but he also received a system. He clicked on a box labeled First Wife. First Wife, Yero, Talent and Cultivation. 5th rank mid-stage martial artist. 4th layer of the Duanhuan Spear Technique. 30 increase in melee attack power. Affection level. 1. Cultivation replication. 1. What does this mean? If I were to find a wife from the Ability Academy, could I unlock additional abilities? Indeed, Yongding was astonished. No one could awaken 2 abilities simultaneously, making team cooperation crucial in battles. Do I not need to cultivate? Your wife can cultivate, and personal cultivation serves as an additional enhancement. Would a divorce result in the loss of these abilities? Abilities already acquired will not vanish. You can also seek another wife with the same abilities for cumulative cultivation. Yongding felt within him no notable changes. He still yearned for Yero's body. In his past life, he had never experienced such an exquisite partner. Yero was not merely beautiful in appearance and figure. She possessed a sincerity that transcended her looks. In the modern society before his transmigration, girls like her existed only in science fiction and short videos. On their wedding day, feeling nothing was understandable. Martial arts cultivation is divided into 3 tiers per rank, and ascending even 1 rank becomes exponentially more challenging. The first rank barely counts as an entry level. At this moment, the system data inexplicably increased. Affection level, 13. Cultivation progress, 13. Yero could not sleep either, lying in bed and reminiscing about their earlier intimacy. Feeling quite pleasant. Previously, she only understood chi refining and spear practice. Discovering the wonders of intimacy was a revelation. Yongding opened the door to a new world for her. His technique was so proficient. Could be due to his professional alignment? Why should I hesitate in battle? I must succeed tomorrow. The sooner we have children, the sooner I can become a great warrior. The next day, Yongding rose at 5, believing he had awoken early, only to find Yero already bustling in the kitchen. Mr. Yang, breakfast is on the table and ready. Take it with you on the way. Have you eaten? I am eating now. I will prepare a Peiyuan Dan for you before you leave. Curiously, Yongding entered the kitchen, noticing Yero nibbling on a steamed bun while adjusting the pressure cooker to 2,500 degrees. You use a pressure cooker to refine pills? Yes, it's fast. Without martial arts talent, you cannot gather true chi within. You must take a Peiyuan Dan daily. How much would that cost each day? Money is not a concern. My monthly salary exceeds 80,000. Housing and food are allocated, and my sister's funds are also in my account, totaling over 6 million. Upon divorce, I will give you my salary card for safekeeping. Frontline combat income is significantly higher, and we will save for our future children. This girl was a bit too candid. Yongding Henti inquired so deeply. He graduated and began working, earning merely 3,500 a month, and with overtime, it barely reached 5,000. At that moment, he solidified his resolve to attend the Martial Arts Academy. With such an extraordinary wife, even a brief marriage would be too shameful to neglect. I'm off, dear wife. He had grown weary of pandering to women, but Yero exceeded all his expectations. All right. Yero paused for a moment, then eagerly leaned out. What did you just call me? But Yongding had already left, queuing at the elevator. Living on the 198th floor, he never worried about elevator space. He could always squeeze in. However, during the morning rush, only 2 elevators could reach above the 180th floor, and it was his fault for not having more children. Descending took a full 40 minutes. The security guard at the entrance monotonously called out, "Beware of falling objects, beware of falling objects." When he spotted Yangding, he added, especially those new recruits. Even the security guard envied Yangding for marrying Yero. Surrounded by the crowd, Yangding failed to catch the warning about falling objects. Rushing out the door towards the playground. Make way, make way. A frantic voice echoed from above. Looking up, Yangding gasped as figures began to plummet from the sky like dumplings. A male instructor landed deftly on the ground, likely a metal-type ability user. As such, users must manipulate objects to fly. That was close. This spot is not safe. Just as Yangding narrowly avoided disaster, he heard another shout. Clear the way. A large piece of marble was hurtling towards him, and there was no time to escape. In a split second, the familiar fragrance enveloped him as Yero suddenly appeared at his side, single-handedly catching the marble and hurling it aside. Instructor Zhu, could you be more careful? You almost hit my husband. Instructor Zhu, a large and portly man, fell into the grass but showed no anger as he got back up. My apologies, Instructor, yeah. I forgot your husband is an ordinary person. The fog today is too thick to see anything. Then take it slow. What S with the sarcasm? Instructor Zhu chuckled, merely waving his hand as the marble flew to a corner, still usable when they returned upstairs. He and his colleagues dashed off towards the playground. As tardiness incurs a penalty, Yero was quite protective of her husband. A woman who has shared a bridal chamber surely only has room in her heart for a man. Yero handed Yangding a pill that had a slightly burnt smell. I overcooked it a bit, but it won't affect the Peiyuan Dan's efficacy. Try it now. I will deliver true qi to you tonight. Is that really effective? Before Yero could respond, a petite woman appeared between them, coldly interjecting. It will affect her cultivation speed. Do you think it's effective? Jingjia, I am a genius-level martial artist. It's no problem. Oh my lady has finally taken on the role of a little wife. Take care of Yangding. He's going to be late. We can't take students from the instructor's seat. Let us go. Fangjing looked down on Yangding, but refrained from making any derogatory comments due to Yero's presence. She took Yero's hand, and they vanished without a trace. This little lady turned out to be an exceedingly rare spatial ability user. Chapter 4. Enjoy your secret joy. By the time Yangding arrived at the playground, morning exercises had already commenced. The 9th set of radio calisthenics of the Jinglong Empire is now beginning. The first session is jumping exercises. 100,000 students leaped in unison, a magnificent sight indeed. The attention of the instructors was solely fixated on the first two formations. Who cared about sow husbandry, grain cultivation, or how high one could jump while screwing in bolts? The most extravagant jumpers belonged to the Martial Arts Academy, where fourth-year students could reach the remarkable height of 4 ranks, effortlessly leaping up to 100 meters. However, the disparity among first-year students was substantial. Some, blessed with innate talent, affluent backgrounds, and abundant training resources, could soar over 10 meters, while others, merely awakening their abilities, could manage only 5 or 6 meters. The Academy of Supernatural Abilities relied on manipulating objects to leap, practicing gymnastics not for physical strength, but to hone mental prowess. Only the ordinary students of the Agricultural and Industrial Academy resembled short pumpkins, panting after a few hops. The bespectacled chubby boy was nearly on the verge of a heart attack, astonished by Yangding, who effortlessly bounced over 2 meters high. Yangding, how do you jump so high? Am I that high? Yangding, gazing skyward, was completely unaware. He felt it was only right for a man not to burden his wife alone, so he endeavored to jump joyfully. During the martial arts gymnastics, one could initially sense the flow of true energy and learn to circulate it. Not only did he jump high, but he also maintained his stamina. The chubby boy was filled with envy. He was Yangding's high school classmate, both studying sow husbandry. On his first day at university, he was paired with his wife, and after merely 4 nights of cohabitation, he felt overwhelmed. When Yangding paused, he realized everyone else was exhausted, cursing under their breath, while he himself was not even breathing heavily. It seemed as if a source of power was continually radiating from within him. The Peiyuan Dan provided by Yi Ro indeed had a significant enhancement effect. Hu Feng, look at you panting like that. Why don't you join me in training? With Instructor Ye's looks, I reckon your kidneys can last a few more days. Just yesterday, Hu Feng had envied Yangding, but now he believed that a plain wife was preferable. 10 encounters would suffice, and 20 would be nauseating. 1 would never be gluttonous. Ordinary men, in order to prolong their lives, could only rely on health preservation. As the mist dissipated, Yang Ding realized that today's 8th session of free movements was led by Yi Ro. On the podium, she donned a black quick-dry fitted sports outfit, wielding a red spear, sometimes exuding an overwhelming aura akin to a soaring dragon, and at other times exhibiting agility like a swallow skimming the water. Her figure was athletic, her physique exceptional. 30,000 male students drooled, hardly able to fathom the joy of possessing such a beautiful wife. Hu Feng gulped, thinking that if he could have such a wife, living a few fewer years would be a worthy trade. Your wife resembles a celestial being, while mine is akin to a sow. How can we remain brothers? Only Yang Ding remained focused on practicing, unconcerned about how his wife wished to be perceived after returning home. He aligned his fingers, mimicking Yi Ro's spear techniques. The system was replicating Yi Ro's spear techniques, allowing Yang Ding to learn swiftly, as if some moves were hidden deep within his memory. Affection level, 13. Cultivation progress, 135. While the affection level did not increase, the cultivation progress did. If he continued to cultivate diligently and combined it with his wife's prowess, could he not reach the 6th rank or even higher? After completing the morning exercises, he felt entirely invigorated. Yang Ding, why are you practicing so earnestly? You can't become a martial artist. You won't need martial arts for sow husbandry. Yang Ding gestured for silence. Hu Xiaoping, I can only accompany you for another month. What nonsense! Have you become arrogant just because you married a high-status wife? The profession of the Agricultural and Industrial Academy was a lifelong commitment. Housing, food, salary, and medical care were all provided by the pig farm. And children would be born there as well. Originally, this was a place to languish, but now Yang Ding found himself unable to enjoy it. My wife insisted I participate in the Martial Arts Academy's monthly examination. If I pass, I can change my major. But you haven't even awakened yet. Your bones and muscles are untempered. Those people could shatter you with a single blow. Wouldn't it be better to honestly raise pigs with us? She concocts pills for me and channels true energy into me. Passing should be a certainty. Hu Feng stood dumbfounded. Crafting pills required considerable expenditure. And perhaps Yi Ro had the means. Martial arts instructors earned a handsome income. This world was composed of 70% slaves supporting 30% awakened beings. Yet, to channel one's own true energy to support an ordinary person, wasn't that utterly absurd? The couple had only been married for one night. Could it be that Yang Ding possessed some secret technique with women? Yang Ding waved his hand before Hu Feng. What kind of expression is that? Aren't you happy for your brother? A few days prior, when Yang Ding had nowhere to stay, Hu Feng had brought him food and even invited him to sleep on the floor of his home. Hu Feng watched as a hefty woman, weighing over 160 pounds, approached. Soroli Bating Yang Ding's solder. I wish I could be happy, but I just can't. Her name was Luo Ho Hat, a veterinary student and also Yang Ding's high school classmate. Yang Ding, how is your instructor wife? Can you touch her? I've touched everywhere. We're planning to have 3 children. I don't believe it. Instructor Yi looks like someone from a higher realm. She is a martial arts genius in the youth class. How could she possibly be interested in ordinary people like us? Luo Ho Hat patted Hu Feng's shoulder. Dear, just be secretly pleased that you found a wife like me who will never disdain you. Hu Feng, utterly disheartened, nodded in agreement. The other high school classmates who had gathered also harbored doubts about Yang Ding's ability to pass the monthly examination. Initially, they were all mediocre, destined to share their lives at the pig farm. Yet Yang Ding aspired to soar and transform into a phoenix. Who could accept that? The Agricultural and Industrial Academy essentially functioned as a vocational school. Most majors required only a year of study before being assigned to corresponding positions. With their high yield, pigs and chickens became the empire's 2 primary sources of meat, sustaining over 100 million people. The pig husbandry program was divided into numerous specializations: sow husbandry, boar breeding, sanitation and disease prevention, waste management, slaughtering, and so forth, with all students attending classes in a single building. This building housed 3,000 pig pens, accommodating 10,000 pigs. The so-called classrooms were merely these pig pens. The first 3 days consisted of theoretical classes, while practical lessons commenced today, focusing on assisting sows in giving birth, emphasizing the importance of experience. During the morning's 3 practical sessions, Yang Ding assisted in delivering over 20 piglets, becoming thoroughly smeared in the foul odor. The burly instructor, armed with a ruler and with hands clasped behind his back, paced through the cubicles, bellowing commands. Your only value lies in raising pigs. Do not be disdainful. Do not slack off. Do not complain. Do not think you are nobler than pigs. Without them, you are merely the dregs of the empire, and you'll end up as their food. Hu Feng could no longer endure the strain on his back. As he stood to stretch, he received a sharp blow from the ruler across his face. His flesh jiggled as it turned red. The sound of the slap drew the attention of many classmates, yet no one dared to speak. The instructor pointed the ruler threateningly at Hu Feng's nose, demanding, "Who told you to be lazy?" He had been searching for someone to vent his frustrations upon, and these students were even more obedient than the previous batch. Hu Feng covered his ears. "Instructor." "My back, smack." His left cheek received another harsh slap. "Who told you to eat more than a pig?" The instructor then pointed at Yang Ding. "Why isn't your back aching? Get down and continue assisting with the births." With tears of humiliation in his eyes, Hu Feng glanced at his wife, Luo Hohat, then at Yang Ding, and finally he succumbed to the profound indignity of squatting down. "Get to work. What are you staring at?" The instructor swung the ruler, striking Luo Hohat across the face. When the ruler was aimed at Yang Ding, he caught it. "Oh, you're quite quick on your feet." The instructor snatched the ruler back, poised to strike a second time, but halted mid-air. "You are Yi instructor's husband, Yang Wei?" Chapter 5. The best friend becomes a widow. Report, instructor, my name is Yang Ding. Only then did the burly instructor retract the ruler, patting Yang Ding on the shoulder. Work diligently and do not meddle in others' affairs. Yi Ro's temper is not to be trifled with. She hails from a prestigious background and possesses exceptional talent, enjoying a considerable status at Jiangling University. It was only when the counselor turned to leave that Yang Ding finally breathed a sigh of relief. Being slapped with a ruler may not cause severe injury, but for a man with a family, it is a profound humiliation. Yang Ding observed Hu Feng's face, which was beginning to swell and turn red, and suddenly realized that the prospect of lounging about at the pig farm was utterly unattainable. Rather than endure humiliation, it would be far more prudent to diligently cultivate his skills, perhaps even marry several more gifted wives, thus elevating himself above the common folk. In the Jinglong Empire, the hierarchy is rigidly defined. The awakened individuals determine their social standing through their abilities and military achievements, while ordinary people have no avenues for advancement. Hu Feng, is your hearing intact? Yang Ding inquired. Hu Feng brushed aside his hand and replied, "I'm fine. You should seize the opportunity to leave. We're no different from swine." Even during lunchtime, everyone had to head to the cafeteria to fetch their meals and return to the pig pen to eat, as the piglets could be trampled at any moment, and any mishap would lead to punishment. Hu Feng sat beside the pig pen, staring vacantly at his lunchbox, untouched and undisturbed by anyone. "Luo Hohat, go check on your husband," Yang Ding suggested, understanding Hu Feng's current plight. "What is there to see? It's just a slap in the face. There will be plenty more such moments ahead, and we are hardly esteemed individuals." Luo Hohat ate noisily, her appetite seemingly unaffected by the stench of excrement. Those unable to awaken quickly resigned themselves to a life akin to that of swine and dogs. In the faculty cafeteria, the burly counselor was having his meal when Yi Ro approached, carrying her lunchbox, and boldly sat down in front of him. "Ye instructor, you haven't gotten your meal yet. Let me save you a seat." Yi Ro did not respond, but directly asked, "Instructor Xiang, your son is named Xiang Tianyu, correct? A freshman at the Martial Arts Academy?" "Indeed. What can I do for you, Yi instructor?" "I will provide him with special guidance in close combat techniques. Please do not make things difficult for my husband, Yang Ding. I have heard you enjoy hitting students." The counselor quickly smiled and reassured her. "I only discipline those lowly swine. Without it, they grow lazy. The more I discipline them, the more industrious they become. Efficiency is crucial in production. Rest assured, I have already given Yang Ding special consideration." "That is good." Yi Ro said little more, her meaning unmistakable. "Should you dare lay a hand on my husband, I will ruin your son." She first packed a portion of low-grade beast bone soup, mixing the crushed bones with beast blood stew to concoct a refining essence. Then she collected her nutritional meal, tailored to her cultivation level, providing the energy necessary for daily practice. To accelerate her cultivation speed, one must either rely on diligence or financial investment. Yi Ro, however, would not spend a single penny. Her innate talent and hard work allowed her to surpass nearly all her peers. Having barely taken a few bites, Fang Jing rushed over, her eyes red with tears. "Sister Jing, what's wrong? My husband is in trouble." What happened? He was on a mission at the Northern Great Wall and sacrificed himself. They haven't even retrieved his body. Fang Jing leaned on Yi Ro's shoulder, weeping profusely. Yi Ro had never anticipated that among the 5 individuals the principal had mentioned, one would be her friend's husband. Fang Jing's spouse was also a member of a youth class, a B-grade fire element ability user with formidable combat strength. They had grown up together in the Women and Children's Institution and had voluntarily married as adults, producing a daughter. Sister Jing, perhaps he is merely missing. Yi Ro comfortet Embranjinker. The report states he is dead. They will no longer send troops to search. I wish to go to the Northern Front. But the principal said those from the youth class must bear 3 children before they can enlist. At this point, Fang Jing was both anxious and furious. The policies of the Imperial High Command change at will. My husband is dead. Who am I to bear children with? I refuse to let any other man touch me. The number of space ability users is scarce, and, as a genius, it is impossible for Fang Jing to enlist without leaving behind children. Yi Ro was at a loss for words. Any attempt at consolation felt utterly inadequate. She worried about her sister. As it seemed, the situation beyond the Northern Great Wall had become dire. In the classroom, everyone was taking a midday break. In the middle of the pig pen, students lay scattered about. The prolonged bending to serve the sows was immensely draining on both their physical and mental faculties. Yang Ding, however, felt no fatigue and found a spot to practice the Duanhuan spear technique, sensing a faint breath within him. Due to the ability to directly replicate his wife's cultivation, he seemed to comprehend why Yi Ro, as a genius martial artist, chose to practice spear techniques among the myriad of martial arts. The essence of spear practice lies in the ability to swiftly concentrate all true energy into a single point of explosive impact, particularly in close combat. This minimizes energy loss and enables one to achieve victories against stronger opponents. Upon grasping this profound insight, Yang Ding felt a surge of confidence. Gathering his true energy in his fingers and thrusting forcefully against the concrete wall. Yang Ding clutched his nearly broken fingers, nearly in tears. The counselor, Xiang Bin, happened to witness this scene and was greatly astonished. Did Yi instructor transmit true energy to you? You took a pill, didn't you? If you had merely consumed a Peiyuan Dan, you should have fractured your bones just now. Yang Ding had no intention of responding to this inquiry. Did the counselor truly understand martial arts? Xiang Bin clenched his fists and struck the wall, creating a large dent, his hand remaining unscathed. My parents spent a fortune to force my martial arts cultivation, but talent cannot be altered. Relying on Peiyuan Dan daily merely maintains my true energy. I can never advance my cultivation. Now I must spend 30,000 each month on Peiyuan Dan and practice for 3 hours just to barely maintain my first-grade mid-tier cultivation. In total, I've spent millions. It's simply not worth it. Fortunately, my son has awakened. Xiang Bin patted Yang Ding on the shoulder, stating, though you are worthless, you are fortunate to have Yi instructor protecting you. I want to trouble you, but please do not make me lose face. Let us keep our distance, shall we? Yang Ding coldly replied, agreed. Good, continue your practice. Xiang Bin turned and shouted into the pig pen, get up, you lot. Who permitted you to sleep during the afternoon? Yang Ding gazed at the imprint left by Xiang Bin's punch on the wall and scoffed. First grade mid-tier? Upon returning to the classroom, he found a counselor once again bullying Hu Feng. Xiang Bin had Hu Feng by the collar and shouted to everyone, this guy is both fat and lazy, stretching during the morning and napping during lunch. If it weren't for the system pairing, no Sao would marry him. Xiang Bin kicked over Hu Feng's lunchbox. If you dare slack off again this afternoon, it won't just be a slap in the face. While Hu Feng was being reprimanded, Luo Ho Hot not only did not offer comfort, but also approached to complain. Can't you make things easier for people? Useless in the evening and useless during the day. Where does all this grievance come from? The counselor is targeting me. With so many classmates, why is he specifically targeting you? Yang Ding picked up the fallen lunchbox, wiped the dirt off, and handed it to Hu Feng. He said nothing, as Hu Feng was unable to escape the fate of being bullied. He was destined to interact only with pigs throughout his life. Thinking of Yi Ro's care for him, Yang Ding went to the market outside the school after class to buy chicken blood and pig stomach, along with cucumbers and bean sprouts, planning to prepare a spicy hot pot for Yi Ro that evening, as she appeared to enjoy spicy food. A couple of drinks would surely help him break the ice tonight. Upon returning home with her friend Fang Jing, Yi Ro was greeted by a delicious aroma as she opened the door. You didn't leave the fire on when you went out, did you? Fong Jing asked. It must be Mr. Yang cooking, Yi Ro replied. A man can cook? Fong Jing exclaimed in surprise. Yi Ro quickly set down her bag, rolled up her sleeves, and rushed into the kitchen. Regardless of status, having her husband do the cooking was not the hallmark of a virtuous wife. Chapter 6. Rapid progress in cultivation. Yi Ro entered the kitchen and gazed at the hot pot bubbling on the stove, swallowing hard. Having grown up without parents, she had never tasted freshly cooked dishes, and the enticing aroma left her entranced. Did you buy the ingredients yourself? Yes, I'm tired of bland, pre-prepared meals. On this joyful occasion of our marriage, I wanted to make you something delicious. Dinner will be ready shortly. Yi Ro could make pre-prepared meals, but she was utterly clueless when it came to cooking from scratch. Mr. Yang, you grew up in an orphanage. Who taught you to cook? This is just a hodgepodge. There's no skill involved. My dear friend's husband has fallen in the northern frontier, leaving her in a state of despair. I brought her home to offer solace. Would 3 of us suffice for a meal? Surely, such a large pot would be ample. Will she spend the night here? Yang Ding inquired with a profound expression. Yi Ro surprisingly understood. She will stay in my room, while I will occupy yours, ensuring you can fulfill your husband's duties. Is that acceptable? That is splendid, he replied. After dinner, we accompanied her to the maternal and child health hospital to see the children. It would be prudent for you to familiarize yourself, as in the future, should I be deployed to the northern frontier, you will need to look after the children. She no longer insisted on custody rights following the divorce, for it was evident that Yang Ding was a man of great responsibility, fully capable of being a good father. Yi Ro busied herself washing their clothes, while Fong Jing sat vacantly on the sofa, her gaze lost. Soon, Yang Ding emerged with a large pot of spicy hot pot. Instructor Fong, it's time to eat. Having skipped lunch, Fong Jing's senses were awakened by the delightful aroma. She glanced at Yi Ro hanging clothes on the balcony and then at Yang Ding, who was tied in an apron and was overwhelmed by the warmth of the scene, bursting into tears. It is truly wonderful to have a man at home. I never got to enjoy my honeymoon with my husband before he went to the front lines. She was merely 2 years older than Yi Ro. Yet her friend enjoyed the bliss of marriage while she mourned, having scarcely experienced the joy of a man's companionship. After much soothing from Yi Ro, Fong Jing finally settled her emotions and joined us at the dining table. I apologize. You are still in your honeymoon phase, and I should not burden you with my woes. It is quite all right. After this dish, your spirits will undoubtedly improve, Yang Ding assured. Is it truly that miraculous? Yi Ro queried as she savored a piece of pig's blood, the spicy and savory flavor exploding in her mouth, tantalizing her taste buds. Wow, it's so spicy and numbing. Sister Jing, you must try it. Skeptical, Fong Jing sampled a piece of pig liver and found it delightful. This flavor is indeed excellent. Xiao Ro will have good fortune in her future. Initially feeling embarrassed about marrying an ordinary man, Yi Ro's spirits lifted considerably. The 2 girls dined, perspiring from the heat, while Fong Jing's mood brightened significantly. Yi Ro's eyes watered from the spiciness, tears streaming down her face from the deliciousness. So pleasurable, it brought her to tears. Fong Jing nodded fervently, recognizing that marrying an ordinary man was indeed a wise choice, for it ensured she would not be left a widow. Let's focus on eating and not let ourselves cry, Yi Ro reminded. Xiao Ro, why do you insist on Yang Ding attending the martial arts academy? Raising pigs is a fine occupation. At least he would avoid battle. Recalling the character of Instructor Xiang, Yi Ro shook her head. A pig farm does not treat people as equals. Mr. Yang's cultivation does not need to be excessively high, even with a mere second-tier cultivation. He could work in the enforcement team. Should the northern wall falter, he could still protect himself and the children. After dinner, the 3 of us walked to the maternal and child health hospital outside the school. In the Jinglong Empire, everyone must work, so the hospital cares for children born, allowing parents to visit at their convenience. The health center next to Jiangling University boasts 100 tall buildings, nurturing 200,000 infants, primarily the offspring of the faculty and students, with university students comprising the main reproductive demographic. Fong Jing, as a highly talented instructor, had her daughter placed under special protection on the 9th floor of Building 74. In the hall on the 1st floor, 20 armed enforcers stood guard, and everyone must undergo identity verification to ascend. Yi Ro and Yang Ding were not blood relatives, thus could not visit and had to wait downstairs. Ordinary enforcers typically possess 1st or 2nd-tier cultivation, mainly responsible for urban security. You could work here in the future, earning over 20,000 a month. While also caring for the children, Yuro explained. Will our children also be in Building 74? Indeed, the progeny of the youth class are all here. The conditions are truly excellent. We ought to have 10 children. Yuro looked at Yang Ding in confusion. Do you love children, or do you enjoy the act itself? I enjoy both, he replied. Why not assist Sister Jing? She needs 2 more children to enlist in the northern frontier. Yiro, a tall beauty, was favored by Yang Ding, while Fang Jing, a petite and charming woman, also held his affection. Furthermore, Fang Jing's spatial abilities were of great importance. Possessing 5th-tier martial prowess and the capacity for spatial teleportation, enabling her to overpower opponents significantly. Yet, he retorted, what do you take me for? She's your close friend. What of it? She is someone I know well. As long as you agree to help her conceive, she can seek her late husband outside the northern wall. That is not permissible. I cannot be that generous. Oh, come now. Sister Jingwun Ti, even look your way. She has plenty of suitors among the instructors. In truth, it's merely a matter of borrowing some seed. He has hundreds of billions. What is there to find unacceptable? However, Yuro merely suggested it casually, and Yang Ding dared not appear overly eager, fearing it would affect their affection level and delay the progress of his cultivation. After visiting the children, Fang Jing's mood soured once more. As a childhood companion, Yuro could only provide her support. Yang Ding, lying on the bed, was nearly asleep when Yuro stealthily opened the door after midnight, whispering, Mr. Yang, I'm going to take a shower. Please wait for me. Let's wash together. Did you not just bathe? Yang Ding lunged forward, embracing Yi Ro into the bathroom, saying, who said that having bathed once precludes another? Please keep your voice down. Do not wake Sister Jing. This time, the atmosphere was less formal, and Yi Ro felt remarkably at ease, the experience progressing surprisingly smoothly. The pain of losing her virginity was negligible. The affinity level on the system panel was rapidly increasing. After a brief while, Yang Ding tossed Yi Ro onto the bed. Mr. Yang, you are stronger than I imagined. Miss Yi, you are even more beautiful and delightful than I had anticipated. Yang Ding pounced upon her, showering her with kisses. Utterly insatiable. Please, no more. I truly forgot to transmit my energy to you, Yi Ro cautioned. Allow me to transmit first. The numbers on the panel surged rapidly, invigorating Yang Ding, as if his energy had been fully replenished, granting him boundless strength. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have reached the 1st-tier lower realm. Bone tempering complete. With a punching strength of 800 pounds. Practice the first 2 forms of the Duanhuan spear technique diligently to accumulate combat experience. Goodness, that was quick. It is known that only a few exceptionally talented freshmen reach this realm. An 800-pound strength is the utmost limit for an ordinary human. Yet it serves as the starting point for martial artists. Mr. Yang, have you lost your focus? Yiro prompted. Call me husband. No. Will you or will you not? Husband. Chapter 7. Temporary couples are still couples as Yang Ding slept soundly. Yiro adjusted her breath and restored her energy. She gently extricated herself from his embrace, placing her palm on his abdomen to transmit her energy. This energy would be absorbed by the Peiyuan Dan, released slowly to refine Yang Ding's bones and enhance his cultivation. Yiro was unaware that Yang Ding had already broken through to the 1st-tier lower realm and dared not transmit too much, fearing he might not withstand it. Once she finished transmitting her energy, she wiped the sweat from his forehead. If you allow me to become pregnant, I shall bestow upon you my energy. That seems fair, does it not? In truth, you are quite commendable, but alas, as a gifted martial artist, I bear the responsibility of fighting for the empire. According to their agreement, she rose to return to her room to rest. Yet before she could lie down, Fang Jing kicked her under the bed. With all that masculinity, go cuddle with your husband instead. Yiro rubbed her backside. Sister Jing, it is already the early hours. Why are you still awake? You little rascal. Are you planning to conceive tonight? After all this commotion? Of course. The sooner the better. The situation at the northern wall is tense. And my sister is in constant danger. One must consider his physical well-being. Yang Ding is an ordinary person, not an awakened one. I have infused him with true energy. You, being at the 5th rank of mid-level, how can he possibly withstand that? Yiro scratched her head, understanding, and said, I will take it easy. After all, one cannot simply finish and leave when it comes to intimacy. Yiro also felt that such behavior was rather heartless. So she took a bath and then nestled into Yang Ding's embrace. This was her first experience of sharing a bed with a man, and she was so nervous that she couldn't sleep a wink, rising at 5:30 to prepare Pei Yuandan in the kitchen for Yangding. Yi Ro planned to concoct around 10 each day, which would amount to 3,650 pills in a year, sufficient for Yangding for a decade. Fang Jing, who also hadn't slept a wink, watched Yi Ro busily working in the kitchen and couldn't help but reminisce about her own newlywed days. Yangding was fortunate to have this girl. Other women would not treat him with such sincerity. Temporary spouses are still spouses. If I happen to perish in the northern wilderness, he would still be capable of caring for the child. You jinx. I will inevitably head to the northern wilderness as well. At that time, the three of us sisters will form an invincible combination, slaying all monsters and becoming the queen's right and left hands. Then who will you find to bear 2 children? Yi Ro invited. Fang Jing shook her head, unable to accept any man besides her husband. Yi Ro hesitated, wanting to claim Yangding as her own, but felt awkward about sharing a husband with her best friend. Now is not the right time. Perhaps after having 3 children and parting ways with Yangding, she could consider it. Yangding was the last to rise, rubbing his eyes and stretching as he emerged. Wife, are you concocting pills again? Indeed, Mr. Yang. I have warmed up your breakfast. Hurry and wash your face and brush your teeth before we head to the elevator. Last night, in a moment of passion, Yi Ro had called him husband a few times, but now she felt shy about it. Yangding, however, called her that with ease, which was quite pleasing to her ears. Fang Jing peeked at Yangding's condition and murmured, he appears to be in excellent shape, far better than I had anticipated. I share that sentiment. Perhaps he possesses innate martial prowess, merely yet to awaken it. Then you have struck gold. While brushing his teeth, Yangding glanced at the system panel. Love level, 38. Cultivation progress, 39. Merely sleeping next to a beautiful wife had resulted in yet another increase in his cultivation level. He applied slight pressure with his fingers, crushing the porcelain cup, yet the shards did not pierce his reinforced skin, leaving only a deep imprint. Yangding rubbed his fingers, feeling an overwhelming strength. I must have surpassed the first rank of lower-level cultivation. A martial arts prodigy like Yi Ro typically awakens around the age of 4 or 5. My delayed awakening yet rapid progress is utterly irrational, and I will undoubtedly acquire various abilities in the future. The system must remain concealed. I must learn to hide my strength. Given the current pace, I should achieve second-rank cultivation by the time of the monthly exam, easily overpowering first-year students. At this moment, what is most crucial for me is not the swift enhancement of my cultivation, but rather controlling the output of my power. A knock at the door interrupted him. Mr. Yang, did the cup break? Yes, my hand slipped. There's a cup in the cabinet that belongs to my sister. You can wash it and use it. Wife, I have finished brushing my teeth. Yangding called her wife repeatedly, and Yi Ro did not find it bothersome, responding positively. Fang Jing could have used her spatial ability to teleport him downstairs, but it required holding hands, which was inconvenient. Thus, Yangding had to carry his breakfast and queue at the elevator. This morning, during the morning exercise, Yangding dared not be arrogant, only jumping a little over a meter high, stopping to rest whenever Hu Feng paused to catch his breath. Originally feeling dejected, Hu Feng brightened upon seeing Yangding performing worse than yesterday. Yangding, I told you your wife is too beautiful. Your body can't handle it, can it? Nonsense. With such a wife, I could have 10. I've heard that awakened ones possess extraordinary physical capabilities. Ordinary people are no match. Who practices martial arts while sleeping? It's much like ordinary people, only gentler. Luo Hohat impatiently interjected. Stop feeding Hu Feng lies. Women like instructor Yi would never treat you kindly. Who the hell is lying? Not everyone is like you, Luo Hohat. Hu Feng failed to fulfill his duties as a husband last night. If you continue to disturb his mind, I will find you to fulfill them. Yangding was instantly frightened into a state of panic. Returning to the classroom, the tedious task of caring for the mother pigs began anew. The mother pigs that had given birth yesterday required diligent care today, being fed warm saline solution and liquid food, while those with insufficient milk needed massage and those lacking appetite required glucose solution. The tyrant Xiangbin wielded a ruler, strutting around with an air of authority. The previously relaxed atmosphere plummeted to freezing point, and no one dared to joke in his presence. These mother pigs can produce up to 200 piglets in their lifetime, which is a greater contribution than your wives. So don't complain about the dirt when caring for them. He seemed to have set his sights on Hu Feng, deliberately standing behind him and raising his voice. Hu Feng trembled in fear, mistakenly jabbing the needle while administering glucose, causing the mother pig to cry out in agony. "You fatso, get out here!" Hu Feng was drenched in cold sweat. "Instructor, please give me another chance." Xiangbin pointed at the needle in his hand, menacingly stating, "Fine, I will grant you one chance. If you mess it up again, you will face punishment." The more he stared, the more nervous Hu Feng became, his right hand trembling uncontrollably with the needle. "Just do it, 3-2. Hu Feng had no choice but to bite the bullet and jab the needle. "Ah!" The mother pig cried out again. Xiangbin stormed in, grabbing Hu Feng by the hair and dragging him outside the pig pen, mercilessly beating him until the ruler broke. Hu Feng attempted to resist, but it was like a chicken trying to peck at a rock. Xiangbin was at the first rank of mid-level cultivation, with a punch force of 1,200 pounds. If you don't want to become trash like Hu Feng, then you better behave. Yang Ding coldly observed his brother being beaten, fists clenched, a glimmer of murderous intent crossing his gaze. An ordinary student like Hu Feng, involved in pig farming, would be of no concern if he were to be beaten to death. The school would merely issue Xiangbin a warning. Chapter 8. Deliberately drawing a line when Xiangbin passed by Yang Ding, he paused to look at him, his gaze filled with disdain. His brutal beating of Hu Feng was partly intended to display his authority to Yang Ding. Neither of the young men had provoked this old tyrant. They were merely victims of Yang Ding's marriage to a woman of high status. Meanwhile, his own son was paired with a woman of mediocre talent and unfortunate appearance, which irked him. His frustration led him to vent on students, not out of perversion, but because he faced no consequences. "I heard Instructor Yi intends to support you in entering the martial arts academy. It's best to keep your distance from this trash with no future. If you truly possess the ability to excel in the monthly exam, you could curry favor with my son, Xiang Tianyu. You two might become allies in future battles. With your qualifications, it would be safer to acknowledge him as your elder brother." Yang Ding turned to Hu Feng. Hu Feng, covered in pig excrement, nursing his injured back, and with bloodshot eyes, was also looking at his childhood friend. Yang Ding averted his gaze and responded loudly, "Yes, Instructor Xiang, I will maintain my distance from Hu Feng." He wished for every student in the classroom to hear, and naturally, Hu Feng did too. Once Instructor Xiang departed, Luo Ho Hot pulled Hu Feng up. "Did you hear that? Your good brother has drawn a line with you. Wake up." Hu Feng was unaware that Yang Ding was intentionally avoiding suspicion, preparing for future actions. "If I don't draw a line, do you think I'll stick around to be beaten? You are so good to your brother. Too bad good people don't live long. What good is a pig that lives for so long?" Hu Feng shouted, glaring. "If you have guts, go die. Why are you yelling at me?" Hu Feng limped back into the pig pen to continue working. Yang Ding also switched to another pig pen, keeping his distance from Hu Feng. At noon, while other students were guarding the piglets, he could secretly practice, having done nothing in the morning. His love level had risen by 0.2, akin to collecting interest, which felt delightful. Affection level, for cultivation progress, 41. Indeed, the intimacy of close contact is unparalleled. If she were to conceive my child, that would be quite something. The fingers that nearly suffered a fracture yesterday have already healed, devoid of any pain. He gazed at the small dent created by the counselor on the wall, aligning his fingers together, condensing his chi in his right hand. This time it should not hurt. With that thought, he thrust his fingers into the wall with force. They penetrated the wall, resulting in only a slight pain, deeper than the counselor's fist mark. His wife's marksmanship is indeed formidable. I should soon reach the first tier of mid-level cultivation, not falling too far behind the counselor. Though the chi pulses of her marksmanship possess greater penetrative power, if I wish to teach him a lesson, I must overpower him with strength. However, I lack practical combat experience. Subsequently, Yang Ding continued to jab at the wall several times, creating a large hole at the finger marks, ensuring no traces were left behind. It is strictly forbidden for students to attack instructors. Such actions would lead to severe penalties from the student council, necessitating a flawless execution of this plan. Affection level, for cultivation progress, 42. Although my personal cultivation progresses slowly, even fly's meat is still meat. Until the afternoon dismissal, Yang Ding did not speak to Hu Feng, and Hu Feng did not seek him out. Both exited the elevator simultaneously at the end of the day, yet they did not even exchange greetings. Yang Ding has indeed become quite adept at living off his wife, completely disregarding his best friend. He fears retribution, after all. The counselor does not dare to lay a hand on him, given that his wife is Instructor Yi. With her standing, Could he not leverage some connections to intercede for Hu Feng? What is Hu Feng to Instructor Yi? Moreover, if he refrains from striking Hu Feng, he might just take it out on me. He must find someone to vent his frustrations upon. Then it shall be Hu Feng. With the elevation of his capabilities, Yang Ding's hearing is now several times that of an ordinary person. He is about to leave this wretched place, unconcerned with idle gossip. What matters is whether he can assist his good friend in their time of parting. Hu Feng, with his already strong sense of pride and impending fatherhood, cannot endure public humiliation daily. He would never make it to graduation. Upon returning home, he intended to prepare a meal, only to find Yiro already busy in the kitchen. Wife, why are you back so early? Yang Ding inquired. My classes are all in the morning. I had nothing to do in the afternoon, so I returned to tidy up the house. Are you hungry? I am. I didn't eat much for lunch. Why? Yiro looked at him and asked, Did Xiangbin bully you? He didn't bully me, but he constantly picks on my classmates. There's little that can be done. He is notorious for bullying students. I can only protect you. I cannot shield your classmates. The disciplinary dean is his aunt. It seems nepotism thrives even in university. Only by becoming a warrior to confront formidable foes can one truly rely on their own merit. Other institutions offer no such privilege. Yiro continued, somewhat unconvinced. I heard that Xiangbin possesses mid-level martial arts cultivation. Do not confront him head-on. If he injures you, I cannot truly harm him. Yang Ding looked at Yiro and said, Wife, thank you for bringing me to safety. If it weren't for our pairing, it might have been me getting beaten. Thus, I will diligently cultivate, ensuring I pass the upcoming midterm exam. Affection level, 45, cultivation progress, 47. Yiro felt a twinge of emotion, mingled with a hint of guilt. Mr. Yang, please refrain from being so sentimental. What if I end up falling for you? I still need to head to the front lines. Lately, I have sensed changes within my body. Perhaps I possess a talent for combat. In that case, I shall bring our child to the front lines to find you. Yiro smiled lightly. Do your best, Mr. Yang. On the surface, she encouraged him, but deep down, she understood that at Yang Ding's age, not having awakened likely indicated a lack of martial talent. Moreover, awakening is not uniform. Not everyone is afforded the opportunity to join the Northern Alliance, which consists of the elite forces of the 5 great empires of Lanqing, safeguarding the remaining 700 million people on the planet. After Yang Ding finished his bath, he observed Yiro washing vegetables in the kitchen. She wore a white camisole with a pink floral apron tied around her waist, paired with black home shorts, her short, curled hair tucked behind her right ear. Yang Ding approached her from behind, wrapping his arms around her slender waist and kissing her ear. The delicate skin at Yiro's temples instantly bristled with goosebumps, yet she made no effort to evade him. These are the vegetables you bought yesterday. Could you teach me how to stir fry? Certainly. We need to peel some garlic first. Today, Jing Jie praised you wildly in front of me. Wasn't she dismissive of me? Yang Ding inquired with a smile. That was the case before, but now she believes a man like you is safer. I shall never face the risk of widowhood. Indeed, I do not wish to become a widower. That will not happen. I have already planned it. Before leaving, I will match you with Jing Jie. I do not wish to divorce you. Yiro hesitated, even relinquishing her insistence on divorce. Even without formal divorce proceedings, according to imperial law, one can marry 2 wives. Originally, Yiro intended to invite Fang Jing for dinner, hoping a man's presence would distract her attention. However, Fang Jing opted to spend time with the children at the maternal and child hospital instead, not wanting to intrude upon the newlywed couple. Yiro poured the unfinished red wine for Yang Ding. Tonight, I will transmit qi to you, teaching you how to circulate it. After we finish, we shall rest to avoid delaying important matters. The midterm exam is scheduled for the 25th, and we have only half a month left. Chapter 9. Are we that familiar? Yiro did not wish to develop genuine feelings for Yang Ding, treating their marital relationship with a businesslike approach. However, Yang Ding yearned to capture her heart. Considering both his affection for this wife and the system's affection level, such actions were necessary. It is still early after dinner. Let us take a walk to aid digestion before returning to our tasks. Yiro was momentarily taken aback. Yang Ding intended to court her. Shouldn't the time for a stroll be spent on cultivation? You need to receive the qi I transmit and learn to circulate it throughout your meridians, strengthening your muscles and bones. Your time is limited, Mr. Yang. I have promised to pass the midterm. I believe my aptitude is not lacking, merely in need of an activating opportunity, which is you. Yiro is a loss for words. Cultivation is not so simple. What if I fail despite sweet words? If I do not pass, it is fine. Even if I end up raising pigs, you need not feel guilty. You, Yiro, have already done your utmost for me. Young Ding. Yiro could only nod. Fine. You are an adult and soon to be a father. This matter relies solely on you, and I cannot force it. After dinner, Yang Ding swiftly washed the dishes. Yiro donned a shirt, intending to go out for a stroll. Once they entered the elevator, they leaned against the corner, soon joined by numerous instructor couples. Instructor Yi, go for a walk? Indeed, Instructor Sun. Instructor who? Where are you off to? I am taking my husband to check out the maternal and child hospital and register a bed for the child. Instructor Yi is already preparing to be a mother. We are married, after all, one step at a time. No one envied Yang Ding more. Yiro not only possessed superior qualities, but also had a straightforward personality, avoiding unnecessary drama and truly embodying a good wife. Previously, there were at least 100 unmarried male instructors in this building pursuing her and her sister, but they both declined. Now, the system malfunctioned, unexpectedly pairing her with an ordinary person. Yiro smiled politely at each colleague entering, while Yang Ding seized the opportunity to hold her hand. She dared not resist too much, struggling lightly. But Yang Ding not only did not release her, but also entwined their fingers. A warm electric current surged through Yiro's heart, a sensation for a girl akin to a first kiss or losing her innocence. The system panel also displayed a notification. Affection level, 49.04. Cultivation progress, 51.04. As Yang Ding and Yiro exited the elevator hand in hand, the security guards downstairs were left astounded. An ordinary person, raising pigs no less, could so swiftly captivate a beauty like Instructor Yi. Surely, they could achieve the same if given the chance. Why did the system choose to match these two? Yiro was already a prominent figure at Jiangling Dashue, well known among both faculty and students, drawing the attention and whispers of many wherever she went. Either let go of my hand, or let us go out for a stroll. I feel embarrassed with so many eyes on us, she stated. Let us have a look at the weapons. The weapons market is filled with faculty and students as well, he replied. You are my wife. Is it inappropriate for me to hold your hand? Yang Ding tightened his grip, relishing the softness and smoothness of her delicate hand, wondering why he shouldn't indulge in such a pleasure. Having found such a wonderful wife, why not show her off? Unable to resist his persistence, Yiro reluctantly agreed. Fine. I would also like to buy you a weapon. As they reached the entrance of the market, she attempted to free herself from his grasp. Yang Ding, however, became bolder, wrapping his arm around her slender waist and confidently striding inside, much to the envy of onlookers. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at for living off your wife? He teased. Let them laugh. I will laugh back at their inability to thrive. Your audacity is truly remarkable, she chuckled, resigning herself to his whims. As long as they were married, her body belonged to him, and holding hands or embracing was trivial. The weapons market was a high-end establishment directly operated by the Empire, offering not only various elite weapons, but also cultivation elixirs and common techniques. For those with exceptional talent, the university provided ample resources. However, those lacking talent had to rely on their family's finances, pouring their parents' hard-earned money into this market. Those without talent or funds would have to settle for mundane roles in the enforcement teams after graduation. Yiro was the goddess of the martial arts academy, the center of attention wherever she went. Mr. Yang, do you not feel uneasy under the gazes of those seniors who seem ready to tear you apart? Uneasy? Who dares to lay a hand on me? My wife will take care of them first. I can bear 3 children in a year and a half. By then, you may not even have graduated. How will you protect yourself? Do not worry. In a year and a half, I will no longer fear them. Yang Ding was blissfully unaware of the challenges of cultivation. She could only entrust her confident husband to her close friends at that time. They arrived at the sword and blade counter. Since you have just begun to awaken, I suggest you start with a sword or a knife, ideally with a shield for both offense and defense. The enforcement team's lower-tier warriors have limited skills and primarily use these close combat weapons, which are easier to master. If your physical enhancement is insufficient, a shield can compensate. Yet, Yang Ding shook his head and turned his gaze toward the centerpiece of the market, the prized Tieshuaqiang. You can't possibly want a gun, can you? If my wife uses a gun, I naturally must have one too. Guns are difficult to master, and high-end firearms are exceedingly expensive. Ordinary ones tend to break easily. He approached the Tieshuaqiang, captivated by its gleaming tip and the silver-gray barrel stretching 2 meters. It seemed as if he had an instant connection with the weapon, his eyes glimmering with desire. "How much is this gun?" he inquired. 5 million. What? 5 million? He could hardly move. Yes, you can take out a loan, but the down payment is still 2 million, and with interest, it could total 6 to 7 million. Why is it so costly? This is an alien weapon, rare in number. It pairs with my Duanhuan Xiang. It can shrink to 2 feet long, featuring a mother-son gunhead. Versatile in function. As long as the user possesses sufficient strength, it is nearly indestructible. Currently, Blue Star's technology cannot replicate it. Forget it then, it's not worth it. Yiro felt relieved. Without interest-free options at the Northern Front, acquiring such high-end weaponry was pointless, and they would never recoup the costs. Her Duanhuan Xiang had only cost 3.5 million, with over 1 million still owed. Her sister's Tieshu Gong also had debts of 70 to 80,000, making it impossible to sustain such expensive weapons. Xiang Bin, accompanied by his son Xiang Tianyou, was also weapon shopping when they overheard the conversation and burst into laughter. Instructor Yi is quite generous to her husband. Can an ordinary warrior who cannot awaken handle such a gun? We're merely browsing, Yiro retorted coldly. Xiang Tianyou, who had been in high school with Yangding but in a different class, had recently gained notoriety, becoming well known among their peers. He glanced at his extraordinarily unattractive wife, and then at Yiro, the epitome of beauty, feeling a surge of jealousy. Yangding, are you addicted to living off your wife? How can you, as a girl, ask for 5 million for the Tieshu Qiang? Yangding, knowing that after tonight, his cultivation would surpass his instructors and perhaps even exceed his foolish sons, felt unperturbed. Do we know each other well enough for you to intrude on our conversation? Yu Xiang Tianyou had been a charismatic figure in high school and became even more impressive after awakening, looking down on Yangding and his associates. Chapter 10. A targeted approach. Xiang Fudoyuan's gaze flickered with malice, but out of respect for Yiro, he could only smile through gritted teeth and say, Yangding is correct. Tianyou, you cannot impose your lofty standards on others. Father is right. There's no need to argue with a soft rice king. After speaking, Xiang Tianyou turned to Yiro with a sycophantic smile. Instructor Yi, I apologize for any offense. Please forgive me. Just keep that in mind and refrain from any further offenses, Yiro replied curtly. Instructor Yi is right. Self-awareness is crucial. I request to battle Yangding in the close combat segment of the monthly exam. After all, he has been personally trained by you and should not be inferior to me. An ordinary awakener. The close combat segment would be arranged by the instructor to ensure students of comparable strength faced each other. Yiro rolled her eyes in exasperation, leading Yangding to leave. However, Xiang Tianyou persisted. If I recall correctly, the monthly exam allows for free challenges. If the opponent does not accept, they automatically forfeit. Yangding paused, looking back at the arrogant father and son. If you have the guts, submit an application. Yiro dragged Yangding away, admonishing him. What are you doing? The monthly exam is just about proving your basic skills. He is already at the first grade lower realm before enrollment. Being targeted is inevitable. Yiro sighed, warning him, he is envious that you married someone as beautiful as me. He will likely come at you with everything he has. Surrendering on the spot will only affect your class placement, not your major change. Do you understand? All right, this time I will heed your advice. Yiro pointed at Yangding, emphasizing, stay composed, do not act recklessly. If you sustain serious injuries, your recovery will take a long time given your qualifications. Understood? Yangding had already prepared to publicly concede if necessary. He would never allow anyone to uncover his true strength. His daily, rigorous training in advanced martial arts was for the purpose of combat, not for show. He had not received the Empire's training and owed no loyalty to it, only to himself and his family. His primary goal now was to eliminate the instructor, ensuring a future for his good friend Hu Feng. As long as the act was convincing, neither the student council nor the enforcement team would suspect him. Xiang Tianyou watched Yangding and the enchanting Yiro disappear into the crowd, his fists clenched tightly. Father, based on your experience, do you think Yangding can break through to the first grade lower realm with instructor Ye's help? It is impossible. At most, he will pass the awakener test. A warrior who cannot awaken before 18, even with the best resources, will take at least a year to break through to the first grade lower realm. I am currently pushing for the first grade middle realm. Taking him down should not be a problem. His bewildered wife asked, Dear, why do you want to harm him? He and you are not acquainted before. There is no enmity. Men's affairs are not for you to question. Are you perhaps infatuated with Instructor Yi? Even if you incapacitate Yangding, it would not be your turn. Before she could finish, Xiang Tianyo slapped her hard across the face. With such an ugly face, you should watch your words or risk losing your tongue. Father, look at Tianyo, Xiang Bin said, delivering a sharp slap to his daughter-in-law's face. Respect your husband. If you do not know your place, you are unworthy of being a member of the Xiang family. In this era of polygamy, women who oppose their husbands taking new wives are deemed unvirtuous. Xiang Bin, a pig farming instructor, has already married 3 beautiful young wives. Yang Ding, with his petite wife in tow, parades through the armory with an air of superiority. When he reaches the martial arts section, he thoughtfully selects a volume titled Jian Jiu Shi. Dear, I think I shall practice this, he declares. Are you sure you don't want to learn the saber? She inquires. No, I prefer the sword, he replies. Yi Rou, unable to resist, concedes that it is better than his inclination towards firearms. All right, but you must also purchase a shield. Very well, I shall heed your advice. The Jian Jiu Shi costs a mere 10,000, a modest price for a common item. And at school, a second-hand version might only cost 5,000, as only 2 types of practitioners train in this sword style. One type comprises lower-tier warriors who engage in close combat with a shield sufficient for maintaining public order in the enforcement team. The other type includes grandmasters of the 9th rank or above, who wield their energy to command the sword, amplifying the same techniques to unfathomable potency. Mid-tier warriors tend to prefer more violent and miraculous methods, often dismissing such refined and elegant techniques. Yi Rou wishes to procure both the sword and shield of superior quality, fixating on high-end items, but Yang Ding is reluctant. The Wujin shield has a hardness equivalent to the physical enhancement level of a 7th rank warrior, offering excellent protection. Yet, this item costs 200,000, and acquiring a Wujin sword would total 500,000. My dear wife, 500,000 it is. After all, you will use it for a lifetime. No, 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 I only want the sword. Yang Ding is taken aback by his young wife's willingness to spend such a fortune. Casually mentioning 500,000. His choice to practice swordsmanship is an attempt to conceal his true intentions, as he need not train in firearms. He can simply replicate from his wife. When the time comes to confront formidable opponents, he plans to utilize firearms, while maintaining the facade of practicing swordplay. The Wujin sword, a deep blue hue, is forged from the finest materials of blue star, designed with an exquisite 8-sided Han sword shape, capable of slicing through iron effortlessly. Although the Wujin sword is costly at 300,000, it is a long-term investment, retaining its value even upon resale, while the shield would merely become a burden. Given the current pace of their marital progress, he anticipates breaking through to the 4th or even 5th rank within a year, enhancing his defenses. Who among the masters would rely on a shield? Undeterred by Yi Rou's objections, Yang Ding carelessly selects a shield priced at 20,000. Yi Rou, exasperated by her obstinate husband, reluctantly swipes her card for payment. You're so disobedient. Just remember, if you get injured, don't say I didn't warn you. 32,000 is already a considerable sum. With the shield on his back, the Wujin sword in his left hand, and Yi Rou's hand in his right, Yang Ding strides out of the marketplace with an air of confidence. The sales assistant, a part-time student from the Martial Arts Academy, feels no excitement from selling high-end goods, instead muttering curses. What right does this useless fellow have to be with Instructor Yi? Why should he wield a Wujin sword? It's infuriating. Upon returning home, Yi Rou tosses her outer shirt onto the sofa, revealing her delicate white camisole. Let me transfer my energy to you before you take a shower and sleep. In truth, Yang Ding does not require her energy transfer. A mere nap would suffice. As he sits on the sofa, shedding his t-shirt, she remarks, you need not undress completely. We're not doing that. How else can I transfer my energy? He retorts, dumbfounded. Just as Yi Rou prepares to channel her energy, Yang Ding leans in to kiss her. What's the rush? You haven't transferred the energy, and I haven't bathed yet. We can transfer energy after and wash together afterwards. Then what's the point of the transfer? Call me husband. Husband. Affection level, 501. Progress, 5201. Affection level, 5101. Progress, 5301. Affection level, 5201. Progress, 5401. Affection level, 6109. Progress, 6309. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have reached the first rank of mid-tier cultivation. The tempering of bones is complete. Punch strength, 1,200 gene. The second layer of Duanhuan Gunfa, the third technique of Doja, is unlocked. Please practice diligently and engage in real combat to accumulate experience. Chapter 11. Not so fast when Yi Ro awakens in Yang Ding's embrace. It is already the following morning. The sofa is too narrow for comfort, forcing them to sleep entwined. What was meant to be a temporary arrangement has led Yang Ding to treat her as a beloved wife, resulting in a persistent closeness. Frustrated, Yi Ro playfully punches Yang Ding's chest several times. What are you doing? You keep interrupting my energy transfer. It's all right, my dear. We can transfer now. Another flurry of light punches follows. Now, you're going to be late for practice. Yi Ro hastily dresses and, after freshening up, heads to Yang Ding's side to concoct some Pei Yuan Dan. Her relentless dedication is aimed at preparing for the future. However, Yang Ding finds no need for such items. The energy of the Pei Yuan Dan is insufficient and holds little value for him. Yet, he cannot thwart his wife's goodwill. Young, could you heat up breakfast for me? It will take at least half an hour to refine the pills. Call me husband, and I will. Do you truly enjoy hearing me call you husband? Indeed. Husband, 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 husband. That's enough. Yang Ding prepares their meal and promptly heads for the elevator, bringing along the Jianjiu Shi and the Wujin sword to demonstrate his dedication to swordsmanship. Isn't this young Yang, the newlywed of Xiaoyi? You've chosen to practice sword techniques? Inquires an elderly fire mage. Yes, the Jianjiu Shi. Why not train with firearms? Firearms are not for just anyone. In all of Jiangling City's youth, only Yi Ro is a true marksman. Ah, right, I forgot this child hasn't awakened yet. Upon reaching the playground, a group of high school classmates gather around, bombarding him with questions. They show little interest in sword or firearm training, but are captivated upon hearing the sword's price of 300,000, enviously contemplating how long it would take to save such a sum. Given their anticipated monthly salary of 3,000 after graduation, nearly 7 to 8 years without food or drink. Only Hu Feng exhibits no interest, silently standing with a pained expression as he supports his waist. His back injury is severe, having kept him awake all night due to pain, while his wife, more nagging than usual, lamented her desire to move into a 2-bedroom unit at the pig farm, which requires 3 children. As it stands, Hu Feng is disinterested in even one child. Luo Hohat believes he has been corrupted by Yang Ding's influence. Hu Feng, come over and take a look. This Wujin sword is exorbitantly priced. We will only ever see butcher knives from now on. A classmate exclaims. Hu Feng indeed wishes to see. Casting a glance at Yang Ding, who ignores him and sheaths the sword. All right, we're about to start exercises. Luo Hohat scoffs. Oh, our Dingzi is about to leave the pigsty and look down on the good brothers who used to bring him meals. What a load of nonsense. If you think highly of your husband, that's your business. I'm not the one living with him. Yang Ding retorts. Get lost. Don't disturb Hu Feng while he serves the sow. As the exercise begins, Yang Ding leaps joyfully, swinging his grand sword, causing his classmates to scatter in fear. Meanwhile, Hu Feng endures the pain in his back, gritting his teeth to keep up, knowing that remaining still would lead to being reported by patrolling teachers to the counselor, resulting in punishment. Back in the classroom, Xiangbin has been waiting impatiently. Last night, Yang Ding slighted his son, and today he plans to take his revenge on Hu Feng. Xiangbin switches to a new ruler, slapping his palm and addressing the students with authority. I have just received notice from the school that the end of the month marks the peak production period at the Jiangling pig farm, and all of you must assist. If you lack skill and harm the piglets, prepare for punishment. Today, you are not allowed to move for 4 hours. Don't come crying to me about soreness. Hu Feng breaks into a cold sweat upon hearing this. It is evident he is the target, suffering a back injury only to endure 4 hours of immobility. Who could withstand it? Yang Ding cannot fathom that he has distanced himself from Hu Feng. Yet this wretched counselor still bears down on him. The lesson inflicted upon Jiangbing is utterly unworthy of the transgressions he has imposed upon his students. Death is the only fitting resolution. What thoughts occupy Yang Ding's mind? Jiangbing inquired. Reporting to the instructor, I pondered nothing. You are to participate in the Martial Arts Academy's examination at the end of the month. Focus on your training, leaving the arduous tasks to your classmates. Thank you, instructor. Jiangbing, of course, harbored no genuine goodwill. His primary intention was to assess Yang Ding's true capabilities. The father and son duo underestimated Yang Ding. Yet they dared not belittle Yi Rou. Yang Ding opened Jian Jiu, drew his black iron sword, and practiced the techniques depicted within, concealing his true strength. It wasn't long before he was panting heavily, sweat pouring from his brow. Observing the clumsy maneuvers, Jiang Bing realized his son was assured of victory. Is wielding a sword truly so exhausting? Alas, instructor, my wife claims that I cannot store a substantial amount of true energy within me, and thus I tire quickly. Such is the fate of one who has yet to awaken. Even if Instructor Yi were generous enough to impart true energy to you, you would still be unable to endure it. Could you convince your son to withdraw his application? I no longer wish to compete with him, Yang Ding meekly requested. A flicker of malice crossed Jiang Bing's face. Who prompted you to provoke my son? His weapon is an 80-pound meteorite battle axe. Give it your all. Yang Ding's eyes lit up. Is that not exceedingly valuable? Indeed, the loan alone amounts to 500,000, while meteorite may not rival black iron. The weight of the battle axe exceeds that of a sword by more than tenfold. Just then, a notification appeared in Yang Ding's mind. Affection level, 111. 5. Cultivation progress, 1135 Ding. Congratulations, host, you have broken through to the first grade upper realm of cultivation. Bone and muscle refinement complete. Punch strength at 1,600 pounds. The second level of the Duan Hun spear technique, Jia Lan San Shi, has been unlocked. Please practice diligently and engage in combat, soon to accumulate battle experience. A surge of formidable true energy coursed through Yang Ding's entire body. He felt as if he were floating, yet his forehead was drenched in sweat. What in the world is happening? How did my level increase so dramatically? I have never experienced a 5% increase before. Did Yi Rou suddenly awaken her potential? Or is this too rapid? The system was unable to converse, and Yang Ding yearned to leave class immediately for home. Yet it was only 7:30 in the morning. Although technology had advanced considerably in this era, non-combat personnel were prohibited from possessing communication devices, simplifying the Empire's governance. At the Martial Arts Academy, Yi Rou, having completed her freshman close combat class, hurriedly sought her friend Fong Jing at the Ability Academy. Fong Jing was conducting a theory class on personal dimensional realms. With only 12 students in total. In the entire Jiangling University, there were merely 12 spatial ability users across 4 grades. Today's lesson focused on personal dimensional realms. Essentially akin to spatial warehouses, it is fundamentally about taming and sculpting spatial folds. It is akin to wielding an invisible sculpting knife to carve out a private domain within the crevices of dimensions, requiring not only precise control of abilities, but also a profound understanding of spatial laws. Upon completion, she extended her delicate fingers, drawing a line through the air, creating a 30-centimeter spatial rift. Within it, one could store cash, weapons, or anything one could retrieve. Yi Rou knocked on the classroom door. Instructor Fong, could you step out for a moment? I have an urgent matter. Seeing her flustered demeanor, Fong Jing sensed the gravity of the situation and promptly excused herself from her students. What is the matter? I believe I may be. Chapter 12. I am with child. What do you mean? While instructing students on close combat techniques, I sensed something subtle encroaching upon my body, nearly startling me into expelling it. Fortunately, I diligently read the newlywed handbook, which indicated that such a sensation might imply pregnancy. Yi Rou spoke with trepidation, as a practitioner of her caliber could detect even the slightest bodily changes. Immune to all maladies, she nearly expelled her own flesh and blood, a result of Yang Ding's 10 hours of diligent effort. Fong Jing, as someone with experience, gazed at Yi Rou's belly in utter disbelief. What are you saying? Haven't you only been married for 3 or 4 days? Is Yang Ding truly that potent? Didn't the principal say that it only takes a blink of an eye? You mustn't listen to that old fool. He cannot bear children. Realizing her mistake, Fong Jing quickly amended her words. I forgot you are above the 5th rank. Your true energy can nourish the fetal energy, making it entirely normal for you to conceive more rapidly than an ordinary person. Yi Rou, experiencing her first pregnancy, felt more fear than joy. Can I still engage in vigorous activity? The newlywed handbook stated that powerful practitioners can still fight even while pregnant. The intensity of teaching should be manageable. You should consult the instructors of the martial arts department. Unlike martial artists, ability users cultivate mental strength. lacking physical enhancement and true energy. In matters of pregnancy, they are no different from ordinary women, requiring the full term of 10 months. Very well. Should I seek out Yangding? What purpose would that serve now? It can wait until evening to inform him. He is the one who has put me in this situation. I cannot bear this alone. Yiro was on the verge of tears. She was still just a child herself, suddenly thrust into motherhood. Despite having mentally prepared herself for several days, when the moment arrived, it was of no use. Feeling anxious for the first time is entirely normal. I felt the same way. In a few days, things will settle. You can then visit the Imperial Maternal and Child Hospital for confirmation. Fang Jing primarily served to soothe Yi Ro's anxieties. Their experiences of pregnancy were fundamentally different, and she could offer no substantial advice. Once Yi Ro regained her composure, she returned to the academy to consult an elder woman. Mianwile Yangding, reveling in the continuous influx of true energy, gazed at the system panel, still in a state of bewilderment. The first grade upper realm of cultivation marks a significant milestone. Once he breaks through to the second grade lower realm, his physical enhancement and strength will double. In the second grade lower realm, punch strength could reach 3,200 pounds, with jumping heights exceeding 30 meters. In the absence of weaponry and techniques, battling a first-grade martial artist would be a clear advantage. Thus, the changes in his body were markedly evident. Upon returning to the classroom, he found Jiang Bing once more tormenting Hu Feng, who, terrified of being struck, knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. "Instructor, I implore you, spare me. I feel as though I am on the verge of paralysis." Jiang Bing crouched down, tapping Hu Feng's chubby face with a ruler, softly asking, "Do you know why I have consistently targeted you?" "I do not know. Please tell me what to do, and I will change. The first time I struck you was due to my disdain for you. Now, I do so because you are Yang Ding's good friend. I cannot reach him, so why not you? But we have already severed ties. Severed ties does not preclude punishment." Jiang Bing sneered, standing up. "If you wish to avoid punishment, kneel until class is dismissed, and you shall not eat lunch." "Yes, instructor." Once Jiang Bing departed, Yang Ding retrieved the Peiyuan Dan he had brought earlier, tossing it into Hu Feng's palm as he passed by, whispering, "Consume it." Hu Feng showed no hesitation, quickly swallowing it. From childhood to adulthood, Yang Ding had been the one Hu Feng trusted most. During lunch, Yang Ding intended to visit the Martial Arts Academy cafeteria to check on his wife, but ordinary individuals were prohibited from entry. In front of the Agricultural and Industrial College cafeteria, a notice from the Martial Arts Academy was posted, allowing all late-awakening martial artists to register for the monthly examination, presenting a final opportunity to alter their destinies. Ordinary students, devoid of martial arts, crowded around the notice, envious of the chance. Who wouldn't wish to soar to great heights, escaping their current lives of servitude? Such benefits were unheard of in the past. Have the school regulations changed this year? Surely it is to prevent the suppression of talent. Yet, even if the rules have changed, they come with high requirements. Entry-level punch strength must be at least 500 pounds. Without any cultivation resources, one cannot hope to achieve that. Is this announcement not akin to pulling down one's trousers to fart? The Agricultural and Industrial College cafeteria served only pre-packaged meals, indistinguishable from swine feed, lacking any energy-rich food suitable for cultivation. If one's parents were also ordinary, they could not afford any cultivation resources. Even with talent, one would still spend a lifetime in the pig pen or chicken coop. Yang Ding sensed that these school regulations were hastily constructed for his benefit. Awakening late merely signifies inferior talent, which the school previously disregarded. Does my wife possess such immense influence? It seems unlikely. After finishing his lunch in the cafeteria, Yang Ding intended to seize the opportunity during the break to practice shooting in secret, but Yi Ro stormed in with great energy. She was not only endowed with beauty and an alluring figure, but also radiated a powerful aura stemming from her own cultivation, instantly captivating the gazes of over 5,000 male students in the cafeteria. Is that not Instructor Yi? What brings her here? Surely it must be to find that Yang Wei fellow. No, it's Yang Ding from the pig farming department. The students in the pig farming department must eat in the classroom during lunch. His wife must be impressive, enjoying special privileges. Yang Ding spotted his wife and quickly rose to wave at her, a proud expression on his face that he could not conceal. Yi Ro, shutting off her heightened hearing, dismissed the idle chatter and plopped down beside Yang Ding, sulking. "You still eat so heartily while I'm in distress. What is wrong, my dear? I think I might be pregnant with your child. Yang Ding's lips involuntarily curled into a smile. The sense of accomplishment from having this exquisite fairy bear as child was akin to advancing 3 levels in martial arts. So soon? Do you not believe me? Do you doubt your role as a father? Do you think I've been unfaithful? Yiro, experiencing motherhood for the first time, felt quite anxious that morning. Yang Ding said nothing, yet she had already conjured up a series of thoughts. I never said that. The gestation period for a 5th-tier martial artist is only 5 or 6 months, so the conception period must naturally be halved. 3 or 4 days is quite reasonable. How do you know this so well? Have you been a scoundrel in the past, causing other women to bear your children? Yang Ding, recognizing that Yi Ro was in a sensitive state, hurriedly explained, I've read the newlywed operations manual. Only then did Yi Ro realize she had overreacted. I apologized, Mr. Yang. I didn't mean to cause trouble. I'm just feeling restless. I can hardly focus on my classes. Yi Ro's eyes were red with emotion. In front of over 10,000 classmates, Yang Ding embraced her gently, whispering words of comfort. Do not worry, dear. ISNT pregnancy your dream? This weekend, I will accompany you to the Maternal and Child Health Center for registration and examination. You are truly wonderful, my husband. The affection level increased significantly, and the progress in cultivation was noteworthy. Previously, it was just a slight increase, but now a single embrace brought substantial progress. Indeed, once a woman becomes pregnant with a man-s child, her emotions tend to overflow. Chapter 13. Why are you showing off everywhere? Their fingers intertwined. The couple departed the cafeteria under the watchful eyes of the multitude. Yang Ding was naturally elated, regardless of whether he was seen as living off his wife or not. What mattered was the deliciousness of life. Yi Ro, no longer concerned about the odd glances, felt as if the child was an anchor of tranquility in her heart. For the first time, she truly regarded Yang Ding as her man. Since he was her man, he was the closest to her, rendering the opinions of others inconsequential. Even the titles she previously hesitated to use slipped from her lips. Husband, do you prefer a boy or a girl? Either is fine. I'm not concerned about that matter. What then is your concern? We can take our time deciding on a name. Yang is easy to name. I'm not worried about the name either. Yi Ro halted, curious about what it could be. We haven't been intimate very often. Do practitioners become pregnant this quickly? Yi Ro's beautiful face flushed instantly as she smacked Yang Ding playfully. Why you think about that every day? ISNT it, because you are beautiful, with a splendid figure and delightful fragrance? We'll have to consult the doctor about that later. You can ask if you wish. I certainly want tea. Yi Ro could indeed inquire with the senior sisters at the Martial Art Academy who had children, but she felt too shy. Intimacy was meant for conceiving a child. That was the agreement. Now that I'm pregnant, why would we need to be intimate? Let us not ask. I refuse to inquire. The newlywed manual did not provide a clear answer on this matter. It merely stated to judge based on the results of the pregnancy check. And Yang Ding feared that being too vigorous might affect the pregnancy. Yang Ding escorted Yi Ro to the entrance of the Martial Arts Academy, where students and teachers alike were passing by, all turning their heads to look at them. The guard at the entrance promptly intervened, stating, Instructor Yi, your husband is not an awakened one. He cannot enter the Martial Arts Academy. I'm merely escorting my pregnant wife to her office. Is that not permissible? Yang Ding shouted loudly, ensuring everyone could hear. He wanted the director of discipline and the academy staff to know his name was Yang Ding, standing tall, not Yang Wei. Yi Ro shot him a fierce glare. Why are you showing off everywhere? What if I'm not actually pregnant? That would be utterly embarrassing. If you're not pregnant, then we'll simply have to try a few more times. It's essential that everyone knows you're my wife. You rogue. The guard was taken aback. Gesting un infused glunja et Yang Ding. Despite his mediocre talent, he was an awakened martial artist with a cultivation level that had surpassed the first tier, yet he could only serve as a guard. A mere pig farmer was surprisingly paired with the academy's beauty instructor, and now there was even a child on the way. Is that so? Then congratulations to Instructor Yi. However, your husband must have the school leadership sign off for entry. Yi Ro pushed Yang Ding away, saying never mind. Next month you can enter. Hurry back to your classes. Upon returning to the classroom, Yang Ding was immediately informed by his classmates that Yi Ro had just been there. Xiang Bin was also present, eyeing Yang Ding with curiosity. Was it about the monthly exam registration? My wife has already taken care of the registration. What is it then? Yang Ding no longer regarded Xiang Bin with any respect and had adopted a considerably arrogant demeanor. Fellow instructors and classmates, My wife is none other than the close combat instructor at the Martial Arts Academy, a fifth-tier, mid-level martial artist, a young prodigy, and an 18-year-old pure and beautiful maiden. Yiro, she's pregnant. He patted his chest, chuckling how amusing. The classmates were momentarily stunned, forcing smiles as they congratulated him. Then they resumed their own activities. Xiangbin's complexion darkened. His future daughter-in-law had shown no signs of being pregnant. Although children in this era were typically cared for at the Imperial Maternal and Child Health Center, custody rights remained with the biological parents, making procreation extremely significant for the growth of the family. The more children born, the more likely there would be awakened individuals. Xiangbin's 3 wives had borne 10 children, yet only one, Xiang Tianyu, had emerged as a martial arts awakened talent. Other children, even with connections, struggled to secure decent positions. Get to work. Yang Ding, however, pulled him back. Instructor, you haven't congratulated me yet. Xiangbin was somewhat taken aback. This young man dared to touch him. If it weren't for Yiro, Yang Ding's hand would have been broken. Now, he could only forcefully shake off Yang Ding. I never expected you to truly win over Instructor Yi. Don't get too caught up in celebration. The monthly exam is the serious matter. The close combat segment is quite perilous. If my son accidentally injures your beautiful wife, she will belong to someone else. Thank you for your concern, Instructor Xiang. I shall go practice now. Go on, go on. Xiangbin assumed Yang Ding was trying to curry favor with him. He would never suspect that Yang Ding had meticulously orchestrated this to create a facade of an excellent relationship between the two. Yang Ding was a meticulous thinker. If he intended to carry out an assassination, it had to be flawless. Luo Ho shot a fierce glare at Hu Feng, who was kneeling at the Pigpen's entrance. Your brother managed to get his wife pregnant in just a few days, yet you are shirking your responsibilities. I'll take care of it once my waist is better. You've been taking beatings from the instructor every day due to that dog of a brother. What are you doing? If your waist gets ruined, I'll just find someone else. Don't waste my youth. In this day and age, extramarital affairs are not illegal. As long as you can produce children, you can always legitimize the relationship. Hu Feng remained silent. After consuming the Peiyuan Dan, his back injury had eased somewhat, and he felt immense gratitude towards Yang Ding. Though he did not express it, he was genuinely happy for his good brother. Yang Ding was the only ordinary student who had broken through the class barrier. Xiangbin had been secretly monitoring Yang Ding, eager to learn about his cultivation progress. Seeing him practicing punches today, he curiously inquired, "Aren't you training in the 9-sword techniques?" The first step of the Martial Arts Academy qualification exam requires a punch strength of 500 pounds. I'm just practicing this for now. What is your current punching strength? Have you tested it? Soon, I estimate it to be around 400 pounds. He has far surpassed the average individual and is gradually honing his skills. Xiangbin let out a cold snicker. His son's punching power had already exceeded 1,000 pounds. More than sufficient to deal with Yang Ding. In truth, he misunderstood Yang Ding's intentions. The latter was not striving for enhancement, but rather for mastery over control. The real challenge lay in concealing his punching power of 1,600 pounds or even 3,200 pounds after ascending to the second rank, while feigning to exert only 500 pounds during assessments. This was the dilemma he was currently grappling with. Yiro, a celebrated figure at Jiangling University, had her pregnancy news circulating wildly by the afternoon. Male students from the Martial Arts Academy, from freshmen to seniors, were consumed by jealousy towards Yang Ding. Their fists clenched in envy. Many scions of Jiangling City's elite were enamored with Yiro, only to discover an inexplicable malfunction in the empire's marriage system. Even after the glitch, the engagement remained unbroken, leading to a situation that left everyone perplexed about the reasons behind it. Xiang Tianyu cast a glance at his unattractive wife and burst into laughter, exasperated. What was Instructor Yi thinking? Was she so indiscriminate? This young man was particularly arrogant, shouting in the guardroom earlier that afternoon. Rest assured, his time is limited. During the monthly assessment, I will render him unrecognizable to his parents. What good is it to find a good wife? Aren't you afraid of Instructor Ye's retaliation? In public tests and challenges, what can she do to me? My aunt is the head of discipline. Chapter 14. Wife, you are being excessive after class. Yang Ding arrived early at the entrance of the Martial Arts Academy. Having basked in Yiro's glow, he had become a notable figure at Jiangling University, albeit for less than flattering reasons. Oh, isn't this the soft rice king? Yang Ding remained unfazed, clasping his fist with a smile. Senior sister, you flatter me. As my wife, your instructor Yi, finished her duties for the day? Keep being arrogant, and I'll smash you with a punch, a voice retorted. How shameful for a man. Senior brother, do not harbor jealousy. My wife, your instructor Yi, loves me dearly. Don't hold me back. I want to deal with this good-for-nothing. If you touch even a hair on him, with instructor Ye's temper, she'll break you. Yang Ding understood that once he entered the martial arts academy, life would not be easy. The female students believed he had lowered the standard for husbands, breaking down social barriers, while the male students envied his marriage to the most beautiful woman in the martial arts department. Fortunately, his cultivation had already reached the level of a second-year student, allowing him to face these adversaries without fear. Jiangling University housed many elite science, some even belonging to the ruling class of Jiangling City. After inquiring, they remained baffled as to how the empire's marriage system could err so grievously. Logically, a genius girl like Yi Rou, who had been received by the queen of the Jinglong Empire, should have been matched with a prestigious family. Some even investigated Yang Ding's background, discovering a lineage of farmers, devoid of any awakened individuals, best described as humble. Thus, suspicions arose that this was not a mere system glitch, but a deliberate arrangement by the empire's higher-ups. Yi Rou emerged, burdened with thoughts, yet upon seeing Yang Ding, her face instantly lit up with a comforting smile, her steps becoming considerably lighter. She sprinted to Yang Ding and leaped into his arms. Husband, why are you here? I'm here to pick you up after class. I could find my way home without you. That's different. Now that you're pregnant, you're more vulnerable and need your husband's care. Yi Rou felt a wave of emotion. She had always been seen as strong, yet no one recognized her fragility. Indeed, she felt vulnerable now, carrying a tiny being within her, without her parents' care and her sister by her side. Only her husband was closest to her. Yang Ding wrapped his arm around her waist, striding confidently across the campus. Yi Rou, in turn, was at ease, laughing and chatting with Yang Ding. A pregnant woman, regardless of her cultivation level, becomes emotional. Even the slightest affection from her husband is magnified. Thus, their bond deepens. Husband, you are about to become a father. Could you focus a bit more on your training? The monthly assessment is approaching, and you haven't even reached half of 500 pounds of strength, have you? Tonight, let us practice punching on the rooftop. 500 pounds should be no problem. All right, we won't sleep together tonight, so I can transfer more true energy to you for gradual absorption. Can I just go easy on you? No, for our baby, you must endure for half a month, Yi Rou stated solemnly. Yang Ding was instantly agitated. Wasn't it supposed to be 3 days? What if the Women's and Children's Hospital says it's okay after the checkup? What the Women's and Children's Hospital says doesn't count. It's what I say that matters. You can only touch me after the monthly assessment. Wife, you are being a bit excessive. With your looks, who can endure half a month? If I were excessive, I would have forced you by now. Now that we have a baby, you're a father and must put in the effort. Yi Rou felt anxious. As a gifted martial artist, she could be called to the front lines at any moment if the situation escalated. If she were gone in the future and Yang Ding lacked skills, how could he care for the child? Jiangling City might only be temporarily safe, and the Women's and Children's Hospital could not manage so many children. Seeing Yang Ding silent, Yi Rou clung to his arm, playfully coaxing him. Husband, please don't be angry. As long as you pass the monthly assessment without affecting the baby, you can do whatever you want. That's settled then. As long as I pass the monthly assessment, I will let you do anything. Yi Rou, with her innocent mind, had limited imagination about matters between men and women, readily replied, all right. After dinner, instead of taking a stroll, the couple headed to the rooftop to practice punching. The dormitory building was enormous, with a rooftop area of 5,000 square feet, where hundreds of instructors accompanied children in silent training. Among them were awakened martial artists or superhumans, forced by their parents to catch up on lessons. The level of cultivation at graduation determined future employment and positions. Yi Rou's sister, at the 5th rank, entered as a lieutenant with a monthly salary of 120,000. There were also individuals like Yang Ding, who were determined to participate in the monthly assessment to reverse their fate. A female martial arts instructor was angrily reprimanding her son. This year, Jiangling University has changed the monthly assessment rules for the first time, expanding the pool of awakened individuals, making competition extremely fierce. If you don't even have 500 pounds of strength, how can you transition from the farm to the martial arts academy? Do you wish to play in the mud on the farm for the rest of your life? The son, reprimanded to the point of lowering his head, asked Mom, are they really going to raise the standards for the assessment? The number of registrants for the Martial Arts Academy has already exceeded 20,000. I heard that the entrance examination will require at least 600 pounds of strength. Jiangling University simply does not need so many low-level martial artists. Yiro felt a chill upon hearing this news. Her husband worked in the admissions office, so he would not be speaking idly. Many half-awakened individuals from farms and factories would also take part in this monthly assessment. Although these individuals had little money, they would save and buy inferior cultivation resources, which, over time, could allow them to achieve a first-rank level of cultivation. Regardless of whether it's 500 or 600 pounds, please rest assured, my wife, I can manage. Yiro, holding a strength tester, said, husband, you should try your strength first, then I will decide how much true energy to transfer to you. With me around, there's no need to worry. Fortunately, Yang Ding had been training his strength control diligently over the past few days, effortlessly punching out 365 pounds of force. Yiro stared in shock at the number. Husband, have you awakened? How could you produce over 300 pounds of force in just a few days? It's all thanks to your powerful true energy. You are truly a genius. Is that so? Then I will transfer more true energy to you. You can absolutely handle it. If I can punch out 400 pounds tonight, can we sleep together? Yiro rolled her eyes in exasperation. Indeed, what Jingjie had said was correct. All men were insatiable. Focus on training. What are you thinking? Yang Ding did not need to practice punching power at that moment. He needed to train in marksmanship, which was his killing technique. Since they could not sleep together tonight, it would be better to send his wife home to rest. Wife, after you transfer your true energy, I will practice punching 1,000 times here. You don't need to stay. Go back and rest, or spend some time with Jingjie, learning about pregnancy-related knowledge. I have to supervise you. The more you stand on the sidelines, the less I can concentrate. Yiro knew she was beautiful and charming, but she did not expect the effect to be so exaggerated. She transmitted her vital energy to Yang Ding and then pressed the force tester against the wall, knowing he had to reach 400 to rest for the night. Rest assured, my dear wife. After Yiro departed, Yang Ding unleashed a powerful punch, causing the tester's reading to soar to an astounding 1,940 pounds of force. This indicated that he had far surpassed the first-tier upper realm and was now striving for the second-tier lower realm. The cranial capacity of an average person can withstand only about 1,000 pounds of force. With this punch, he could easily shatter a skull. Chapter 15. Fear of being accidentally hurt, Yang Ding sought a secluded corner, using his fingers like a gun, fervently practicing Yiro's Duanhuan spear technique. The three basic moves of Dojalan were deceptively simple, yet encompassed the essential principles of close combat offense and defense. Mastery of these three techniques, combined with one's own cultivation, would allow one to navigate the martial arts academy with ease. The ingenious, instantaneous vital energy pulse technique, conceived by the prodigious girl Yiro, was challenging for most to master freely. At the moment Yang Ding thrust his fingers toward the wall, his entire vital energy surged to his fingertips. A muffled thud echoed as a hole, as wide as 2 fingers, was punched into the concrete wall. In that instant, his 2,000-pound punch was magnified tenfold. Even if he encountered a 4th-tier martial artist, as long as he could unleash the pulse at close range, he could deliver a fatal blow. Just as Yang Ding was wholeheartedly immersed in his training, a large head peeked out from behind the wall. Hey buddy, are you practicing finger techniques? Yang Ding quickly retracted his fingers, realizing this was the son of the earlier martial arts instructor. Who are you? I'm Mao Jian, a rice technician from Xinyang Farm. I was practicing sword techniques, but I forgot my sword and was too lazy to go get it. I knew it. Who would be foolish enough to practice finger techniques? It takes a 9th-tier master to make fingers harder than a high-grade sword. I'm just a novice, and I'll never reach 9th tier. Yang Ding replied. Well, we're quite a match then. You must be Yi instructor's husband, right? Yang Ding was not surprised. The Yi sisters were renowned beauties, known to all faculty and students. Since Yi Ro married him, her fame had only increased. It was likely that the entire Jiangling city was aware of it. I'm in the middle of training. Do you need something? Hee, we are all novices here. Let us be friends. Once we enter the martial arts academy, we can look out for each other. My mom is a martial arts instructor, my dad is in the admissions office, and my brother is with the enforcement team. My family's standing is not much worse than yours. Seeing the familiarity in Mao Jian, reminiscent of Hu Feng, Yang Ding nodded. I am Yang Ding. I look forward to your guidance. I'm 20 this year. If you want to show respect, you can call me Brother Mao. Sorry, but I don't intend to extend that courtesy to you. Mao Jian. Marrying the instructor gives you a bit of leverage. Mao Jian did not press the issue. Are you a student in the pig farming department? Yes, just waiting for the monthly exam to change my fate. Me too, me too. You guys will be heading to Jiangling Farm for support at the end of the month, right? Be careful. What's going on? Yangding Asked Eagerli. My brother said that the farm has been frequently attacked by mysterious beasts lately, resulting in injuries to both people and pigs. Is the enforcement team not handling it? Mao Jian shrugged. Those creatures seem to burrow into the ground, dragging pigs into their holes. It's tough to eradicate them completely. Yangding's mind began to wander with mischievous thoughts. Perhaps he could seize the opportunity to shove a minter into a hole later. Thanks for the heads up. With so many of us from the pig farming department going to help, the enforcement team should provide protection. Recently, the enforcement team has been busy. I suspect they need to expand their ranks of lower-tier martial artists. Yangding nodded and then pretended to spar with Mao Jian. Mao Jian had been training for a year and a half, and with his parents' support, his punch force was currently at 450 pounds. With some effort, he could reach 500 pounds, but now it was likely the threshold had risen to 600 pounds, requiring him to increase his training and supplements. Failing meant his parents' investment of over 100,000 would go to waste, and he had 5 younger siblings to consider. Noticing Yang Ding's punch was only 380 pounds, Mao Jian shook his head and sighed. You're even worse than me. It'll take at least a year to elevate from 380 to 600 pounds. What if I awaken my potential? Awakening so late, your talent is likely on par with mine. It won't be of much use. What if I awaken and my wife supplies me with vital energy? Mao Jian's lips twitched. The instructor was indeed a genius girl, and her vital energy was of exceptionally high purity, so there was a sliver of possibility. I believe the chances are quite high. After Yang Ding spoke, he struck the tester again, and the red digits climbed swiftly, reaching 408 pounds. Wow, an increase of 28 pounds with one punch. This truly is genius-level vital energy. Keep it up. See you at the Martial Arts Academy. Yang Ding returned home with the tester. Yiro and Fang Jing were chatting in the living room. Yiro's fair little ears perked up. Sister Jing, yes, almost at the door. Please don't mention that I can still do things during pregnancy. Otherwise, he'll be preoccupied with me and won't be able to train. You truly are the epitome of a supportive wife, Fang Jing chuckled. Yiro caressed her firm little belly. Sigh, I don't really believe he can become a dragon. After I leave Jiangling, I just hope he can take care of himself and our child. Yang Ding entered. Wife, I've surpassed 400 pounds. Ah, Sister Jing is here too. Yiro glanced at her watch. Honey, you've only been training for an hour. Thinking of your wife, perhaps? Fang Jing teased. See for yourself. Yang Ding tossed the tester to Yiro, who caught it effortlessly. Upon inspection, her expression shifted from surprise to delight. Honey, your talent is impressive. You haven't really awakened, have you? It doesn't matter. I'm sure I'll pass the martial arts monthly exam. With that, Yang Ding headed to the bathroom to shower. Your husband is better than I imagined. He is becoming more appealing, Fang Jing remarked. I awakened in a similar manner. Living doesn't require fame or fortune. My income suffices for both of us. Does your sister know you're married? I sent her a message, but Haven T received a response. She is probably out on a mission. Fang Jing rested her chin on her hand. You're lucky. You got pregnant in just a few days. In a year and a half, you can join the Northern Border Alliance. I wonder how long I'll have to wait. Yiro sighed and did not respond, her previous excitement seemingly diminished. Since becoming pregnant, she appeared to value family more and was less inclined to lend her husband to her friend for planting seeds. Yang Ding emerged from the bathroom in his shorts. Wife, where's my sleepwear? It's in my room. I'll go fetch it. As Yiro stood to return to her room, Fang Jing glanced at Yang Ding's toned physique, feeling a twinge of guilt, and quickly turned her head away. Since her husband went to the northern border front, she hadn't been with a man for a year. Thinking of her husband made her heart ache. She called out, Ro, I'm heading home. Sister Jing, I'm pregnant and can't share a room with Mr. Yang. Will you stay with me tonight? Forget it. I'm afraid of being accidentally hurt. What do you mean by accidental hurt? Yiro was still puzzled, but the seasoned Yang Ding understood. This charming Lady Fang Jing seemed to be of the contrast type. Outwardly aloof, yet inwardly passionate. As she walked past Yang Ding, she held her breath, fearing she might catch a whiff of masculinity, which would lead to restless thoughts at night. Yet, Yang Ding was courteous, seeing her to the door. Sister Jing, take care. Look after Ro. The moment Fong Jing spoke, her facade crumbled. The scent of a man is truly delightful. Chapter 16. Growing more arrogant, Yang Ding closed the door and turned to gaze at his increasingly feminine wife, sighing, Sister Jing is truly unfortunate, guarding an empty house alone. I fear I must endure that same loneliness tonight. Shall I call Sister Jing back to keep you company? Yi Ro inquired with a knowing smile. My dear wife, you misunderstand. I meant to hold you while I sleep. I promise not to do anything. I'm simply innocent, not foolish, dear husband. After transmitting my vital energy, I'll just sleep. She had realized that when Yang Ding held her, it was nearly impossible for him to sleep well. He was awake more than asleep. Her profound skills allowed for quick recovery. Yang Ding, being an ordinary person, was on the verge of the monthly exam and could not afford to overexert himself. Yi Ro once again transmitted her vital energy to him. Just moments ago, Yang Ding had broken through the barrier of 400 Jin, and she initially believed it was due to her increased input. Darling, Jing Jian mentioned that transferring vital energy will affect your cultivation speed. Once I pass the monthly assessment, you won't need to transmit anymore, right? That won't do. You must break through to the first grade middle realm as soon as possible to establish a solid foothold among your peers. My cultivation will be minimally affected, but reaching the 5th grade realm requires resources available only at the Northern Great Wall. Otherwise, rapid advancement will be quite challenging. I suspect my sister has already broken through to the 6th grade lower realm. Yang Ding silently noted this matter. It seemed that a visit to the Northern Great Wall was imperative. After the transmission of vital energy, Yi Ro kissed Yang Ding's cheek. Consolidate your vital energy and get to bed early. Are you certain? Good night, my husband. Yi Ro smiled sweetly, extinguishing Yang Ding's final hope. And upon returning to her room, she did not forget to lock the door securely. What could Yang Ding do? He could only digest Yi Ro's vital energy and sleep alone. The next day, Yang Ding was awakened by Yi Ro's call. She gently placed her hand on her abdomen and confidently declared, Mr. Yang, I am certain I am pregnant. The signs are becoming increasingly evident. Is it progressing this quickly? My pregnancy cycle is only 5 to 6 months, so the growth rate is naturally rapid. You've worked hard, my dear. I will prepare breakfast. Yi Ro had risen earlier than him, and the pressure cooker was already concocting Pei Yuan Dan. Yang Ding wished she would refrain from such endeavors. But matters concerning the system were difficult to explain to his wife. After breakfast, he carried the Wu Jin sword and took the elevator downstairs. When the elevator reached the 120th floor, Mao Jian entered, his head drooping, accompanied by his parents. It was evident he had just been reprimanded by his mother. But his eyes brightened upon seeing Yang Ding. Mom, this is my good friend, Yang Ding, whom I met last night. His wife is Instructor Yi. Oh, understood. The instructors of the entire building were familiar with Yang Ding, making the introduction somewhat redundant. He achieved a punch power of 400 Jin last night. His confidence for the upcoming monthly assessment is sky high. Mao Jian's voice was rather loud, clearly concerned that the dozens of people in the elevator might not hear him. His mother grew somewhat impatient. Don't just focus on making friends. Your abilities determine your circle. A hint of helplessness crossed Mao Jian's face. If he failed the exam this time, his mother would surely abandon him. Yang Ding ignored the exchange between Mao Jian and his mother, sprinting to the playground to inform Hu Feng before everyone else arrived. You should find a reason to take leave. Ever since Hu Feng had consumed a Pei Yuan Dan from Yang Ding, he was aware that this brother was still around. The counselor probably won't approve it and might even give you a beating. Just say your wife is pregnant and has stomach pains and needs to go for an examination. Wouldn't that work? My wife doesn't lie. It might just expose you. I would never betray you. At worst. Hu Feng looked at the rapidly approaching Xiang Bin and his father, his expression turning fierce. What the hell are you thinking? Nothing. The counselor is coming over. Don't talk to me. Hu Feng quickly returned to his position. Luo Hohot nudged him. What were you chatting about with that dog brother of yours? About your damn self. If you don't tell me, I'll inform the counselor. If you dare betray me, I'll throw you off the building tonight. I mean it. Hu Feng glared at Luo Hohot, his eyes filled with menace, making her too frightened to speak further. After finishing the exercises, they returned to the classroom, where they had to endure the counselor's daily scolding. Because of Xiang Bin, this worthless counselor, Yang Ding was eager to complete the monthly assessment and enroll in the martial arts academy as his wife's student. Since his arrival in this world, he had never been so motivated. Many students had recently submitted leave requests. seeking various excuses to avoid participating in the upcoming support for the breeding farm at the end of the month. With a population exceeding 20 million in Jiangling City, the breeding farm was crucial for supplying meat. I've approved the previous leave requests. From today onwards, anyone who dares to request leave will find their leave forms stuffed in their backside. Yang Ding immediately understood that those whose requests had been approved came from families with connections. They had received prior information, while ordinary students remained in the dark. After the morning meeting, Yang Ding was called outside by Xiangbin. Did Instructor Yi ask you to take leave? No. I told her I wanted to stand firm for my last shift. All right, if you do want to take leave, I can approve it, backdated to yesterday. Thank you, counselor. Don't thank me. Thank the bug of the marriage system. You're no different from those losers. You just had better luck. Yang Ding scoffed. Does the counselor truly believe it's a bug? Let us not forget that the Empire S-Queen is a time manipulator with prophetic abilities. Xiangbin laughed heartily. You Haven T even awakened. Do you think you're worthy of Instructor Yi? I will prove myself. Your tone is becoming increasingly arrogant. I do not appreciate it. Xiangbin was somewhat displeased. Yang Ding seemed to advance inch by inch daily, and the ruler in his hand was becoming increasingly eager for action. Previously, he had been waiting for the Empire's higher-ups to annul the marriage between the two. That way, he could make Yang Ding suffer. But now that Yi Rou was pregnant, the marriage was effectively secured. Since the counselor had made a deal with my wife, he wouldn't dare act against me. Why shouldn't I be a bit arrogant? The flesh on Xiangbin's face twitched. You better get past my son first. I will ensure he treats you well. When school was over, Yang Ding was met by Yi Rou, who immediately brought up the matter of the Jiangling breeding farm. She had only just heard about it from Fang Jing that morning during exercises. Fang Jing's brother, lacking in talent, had been at the martial arts academy for 2 years, but had only reached the first-grade middle realm before joining the enforcement team. Upon hearing that her brother-in-law had perished last night, he hurried over to check on his sister. Darling, the breeding farm is located outside Jiangling City. Although it is protected by the enforcement team, there have been frequent accidents recently. You should take leave. You're saying this too late, my dear. The instructor has forbidden anyone from taking leave, and I've publicly stated I want to take leave. I will speak to Xiangbin tomorrow. Don't seek him out. You owe too many favors. It will be hard to repay them in the future. This time, there will be tens of thousands of students going, along with 50,000 employees from the breeding farm and hundreds of enforcement team patrollers. Even if there is danger, it won't come to me. Yi Rou pondered for a moment and realized Yang Ding had a point. At the very least, he possessed some cultivation and could run faster than ordinary people. So his life wouldn't be in jeopardy. All right, tomorrow after our pregnancy check, let us treat Fang Dalong to a meal and have him look after you. You will likely be working in the enforcement team in the future. Fang Dalong was Fang Jing's biological brother. The siblings had parents and were not of low status, although they did not reside in Jiangling City. Chapter 17. Why so fierce that evening? While Yi Rou and Yang Ding were still finishing dinner, Mao Jian knocked on the door. Yi Rou opened it and asked irritably, Who are you? Don't you know this is dinner time? Mao Jian turned pale with fright. Instructor Yi, I came to find your husband to practice. Darling, do you know him? Yang Ding nodded. I met him last night. His mother is your colleague, and he is also participating in the exam at the end of the month. You can go practice. My husband will join you after dinner. In the future, don't knock on our door. It disrupts our dinner time. Yes, I'm sorry to disturb you. Terrified, Mao Jian turned and fled. Yang Ding was puzzled. Wife, why are you so fierce? I dislike others knocking on my door. When my sister lived here, suitors would come to disturb us daily, infuriating us to the point we complained to the principal multiple times. My wife's worth is rising. Indeed, so Mr. Yang should eat well and hurry to practice. Only then will he be worthy of your 24-karat gold wife. Today I guarantee I will reach 450. My dear, rest early. We will go for the pregnancy check tomorrow. Yang Ding's boasting grew grander, yet his cultivation speed indeed exceeded Yi Rou's expectations, so she refrained from diminishing her husband's confidence. At the very least, it indicated that her husband was more ambitious than most, and perhaps his talent surpassed what she had imagined. She harbored new hopes for Yang Ding, such as reaching the second-grade cultivation level and securing a group leader position within the enforcement team, which would yield a monthly salary of 30,000. In the future, when their child grew up, they could have a solid backing locally. Yi Rou quickly finished her meal and transmitted even more vital energy to Yang Ding. Husband, go practice. I will handle the dishes and tidy up the house. Give me a kiss for encouragement. Yi Rou pecked him on the cheek and urged him to hurry. Yang Ding pulled her closer by the neck and kissed her fiercely. Now that is a kiss. Yang Ding had just left, yet Yi Rou remained frozen in place. Her beautiful face flushed. The feeling of being married is quite pleasant. Being pregnant has made her more sensitive. A simple kiss on the lips sends her heart racing. I wonder if my sister has found a man to marry on the front lines of the Northern Territory. On the rooftop, Mao Jian was being scolded by his mother. Useless, just like your father, foolish. With only 10 days left until the monthly exam, you can't even lift 460 gene. If you don't increase it to 500 tonight, you won't be allowed to sleep. Mom, can I go practice with my friends? Mao Mama glunjed et Yang Ding. What are you going to practice with him? He has only been training for a few days. He probably can't even lift 300 gene. Mom, he can lift around 360 or 370. Nonsense. He has only been training for a short time. With your lack of talent and laziness, you'll have nothing to eat in the future. How did I end up with such a useless son? Mao Jian's mother was large and muscular, exuding an intimidating presence. When she was angry, those nearby could feel her fierce aura. Who says I can't? Yang Ding asket. Mao Jian's mother scoffed and pointed at the strength tester. Give it a punch and prove to me that your talent is better than my son's. Yang Ding walked over and, without hesitation, punched it, registering a force of 452 gene. Mao Jian's mother was dumbfounded. What the hell? Have you awakened? I don't know. I don't feel any different. It could be that my wife's true energy is purer and easier to absorb. She never scolds me. She encourages me while having my children. Thus, I am filled with strength and practice diligently. Mao Jian watched in awe as his mother stood speechless. Mom, can I train with him? Fine. Learn from him and ask him how to channel energy. Yi Rou is the best at that. Great. Mom, go take a rest. Once his mother left, Mao Jian instantly became lively again. He had a cheerful disposition. Working as a technician on the farm was fine, but his parents hoped he would join the enforcement team. Especially his mother, who had high expectations, had been suffocating him with pressure. Let's start training. However, Yang Ding had other ideas. He had heard that Mao Jian had been practicing the half-step collapse fist for 2 years and wanted to spar with him a few times. Since Yang been also trained in this technique, which relies on strength rather than energy, it is suitable for those with lesser talent to practice intensely. What about close combat once your strength is up to par? I am confident in close combat. My brother beats me up every day. He has rich combat experience in the enforcement team and definitely has an advantage over novices. Here's the deal. If you could defeat me in combat, I will share my wife's exclusive method of energy cultivation with you. Really? Mao Jian was immediately thrilled, rolling up his sleeves to unleash a series of half-step collapse fist strikes at Yang Ding. Yang Ding escalated a slight serpentina side step, deftly dodging the 3 consecutive blows and creating distance between them. You're playing dirty, resorting to sneak attacks. You actually managed to dodge. Mao Jian was astonished. My mom told me that the half-step collapse fist is powerful but lacks endurance. If you miss 3 punches, you might end up getting hit yourself. And a sneak attack increases the probability of a guaranteed hit. Unfortunately, it didn't work on Yang Ding. Yi Rou's close combat style, besides the true energy pulse, relies heavily on footwork. The instant true energy pulse can also be channeled to the feet, enhancing agility. It sounds easy, but achieving fluidity in combat is exceedingly challenging. This was Yang Ding's first real combat experience, and he was surprised by how effective his movements were. He drew out his black gold sword. Come on. But Mao Jian hesitated. Wait, using this sword against my bare fist is a bit unfair. Yang Ding intended merely to intimidate him, providing cover for his own techniques. Well then, let us spar with fingers as swords. Mao Jian felt a surge of confidence, thinking, I'll break your bones later, don't blame me. Yang Ding tossed aside the sword, stating, I'm not as underhanded as you. Bring it on. Mao Jian launched another series of collapse punches, repeating his previous moves. However, this time Yang Ding chose not to evade. He wanted to test the practical effects of his finger techniques. First, he executed a shaking thrust, using only his fingers to deflect all of Mao Jian's punches. Then he followed up with a piercing thrust that struck Mao Jian's chest. Mao Jian clutched his chest, his face pale and anguished as he collapsed to the ground. Yang Ding was shocked. Did I just use my first-tier cultivation to nearly kill him? This guy really can't take a hit? I haven't even used the true energy pulse yet. Mao Jian, do you need me to call for emergency help? Mao Jian suddenly gasped for breath, struggling to recover. What finger technique did you use? It was so powerful. My body has been tempered, you know. Chapter 18. It's time for my wife to panic. I didn't use any finger techniques. That was the dancing sword style from the sword 9 technique. Impossible. The sword 9 technique is such an ordinary skill, and you're just a mediocre talent. It's impossible for you to defeat me with just your fingers. Yang Ding understood that Mao Jian was not grasping the situation. He was simply unable to accept his defeat. After all, Mao Jian had trained for 2 years, with his mother spending over 200,000 on his training, while Yang Ding had only trained for a few days. If his mother found out he was so easily defeated, he would be in for a scolding. You must have been careless, just like your mother underestimated me. Yang Ding analysed seriously. Mao Jian nodded vigorously. That must be it. My mom's influence on me is too great. Shall we go again? Sure, let us go again, and let you see Mao Jian's prowess. This time, Mao Jian was determined not to be careless. He practiced the half-step collapse fist several times in place while chanting the movements. Elbows out, relax shoulders, straighten the back, raise the neck, and tuck the chin. The right leg slightly bent, the left knee thrusting forward. After practicing 10 times, he excitedly faced Yang Ding with a confident smile. This time, I won team miss. Don't blame Mao Jian for being ruthless. Then he charged at Yang Ding with fists flying. Dancing sword style. Yang Ding shouted the name of the sword technique. But in practice, he was executing a spear technique. Before Mao Jian could react, he was struck in the chest by Yang Ding's fingers once more, his face paling as he collapsed to the ground. By the time he regained his senses, Yang Ding had already practiced the soul-breaking spear technique 5 times. Indeed, practical experience yields far better results than mindless training. In his first combat, defeating Mao Jian consecutively boosted Yang Ding's confidence. Mao Jian stood up, devoid of his earlier bravado, feeling lost and despondent. My mother was right. I really am a fool. I used to deny it. Are you all right? I'm not training anymore. I can't even hit you. Should we try once more? Try what? This ISNT fair. I've trained for 2 years, and you, a novice, are beating me. It would be a shame to give up. Don't try to convince me otherwise. Call me brother, and I can tell you a trick to cheat for this month's exam. Brother. Mao Jian saw hope again. As long as he could get into the martial arts academy, he would do anything to silence his mother. I would team mind if you call me dad. Yang Ding then shared his experience, explaining how to use the pulse principle of the soul-breaking spear technique to channel all true energy into the right fist at the moment of impact. Wouldn't he that leave other areas of the body vulnerable during combat? Mao Jian inquired. You'll have to figure that out yourself. I'm going home to accompany my wife. Tomorrow is her prenatal checkup. You haven't practiced yet. Instructor Yi is so beautiful. Her standards must be high. No. My wife has nothing but endless love for me, with no demands whatsoever. That's impossible. Yang Ding returned home to find Yiro already finished with her bath, dressed in her pajamas, and diligently concocting Pei Yuan Dan in the kitchen, preparing for her prenatal checkup the following day. He approached her from behind, wrapping his arms around her and planting kisses on her fragrant, delicate neck. Ah, here we go again. Have you managed to reach the 450 gene strength you mentioned? Surpassed it. At 452 genes. Really, my husband? You are truly remarkable. Yi Ro exclaimed with the excitement of a newlywed, leaning in to kiss Yang Ding. Wife, aren't you exaggerating? With your cultivation at the 5th rank and over 3 million genes of punching power, a single punch from you could demolish buildings and shatter mountains, which is over 7,000 times my strength. It's different. As long as you remain diligent and ambitious, you are my excellent husband. She didn't even bother to verify whether Yang Ding was boasting, simply showering him with compliments. Compliments aside, affection aside, they needed to pass the monthly assessment before indulging in intimacy. The next day, Saturday, Fong Jing arrived early, as she too was to accompany children at the maternal and child health hospital. Observing Yang Ding bustling about to assist Yi Ro in packing, she couldn't help but feel envious. After I became pregnant, my husband went to the front lines, and I had to attend all the prenatal checkups alone. Giving birth was also a solitary affair. Looking back, it was truly miserable. All gifted awakeners aspired to achieve greater heights, seeking advanced cultivation resources in the north. Yet, children and family held significant importance as well. Fong Jing mused, while Yi Ro remained silent, increasingly reluctant to part with Yang Ding for a friend. Compared to those who abandoned their wives after getting them pregnant, Yang Ding was indeed an exceptional man. At the entrance of the Imperial Maternal and Child Health Hospital, Fong DeLong, clad in law enforcement attire and carrying a large blade, presented an imposing figure. The enforcement team had ceased using firearms, as bullets inflicted minimal harm and proved ineffective against otherworldly beasts, sometimes failing to penetrate even their hides. Sister, greetings, Instructor Yi. He greeted Fong Jing and Yi Ro warmly, but ignored Yang Ding entirely. The marriage of the two had recently become the talk of Jiangling City, and naturally, the enforcement team was abuzz with gossip. Fong DeLong had harbored a secret crush on the Yi sisters since childhood, but his lack of talent deterred him from harboring any inappropriate thoughts. Who would have imagined that the one to make the goddess pregnant would be a seemingly useless swineherd? The fact that no one from the elite class intervened, even as Yi Ro's pregnancy progressed, was quite peculiar. DeLong, this is my husband, Yang Ding. Hello. Fong DeLong forced a smile. Your name is quite nice. Your name is also great. Fong Jing, aware of her brother's thoughts, swiftly changed the subject. You two should go for the prenatal checkup. My brother and I will go spend time with the children and contact you afterward. All right. We'll treat DeLong to lunch. We appreciate your help. After Yi Ro and Yang Ding entered the elevator, Fong DeLong, feeling discontented, asked Sister, is Yi Ro really pregnant? It's highly likely. Seeing her brother's distressed expression, she advised, this matter is undoubtedly related to the imperial high-ups. Don't harbor any resentment. Does a pig midwife warrant the attention of the imperial elite? What are you jealous of? Yang Ding is quite capable. In my opinion, the more gifted the martial artist, the more they should marry an ordinary person. At least the children will have someone to care for them, and one T all perish on the front lines. I'm an ordinary person too. Why Haven T, I had my turn. Sometimes one must accept their fate. After Yi Ro completed her checkup, she and Yang Ding went to consult the obstetrician with their report. Instructorie, congratulations. You are indeed pregnant, and all the data looks perfectly normal. Based on our experience, given your cultivation level, the fetus is expected to be born in about 5 months. Yi Ro had anticipated this news and remained relatively calm. What dietary restrictions should I observe? With your vital energy nourishing the fetus, diet is secondary. However, your gestation rate is exceptionally rapid, so it's best to refrain from sexual intercourse throughout the entire pregnancy. Yi Ro glanced at Yang Ding in a panic. But we've only just begun to try a few times. Chapter 19. I will adhere to medical advice. Yang Ding, upon hearing this, felt more anxious than Yi Ro, but maintained his composure. As a time traveler, he was accustomed to dealing with hospitals and immediately grasped the underlying implications of the doctor's use of the word best. The doctor's primary principle was to absolve themselves of responsibility, and if the patient didn't probe further, they would concern themselves with whether one desired or needed it. However, with his wife in distress, Yang Ding couldn't afford to panic. He couldn't bear the burden alone. Yi Ro nudged him. Mr. Yang, why are you in a daze? This is not just my matter. She assumed he would inevitably inquire of the doctor. To her surprise, Yang Ding appeared nonchalant. Wife, let us heed the doctor's advice. Yi Ro widened her eyes in immediate frustration. Are you certain? This is 5 months. Everything is for the child. You weren't like this before. Wife, don't fret. It's only 5 months. Can't you wait? I want to discuss this with you. Don't blame me later for not warning you. The doctor, noticing the couple arguing over this matter, realized it had become quite the fixation. Just as she intended to say more, Yi Ro, exasperated, left, with Yang Ding following suit. No, Instructor Yi, please don't be upset. Yang Ding chased after her, attempting to take her hand, only to be rebuffed. You promised not to touch me. Holding hands won't harm the baby. If you really want, I can ask the doctor when we return. I don't want your nonsense. This matter is trivial for us girls. I'm primarily worried about you. That is good. Yang Ding thought that since his wife wouldn't allow him to touch her, he might as well whet her appetite, and after the monthly assessment, he would inquire with the doctor, as they needed to come for weekly checkups. Seizing the opportunity, they slipped into the elevator to visit Fong Jing's daughter on the 9th floor. The little girl, not yet 2 years old and just learning to speak, opened her arms and exclaimed, Daddy, Daddy. Fong Jing quickly intervened. Don't shout that. This is your godmother's husband, Uncle Yang. Daddy, Daddy. Fong DeLong, feeling a twinge of jealousy, remarked, Sister, why doesn't your daughter call me Daddy? I'm a man too. You always come in uniform. She might be scared. Uncle Yang appears more approachable. Yi Ro was not offended, She squatted down to embrace the little girl. Calling him daddy is not wrong. Uncle Yang is your godfather. To her surprise, the little girl rejected her embrace, diving straight into Yang Ding's arms. Caught off guard, Yang Ding had no choice but to take the child. The little girl's big, dark eyes gazed at him intently, calling daddy daddy. Who would have thought Mr. Yang was so well liked by children? Fong Jing chuckled. I can rest easy knowing I can have 3 with him. While Yang Ding played with the child, Yiro pulled Fong Jing aside and quietly asked, Sister Jing, did you engage in intimacy while pregnant? No intercourse during the first 3 months or the last 3 months. But my pregnancy is only 5 months. The doctor said no intercourse at all during the entire period. You should ask. Sometimes doctors say such things casually, waiting for you to bring it up so they can absolve themselves of responsibility. If Yang Ding doesn't ask, how could I possibly bring it up? Fong Jing glanced back at Yang Ding. No way, you're so beautiful. How could he resist? A few days ago, he was quite eager, but I stopped him. Today seems too unusual. Do you think he is considering a second wife? There are plenty of unpaired girls in the swineherd sector. With a first wife like you, who would want a swineherd woman? Yiro had no objections to Yang Ding taking a second wife, but it would need her consent, especially since she would be the one supporting the family. She risked her life on the front lines, sending home an income of 1.5 million each year. A second wife would at least have to care for her biological children. Fong Dalong, watching Yang Ding amuse the child, couldn't help but ask, is Yiro really pregnant? Is there any doubt? I've already come up with a name, Yang Ding Tian. Yang Ding just that. The child takes your surname? Shouldn't he take mine? Yang Ding retorted. Fong Dalong felt embarrassed and had to change the topic. She invited me to lunch. Is she hoping I'll watch over you at the Jiangling farm? That's likely. My wife loves me too much to worry about my safety. It's unnecessary. Yang Ding had no desire for this fellow to keep a close eye on him. He couldn't let the enforcement team learn about his actions against Xiang Bin. Unnecessary? Do you comprehend the severity of the situation at the breeding farm? Pray, elucidate just how dire it is. The ground is riddled with holes, and those creatures lurk beneath, emerging at night to pilfer flesh. They not only consume pork, but also human flesh. Many caretakers have been dragged away, leaving not a trace of bone. With tens of thousands of caretakers, the likelihood of me being targeted is remarkably low. This is no exaggeration. The enforcement team has recently deployed thousands to patrol the breeding farms. Moreover, Fong Dalong is merely a low-ranking member of the enforcement team, possessing only the cultivation level of a mere first-grade practitioner, inferior even to Yang Ding. What assistance can he provide? Since you are so arrogant, may fortune smile upon you. Yang Ding pays him no heed, instead amusing himself with the children. Daddy, daddy, Shinner is wonderful, call me again. Daddy, unable to restrain himself. Fong Dalong snatched the child from Yang Ding's grasp, declaring, her father is my brother-in-law, not you. Suddenly, Shinner burst into tears, prompting Fong Jing to rush over, chastising her brother and placing her daughter back into Yang Ding's arms. What are you doing? Yang Ding was holding her just fine. Sister, you truly allow her to call this fellow daddy? He is, after all, Shinner's godfather. Yiro hastily intervened. Dalong, why so serious? Let us go dine. I have a task to execute and shall forego the meal. Your husband appears quite capable, so he likely requires no protection from me. With that, Fong Dalong stormed off in a huff. Just as Yiro was about to reproach Yang Ding, Fong Jing pulled her aside, stating, enough. Yang Ding has married you, and he must bear the envy of every man in Jiangling City. He will have his share of hardships ahead, so you ought to treat him kindly rather than cast blame. This remark awakened Yiro, who, filled with remorse, declared, anyone who dares to bully my husband will face my wrath. You remain too young. The waters of Jiangling City run deep. Rest assured, my wife treats me exceptionally well. I shall not permit anyone to bully us or our child. Your husband is increasingly embodying masculinity, Fong Jing praised. Ability is another matter, but at least Yang Ding possesses the intent. After Fong Dalong's jealous departure, the trio merely grabbed a quick bite outside before returning to their dormitory to rest. After Fong Jing left with the child, Yiro tentatively inquired, Mr. Yang, I perceive you have lost interest in me. Surely we can control ourselves during a midday nap? I shall adhere to medical advice. Very well. Promises must be upheld. Infuriated, Yiro retreated to the bathroom to change into a revealing camisole and a short skirt that showcased her long, slender legs, not forgetting to apply a hint of perfume. Darling, it is still midday. Is such attire not excessive? Regardless, you can control yourself, so what is there to fear? Yi Rou smiled coyly and slipped beneath the covers. Chapter 20. The day of the monthly examination, Yang Ding swallowed hard, steadying his mind as he nestled into Yi Rou's soft embrace. He understood the principle of enduring temporary hardship for lasting pleasure, maintaining a back-to-back position with his wife. Half an hour later, Yi Rou could no longer contain herself. Have you ceased even to hold me? My dear, once I embrace you, it becomes uncontrollable. Did you not claim to have self-restraint? I shall adhere to medical advice and maintain a safe distance. You are truly relentless. Pregnant women are particularly prone to drowsiness. After an hour of restraint, Yi Rou could no longer endure. She turned over and burrowed into Yang Ding's embrace, falling into a deep slumber. The mother-to-be was as docile as a kitten. When she awoke in the afternoon, she found Yang Ding had already vanished. On the bedside lay a glass of water and a note. My love, I have gone to practice on the rooftop. I have noticed that since abstaining from women, my strength has significantly increased. Infuriated, Yi Rou tossed the note into the wastebasket, exclaiming, your strength has increased due to your wife's true energy, not because you abstain from women. If abstaining could elevate one's cultivation, then the bachelors would all be grandmasters by now. That evening, Yang Ding voluntarily requested to sleep separately, adhering to medical instructions. The entire day on Sunday, the couple maintained a respectful distance from one another. On Monday morning, Yang Ding rose early to prepare breakfast for his wife, who needed ample rest during her pregnancy. Leaning against the kitchen doorframe, Yi Rou lazily brushed her teeth, already showing signs of pregnancy. Mr. Yang, your performance over the weekend was commendable. Continue to maintain distance from your wife. My dear, with only a few days until the monthly examination, my energy is entirely devoted to practicing my punches. I will ensure you remain calm. Yi Rou scoffed coldly. At the current rate of pregnancy, 3 children will take at least 15 months. Take your time. By the time we part ways, I shall have relocated to the northern border wall, and you shall never lay a hand on me again. Yang Ding felt a surge of satisfaction. Pregnant women, with their heightened hormone levels, certainly cannot withstand his endurance. Despite her irritation, Yi Rou diligently prepared over 50 pei yuan pills for Yang Ding over the weekend, handling all household chores without a moment's respite. Concerned that leaping from a 1,000-meter building might startle the baby within her, Yi Rou decided to take the elevator down with Yang Ding during her pregnancy. As a highly skilled celebrity instructor, Yi Rou rarely took the elevator, mainly due to her reluctance to queue, thus sparking curiosity among others. Women who had given birth to multiple children easily recognized her pregnancy. Oh, little Yi, are you about to become a mother? Hasn't it only been a few days since your wedding? Not even a month, right? Her cultivation is high. The pregnancy progresses quickly. She could give birth in 5 or 6 months. If she reaches grandmaster level, could she not give birth in a month? I've heard it can be done in just 7 days. How many grandmasters are there? Who can make a grandmaster pregnant? Grandmasters can live for hundreds of years. Why would they want so many children? Yang Ding, holding Yi Rou's hand, wore an awkward smile as the couple had no opportunity to interject, merely listening to the women gossip. Yi Rou's match with an ordinary person caused quite a stir in Jiangling City. Yi Rou's pregnancy also created a sensation throughout the school. Yang Ding, who wished to remain low-key, found himself the subject of attention wherever he went. Even Mao Jian's mother advised her son to keep his distance from him, lest he face dire consequences at the Martial Arts Academy from his seniors. Soon, the day of a new student monthly examination at Jiangling University arrived as scheduled. This examination typically determined the classification of new students, allocating corresponding resources and techniques based on their rankings. However, this year's highlight was the large-scale supplementary admissions, with the personal attendance of the governor of the Jiangling City Enforcement Bureau to witness the event. Yi Rou rose early to prepare breakfast for Yang Ding, not forgetting to issue various reminders. Today, she served as a judge for the close combat segment, leaving her no time for private interaction with Yang Ding. Darling, I have heard they will temporarily increase the punch strength to 600 pounds. Consume 2 pei yuan pills today to solidify your strength, just in case. The presence of Governor Zhou signifies the grave situation of Jiangling City's defenses. The need to expand the enforcement team presents an excellent opportunity. The governor mentioned by Yi Rou is Zhou Ruoxi, the daughter of the city lord, a water element ability user from the Jiangling University youth class. And at only 25 years of age, she has already achieved S-rank prowess. She oversees the 100,000 enforcement personnel in Jiangling City, making her one of the most powerful women. Thanks to the youth class's rules allowing free choice of partners, she remains unmarried to this day. However, at her level, the imperial regulations no longer hold the same weight. Even a queen must yield ground. She wouldn't have her sights set on me, would she? With tens of thousands of new students, why would she fixate on you? Because my wife is the renowned instructor Yi Ro. Do not concern yourself with her. Ensure you pass the punch strength and technique segments. If you concede in the close combat segment, being placed in the ordinary martial artist class will not matter. With a wife to provide you with cultivation resources and infuse true energy, I am truly fortunate. Yi Ro quickly waved her delicate hand. Mr. Yang, you flatter me. If I were that exceptional, would you be so obedient? I shall adhere to medical advice. I shall adhere to medical advice. As Yang Ding participated in the monthly examination, Yi Ro grew even more anxious than he, reminding him of various precautions throughout their journey. You are beginning to sound like my mother. There is no other option. If you miss this opportunity, who knows when another will arise. Today, due to the playground being occupied by tens of thousands of examinees, morning exercises were canceled. Yi Ro headed to her judging position, and as she departed, she leaned in to plant a kiss on Yang Ding's cheek. Darling, good luck. She hurried to the close combat examination venue, where the principal and the director of instruction had already taken their places alongside Governor Zhou. Good morning, Governor Zhou. Good morning, Principal. Yi Ro bowed and greeted them before donning her work badge and taking her seat. Zhou Ruoshi, with her voluminous curls, donned a white shirt beneath a fitted black blazer, her bare feet adorned with wine-red high heels. She crossed her legs and looked down at the students on the playground with an air of authority. Yi Jiawan, the one you just kissed is your husband, isn't he? She asked coldly. Yi Ro, caught off guard, wondered why Zhou Ruoshi was fixated on them amidst the throng of 30 to 40,000 students. Yes, Governor Zhou. How does it feel to marry an ordinary man? Quite good. He knows how to cherish others. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhou Ruoshi's face. The Yi sisters were not only youthful prodigies, but also descendants of heroes, and she had swiftly adapted to the life of marrying a common man. The higher-ups in Jiangling City had hoped for Yi Ro to escalate the situation, allowing them to press the imperial queen for answers. Who would have thought that this girl was enjoying herself? Do you wish for him to enter the martial arts academy and work in the enforcement team in the future? That is indeed the plan. If he lacks talent, he should refrain from risking his life. This year's circumstances have drastically changed. There have been significant oversights at the Northern Wall, and the defense of Jiangling City has become increasingly challenging. I can arrange a clerical position for him out of consideration for you, but my husband insists on relying on himself. Zhou Ruoshi scoffed lightly. Only those with real ability are entitled to say such things. Yi Ro chose not to engage further, picking up her tablet to access the student roster, where her next task was merely to click OK. Chapter 21. I made him admit defeat. The playground was divided into two groups for testing. The larger group from the Martial Arts Academy and the smaller from the Ability Academy. The tests at the Ability Academy were relatively straightforward. The students would demonstrate their ability to manipulate certain materials, a process devoid of deception and solely aimed at assessing qualifications for class placement. The Martial Arts Academy, however, required 3 tests: punching power, martial arts techniques, and close combat. The 4,000 awakened first-year students lined up first, followed by over 30,000 supplementary enrollees. Each student would take turns using the force measurement machine, with a maximum of 3 strikes allowed, recording only the best result. Due to the high number of applicants, the admissions standard might be raised to 600 pounds. So everyone was encouraged to give their utmost effort. After testing punching power, students were to proceed to the martial arts demonstration area for a single performance opportunity. Following that, they would enter the final close combat duel, and those who had scheduled matches would find their designated testing area upon hearing their names. The loudspeaker repeatedly announced the monthly exam rules. Mao Jian and Yang Ding slowly moved through the crowd. The method you taught me has some effect, but I can only manage a punch of 550 pounds. No matter how much I train, I can't improve. 550 is already impressive. Look at how the enforcement team as higher-ups are here to observe. It indicates they are in need of personnel. Are you suggesting they'll expand recruitment? Indeed. However, the work in the enforcement team is considerably more perilous. Let's just get through this with my mother. At worst, we can keep our heads down once we start working. It was not until noon that the two finally approached the force measurement machine. Mao Jian exerted all his strength, delivering 3 punches, with the highest recording at 556 pounds. Disheartened, he stepped aside to watch Yang Ding perform. Yang Ding also pretended to strike 3 times, achieving a maximum record of 602 pounds. Wow, you just barely passed. This is my best record. Yang Ding rubbed his hands and entered the martial arts demonstration area alongside Mao Jian. Surrounding the venue were 300 senior students. They found an available seat, announced their names and student numbers, and each showcased a set of martial arts techniques, graded by the seniors present. Yang Ding, Gongnong student number 6969, performing the Sword 9 style. The 4th-year senior grading the performance immediately lifted his head upon hearing the name. You are Yi Jiawan's husband? Yes, senior. Begin. Yang Ding drew his black gold sword, instantly attracting numerous envious gazes. What ordinary student could afford a 300,000 yuan sword? Clearly, he had found a good wife. He executed the first move of Sword 9 style with great proficiency. Even the grading senior, despite any dissatisfaction, would not dare score poorly in front of so many witnesses. Knowing Yi Jiawan was not to be trifled with, the senior reluctantly awarded a passing score of 60 and called out. Next, Mao Jian's straightforward half-step punch technique was simple and brutal, making it easy to pass. Moreover, his mother had already made arrangements, so he received a score of 80. The seniors were well aware of whose child was whose and aimed to avoid offending anyone. On the judging panel, Governor Zhou Ruoshi casually picked up her tablet to glance at Yang Ding's score. Achieving 600 pounds in just a few days is no small feat for an ordinary person, which at least indicates that your husband is indeed hardworking. The disciplinary director chimed in with a smile. Yang Ding's progress is largely thanks to Yi Jiawan. She directly imparts her qi. This was undoubtedly cheating and not something to be discussed in formal settings. Yi Rou quickly clarified. He relies primarily on himself. My qi must be absorbable by him. Zhou Ruoshi, however, appeared indifferent, observing Yang Ding below. Let's see how his practical skills measure up. Cheating is inconsequential, but I fear for his survival if he joins the enforcement team, and doesn't he live to see our child grow? Yi Rou bit her lip, anxiously watching her husband. She was uncertain whether her attempts to hasten his growth were right or wrong. The principal leaned closer to Zhou Ruoshi and asked in a low voice, Governor Zhou, given the overwhelming number of applicants, will the admission score really be raised to 600? No need. All will be admitted. I will apply for additional training resources from the Empire, but we will amend the educational system. Future monthly exams will transform into internship assessments. Students of lower tiers need not study for 4 years and can begin working after 1 year, earning resources based on their abilities. This essentially meant that the enforcement team would no longer be a well-compensated job, but rather a high-risk position with a survival of the fittest approach. Yi Rou perked up her ears, wishing fervently for her husband to skip the monthly exam. However, if he began working at the pig farm, he would leave the main city and be unable to visit and care for their child freely. Just then, the loudspeaker at the close combat testing area announced, Gongnong student number 6969, Yang Ding, please proceed to testing area 78 to accept the challenge for Martial Arts Academy, student number 1444, Xiang Tianyu. The disciplinary director chuckled. Governor Zhou, this Xiang Tianyu is my nephew. Please take good care of him. Has he not awakened? He has awakened, and his talent is not low. Zhou Ruoshi scoffed. A formally awakened student from the Martial Arts Academy dares to publicly challenge a supplementary enrollee? The disciplinary director was left speechless. Zhou Ruoshi tapped the table. Yi Rou, regardless of the outcome, ensure that Xiang Tianyu receives a score of 0. Understood, Governor. Yi Rou replied decisively. The disciplinary director's cleverness had backfired, leaving him visibly green with frustration. Although, according to imperial law, the enforcement team had no authority to interfere with university decisions. The Zhou family was the most powerful clan in Jiangling City, and the principal dared not utter a word. Soon, Yang Ding found testing area 78. Upon entering, he instantly captured everyone's attention. It was assumed that Yi Rou had imparted some secret technique to him, emboldening him to accept Xiang Tianyu's challenge. To their surprise, he addressed the judges. Instructor, I voluntarily concede. His voice was clear and unyielding. The onlookers erupted in astonishment. It was not embarrassing. He was merely an ordinary supplementary student and no match for Xiang Tianyu. But did he need to announce his concession so loudly? It was more than just loud. It seemed as though he was declaring defeat for everyone to hear. Even Zhou Ruoxi could not help but inquire, how does he manage to concede with such poise? I made him concede. It was never a fair contest, Yi Rou replied. Xiang Tianyu, feeling quite pleased with himself, glanced back at Yi Rou and Zhou Ruoxi on the judging panel, hoping to leave a lasting impression, completely oblivious to his aunt's expression that resembled constipation. Apologies for winning so easily, Xiang Tianyu smiled at the grading senior. The reviewer, of course, was well aware of his solid backing. Just as he was about to award a score of 95 for the melee segment, he discovered that both participants had received a score of 0 from Yi Rou. Meanwhile, Xiang Bin, who had been covertly observing the scores from behind the judges, immediately darkened with concern. A score of 0 implied that his son would likely be relegated to a C-class group, deprived of quality cultivation resources, jeopardizing his promising future. He cast a puzzled glance at his sister, but dared not approach the podium to inquire further. After Xiang Tianyu exited the examination hall, he rushed over excitedly. Dad, how did I perform in melee? Not well. Not well? How many points is that? As long as I have 90, I can enter the A class. 0. What? Xiang Tianyu's face fell in disbelief. A score of 0 meant he was very likely to be placed in the C class, nearly at the same level as Yang Ding. Both father and son were thoroughly alarmed, their futures seemingly shattered. Dad, the chief evaluator for the melee is Yi Rou. She must have done this on purpose. Xiang Bin shook his head. Not necessarily. Your aunt is present. She wouldn't dare be so brazen. Then who could it be? We haven't offended the principal or Governor Zhou. And I am friends with the dean. Would the governor bother with us? It must be Yi Rou's bias. We have to file a complaint. Xiang Tianyu turned to see Yang Ding laughing and chatting with Mao Jian, his expression turning murderous. Xiang Bin nodded, agreeing with his son's assessment. Stay calm. I will find an opportunity to ask your aunt. If Yi Rou indeed did this deliberately, I certainly will not let Yang Ding off easily. What can you do to Yang Ding? Don't forget, we're going to the breeding farm tomorrow. The admission list for the Martial Arts Academy will not be released until the 1st of next month, leaving us 5 days in between. With my cultivation at the first grade of the middle stage, killing him would be as easy as squashing an ant. At the judges' table, the supervising director, in a fluster, approached the dean of the Martial Arts Academy. A challenge is permissible by the rules. It shouldn't result in a 0 for Tianyu, whose talent is commendable. You should speak with the principal. He is more familiar with the governor. I cannot risk approaching him. She then moved closer to the principal, reiterating her concerns. Please remain calm. I will inquire on your behalf shortly. The supervising director was too wary to confront Zhou Ruoxi directly, fearing the governor's wrath would result in her family being expelled from Jiangling City. Zhou Ruoxi appeared stunningly beautiful and possessed an elegant demeanor. But as the armed leader of Jiangling City, it was well known that she could be ruthlessly cold when provoked. One of her most notorious deeds occurred at the age of 17, when she utilized the formidable powers of a water elemental user to extract all moisture from a rival family, leaving them as mere dried corpses. After observing the match for a while, Zhou Ruoxi, unable to endure the display any longer, departed with the principal. If it weren't for the need for personnel to defend the city, I wouldn't deign to consider any of these individuals. They are hardly superior to ordinary people. The governor is diligent, that Xiang Tianyu possesses commendable talent and is the nephew of the supervising director. Shouldn't he be given some consideration? Zhou Ruoxi scoffed. That fellow is clearly a fool, consumed with jealousy over Yang Ding marrying Yi Rou. He should take a good look in the mirror. Placing him in the C class will allow 2 foolish dogs to tear each other apart. The principal was puzzled, but dared not question her. He surmised that it must be related to Yi Rou. According to past customs, she was expected to marry into the ruling class of Jiangling City, either a member of the Zhou family or an ally, thereby enhancing family strength and lineage talent. The youth class, regardless of gender, was highly sought after. Generations later, they would all become genius-level awakened individuals, capable of standing against the empire's intimidation. Not only was Yi Rou exceptionally talented, but she was also remarkably beautiful, having long attracted the attention of Zhou Ruoxi's brothers and cousins. However, the Zhou family dared not confront the empire directly and could only hope for Yi Rou's rebellious temperament to resist. Yet, as fate would have it, she ended up pregnant. The parties involved had accepted the situation, and it could go no further. Yet, the Zhou family understood that the empress intended to weaken the local warlord's power. When the admission list was announced, a new educational system would also be unveiled, with those who dared to withdraw facing charges of desertion. Very well, the principal replied hastily. Atop the administrative building, 10 large armed drones stood ready, with 80 law enforcement officers on high alert. Zhou Ruashi boarded the center drone, while the principal waved her off until the drone vanished into the sky, finally allowing himself to smooth down his disheveled hair. What a formidable woman. Whoever marries her will certainly face trials. Yang Ding was only aware that he had likely been accepted, but was oblivious to Xiang Tianyo's score of 0. After finishing lunch and returning to the classroom, he witnessed Xiang Bin mercilessly beating Hu Feng, the ruler's baton breaking as he resorted to using a stool, leaving Hu Feng crying out in despair. Yet, he was an orphan, with no parents to turn to. Counselor, I beg you, please stop. I promise to change my ways. I will bow to you. It hurts so much. Xiang Bin's face was ashen as he silently discarded the broken stool and picked up a brick from the ground. What is happening? Yang Ding asked softly. A classmate replied, I don't know. He just came back and went straight for Hu Feng, beating him mercilessly. Yang Ding rushed over, grasping the brick from Xiang Bin's hand. Counselor, you could kill someone. Get lost. Yang Ding held onto the brick firmly, and despite Xiang Bin's attempts, he found himself at a disadvantage in this struggle. However, consumed by anger, he didn't think too much about it. Do you think you can murder an ordinary person without facing consequences from the law enforcement team? Yang Ding urget. No one cares about your kind of trash. Xiang Bin released the brick, pointing a finger at Yang Ding's nose. I am beating this fat boy because of you. With the breeding farm visit approaching, Yang Ding wanted to avoid becoming a target for the law enforcement team, suppressing his anger as he forced a smile. Counselor, please don't be angry. My current situation is all thanks to your guidance. Go back and ask your wife. Xiang Bin shoved Yang Ding aside, storming off in anger. Counselor, I'll bring fruit to apologize tonight. Yang Ding called out, quickly reverting to his stoic demeanor. As he passed by Hu Feng, he tossed him a Peiyuan Dan. Hu Feng lay on the ground, swallowing it whole. Even if his mouth was smeared with filth, dignity had long since become a luxury for him. Enduring immense pain, he stared blankly at the ceiling, contemplating suicide. How meaningless. Living is just so tiresome. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found Yiro emerging from the kitchen, bouncing excitedly into his arms. Darling, congratulations. Your score will surely secure your admission. But my martial arts score seems quite low. No matter. For supplementary admissions, the score in physical strength holds the highest weight. If you can exert over 600 pounds of force, you are nearly on par with an awakened martial artist. Yiro gazed at him with affection, and Yang Ding could distinctly sense her pent-up desires. Then you should fulfill your promise. That is not possible. It might harm the baby. It won tea. With that, Yang Ding leaned in to kiss her delicate neck, and soon she could no longer resist. Then, can you be gentle later? Of course. My wife and my child must be treated with utmost tenderness. The fire, it's not turned off. Yang Ding scooped Yiro into his arms and hurried to the kitchen to extinguish the flames before heading to her bedroom. As they kissed, Yang Ding mused, it truly is better to hold back. Ding, congratulations, host. You have broken through to the second grade of the lower realm. Bone and muscle refinement complete. Punching power is now 3,200 pounds. The second layer of Duanhuan Spear technique has been unlocked, granting 5 experience points. Please practice diligently and engage in combat to accumulate battle experience. As they prepared to depart for the breeding farm, Yang Ding, mindful of his wife's pregnancy, chose to be gentle, engaging in light conversation to nurture their bond. Yero nestled in his embrace, charming and gentle, utterly concealing the fact that she was a beautiful warrior capable of unleashing over 3 million pounds of force. Darling, please exercise utmost caution at the breeding farm tomorrow. Your daily routine should revolve around eating, working, and sleeping without venturing outside. In just 5 days, you will transition to the Wudao Academy. Should there be an attack from the Yigu Wei, make sure to lead your classmates to the rooftop. The enforcement team will come to your aid. Are the attackers from the breeding farm Yigu Wei? Yero nodded, proceeding to enlighten her husband about these creatures. They were a type of subterranean beastmen, capable of walking upright in human form, possessing hard claws and a pale appearance, adept at climbing walls. Though their combat prowess was not formidable on its own, they compensated with intelligence, enabling them to engage in coordinated assaults. They could survive without breathing air, and their flesh and bones serve as excellent energy sources for Earth-type supernatural beings. When they approached, one would detect a strong, earthy odor reminiscent of earthworms. Your Wujin sword could easily slay them. How could such beings possibly reach Jiangling City? Yet Ro sighed with concern, sensing from Governor Zhou's words the grave threats facing the northern wall. Should the city fall, countless beasts would surge southward, and humanity would once again face extinction. Following the cataclysmic war, human supernatural beings constructed the towering northern wall, stretching over 30,000 kilometers, to keep the beasts at bay in the frigid north, while the temperate south remained for humanity. The five great empires of launching boasted a coalition of 100 million awakened beings stationed along this extensive wall. Despite humanity's attempts to eradicate these creatures through hunting, the breeding rate of the beasts exceeded expectations, giving rise to humanoid monsters like the Igue. Yangding recognized that his wife was worried about her sister. Do you think we could someday bring our children to live in the northern city, ensuring our family remains united through thick and thin? Isn't that placing our children in a perilous zone? Jiangling City lies at the southernmost point, making retreat easier. I can fight in the north while you safeguard the children. Why risk the entire family? Yarrow understood that, no matter how strong she was, it would be impossible to protect both her husband and several children simultaneously. Yangding planned to confess to his wife once he reached a level of cultivation where he no longer feared treachery. Honesty between spouses would enhance their bond. At least for now, Yarrow was a partner worthy of trust and appreciation. We'll discuss this later. Then Yarrow spoke of Xiang Tianyo, cautioning, "Be wary of Xiang Bin. He is treacherous and cold-blooded. If he blames you for this incident, it could lead to trouble. There's no need for concern. After I finish my meal, I will go and clarify things." Is that truly necessary? We have no reason to fear him. My wife will protect you. Under normal circumstances, it would indeed be unnecessary. But Yangding is anything but ordinary. He must put on a show. Treating his wife well compelled him to reciprocate even more. If Xiang Bin sought to eliminate him, he would preemptively strike. This was his life's principle. After dinner, Yangding carried 2 baskets of fruit to the training building at the Gongnong Academy. In this day and age, fruit was a luxury, affordable only to the wealthy. The 2 baskets cost over 1,800. Standing at the entrance, he paced back and forth for a full hour, intent on demonstrating his sincerity to the instructors coming and going. Xiang Bin, burdened by a large family, resided in a spacious 200-square-meter apartment on the 20th floor, a prime location. Upon opening the door and seeing Yangding, he expressed surprise. "You actually came. Where's your wife?" "My wife is pregnant and resting at home." Her absence indicates a lack of sincerity. "You have no face in this matter. Hope for your own fortune." With that, Xiang Bin slammed the door shut. Yangding chose not to engage further. He placed the fruit at the door and departed. The performance had reached its climax. At that moment, the training director was at Xiang's residence, refraining from admitting her own folly that had harmed her nephew. Instead, she claimed that Yarrow had been gossiping about her in front of Zhou Ruoxi. She accused Tianyo of envying Yangding for marrying Yarrow, deliberately challenging him to a duel in hopes of injuring him during the conflict. "That wretched Yarrow," Xiang Bin cursed vehemently, "daring to play tricks with me. I will make her a widow." The next morning, he took the 10 Piyuan given by his wife and his Wujin sword to queue for transportation at the playground. 500 pig transport trucks lined up there as 15,000 new students from the pig farming department struggled to board. This truck can hardly carry 30 pigs, right? Do you think we are much better than pigs? We will have to endure this every 4 months. Yangding felt fortunate to have found a good wife. Next month, he would attend the Wudao Academy. As an ordinary person, can I pass the test? With the support of powerful allies, even an ordinary individual can soar to great heights. What we lack is an opportunity. Yangding closed his eyes and said nothing, overwhelmed by the stench. Hu Feng had been severely beaten the day before and now found it difficult to stand. However, in the crowded transport truck, there was no room for him to lie down, not even a squat. Yangding discreetly offered him a Piyuan don. Hu Feng felt guilty. Each Piyuan don cost over 1,000, and he believed he did not deserve it, fearing it would hinder his friend's cultivation progress. But the pain was unbearable, and without consuming the Piyuan don, he could not endure. Accompanying them were 500 instructors from the pig farming department, whose conditions were better. They could ride a bus. This was the students' first venture outside the city. As the convoy exited the South City Gate, they were met with a scene of dilapidated ruins and crumbling structures. There stood a large shopping mall overrun with weeds, dilapidated skyscrapers, and collapsed subway tracks, all rusted and eerie. before the calamity. This area had also been part of Jiangling City. However, to construct the city wall, the urban area had been reduced to a third of its original size. Coupled with the annual increase in birth rates, the living density within the city had quintupled. The newly built structures were all towering 200-story behemoths capable of housing thousands. In the sky, 20 enforcement drones circled overhead. Each drone contained 200 enforcement officers tasked with ensuring the students' safe arrival at the breeding farm. Attention all staff and students. I am Captain Zhao Hu from the Jiangling Enforcement Bureau, Team 22, responsible for your security during this journey. Regardless of what occurs, my team will handle it. The driver is not permitted to stop, and students must not leave the vehicle. I reiterate, should you jump from the vehicle and separate from the convoy, you will bear the consequences. No one will come to find you. Immediately, the drones spread out, 5 leading the way, 5 trailing behind, while 10 followed closely behind the convoy, moving slowly forward. Chapter 24. We are underground. The route to the breeding farm was a regular one. These pig transport trucks made several round trips daily to deliver the necessary pork to the city's prepared meal processing plants. Upon exiting the dilapidated urban area, they entered the expansive wilderness. Only a single bumpy asphalt road remained, flanked by lush grasslands and forests. We are now entering a high-risk zone. Please do not extend your heads outside the cage. The machine guns on the drones were now in position. Although martial artists generally preferred not to carry firearms, their combat tools were typically equipped with ranged weapons to provide firepower suppression, particularly against lower-tier beasts. These things won't get us killed, will they? Soon, everyone noticed that the roadside was dotted with openings, some with diameters of 3 to 4 meters, others between 40 to 50 centimeters. As they approached the breeding farm, the openings became increasingly frequent. The students felt a chill run down their spines, thinking about the prospect of working at the breeding farm for a lifetime, perpetually on edge, which only intensified their envy for Yongding. What exactly is inside those holes? Do not stick your head out. The presence of so many drones from the enforcement team is a clear indication of their intentions. I've heard that people frequently go missing at the breeding farm. What do you mean missing? They must have been dragged into those holes by the monsters. The breeding farm was not far from the urban area, just a half-hour drive away. Its location outside the city was primarily for sanitary reasons, for the overwhelming stench would be unbearable given the city's population density. In the unfortunate event of an outbreak of swine fever, the ordinary citizens of Jiangling City would undoubtedly suffer greatly. Soon, a colossal complex came into view. The Jiangling Livestock Farm boasts 250-story buildings, with 80 designated for poultry, 110 for pigs, and 10 serving as slaughterhouses, all interconnected by corridors. The facility features a remarkably advanced husbandry system, with power primarily supplied by biogas pools. Students from the swine husbandry program were assigned to help in building 120, with 750 individuals per building. Yang Ding and Hu Feng's group found themselves assigned to the 9th floor. As Xiang Bin alighted from the vehicle, he called out to the students, "Take your luggage and head directly to the pig pens. For the next 5 days, you will share your meals and quarters with the sows and piglets. Stay alert. If anyone's negligence leads to the death of a piglet, I assure you that my ruler will ensure your lifelong regret." Yang Ding keenly observed that his ruler had been replaced, now encased in leather with a wooden handle protruding. It was evident that this was no ordinary steel ruler, but likely a knife or sword. Although Hu Feng wished to distance himself from Yang Ding and avoid working on the same floor, Xiang Bin had deliberately assigned them to the same group. Hu Feng, filled with trepidation, felt a chill run down his spine at the mere sound of Xiang Bin's footsteps, his body drenched in cold sweat. Yet Yang Ding understood the intent behind Hu Feng's unease. After placing their luggage on the shelves, they began their arduous tasks. Numerous staff members were already present, assisting with deliveries, their faces devoid of expression as they mechanically performed their duties. There was no chatter among them. The presence of surveillance cameras deterred any casual conversation, as any infractions would result in punishment. The oppressive atmosphere reminded Yang Ding just how astute Yi Rou had been in persuading him to join the martial arts academy. This cursed place was unfit for human habitation. Once everyone was in position, Xiang Bin glanced at his watch. It was now 10 in the morning, and they would work until 10 the following morning before resting, sleeping at the entrance of the pig pen, taking turns to keep watch. Each person was allotted 30 minutes for restroom breaks each day, requiring prior approval, Exceeding this time meant they would have to relieve themselves in the pig pen. Having said this, he found a quiet room to sleep. With over 10,000 students from Jiangling University dispatched to assist with deliveries, the enforcement team had heightened security at the livestock farm, deploying 800 officers for patrol. Feng Dalong was among them, forming a small team with 7 colleagues for continuous patrol. This team consisted of 1 Earth-type ability user, 1 Fire-type ability user, 1 Metal-type ability user, and 4 from the martial arts department. The livestock farm was surrounded by a 10-meter-high wall, topped with barbed wire and electrified. Its defenses were more stringent than a prison. While high-voltage electricity could handle typical aberrant beasts, these otherworldly creatures could burrow underground, avoiding detection. Unless we locate their lair in Jiangling City, we shall never eradicate them. They are as cunning as moles, Feng Dalong remarked. Oddly, despite the dire situation, the governor had not ordered an immediate search for their lair or the whereabouts of these creatures. After patrolling until 10 at night, Feng Dalong's team finally concluded their shift, finding temporary accommodation that was relatively comfortable. However, recalling Yi Ro's and his sister's instructions, sleep eluded Feng Dalong. After much contemplation, he yawned and decided to check on Yang Ding in Building 9. Upon arriving at Building 9, Feng Dalong noticed the structure was swaying perilously. He initially thought it was a result of fatigue-induced hallucination and rubbed his eyes vigorously. No, the 9th building was indeed shaking, with cries for help emanating from within. Could the foundation have been compromised? Feng Dalong speculated as he rushed towards the entrance. Suddenly, a thunderous crash reverberated, and the earth trembled. The entire 9-story building, standing at 180 meters, sank into the ground. Once as small as an ant, Feng Dalong now found that a single step could take him to the roof. The livestock farm's alarm blared frantically, and within moments, hundreds of enforcement officers rushed to the scene. Captain Zhao, who was among the first to arrive, rendered speechless by the terrifying sight before him. Boss, what should we do? Request assistance from headquarters and mobilize all A-level Earth-type ability users in the city, including instructors from Jiangling University. We need to see if we can extract the building quickly, Captain Zhao ordered. Should we go inside? Feng Dalong inquired. Zhao, who shook his head vehemently. Those beasts can dig such a vast and deep pit. Their numbers must be staggering. To rush in would be tantamount to suicide. But there are over 1,000 living people in there. First, ensure your own survival. Do not bother me, Zhao shouted. The emergency doors of the entire sinking Building 9 locked instantly, and the emergency power activated. However, many windows shattered, leaving the facility vulnerable to the intrusion of aberrant beasts. Xiang Bin, still groggy, awoke to the panicked students rushing about, his expression one of confusion. Glancing out the window, he found only a wall of earth, water dripping ominously into the room. Where am I? What is happening? Counselor, we are underground, came the reply. Underground? Xiang Bin felt a chill run down his spine. He had merely taken a nap. How had he ended up in the underworld? The livestock farm's distress call quickly reached Jiangling University. The instructor on duty, a colleague of Yi Ro from the martial arts department, conveyed the news to her. Yi Ro, alarmed, rushed to her room, opened her wardrobe, and after facial recognition, retrieved her $5 million Duanhuan gun from the safe. She donned a black leather outfit and combat boots, disregarding her pregnancy, and sprinted to the rooftop. With a powerful leap, she soared 1,000 meters into the air. Performing a neat front flip in midair, she landed on the rooftop 2 kilometers away. Another leap followed, and with a flick of her wrist, the 3-foot-long metal rod transformed with a mechanical sound, revealing a concealed gun, now extending to 2 meters in length. In the depths below, on the 9th floor, Yang Ding, accompanied by Hu Feng and several high school classmates, had climbed from the 7th to the 17th floor. Taking a full hour, numerous sows, along with their piglets, were fleeing in panic. The emergency lighting was dim, and the piglets were often trampled or knocked down by frantic sows, rendering movement nearly impossible. The classmates, having grown up in the city, were now akin to frightened chickens. Yet the cunning Yang Ding, even in this dire moment, did not forget his mission. Have you seen the counselor? He asked. He fell asleep, slower than us. You should be behind, Hu Feng replied, gasping for breath. Why wait for him? It would be better if that scoundrel died. As long as we're alive. How could someone at the first grade of the martial realm, armed with a weapon, die so easily? Yang Ding Goendret. Pale-faced Luo Ho-Hot shouted, everyone, be quiet and listen to the sounds from below. The stairwell echoed with the anguished cries of the pig herd, reverberating in waves, indicating a massive attack. Amidst the wails, there was a chilling, almost imperceptible laughter that was neither human nor animal, sending shivers down their spines. Yang Ding's nostrils flared, overwhelmed by a pungent, earthy scent. He recalled his wife's words. The otherworldly beings were closing in. Were these otherworldly beings? Indeed, Yang Ding, what are they? I have never seen them. My wife warned me. The scent and sounds matched perfectly. We should run. At that moment, the fire door on the 17th floor was kicked open. Xiangbin, wielding a narrow, 3-foot-long sword, ascended, panting heavily. What are you panicking about? A bunch of useless fools. Counselor, we should head up. Perhaps the enforcement team is coming to rescue us, someone suggested. Do you think you're worth the risk? You're nothing but rotten fish and stinking shrimp. He pointed at the surveillance camera on the wall. The building had plummeted 200 meters. All power was cut off, and the emergency lights quickly extinguished. Unless they ascended to the higher floors, rescue would not come. What shall we do? Xiangbin remained composed, confident in his abilities, believing he could easily deal with one or two of the Igwe. Moreover, as long as there were students nearby to distract the Igwe, he would be perpetually safe. Yang Ding and Hu Feng followed closely behind me, while the others hurriedly ascended. Exhausted, Hu Feng quickly retreated, saying, I can't run. My waist is injured from your blow. I don't want to stay back. At such a moment, you suddenly muster the courage to challenge me? Xiangbin swung his sword sheath, sneering as he approached Hu Feng. Supporting his waist, Hu Feng hurriedly backed away, casting a pleading glance at Yang Ding. The sharp laughter grew closer, relentlessly battering the fire door on the 17th floor. He would rather die than stay back. Yang Ding quickly said, Counselor, I'll stick with you. After all, I have some skills in a sword, and I can run faster than them. Hu Feng was of little consequence to Xiangbin. Leaving him alive to torment later was acceptable. However, Yang Ding was to be eliminated to avenge Yi Ro for jeopardizing his son's bright future. Very well, everyone obey my orders. Climb desperately upwards. Those who cannot keep up will be kicked down to feed the Igwe. The students, frightened, bolted. We must hold the fire door to provide them a chance to escape, delaying our ascent by 2 minutes. All right, let's heed the counselor. Yang Ding figned inojinja, apearing utterly knife. Soon, the sound of footsteps faded, and the Igwe had smashed through the fire door on the 17th floor. The two began their ascent, locking the door behind them on each level. Xiangbin trailed Yang Ding, intending to seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, thrusting his sword into Yang Ding's back, only to find Yang Ding perpetually maintaining a speed faster than his own. Yang Ding, what is your cultivation level now? I'm still not even at the first tier lower realm. My wife's energy allows me to reach 600 gene of force, but it drops to around 480 by the next day. Then why aren't you out of breath, maintaining your composure? I'm young. When they reached the 24th floor, Xiangbin shouted, Stop right there. Yang Ding stood on the stairs, asking, What's wrong, counselor? You're being disrespectful. Young people should value their teachers. You stay back to lock the door while I clear the way. All right. Yang Ding stepped down from Xiangbin, noticing the latter gripping his sword tightly. Realizing the time had come. Do you need me to hold the sword for you? Thank you, counselor, but I can manage. Yang Ding stood behind the door, fumbling for a long time without successfully locking it, prompting Xiangbin to curse in frustration. The Igwe were closing in, and he wanted to wait for Yang Ding to secure the door before attacking. Counselor, this latch is no good. You fool, D. Xiangbin lunged down the steps, his narrow sword aimed at Yang Ding's back. Unexpectedly, Yang Ding pivoted, simultaneously opening the fire door. Xiangbin, charging at full speed, could not halt and crashed onto the 23rd floor. On the roof, several white Igwe, eyes gleaming with excitement, emitted sharp, piercing laughter as they descended to tear Xiangbin apart. Yet, Xiangbin was not helpless. He wielded his narrow sword, slaying 2 of them. This was Yang Ding's first encounter with the Igwe. Their green triangular eyes, protruding fangs, pallid bodies, sharp fingers and toes, all dripping with a snot-like viscous substance. What are you dawdling for? Come help. Counselor, I lack combat experience. Yang Ding did not flee, for he realized the Igwe's combat prowess was insufficient, and no reinforcements were following, fearing Xiangbin might survive by chance. Once the intent to kill was established, one must ensure their opponent was entirely defeated. Hearing more sounds, 7 or 8 Igwe pursued them. Xiangbin's legs bore several scratches, the scent of human blood stirring the Igue into a frenzy. There is a saying about the great catastrophe. Blue Star serves as a breeding ground for interstellar colonizers, with 7 to 8 billion humans being the most delectable food in the universe. However, once the food awakens, it begins to resist. Throw me your black gold sword, quickly. Quickly. Yang Ding was anxious. These Igue were too weak. If he didn't eliminate Xiangbin soon, he too would be unable to escape from the approaching Igue horde. Counselor, catch the sword. Just as Xiangbin grasped the hilt, Yang Ding was before him. He felt an overwhelming aura of killing intent and shouted, "What do you want?" Yang Ding coldly smirked, his fingers plunging towards Xiangbin's heart, spleen, and liver. Feeling uneasy, he also stabbed at his throat. "How dare you?" Xiangbin's eyes widened like bells, blood surged forth. The punctured areas unleashed a burst of internal energy, causing blood to spray violently. Yang Ding seized the black gold sword, swiftly slaying 3 Igue, and kicked the already lifeless Xiangbin towards the advancing Igue horde, locking the door and bolting away. Along the way, he washed the blood of the Igue from the sword in a nearby pool. Soon, he caught up with his classmates on the 38th floor, who could run no longer. "Yang Ding, where's the counselor?" He said I was too slow, so he would stay back to lock the door, letting me ascend first. Yang Ding sat down on the steps, panting heavily, acting. Despite the counselor's usual ferocity, he had risked his life to protect them, and if they managed to survive, they would surely write a letter of commendation to the school. Yang nodded. "I'll be the first to write it. An 800-word letter." Chapter 26. Holding fast and waiting for rescue. Yang Ding's acting was convincing. Apart from Hu Feng, who doubted the counselor's benevolence, the other students harbored no suspicion. Regardless of how fierce the counselor appeared, he was evidently quite attentive to Yang Ding, and their rapport was well recognized by all. The group continued their ascent. After much effort, upon reaching the 40th floor, Luo Hohat slipped and fell, rising with a bloodied human head in her arms. The face was so mangled it was unrecognizable as either male or female. Luo Hohat screamed in terror, tossing the head to Yang Ding. He caught it and examined it closely, noticing deep claw marks on the scalp, realizing the gravity of the situation. There were many more in the corridor, dozens of heads. Yang Ding rushed into the stairwell, and his scalp tingled in horror. Besides the heads, the floor was littered with shattered bones. The flesh had been gnawed clean, and even the marrow had been sucked dry. Everyone, do not rush upwards. There are Igue up there, many Igue. Yang Ding's words instantaneously plunged his 100 or so high school classmates into despair. With enemies behind and a blockade ahead, death seemed inevitable. Exhausted and on the verge of collapse, Hu Feng slumped to the ground. "Yang Ding, you possess martial prowess and a fine sword. Perhaps you can break through." He pointed at his neck, offering his brothers a swift end. "You should run quickly. Don't waste time with us." We reached the 40th floor. Only 10 more floors to the top. There is still hope for survival. Hu Feng retorted, "Those creatures can burrow. They're blocking us from above, intending to consume us whole." Yang Ding pondered for a moment. Continuing upwards might lead them directly into the horde of Igue, leaving no retreat, even with his cultivation. Escape would be exceedingly difficult. Instead, it would be wiser to establish a camp on this floor and wait. From this position, the enforcement team could easily reach them. As long as they held out long enough, salvation would come. But how can we hold out? The fire door cannot withstand them. Each floor has a large utility room. If we barricade ourselves inside, we can wait for rescue. Hu Feng, already weary of life, just wanted a swift end, exasperatedly replied, "You clearly have the ability to escape. Why not take it?" Yang Ding surveyed the youthful faces around him. "You all grew up with me in the orphanage, and we've been classmates for over a decade. If I can save you today, it shall serve as my farewell gift. For next month, I will be heading to the Martial Arts Academy. After that, I will no longer be able to assist you in your fortunes or misfortunes." After listening to these words, the classmates were profoundly moved, igniting a renewed sense of hope within them. They swiftly made their way to the tool room, only to find that the iron door was unexpectedly locked from the inside, indicating that someone was hiding within. The occupants seemed to have heard the commotion outside and cautiously opened the door just a crack to assess the situation. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Ding delivered a powerful kick, flinging the door wide open, sending 7 or 8 individuals who had been blocking it sprawling on the ground, bloodied and bewildered. "How can you possess such strength?" one of them exclaimed. Get out of here. Don't attract those creatures. Inside were dozens of middle-aged men and women clad in employee uniforms, brandishing various tools as they faced Yang Ding. Drawing forth his ominous black golden sword, Yang Ding strode confidently into the tool room, forcing the crowd to retreat in disarray. I am about to ascend to the martial arts academy. My skills can dispatch you as easily as slaughtering pigs. Anyone who dares to resist will be met with lethal consequences. Otherwise, follow my lead, and we shall unite to survive. What shall we do? Someone asked. These windows must be sealed immediately, and the iron door needs to be blocked as well. We only have 15 minutes left. What do you mean by seal? Take tools outside and demolish the pigpen's walls. Form groups of 20 to carry them inside. We have nearly 200 people. One trip each should suffice. The walls won't come down so easily. That's why I instructed you to pry them down using tools and forklifts. Hurry. With that, Yang Ding turned and headed towards the nearest pigpen. Each pen was surrounded by 4 sides of sturdy, 1-meter-tall cement walls. With a force of 3,200 pounds, he managed to shake one of the walls. This wall is loose. Come quickly. The youthful men, some operating forklifts, others with pry bars, gently pried the wall, which then toppled down. It really is loose. It must have been shaken free when it fell earlier. These pigpens have been here for about a decade. The veteran employees automatically began to defend Yang Ding with clever arguments, more rational than any fabrications he could have concocted. Stop talking and move faster. They will discover us shortly. Following a similar pattern, Yang Ding continued to shake 12 walls. Each wall weighed at least 2 tons. And despite the various tools and over 150 men assisting, the task proved arduous and created considerable noise. Thankfully, a multitude of sows and piglets created a cacophony that masked their efforts. After a great struggle, the first batch of walls was finally brought into the tool room. But the 20 men found themselves unable to lift them. The walls measured 4.5 meters wide, and when erected, they would effectively block the windows. Yang Ding approached to assist, but needed to conceal his true strength, shouting, "Bring 10 more, and raise it to 1 meter high with a forklift." As the forklift exerted its force, he harnessed his energy, pushing the wall against the window with a sudden burst. By heavens, we succeeded. Brother Ding is incredible. Hurry, hurry. Place 2 layers of brick walls on top to prevent them from falling and crushing anyone. After successfully sealing the second window, the last group of students carrying the walls entered the tool room. The otherworldly creatures have found us. They're charging over. Quickly shut the door. Use every ounce of strength you have to prop up the walls and seal the entrance. Just as Yang Ding secured the last 3 door bolts, a violent banging echoed from outside. The chilling laughter of the otherworldly beings mingled with the sound of their claws scraping against the iron door, sending shivers down one's spine. Strictly speaking, this was not laughter. Otherworldly beings do not laugh. It was their uncontrollable excitement upon catching the scent of human flesh. The girls had already huddled in a corner, sobbing quietly. They were in desperate need of frequent childbirth, most of them already pregnant. Unlike windows, the tool room had a particularly large opening due to the need for trolleys and wooden boxes. Fortunately, the construction of these buildings had taken into account the need for disaster refuge, and the iron door was thick enough. 6 cement walls effectively sealed the iron door. Yang Ding, having expended a significant amount of energy, collapsed onto the ground, consuming all the nourishing pills his wife had prepared for him. Suddenly, someone shouted, "The counselor is still outside. What if he comes here?" Only a fool would venture outside with the otherworldly beings lurking. Hu Feng replied, "That's true." A workshop director in his 30s pulled out a cheap cigarette from his pocket and respectfully offered one to Yang Ding, lighting it for him. "Brother, you are quite generous. If we manage to escape, I assure you I will write to Jiangling University praising your great kindness." Though Yang Ding did not smoke, he realized this might be his last cigarette, so he took a deep drag, exhaling a cloud of smoke that eased his tension. As long as we can hold out long enough, we will survive. Those inept members of the enforcement team lack the courage to enter. Yet my wife dares to do so. Isn't it courting death for your wife to come in? Don't speak nonsense. My wife is a close combat instructor at the Martial Arts Academy, possessing both beauty and talent. Killing these otherworldly beings is as easy as chopping radishes. The workshop director was left bewildered. Beauty and slaying otherworldly beings seemed unrelated. Chapter 27. My wife is going to unleash her power at this moment. The enforcement team remained undecided on whether to descend for rescue. Based on the reports from the students who had escaped, the lower floors had been overrun by a multitude of otherworldly beings, with estimates suggesting their numbers exceeded 10,000. The potential casualties among the enforcement team would be severe. The question arose, was it worth sacrificing awakened enforcement personnel to save ordinary students from the pig farming department? The most disheartening aspect was that after searching for a long time, the students had likely already been devoured. Captain Zhao, who furrowed his brow, studying the structural map of Building 9 with his subordinates. What does it say? A lieutenant inquired. The governor has instructed us to make decisions based on the actual circumstances. Zhao replied solemnly. This statement implied that, regardless of whether it was students or team members who perished, his position was virtually untenable. As a captain in the enforcement team, he earned $80,000 a month, which allowed him to provide for his family, a lucrative and cushy job. Boss, don't you understand the governor's intent? He wants us not to intervene. We should wait for the Earth-type ability users. With over 1,000 students and employees trapped in Building 9, the Empire would hold him accountable, making him a scapegoat. If you go to rescue them, you will still offend the governor and endanger many of our brothers. Zhao, who was at his wit's end, scratching his head in frustration. But protecting the citizens of Jiangling is the duty bestowed upon us by the Empire. Just then, a dark figure plummeted from a height of 1,000 meters. Landing steadily on the rooftop, Fong Dalong rushed forward. Yiro, what brings you here? Yiro had sprinted 30 kilometers and had no time for pleasantries. She was here to rescue her husband. Is Yang Ding's class assigned to Building 9? Yes. Which floor is he on? He should be on the 7th floor. Who the hell put my husband on the 7th floor? Yi Ro's temper flared. It must have been that scoundrel Xiangbin. The lower the floor, the closer to the otherworldly beings, making rescue increasingly difficult. How many people have you sent down? She demanded. We haven't decided yet. Haven't decided? Yi Ro was exasperated, glancing at her watch. It's been nearly 2 hours since the incident, hasn't it? About that. She pushed past Fong Dalong, heading toward Captain Zhao Hu. Yi Ro was currently a prominent figure in Jiangling City, and Zhao Hu naturally recognized her. Instructor Yi, what brings you here? My husband is down there. Why haven't you sent anyone? The number of otherworldly beings below may exceed 10,000. Then we need to go down sooner. You have over 1,000 people. The higher-ups have not issued orders. I cannot act on my own. I will lead the charge while your team handles the retreat of the students. How about that? Yi Ro proposed. If there is danger, you all can retreat. The enforcement team members, except for a few high-ranking officers, were mostly of low rank, with few possessing more than second-grade cultivation. Most lower-tier members were first-grade, and second-grade individuals could serve as team leaders. Even Captain Zhao, who was merely at second-grade upper-realm cultivation, and naturally, these individuals could not compare to Yi Ro's prowess. Yi Ro replied angrily, Captain Zhao, your situation cannot worsen than it is now. You were assigned here to protect the farm. We must take some action. I need to consult the governor. Take your time with your consultation. I will go down myself. Instructor Yi, it is far too perilous for you to descend alone. Should something unfortunate occur, I would be unable to bear the consequences. I must go down. Is there any way you can prevent me? Yi Ro, desperate to rescue her husband, swiftly darted through the door onto the rooftop. Fong Dalong, as a mere soldier, possessed little authority and timidly approached Zhao Hu. Captain, she possesses the cultivation of a 5th-tier practitioner. These otherworldly fiends are as insignificant as vegetables before her. We should follow closely behind and attempt to rescue as many students as possible, perhaps mitigating our own punishment. This remark ignited Zhao Hu's realization. Indeed, teams 1 through 3. Stay close to me. Otherwise, you may lag behind. Within the tool room, the barricaded doors and windows remained steadfast, yet the walls were beginning to show signs of strain. Over 1,000 otherworldly fiends clung to the walls, eagerly clawing at them, a task they excelled at. Based on the cacophony, it became evident that the wall would soon be breached. Inside, approximately 200 individuals were crammed together, with nowhere to escape. Most of the ordinary people had never encountered such fiends, and many had lost control of their bladders in fear. The already poorly ventilated room was now suffused with the stench of urine. All hope rested upon Yang Ding. What shall we do? The wall appears to be on the verge of collapse. Yang Ding himself was at a loss, surprised by the cowardice of the enforcement team. It seemed that Zhou Ruoxi, this beautiful yet ruthless warlord, truly held little regard for the lives of the common folk, They could only rely on the strength of the masses. He drew his sword and approached the wall. What else was there to do but to resist with weapons? Were they to wait idly for the fiends to devour them? Without awakening their powers, how could they hope to confront these otherworldly fiends? Those who could wield a shovel could slay these creatures. Passivity was a path to certain death. Fate must be grasped firmly in their own hands. At that moment, a claw punctured the wall, reaching for Yang Ding's back. He spun around, swiftly severing the fiend's arm before driving his sword into its skull. The fiend hissed, its forked tongue flickering as it emitted a pained groan. Yang Ding seized the slippery white arm, dismissing it as inconsequential. The pregnant woman retreated, while everyone else, regardless of gender, surged forward. The person deemed the most cowardly, Hu Feng, nodded and stood, clutching an iron rod. Yang Ding was right. After all, they were all facing death. 100 men wielding various iron implements stood behind Yang Ding. As the wall began to tremble, Yang Ding suddenly bellowed, channeling all his energies against the wall. Charge with me. The wall buckled outward, causing the fiends to scatter in fear, allowing Yang Ding to dispatch 5 of them. Behind him, Hu Feng also pierced one with his iron rod. A brave female classmate, armed with a butcher's knife, fought valiantly against the fiends, but was suddenly ensnared by claws that pierced her legs, dragging her towards the horde. Yang Ding, help me. With his left hand wielding the black gold sword and his right grasping her wrist, Yang Ding attempted to pull her back. But all he was left with was a half-remaining white arm. The girl was drawn into the throng of fiends and consumed, her piercing screams echoing throughout the pen. Hu Feng pointed behind Yang Ding, exclaiming so many. Yang Ding turned to see the pen swarming with white forms, likely numbering in the thousands, rushing towards them. Their ecstatic laughter filling the air. We're doomed. A tremendous crash reverberated as a chunk of the ceiling from the 40th floor collapsed, crushing a dozen fiends. Yi Ro descended atop the falling debris, her spears sweeping through, slaying several more. Darling, I'm about to unleash my ultimate move. Have your classmates lie down. While Yang Ding continued to slay fiends, he shouted, my wife has arrived. She's about to unleash her ultimate move. Everyone get down now. He promptly lay flat against the ground, and those behind him followed suit. Yi Ro, gripping the butt of her spear, executed a full 360-degree spin, unleashing a fierce gust of energy. The fiends charging towards Yang Ding suddenly had their heads severed, their fangs crashing down harmlessly beside him. Rubbing his head, Yang Ding witnessed a horrifying sight. The heads of 1,000 fiends were simultaneously lopped off, their white forms sprawled across the ground. It turned out his wife excelled not only in close combat, but also in projecting her spear energy. Yi Ro, Patchit Onharsipir, bounced over the corpses of the fiends, careful not to slip on the slick, viscous substance pooling beneath her. Where's my husband? Is he injured? Chapter 28. It seems your love is genuine. Yang Ding quickly rose, calling out, wife, I'm over here. Upon spotting her lively husband, Yi Ro leaped toward him, and Yang Ding caught her in his embrace. Darling, are you hurt? No, I'm fine. You haven't been too stressed, have you? I have my true energy protecting me. These fiends cannot frighten our child. We must hurry. There are still many fiends below. Are the others down there all dead? Indeed, many have been devoured. Yi Ro's hearing was far superior to Yang Ding's. Her delicate ears perked up. There are at least 10,000 fiends swarming below. I will hold this level. You must ascend and evacuate all the living. Yang Ding realized that remaining would only hinder his wife, so he replied, we are on the 40th floor. You only need to hold for 20 minutes. If you cannot endure, retreat immediately. You are my wife, and you carry my child. Your safety is paramount. Love level, 16. 1. Cultivation progress, 166. Yi Ro was deeply moved and planted a fervent kiss on Yang Ding. All right, I will heed your words. 20 minutes will be no problem. Let us go. Yang Ding led his classmates in a frantic dash towards the rooftop. Those with energy spread out to search the tool room for any survivors. Could there be any fiends? My wife descended from above. There will be no living fiends left. Yang Ding, do you possess any remarkable qualities that would cause Instructor Yi to favor you so? My wife is neither beautiful nor clever, constantly complaining about this and that. It's all fate, Yang Ding replied. Indeed, to have a wife like Instructor Yi is akin to striking gold. Yang Ding glanced at his watch and shouted, stop your chattering. You waste the precious time my wife has fought for. We will only check each floor once. If there is nothing, we move up directly. Just as they rushed towards the 42nd floor, footsteps echoed from the stairwell. What the hell is that? That sounds like people, Yang Ding responded. Indeed, it was the enforcement team, following Yi Ro. Captain Zhao, who regarded Yang Ding and asked, "Is it just the 200 of you?" "Yes, below there are only fiends. Tens of thousands of them." Zhao, whose expression turned pale. The building housed 1,000 employees and students, yet only 280 had escaped. This implied that at least 500 lives had been lost. Those individuals might not even leave behind a single bone. The ravenous fiends would likely devour every last hair. "We are doomed." Yi Ro remained vigilant, using her Duanhuan spear to launch dozens of fiend corpses out of the stairway, blocking the passage. Then, she drove the spear's tip into the ground, perching herself atop the pen's wall, cleaning her delicate hands with a damp tissue before retrieving a lollipop from her pocket, unwrapping it and popping it into her mouth. The acrid, earthy scent of the fiends was overwhelming, necessitating the sweetness of lemon candy to alleviate the taste. Look at the eldest wife enjoying a lollipop. With such an abundance of cultivation resources, an Earth-type ability user would be in bliss. Who could have anticipated that beneath Jiangling breeding farm lay such a multitude of fiends? Had they been proliferating underground for ages? Or had they burrowed down from the northern wall? If they had indeed spawned over 10,000 below, it suggested the presence of a ghost matriarch or perhaps a ghost queen beneath Jiangling City. A single ghost queen could produce 500 to 1,000 offspring annually. If not eradicated promptly, the entire underground ecosystem of the city could be irreparably damaged. Yi Ro, savoring her lollipop, observed the wall beside the stairwell. Shortly, a large hole was gouged into the wall. An otherworldly fiend poked its head through, eyeing Yi Ro's long legs, baring its fangs and flicking its forked tongue, emitting a hissing, mocking laughter. Such a sound was beyond human capability, indescribably repulsive and terrifying. Yi Ro kicked the Duanhuan spear, which pierced through the mouth of the otherworldly specter. In an instant, she flickered and seized the spear's handle, unleashing a surge of true energy. The more than 100 specters that had been blocked behind her were instantly pierced through their bodies by the energy. At that moment, the wall collapsed with a thunderous roar, revealing a breach of several square meters, through which the specters surged towards Yi Ro like a flood. Yi Ro wielded her 2-meter Duanhuan spear with impeccable precision, leaving a trail of devastation in her wake. Fong Dalong was indeed correct. For Yi Ro, exterminating these specters was as effortless as slicing through radishes. In fact, it was even simpler, for she could continue her slaughter for 3 days and nights. After vanquishing 300, the corpses of the specters piled up like a mountain, once again blocking the breach in the wall. Casting a glance at her watch, Yi Ro decided it was time to cease her engagement. She was no longer inclined to play with them. The numbers were overwhelming. Continuing this onslaught would undoubtedly exhaust her to the point of collapse. As Yang Ding and his classmates finally ascended to the rooftop, Yi Ro broke through the ground almost simultaneously. Yang Ding surveyed the concrete platform with concern, pondering whether his wife's head was sufficiently resilient. Lieutenant Zhao Hu of the enforcement team hurried to greet her, inquiring if the specters had pursued them. They did not follow. Rather, they fled downwards. These creatures are becoming nearly as intelligent as us humans, exhibiting remarkable organization, Yi Ro replied, scanning the rescued students and faculty. Where is Xiang Bin? Ensure my husband is placed on the 7th floor. I have yet to settle accounts with him. I did not see him come up. He wouldn't have been left behind, would he? Yi Ro's tone conveyed concern, though internally she prayed for his absence. It was of little consequence. The loss of numerous students was but a minor detail compared to a few instructors. Zhao, who promptly organized personnel to seal the rooftop door, establishing shifts to prevent any specters from escaping. These specters, having long dwelled in darkness, possessed exceptional night vision but were highly averse to light, typically refraining from hunting during the day. Thus, enduring until dawn would ensure their safety. Just then, 10-man drones arrived swiftly. The first to descend was Zhou Ruoshi, followed closely by all the Earth-type experts available in Jiangling City. She appeared particularly fond of professional attire. Today, she wore only a white shirt without a jacket, paired with gray striped trousers and high heels, complementing her authoritative demeanor. Zhao Hu led hundreds of enforcement officers in unison, exclaiming, "Welcome, Governor." Zhou Ruoshi cast a perplexed glance at Yi Ro and asked, "What are you doing here?" "I'm here to rescue my husband," Yiro replied. You jumped over from the Jiangling University instructor building? A mere 30 kilometers. It was effortless. Zhou Ruoxi, somewhat speechless, remarked, It seems you truly are in love, Yiro. Your taste is indeed unique. Noting Zhou Ruoxi's persistent sarcasm, Yiro chose not to engage further and stowed away her Duanhuan spear. Yo Ruoxi glanced at Yangding, now viewing him with newfound respect, for Yiro was notoriously difficult to handle. This seemingly unremarkable fellow, did he possess any special skills to charm women? Yangding, observing Zhou Ruoxi, noted that it was their first meeting. As someone experienced in life, he discerned that though Zhou Ruoxi exuded a formidable aura, her facial structure and features conveyed a gentle and graceful demeanor. Report the casualty figures to me, he commanded. Zhao Hu swallowed hard. While the enforcement team had suffered minimal losses, it was estimated that over 500 workers from Building 9 had perished. Zhou Ruoxi glared at him, questioning. Over 500? There were more than 10,000 specters below. This is according to Instructor Yi. She alone has slain over 1,000 specters, Zhao Hu replied. Yiro quickly nodded, adding, Excluding the ones I killed, there are still at least over 10,000. Chapter 29. You truly are a perfect match. Zhou Ruoxi turned her icy gaze upon Zhao Hu. As a lieutenant of the enforcement team, what have you done with so many men stationed here? Zhao Hu, suddenly pale, stammered, I brought my teammates and, alongside Instructor Yi, rescued over 200 individuals. He glanced nervously at Yiro, once a girl who would not tolerate injustice. Yiro had now become both a wife and mother. Realizing that Zhao Hu might one day be her husband as superior, she nodded in agreement. Indeed, Governor. Zhao Hu and his subordinates responded in a timely manner. I was responsible for holding back those specters while the students and staff were primarily escorted by them. Over 500 have perished, and among them may be many instructors from the College of Agriculture, which cannot be conveyed to the Empire. Zhao Hu, you will lose your rank as lieutenant and be demoted to second lieutenant. Zhao Hu could only accept this fate. A second lieutenant was merely a common squad leader, earning around 30,000 a month, less than half of a lieutenant's salary. This meant he would have fewer resources to purchase cultivation materials and would have to start anew. Zhou Ruoxi then addressed all enforcement officers, stating, Your bonuses for this year are hereby canceled. Yes, Governor, echoed 750 enforcement officers in unison, none daring to voice dissent. Zhou Ruoxi beckoned 5 Earth-type abilities users, instructing, Please, quickly lift the building. There may yet be survivors. Yes, Governor. The 5S-level Earth-type abilities users were on par with Zhou Ruoxi in terms of cultivation, but were required to obey the Governor's orders due to their status and duties in Jiangling City. Once everyone had vacated the rooftop, the 5S-level Earth-type abilities users positioned themselves, 4 at the corners and 1 in the center. They squatted simultaneously, pressing their hands against the ground, their foreheads bulging with veins and faces flushed. A miraculous scene unfolded as the towering 50-story structure began to tremble and subsequently rose from the ground. The 50th floor emerged above the surface. The 49th floor surfaced. The 48th floor revealed itself. This building, estimated to be around 1 million cubic meters, weighed several hundred tons, even with the use of special high-tech materials. The spectacle of human strength lifting it from the earth was beyond the imagination of the ordinary workers from the College of Agriculture. Hu Feng had previously been unaware of his own ordinariness. Now, he realized it. In this era, ordinary individuals unable to awaken were indeed akin to livestock, merely food. Standing beside his wife, Yang Ding gazed up at the slowly rising building, feeling profoundly moved. Zhou Ruoxi approached him, asking, What are your thoughts? Incredible, he replied. Your wife belongs to this caliber of awakeners and may even surpass them significantly. Do you think you, as an ordinary man, are worthy to be her husband? Zhou Ruoxi's words dripped with sarcasm as she studied Yang Ding, anticipating a response filled with shame and self-deprecation. Unexpectedly, Yang Ding calmly replied, Governor, I am worthy. Zhou Ruoxi was momentarily taken aback, while Yiro nearly burst into laughter at the exchange. Zhou Ruoxi was utterly speechless, regarding the two with the same incredulity one might reserve for fools. Yes, you truly are a perfect match. This statement was heartfelt. In the Jinglong Empire, where hierarchy was strictly enforced, even if Yang Ding exhibited shamelessness and ignorance of his place, someone of Yiro's standing would never consider a match with him. Yet the truth was that she relished it. Zhou Ruoxi speculated that this was due to Yi Rou lacking parents and familial constraints. Had her sister Yi been in Jiangling City, she might have opposed this union. If Yi Rou herself were to disagree, the ruling class of the Yi family in Jiangling City would exert pressure on the Empire's queen, potentially leading to the annulment of this engagement. "Governor, be careful," Zhao Hu suddenly shouted from the side. At that moment, the building had been raised to the 35th floor when suddenly 7 or 8 specters burst through the windows, lunging at Zhou Ruoxi with their clawed hands. Yi Rou's Duanhuan spear was already in motion when Zhou Ruoxi acted. With a swift gesture, she extracted a mass of moisture from the 8 specters, causing them to plummet to the ground as lifeless husks. "Incredible," Yang Ding exclaimed, unable to restrain himself. The other students from the College of Agriculture gazed at Zhou Ruoxi as if she were a demon. This is the first time everyone has encountered such a terrifying ability. Initially, it was believed that water-based supernatural beings lacked combat prowess, which left Yang Ding quite astonished. Zhou Ruoxi proudly observed her slender, beautiful hands and asked Yang Ding, "Are you afraid?" Typically stubborn, Yang Ding, despite having retreated behind Yi Rou, shook his head defiantly. "I have a wife. I'm not afraid." Zhou Ruoxi, uninterested in further engaging with this shameless leech, silently watched the building. When it was almost lowered to the first floor, she extended her hand and exclaimed, "Stop." Zhao Hu immediately bellowed to the rooftop, "The governor commands you to halt." The 5 earth-based supernatural beings stabilized the building, although it had been pulled from underground. There was a 200-meter deep pit below, necessitating Zhou Ruoxi to extract underground water to form a 10-meter thick layer of solid ice to temporarily support the building's descent. The 5 earth-based supernatural beings then commenced filling the pit. Despite the formidable mental strength of the S-rank supernatural beings, they could not simultaneously stabilize a 200-ton structure while filling a pit of 100,000 cubic meters. Zhou Ruoxi placed her palms on the ground and closed her eyes. Soon, beads of sweat began to form at her fair temples. Extracting underground water to freeze into an ice layer to support a massive structure weighing dozens of tons was indeed an extraordinary feat. Yang Ding finally comprehended how the towering 1,000-meter-long Beijingsheng Great Wall was constructed. The 5 Earth-based experts gradually descended from 300 meters above, needing no stones or bricks. The mud and dust on their shoe soles allowed them to fly through the air. "Governor, the building has been stabilized. You may rest now. The remainder is entrusted to us." The 5 S-rank experts simultaneously pressed their palms to the ground, channeling their powers together. "My dear, where do they get the earth to fill such a vast pit? Horizontal extraction is certainly unfeasible. The surrounding area is filled with tall buildings. Perhaps they can extract 1,000,000 cubic meters from underground and then compact it with the surrounding soil." It was akin to moving mountains and filling seas. Yang Ding, witnessing this incredible ability, yearned to possess it. It was unimaginable how formidable one would be if endowed with such powers. "It seemed I must take the initiative in the future and secure several strong wives." With this thought, he cast a glance at Zhou Ruoxi. Could this woman possibly be one? Soon, the 5 Earth-based masters successfully filled the enormous pit. Although many parts of the building had sustained damage, they effortlessly repaired it, restoring the shattered concrete to its original state. "Thank you, 5. Zhao Hu, take your team inside to search for any survivors or supernatural beings. It would be best to capture a few live ones." "Understood." Hu Feng lightly tapped Yang Ding. "Do you think Instructor Xiang is still alive?" With his limited abilities, it was unlikely he had survived. Chapter 30. Isn't it just a matter of protecting one's husband? Originally intent on seeking death, Hu Feng ignited a flicker of hope upon hearing Yang Ding's words. He was unaware that this was Yang Ding as a brother, gifting him a monumental opportunity as they parted ways. On the 1st of next month, the 2 childhood friends would embark on entirely different life paths, with little chance of intersecting again. Noticing that Zhou Ruoxi was also preparing to enter with the enforcement team, Yi Rou hurriedly caught up to her, forcing a smile. "Governor, my husband has been greatly traumatized. Since he will be entering the martial arts academy next month, may I take him home to recuperate for a few days?" Zhou Ruoxi replied curtly. "What? Is your husband pregnant too?" "Hee." Yi Rou chuckled innocently. "My husband is no ordinary person. His survival proves his capability. What if he is the talent the Empire needs?" Yi Rou's humility stemmed from the unimaginable number of supernatural beings lurking beneath the breeding grounds. The ability to excavate 1 million cubic meters of earth indicated that these supernatural beings had long set their sights on the breeding grounds. It was possible that this was their lair. Remaining here was exceedingly perilous for my husband. Your intentions are all too clear. It's merely a matter of protecting your husband and seeking special treatment, isn't it? Though Zhou Ruoxi was only 25 in this era of early marriage and motherhood, she was considered a woman of advanced age. It was not that she did not wish to marry, but her marital status influenced the power dynamics of the entire Jiangling city. Presently, among the families of equal standing, there was not a single peer she deemed worthy. Thus, the affection displayed by this newlywed couple made her teeth grind in jealousy. Very well, very well. Wait here. Shortly, my drone will take you back to school. Thank you. Governor, please attend to your matters. We shall wait. Normally, the breeding grounds were not solely under Zhou Ruoxi's authority, yet no one dared to oppose her. For her grandfather was the lord of Jiangling City. The enforcement team worked tirelessly until dawn, capturing over 20 live supernatural beings. Tragically, all students and staff from the breeding grounds had perished, with 500 or 600 lives lost, a grievous matter that necessitated reporting to the Empire. Moreover, most of the deceased had no identifiable remains. Fortunately, both the staff and students from the breeding grounds were married couples, making it relatively easy to ascertain who had lost a wife or husband. Fong Dalong approached the students, holding a narrow sword. Whose sword is this? Do you recognize it? Someone replied, I know. This is our instructor Xiangbin's sword. Fong Dalong handed the sword back. Take this home and inform his family of his demise. What? Our instructor is dead? When I found the sword, there was a hand attached. Do you think he's alive? Upon hearing this, Yang Ding remained calm, while Hu Feng could hardly contain his smile, as if all past beatings and humiliations had been released in that moment. He had found hope for survival once more. Although, as an ordinary person at the bottom of the social ladder, his future days would still lack respect. He would no longer be tormented by scoundrels like Xiangbin. At dawn, Zhou Ruoxi emerged from Building 9. She intended to augment the breeding grounds with an additional 1,000 enforcement team members while leaving 5 Earth-based experts to assist in exterminating the supernatural beings underground. Yi Ru, come with me and bring your husband. Yi Ru quickly waved at Yang Ding, following Zhou Ruoxi onto her drone. As the governor of Jiangling's enforcement bureau, Zhou Ruoxi possessed a private aircraft and 10 drones, accompanied by a guard of 80 enforcement officers. The interior of the drone was spacious and filled with a sense of technology, devoid of a pilot or cockpit. When fully loaded, it could accommodate 20 passengers. However, this drone housed only Zhou Ruoxi and her personal belongings, indicating her fastidious nature. Zhou Ruoxi plopped onto her luxurious sofa and languidly commanded, Xiaolong, first take Instructor Yi to Jiangling University S No. 3 Instructor Building, then return me home. Understood, Master. Zhou Ruoxi glanced at the two. I am weary and need a rest for a while. Feel free to do as you please. Just disembark directly upon arrival. There is no need to wake me. Yes, Governor, Yi Ru replied. The drone then ascended automatically, heading towards Jiangling University. Zhou Ruoxi reclined on the sofa, closed her beautiful eyes, and fell asleep. Yang Ding embraced Yi Ru, kissed her lips, and softly murmured, My dear, you are with child. After a tiring night, lean on me for a while. Yi Ru nodded, stretching lazily. Husband, I am indeed very tired. She then handed her soul-severing spear to Yang Ding and nestled into his embrace, falling into a deep slumber. Zhou Ruoxi, initially fatigued, became agitated upon hearing the couple's affectionate exchanges. She feigned a turn, squinting to observe. Zhou Ruoxi had permitted Yi Ru and Yang Ding to board her private aircraft to assess Yi Ru's sincerity. Nestled in Yang Ding's arms, Yi Ru was obedient and tranquil, slipping into an infant-like sleep within moments. Her expression while sleeping was serene and sweet, unlike Zhou Ruoxi, who found it nearly impossible to enjoy a restful slumber. Yang Ding was even more excessive. He seemed aware that Zhou Ruoxi was watching clandestinely. Intentionally, he caressed his wife's exquisite face, her delicate skin, and her fragrant hair. He kissed her forehead, nose, and lips, as if he could never get enough. His actions disgusted the peeping Zhou Ruoxi. Was this man not too indulgent? What was there to kiss? Yi Ru was beautiful, but surely not to such an extent. Yet curiously, Zhou Ruoxi found herself particularly enthralled, unable to tear her gaze away. In this era, the most daring book was Xian Hun Chao's Wisho Su. Beyond that, There were no DVDs to peruse or online resources to explore. Without marriage, there existed no means to understand the dynamics between men and women. When Yang Ding ceased his affectionate gestures, she experienced a twinge of disappointment and occasionally opened her eyes to see if he would continue. For a drone, a distance of over 30 kilometers was merely a blink of an eye. The voice of the mascot of the Jinglong Empire echoed through the screen. Instructor, I am Xiaolong. The third instructor building of Jiangling University has arrived. Please disembark with your personal belongings. Yi Rou sat up, yawning. You woke me just as I was drifting into a sweet dream, dear husband. I had a dream. What dream? I dreamt that our son was born. He was incredibly handsome and a rare martial arts genius. Just as Yang Ding was about to respond, Zhou Ruoshi waved her hand. Let us go. Go back to your own home to chat. Governor, you're still awake? Yi Rou asked. None of your business. Go away. Chapter 31. Be prepared. Mentally, Zhou Ruoshi had long been acquainted with the Yi sisters, so Yi Rou was not particularly intimidated by her. She rose from Yang Ding's embrace, stretching and yawning. Husband, you hold me so comfortably. I slept so soundly. Zhou Ruoshi found herself at a loss for words. This girl had a knack for opening her mouth at the wrong moment. Yi Rou, if you keep showing off, I'll kick you out. All right, Governor. We'll leave right away. Husband, let us hurry home. I want you to hold me while I sleep. All right, my dear wife, take your time. Get lost. After this dog-like couple descended, Zhou Ruoshi found herself unable to sleep any longer. Her stunning figure curled up alone on the drone's large sofa. The pressure at her neckline subtly apparent, her long hair cascading onto the floor. Had it not been for her formidable identity and demeanor, which somewhat suppressed her allure, she would undeniably be one of the most beautiful women in Jiangling City. Gazing at the brilliantly lit nightscape of Jiangling City as the protector of this realm, what had she truly gained apart from toil and peril? She had yet to experience the scent of a man. Perhaps Yi Rou's choices were not entirely foolish. Regardless of whether one was a youthful prodigy or an ordinary person, in this era, death could strike at any moment. In this fleeting life, what was the meaning of existence? Was it to indulge in the pleasures of intimacy like Yi Rou, disregarding class distinctions? Or was it to sacrifice one's body and soul for power and familial interests? Hand in hand, Yi Rou and Yang Ding returned home, with her husband safely back. Her spirits were exceptionally high, her lips chattering incessantly. Husband, you must be tired. Go take a shower, and I'll prepare something warm for you to eat. You can rest for 4 days, just in time to accompany me to the mall to buy some clothes and nourishment for the baby. I want to request that we bring the baby home tonight. It's my first time being a mother, and I know nothing. As the baby's father, could you perhaps learn a bit about parenting? Yang Ding followed her into the kitchen, pressing her against the door as he fervently kissed her. Husband, what are you doing? Aren't you tired? Yi Rou protested, though her body eagerly reciprocated. When he finally paused after kissing her senseless, he declared, with a wife like you, I, Yang Ding, shall never be a kept man. One day, you and our child will be proud of me. Yi Rou was immediately touched. Then don't stop, unless you are very hungry. I am indeed very hungry. I want to devour you. As he spoke, he lifted Yi Rou back to their room. Wife, why does your mouth taste so sweet and sour? Oh, I had a lemon candy while battling monsters. Should I brush my teeth? No need. The flavor is delightful. Yang Ding held Yi Rou in his arms until noon, awakening to the sound of a knock on the door from Fong Jing. Yi Rou had slept soundly and opened the door, still drowsy. Sister Jing, what brings you here at noon? Is Yang Ding Alrig? I just heard from my brother. Yes, fine. I've already helped him take leave. He'll be resting at home for the next few days. Fong Jing entered mysteriously, lowering her voice. You need to prepare him mentally. Prepare for what? It's said that the student council will interrogate the surviving students. Quite a few instructors have perished this time. Over 500 students died. Only around 30 instructors did. What is the big deal? Who cares about those ordinary folks from the agricultural and industrial college? Yi Rou nodded, realizing the implications. Who would lead the investigation? It could only be the disciplinary director, and her brother Xiang Bin seemed to have perished. Yes, he died at the hands of a vengeful spirit. At that moment, Yang Ding emerged from the room, having overheard their conversation, remaining remarkably composed. His modus operandi was to act discreetly, ensuring no traces remained. Sister Jing, I happen to have some free time these days. Please share some parenting knowledge with me. Yi Rou wishes to bring the child home every night. Fong Jing looked surprised. You, a man, truly wish to learn such things? Why would I not? My wife carries my child. She endures so much hardship. Should I not assist her? Fang Jing cast an envious glance at Yi Ro. You've struck gold, girl. You have no idea how exhausting raising a child can be. I initially wanted to do it myself, but hardly slept at night. If there were two of us to alternate, it would be much better. Although every couple these days were dual income earners. Who would want to raise their own flesh and blood and increase their bonding time? Yi Ro's face was alight with happiness. Sister Jing, how about you start bringing the child home tonight? We can take turns caring for him, and it's a good opportunity to learn. Is that all right? Would it disturb your rest? As a young widow, Fang Jing now had to care for a child, feeling lonely, restless, and sorrowful without an outlet. With Yi Ro and her husband accompanying her, her days would be somewhat brighter. There's no disturbance at all. We're all family here. Yi Ro found herself increasingly fond of Yang Ding, reluctant to share him with her friend. However, after giving birth to 3 children, she would have to go to the Northern Great Wall. In a year and a half to come, Sister Jing might marry. Therefore, facilitating this connection might not be a bad idea. At least it would secure Fang Jing's interest. If her husband sought a second wife, Fang Jing would be the one she could most accept. Aside from her biological sister Yi Ku, this friend would not neglect her children. The marriage system of the Jinglong Empire has a peculiar characteristic. At 18, compulsory marriage is enforced, after which one may either continue matching within the system or freely marry. Free marriage requires the consent of the existing wife, necessitating the fingerprint confirmation of all wives upon registration. Fang Jing, eager to accompany her child each evening, nodded and said, "Very well, I shall go fetch the child's necessities. Please keep the noise to a minimum tonight." Yi Ro smiled foolishly. "I am currently pregnant, and Mr. Yang is exceedingly gentle. I assure you, he will not disturb you." Just then, a hurried knocking resounded from outside. Yi Ro, irritated, inquired, "Who is it?" "Instructorie. I am from the student council. The disciplinary director has sent me to summon Yang Ding for questioning." Chapter 32. He is lying. Yi Ro flung open the door, hands on her hips, and demanded, "My husband is also a victim. What sort of investigation is this? Is it truly an inquiry or merely a casual questioning?" The sisters, Yi Ro and her sibling, had once had a personal audience with the Empress of the Empire, granting them significant standing within the school, such that even the disciplinary director could not easily intimidate them. This confidence had emboldened her during the forced pairing incident, allowing her to confront the principal directly. The member of the student council hesitantly responded, "It should be an inquiry, but if you are concerned, Instructor Yi, you may accompany him." "Of course I will go. I cannot allow some individuals to take their grief out on my husband." She shut the door with a bang and said to Yang Ding, "Darling, I will accompany you. Let me change my clothes. Wait for me." Yang Ding, however, stopped her. "This is merely a routine inquiry. I can handle it myself. It would be rather embarrassing for me, as your husband, to always bring you along. Others might think I am utterly useless, but the disciplinary director is notoriously difficult. I fear you may be caught in her web," she replied. Yang Ding chuckled. "Rest assured, my dear, that old witch cannot ensnare your husband." Fang Jing, being 2 years older, possessed greater worldly wisdom than Yi Ro and had a keener insight into men. "Xiaoro, do not worry. The disciplinary director would not dare to act against you. Your husband is far craftier than you think. If he cannot handle her, you certainly will not be able to." "Who says that?" "Jing Jia, my husband is honest and straightforward," Yi Ro retorted. Fang Jing playfully poked her forehead and said, "When did you become such a lovesick fool? What tricks has Yang Ding played on you?" After changing his clothes, Yang Ding followed the student council members to their headquarters. The recent incident at the breeding farm had resulted in the highest death toll in Jiangling City in nearly a decade, with 75 of the deceased being students from the Agricultural College's Pig Husbandry Department at Jiangling University. Thus, the student council was required to deeply involve itself in the investigation, compiling evidence and submitting a report to the city lord and the empire's upper echelons. The student council headquarters was adjacent to the principal's office, holding considerable authority. The council president was typically a senior student of higher caliber, holding a rank just below the principal, allowing them to engage with any teacher on equal footing. Upon arrival, Yang Ding discovered he was the only student present. The others were all there to witness the proceedings. 8 members of the student council, 1 captain from the enforcement team, and a representative instructor who was the disciplinary director were present. 10 pairs of eyes were fixed on Yang Ding, a clear display of intimidation. The disciplinary director, her eyes reddened with anger, spoke sternly, "Come and sit. You're the only one who sneaked back, so today we will only interrogate you. We will question the other students individually at the breeding farm. Therefore, do not harbor any illusions. If we catch you in a lie, the consequences will be dire." Yang Ding approached the table, hands in his pockets, and took a seat, locking eyes with the disciplinary director. "Firstly, I must correct you. I did not sneak back on my own accord. I returned with the approval of Governor Zhou via her drone." Yang Ding understood that in this tense atmosphere, Yi Rou's reputation would not suffice to intimidate these individuals, but Zhou Ruoshi's name held sufficient weight to instill fear. As expected, the disciplinary director's demeanor softened immediately. "Oomph. Does Governor Zhou care about someone of your lowly status in the pig husbandry department? Do you think you deserve to be her personal drone?" Yang Ding gestured towards the phone on the table. "The enforcement team captain should be able to contact the governor. You can inquire yourselves." The disciplinary director glanced at the boy beside her, who was Zhao Zikai, the president of the student council. He was Zhou Ruoshi's cousin, a senior student at Jiangling University's Martial Arts Academy, with a cultivation level of the 4th rank. The Zhao family were allies of the Zhou family and part of Jiangling City's ruling class. Although he lacked the qualifications, his wife possessed them, and for now, they would believe him. "The governor is quite busy. Do not disturb her over such trivial matters," Zhao Zikai replied. It was evident that within this group, his words carried far greater weight than those of the disciplinary director. She had no choice but to relent, sneering, "Even if you did ride in Governor Zhou's private aircraft. What of it? We now suspect you are connected to the death of your instructor, Xiang Tianyu." After a deliberate pause intended to provoke Yang Ding into denial, the disciplinary director aimed to catch him off guard. Regardless of the truth, she intended to leverage her age and status to force Yang Ding into admitting guilt, hoping to fulfill her brother's dying wish. After all, he was only 18 years old and had not seen much of the world. He should be easily manipulated. To her surprise, Yang Ding calmly responded, "Indeed, the death of the instructor is indeed related to me." "You are confessing? What confession?" Yang Ding countered. "Shouldn't you first inquire about what transpired at the time?" Seeing Yang Ding evade her trap, the disciplinary director reluctantly said, "Very well, then tell us what happened." 10 minutes later, Yang Ding remained silent, his eyes reddened with emotion. Even the captain of the enforcement team was losing patience, banging on the table. "Are you mute?" The student council president smirked. "Is he too frightened to speak?" Yang Ding took a tissue, wiped his nose, and then passionately recounted, "You were not at the scene. You cannot fathom how terrifying it was, with thousands of otherworldly creatures pursuing us. The instructor and I were covering the rear. He actively went to close the fire door of the staircase to buy me time to escape. Initially, I did not wish to leave him behind. I wanted to stand and die together, but the instructor insisted that his cultivation was higher, reaching the 1st rank middle stage, and he could handle those creatures alone." Everyone stared coldly at Yang Ding, while only the disciplinary director began to fidget in her seat. She interrupted his emotional recollection. "Are you implying that my brother sacrificed himself to protect you, allowing you to escape?" "Indeed, although the instructor was often fierce in critical moments, we witnessed his noble character." "You are lying." The disciplinary director slammed her hand on the table. "Your wife, Yi Rou, caused Xiang Tianyu to lose his chance to enter the A class. He would resent you, not save you." "Instructor, you are misunderstanding. I had already explained to the instructor that Zhou's orders resulted in Xiang Tianyu receiving a 0. It was not my wife's intention. Surely the instructor would not harbor such hatred towards me, nor contemplate murder." The disciplinary director suddenly stood, her hands pounding the table in agitation. "He wants to kill you. It is impossible for him to save you. No one knows my brother better than I do. So your testimony is false. You are the one who killed my brother." Everyone in the room was stunned. The disciplinary director suddenly realized she had misspoken. She hurriedly clarified to the audience, "President Zhao, Captain Sun, what I meant is that Yang Ding is lying." Chapter 33. This is not appropriate. Who would have thought that our instructor was so virtuous, sacrificing himself for the students? Yet you, his sister, would accuse him of wanting to harm his own students? Yang Ding feigned deep sorrow. "What would our instructor think of your words? As he lies in the belly of the otherworldly creatures?" This unexpected moral coercion left the disciplinary director utterly flabbergasted. Initially, She had aimed to steer Yang Ding into revealing his grievances with the instructor, thus providing a motive for murder. Aye, you deceitful little thief. The student council president, Zhao Zikai, stood up. Enough. The investigation of Yang Ding concludes here. Everyone, please return to your duties. Chairman Zhao, we cannot let this scoundrel go unpunished. Is my brother's death to be in vain? If your brother intended to kill him, it would be self-defense. Even if he indeed perished at Yang Ding's hands, it would still comply with the laws of the empire. If your brother had no prior grievances with him, then there would be no motive for murder. It could merely be an accident. What more is there to investigate? He is not the only one who has died. Moreover, Yang Ding has yet to break through to the first-grade lower realm, while your brother has already reached the mid-tier of the first grade. Zhao Zikai's reasoning is sound. The disciplinary director was left speechless. Lieutenant Sun, isn't your enforcement team going to intervene? Director, do you believe our enforcement team is idle? There are tens of thousands of otherworldly demons in Jiangling City awaiting our eradication. The other jurors left, leaving only the disciplinary director and Yang Ding locked in a silent stare across the table. You are safe now, but can you tell me how you killed my brother? You could not possibly be his match. Did you ambush him? Yang Ding revealed a knowing smile before turning to leave. He neither confirmed nor denied the accusation. Yet, the director could discern from his smile that her brother had indeed been slain by this wretched boy. For the first time, she realized that she and her brother had underestimated him. The disciplinary director glared at Yang Ding's retreating figure, muttering fiercely to herself, "As long as you remain at Jiangling University, we will ensure your demise." Upon returning home, Yiro and Fong Jing were busy laying out bedding, with Yiro having long forgotten their initial agreement to sleep separately. Or perhaps she simply wished to avoid the topic altogether. After being embraced by a man and then sleeping alone, her heart felt hollow. "Darling, the Haven tea made things difficult for you, have they?" It was just a normal inquiry to understand the circumstances at the time. Fong Jing asked curiously. The disciplinary director took the initiative to investigate you. "She didn't tea trouble you?" This old hag certainly wished to pin the blame for her brother's death on me. But there were witnesses from the student council and the enforcement team present. It wasn't solely her decision. Well, considering your current cultivation level, even if you wanted to confront Xiang Bin, it would be like a chicken trying to peck at a rock. As long as everything is fine, we have prepared lunch. Sister Jing has to go to work this afternoon. Yiro did not pursue the matter further, as she had no doubts regarding it. Fong Jing tidied the dining table and inquired, "What are you two planning to do this afternoon?" Yiro grinned mischievously. "This afternoon, we are obviously going to take a nap. After Sister Jing finishes work, we will go shopping in the evening, buy some baby supplies, and then pick up your daughter." Fong Jing playfully tapped Yiro's forehead. "Take it easy. You're pregnant. You specifically requested leave for such things. Is that a habit? Don't worry. My husband is very gentle. We only indulge in moderation." I don't believe that men can control themselves. After lunch, Fong Jing went to work while Yiro washed the dishes, with Yang Ding keeping her company. "Wife, if you invite Sister Jing to stay, it would be awkward for us to be affectionate. The more affectionate we are, the more she will think of her deceased husband. Isn't that too cruel?" Yiro contemplated for a long while before expressing her thoughts. "Darling, what do you think of Sister Jing?" "What do you mean? Is she pretty?" "She is beautiful, but just a bit less than you. Her legs aren't as long. After I give birth to 3 children, even if I do not wish to go to the Northern Front, the Imperial Army will require my presence. You have to work alone. With no time to care for the children, you will definitely need a woman. The only second wife I can accept is Sister Jing. Her family is well off. She is attractive, and currently, she seems to have a favorable impression of you." Yang Ding felt a surge of joy within, grateful for this wife. Fong Jing possessed a unique charm as a mature woman, and she was also a genius with spatial abilities. Spatial powers are exceedingly rare and immensely beneficial to Yang Ding. For instance, when he collects weapons in the future, he can secretly store them in his own crafted space, leaving others oblivious. Moreover, when he eventually lives at the Northern Great Wall, he can keep the children in this space without concern for their safety. However, he could not reveal this now, as it would make him appear too ungrateful and could hurt his wife's feelings. A woman can provide you with a confidant, but you must not be inconsiderate. "Darling, what are you thinking? We are a forced pairing. Sister Jing is different. With her family status, she would not look at me. Isn't there a wife helping you to make connections? This is an opportune moment to take advantage of." "Wife, I'm not that kind of person. Sister Jing is your good friend, and her father is a high-ranking official in the Donghai garrison. Her family would not approve. Yang Ding's response brought comfort to Yi Ro. At least this man seemed reliable. Had it been another, he would have been overjoyed by now. You need not worry. Sister Jing can decide her own marriage, and her parents cannot intervene. Yang Ding repeatedly declined, suggesting it was inappropriate. Yi Ro sighed. If you truly do not like her, then so be it. It is a pity we cannot become family. Yang Ding planted a firm kiss on Yi Ro's cheek. Since my wife wishes for us to become one family, to rely on and protect each other, how could I let you down? Yi Ro turned to Yang Ding with a playful smile. Darling, you are secretly overjoyed, aren't you? Sister Jing is petite and delicate, undoubtedly the type men prefer. Yang Ding stubbornly insisted, my wife is the best. Do not rush. We must take it slow. She has been childhood friends with her husband and cannot easily accept another man. I am not in a hurry. I just fear that if I marry her and have a child, her husband might return alive, and that would be awkward. What nonsense. The frontline reports have been released. There is no mistake. All right, I will follow my wife's arrangements. After washing the dishes, the two returned to their room to cuddle and sleep. Yang Ding naturally could not resist, but Yi Ro, having been reminded by Fong Jing, no longer allowed him to touch her. Yang Ding had to obediently take a nap, preparing to persuade the doctor once Fong Jing returned for dinner so they could visit the maternal and child health hospital together. This time, he was determined to convince the doctor. Otherwise, Yi Ro would never be able to overcome her mental barrier. Chapter 34. All for the Child. When Fong Jing returned from work, she found that Yang Ding and Yi Ro had already prepared the meal. Besides the fragrant pre-prepared dishes, there was also a pot of spicy hot pot made by Yang Ding, the mouth-watering aroma wafting through the air. This was the essence of home. Fong Jing felt a lump in her throat, a wave of long-lost emotion surging within her. In her memory, the last time she had returned home to smell the aroma of food was when she was 7 or 8 years old. Her parents were often away at war, only returning once every year or two. This dish was made by Yang Ding, right? It tastes similar to the last time. Yi Ro emerged from the kitchen. Indeed. Sister Jing, it's both fragrant and spicy, perfect for several bowls of rice. I often mooch off your husband's culinary skills. You wouldn't be jealous, would you? Fong Jing joked. We are all family. What's yours is mine. Silly girl, don't say such things. Just then, Yang Ding emerged with bowls and chopsticks, and Fong Jing shared a moment of appreciative eye contact with him before quickly averting her gaze, feeling slightly awkward. The stimulating flavors of the spicy hot pot led Fong Jing to eat 2 bowls of rice, leaving her belly pleasantly full. After the meal, she was sweating profusely. This meal was delightful. I haven't enjoyed myself this much in ages. You two go rest. I'll wash the dishes. Yi Ro was also drenched in sweat. Sister Jing, let Yang Ding wash them. We'll take a shower and then head to the maternal and child health hospital early. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? I'm here eating and drinking. I should help with some household chores. Yang Ding took the bowls and chopsticks from her hands. Sister Jing, you go ahead. We are all family. No need for politeness. Fong Jing once again felt the benefits of having such a husband. Previously, she described her relationship with her spouse as one of childhood's sweethearts, yet both were absorbed in their respective pursuits of cultivation, resulting in minimal interaction in their daily lives. After the two women completed their baths and changed into fresh clothing, Yang Ding had already washed the dishes. Yi Ro remained in her crisp, casual sportswear, while Fong Jing donned a modest little black dress, appropriate attire for a widow. The three of them chatted as they walked, first visiting the maternal and child hospital to pick up the children, followed by a checkup with the obstetrician. As it turned out, Yi Ro's worries were unfounded. The fetus was developing splendidly and growing rapidly. The doctor was the same one as before, and feeling a bit shy, Yi Ro squeezed Yang Ding's hand. Doctor, will sharing a bed these days have any impact on the fetus? The doctor immediately recalled the young couple from their previous visit and took the opportunity to respond. A few times is not a problem. Young people, after all, have their passions, but remember to prioritize the child. This ambiguous response left Yi Ro feeling quite unsettled. So is it okay or not? It was difficult for the doctor to provide a definitive answer. It's not easy to say yes or no. Just take it as it comes. You'll be coming for checkups weekly, and if there's anything concerning, I will let you know. The key is to be gentle. I trust your husband understands that? Yang Ding quickly affirmed, of course I understand. What exactly do you understand? Is it okay or not? Yi Ro's stubbornness left the doctor somewhat speechless, prompting Yang Ding to pull her outside. What are you doing, husband? I haven't gotten a clear answer yet. The doctor's intention was quite obvious. As long as they were gentle, there shouldn't be an issue. By persistently asking, which doctor would dare guarantee anything? Fong Jing comprehended immediately. Indeed, doctors will never provide a definitive answer on such matters. After all, they cannot control the complexity of these situations. Realizing this, Yi counted on her fingers and reflected. During this time, my husband and I have been intimate 6 or 7 times. It seems there have been no adverse effects. All right. Such discussions can be reserved for your cozy evenings at home. No need to share them with everyone. The trio then took Fong Jing's daughter to the shopping mall to purchase some infant supplies. As first-time parents, Yang Ding and Yi were uncertain about what items to prepare. After an hour of browsing, they encountered Xiang Tianyu, who was shopping for ceremonial items with his wife and mother, presumably for Xiang Bin's memorial service. Upon spotting Yang Ding, Xiang Tianyu's eyes turned red with fury. He brushed off his wife's hand and approached, declaring, "You are responsible for my father's death. I will make you pay tenfold." Yang Ding, however, remained unperturbed and clasped his fists in a gesture of condolence. "Xiang, I am deeply sorry for your loss. Your father was a great instructor, and we all owe him our lives. I will find a way to repay you in the future." This unexpected response left Xiang Tianyu at a loss. He had been intent on avenging his father, yet Yang Ding's words suggested a future debt of gratitude. Would his father truly be willing to save Yang Ding when his intention had been to kill him? "What do you intend to repay me with?" Yang Ding replied. "In the future, we may not only be classmates, but potentially allies. If you find yourself in peril, I will lend you a hand. With someone as weak as you think you could be my ally? How shameless of you to claim you would save me. You should take a good look in the mirror." Despite his fury, Xiang Tianyu resolved to seek revenge for his father's murder, albeit misunderstanding Yang Ding's intentions. "All right, husband, let us depart. There is no point in engaging with him." Yi tugged at Yang Ding and led him away. "We should exercise caution. If his close combat skills are lacking, he may end up in the same class as you." Yi nodded in agreement. "Indeed, husband, you both might be in the C-rank group. This could be a blessing in disguise. Perhaps there is a chance for reconciliation. My husband is truly magnanimous. In these times, being generous is not necessarily a virtue, especially when executing future missions." "Yang Ding, you must be wary," Fong Jing advised. Upon returning home, Fong Jing busied herself with the tasks of bathing the child, applying powder, and changing clothes. "Husband, perhaps you should learn from Jie. Given my current rate of pregnancy, I will hardly have the opportunity to care for the child, so I shall depend on you." Just then, Fong Jing called from the bathroom. "Yi, please bring me the baby's towel. It's hanging on the balcony." Yang Ding went to fetch the towel and opened the door. Fong Jing was in the midst of bathing the child, and there was nothing inappropriate about it. However, her top was quite low-cut, and Yang Ding caught an unobstructed view. This startled Fong Jing, and she quickly covered herself, whispering, "What are you doing? Why did you come in here?" Yang Ding promptly closed his eyes. Jie, my wife asked me to learn how to care for the baby. I don't know how to bathe or change diapers. Did you see anything just now? Don't go spreading rumors, especially not to your wife. She might think too much. Rest assured, I won't say a word. This is all for the child. No need to overthink it." Fong Jing asked Yang Ding to help watch the baby while she returned to her room to put on a jacket, zipping it up securely before daring to return to the bathroom. The child was joyfully playing with the water, and Fong Jing awkwardly instructed Yang Ding on how to care for an infant, while he clumsily followed her guidance. Neither mentioned the earlier incident until they were finished. "Jie, you take the baby to rest. I will handle the bathwater." "All right, thank you." Fong Jing, unable to meet his gaze, replied with a voice tinged with embarrassment. Yang Ding returned to the room and nestled under the covers with his wife, saying, "I just helped Jie with the baby, and it felt quite awkward being so close." Yi offered comfort instead of reproach. "It's all right. It's normal to feel that way at first. Once you get used to it, it will be fine. Aren't you jealous?" Yi replied, "In this day and age, capable men often have multiple wives. If women become jealous, life would be unbearable. As long as you treat me and our child well, that is sufficient." The influence of the times and environment on women's thoughts is undeniable. Yang Ding realized he no longer wished to remain passive. He aspired to actively strengthen himself and carve out a future of his own. The next morning, considering that both women had to work, Yang Ding rose early, only to find Fong Jing already preparing breakfast. Upon entering the kitchen, their eyes met, and an awkward silence ensued. It seemed Fong Jing had been dwelling on the previous evening's events. "You may sleep a bit longer. I will warm the milk for the child and heat your breakfast. I've been waiting for the Martial Arts Academy's results these days with little to do. I will assist you. Then you can learn how to prepare the milk." As expected, practice makes perfect. Fong Jing began to teach Yang Ding how to mix the formula with ease. The water temperature should be around 35 to 36 degrees. A child's digestive system is delicate and should not be scalded. After preparing it, test a few drops on your wrist. Yang Ding followed her instructions and demonstrated the process. Fong Jing was captivated, surprised that a man would willingly engage in such tasks. In Yang Ding's view, both genders bear equal responsibilities in family matters. It is merely a matter of numbers, with more women than men. It is only natural for men to assist in caring for children when they have the energy, ensuring a closer bond as the child grows. "Jia Jia, keep the baby at home today. I will play with her. Otherwise, there isn't much to do." I didn't apply for full-time care. The maternal and child hospital requires the child to be sent during the day, but you can pick her up early in the evening. I will provide you with a consent form. Fong Jing then shared her home password with Yang Ding. "When you have time, please open my windows to let in some fresh air. There are many pre-prepared meals in the fridge that need to be consumed, so just bring them up." Fong Jing, having fed her child and taken a few bites of breakfast, activated her spatial abilities to swiftly transport herself to the maternal and child health hospital. She needed to return her child before she could attend her training session. Once Hiro also descended from the balcony to head to work, Yang Ding made his way directly to Fong Jing's home on the 195th floor. The couple, having only one child, resided in a one-bedroom apartment, which was even smaller than Yiro's. Yiro's residence, a two-bedroom unit, was a result of her sister having given her one of the rooms. On the living room wall hung their wedding photo, and this was the first time Yang Ding beheld the visage of Fong Jing's late husband. His appearance could only be described as quite ordinary. Approaching the wedding photo step by step, Yang Ding's gaze brimmed with a longing for another man's wife. He rolled up his sleeves and wiped the dust from his eyes. Ambitious as he declared, "Fear not, brother, I shall care for your wife and child." He then opened the window for ventilation, and, as he entered the room, Fong Jing's unique fragrance enveloped him. He inhaled the scent of the small garments laid on the bed, exclaiming, "Ah, delightful." Before long, a book on the bedside table caught his attention, titled Sui Shun Jiu Xinfa. Intrigued, he sat on the bed and began to read. Although he had not yet awakened his spatial abilities, perhaps under his wife's guidance, he might succeed one day. Memorizing the theoretical knowledge of the technique would be a good start. According to string theory, our universe is a membrane floating in an 11-dimensional hyperspace, with gravity propagating as closed strings across all dimensions. A powerful consciousness or mental strength is essential for constructing and maintaining one's spatial domain. Abilities users can perceive and influence the surrounding spatial structure through highly concentrated awareness, establishing a connection with spatial particles through intention, thereby creating their own spatial domain. After half an hour of reading, Yang Ding found it quite strenuous. Without having awakened, he could only temporarily memorize the technique, as a thorough understanding seemed nearly impossible. Establishing his own spatial domain would require a combination of theory and practical application, akin to constructing a building, a task not to be accomplished in a day. It would be far easier to replicate the technique directly from his wife. Yawning, Yang Ding retrieved food from the refrigerator to take home before heading to the rooftop to practice his marksmanship. He opened his panel to check his progress. Following the previous encounter with the otherworldly specters and his instructor, his experience points had increased significantly. Second level of Duan Hun Gun, FA. Shaking and blocking 3 stances unlocked. Experience points, 15. First stance of Jian Jiu Shi. Sweeping sword stance unlocked. Experience points, 10. The rise in experience points deepened his understanding of both Duan Hun Gun, FA, and Jian Jiu Shi, allowing for greater proficiency during actual combat. On the rooftop, numerous children of instructors were quietly honing their skills, likely believing they would soon be admitted and had taken leave from their units. Mao Jian was among them. Upon seeing Yang Ding, he rushed over, elated. "You're alive. Oh my, I heard from my mother that the breeding grounds were attacked by otherworldly specters, and you were practically doomed. I couldn't sleep a wink last night. Do you wish for my demise?" Yang Ding inquired. "You are my friend, of course. I hope you're well. That is what my mother said. If you aspire to achieve something in the future, the first thing you must do is break free from your mother. Do not become a mama's boy. Well, I have no choice. My mother controls our family finances. In public, Yang Ding continued practicing Jianjiu Shi. After all, he had paid for it, and the technique was exceptionally intricate, allowing for graceful execution, a swordsmanship that was essential for a grandmaster of the Jing-Long Empire. Watching from the side, Mao Jian observed as Yang Ding's sweeping sword stance flowed with remarkable vigor, feeling quite envious. Yang Ding, how do you improve so quickly? Has your wife taught you secret techniques? In his view, Yang Ding's superiority over him was not due to talent or effort, but because he had a genius girl as a wife. I have fought against the otherworldly specters. I have slain a few. Mao Jian was instantly thrilled. What? You've killed otherworldly specters? Although individually they lacked combat strength, their agility allowed them to traverse walls and ceilings with ease, and they often fought in teams. Eliminating them was no simple feat, especially for an ordinary person who had not awakened. Chapter 36. Is this too ostentatious? Yang Ding contemplated that upon entering the martial arts academy, he ought to gather a few followers. Although Mao Jian's aptitude was lacking, his parents held a significant position in the school, which was sufficient for now. Is that not obvious? I was on the 7th floor when the entire building collapsed. If I didn't kill a few specters, how could I have escaped? That's impressive. Once we attend the martial arts academy, we can boast for months. None of the freshmen will have any combat experience, let alone knowledge of the specters. Stay low-key. This practical experience should benefit good brothers. What do you mean? You should teach me your sword techniques. I will impart to you my practical experience. How will you teach me? Practical training requires sparring. I will demonstrate the few moves I used against the specters. Frightened, Mao Jian immediately recoiled. Brother Ding, as someone who has killed specters, why would you bother sparring with someone like me, who cannot awaken? You may be somewhat lacking, but currently, I have no other means to gain experience points. To reach the level of Yi Rou with the second stance of Duan Hun Gun Fa, only Mao Jian could assist him at this juncture. Mao Jian was indeed quite inept. Earlier in the morning, he had been left bruised all over by Yang Ding's thrusts, and the entire rooftop could hear his cries, yet he had only gained 0.2 experience points. It seemed that rapid improvement could only be achieved through life-and-death combat. After you've beaten me like this, how about treating me to lunch? Mao Jian asked. Of course, let's South eat at my place. Has your wife mentioned that in the martial arts academy, the lower classes, namely the C and D tiers, will now have a 1-year program before graduating to join the enforcement team? Furthermore, the monthly test will transition into internships. Yes, I am aware. The last time, the governor personally visited to discuss this with the principal. My mother said that conditions in Jiangling City are becoming increasingly dire. We will face considerable danger in the enforcement team. Indeed, you should refrain from practicing that half-step collapsing punch. Those of lower cultivation must learn to utilize weapons. Will there be a salary during the internship? I'm nearly out of money. I've spent most of what my mother gave me. Mao Jian spoke with evident dejection. Having been forced by his mother to train previously, and now that she had agreed to let him be a farm technician, he might still be admitted. Once admitted to the martial arts academy, students would effectively become half-soldiers akin to reserves and could not withdraw freely. Let us hope that my name does not appear on the list in a few days. After all, I have not yet reached 600 pounds. As Yang Ding opened the door, Mao Jian was greeted by the contrasting sense of 2 different women. Please wait a moment while I heat up the food. I heard that Instructor Ye's sister has been at the Northern Wall for 2 years and has never returned. She should still be alive, right? Of course she is alive. My sister-in-law is a member of the youth class and possesses strength surpassing even my wife. Why are there baby bottles and children's clothes everywhere? Is there a newborn here? Instructor Fong's husband has passed away. She is temporarily residing here. Is she that petite, strikingly beautiful, and with remarkably good skin, the one from the spatial department? Who else could it be? There are hardly any people in the spatial department. Mao Jian was so envious he nearly cried. Had this fellow saved the galaxy in past life? All were rookies. Yet why did Yang Ding receive such favorable treatment? 3 days later, the announcement day arrived. Although Yang Ding was confident he would be admitted, the day still held a sense of pride, and he felt a surge of excitement. His wife, Yi Rou, shared in his enthusiasm, rising early to prepare breakfast for him. Fang Jing also expressed her intention to accompany him to view the announcement after completing her morning exercises. Surely, a student from a C tier of the Martial Arts Academy does not require the personal accompaniment of 2 beautiful instructors. Would that not be too ostentatious? High-profile behavior has its drawbacks. Yet with both me and your wife backing you, who would dare to bully you at the martial arts academy? Although Fong Jing's words were deeply moving, Yang Ding secretly longed for the opportunity to be challenged. This way, he could confront those who displeased him while continually amassing practical combat experience. After the trio finished their breakfast, Fong Jing inquired, "Ro, shall we teleport?" Taking the elevator is simply too time-consuming. Yi Ro responded without hesitation, "Absolutely, this will be much quicker." Yang Ding was well aware of Fong Jing's intention. To utilize her spatial abilities, they would need to interlock their fingers. This was something Yi Ro would have never consented to before. However, her demeanor had shifted to one of generosity and initiative. Standing to Fong Jing's right, she intertwined their fingers and then turned to her husband, saying, "Don't just stand there. Go hold on to Sister Jing's hand. The training period is about to commence." Yang Ding wiped the sweat from his palms and took Fong Jing's delicate hand, gently sliding his fingers into the spaces between hers. Fong Jing's small, smooth hand made her noticeably nervous, and this was the first time she had ever held hands with a man other than her husband. The essence of the spatial teleportation technique lies in spatial folding. Listen to my commands when the time comes. As a modern individual who had traversed into this realm, Yang Ding felt an exhilarating thrill at experiencing such a wondrous technique for the first time. Lift your leg, take a big step, and done. As Fong Jing's words fell, Yang Ding, who had just been in a room, suddenly found himself standing beside Hu Feng. The students from the pig-raising department gasped in shock and scattered in all directions. "What are you panicking about? Haven't you seen a spatial ability user before?" Fong Jing reprimanded, concerned that their commotion might incite chaos. While everyone was aware of the existence of spatial ability users, this was their first encounter, and astonishment was only natural. The students struggled to comprehend how Yang Ding could be associated with a celestial beauty like Yi Ro, especially when another charming woman like Fong Jing appeared beside him. Hu Feng felt a twinge of regret, having shared so many years together without realizing Yang Ding possessed such charm with women. "Honey, I'll see you at the announcement area later," Yi Ro said as she briskly made her way to the instructor's podium. "All right, my dear, I'll be waiting for you. Don't forget about me." "Of course, Sister Jing." After completing their exercises, many students rushed towards the announcement area. Yang Ding turned to Hu Feng, patting him on the shoulder. "I'm leaving. No one will bully you anymore. Live well, and come visit me when you can." Hu Feng, gazing at his childhood friend, felt tears welling in his eyes. Forcing a smile as he replied, "All right, I will definitely come find you. Take care." Yang Ding pinched Hu Feng's chubby cheek and said, "You take care too." Everyone understood that they would each embark on different paths, with families and children, making future reunions exceedingly difficult. As Yang Ding departed from the Socare area, his classmates bid him farewell. He had saved them all at the breeding farm, earning their respect and gratitude. Meanwhile, Hu Feng, unnoticed, crouched down and began to cry like a fool. Chapter 37. Surely admitted at the posting area, over 30,000 people surged forward, creating a sea of heads. Yang Ding heard his wife mention that around 20 would be admitted this time. This meant that the Martial Arts Academy's new student class, which typically enrolled only 4,000 to 5,000 annually, had expanded to over 10,000, most of whom had not truly awakened their abilities and were merely propped up by their parents' resources. Yang Ding noticed that many people were not as excited as they had been just a few days prior. They must have heard the rumors. With such a low admission rate and the evident institutional reforms, it was clear they were merely filling quotas, unable to squeeze through the crowd. He opted to wait for his wife and Fong Jing outside. Xiang Tianyu and a few friends approached, grumbling, "I'm a bona fide awakener. There's no way I will end up in the C class. I'm destined for the B class." "But Tianyu, your melee score is 0, which is crucial for the higher classes. The higher classes should prioritize talent, and my punching power has surpassed 1,000 pounds, while those novices are only around 400 to 500, with the highest barely exceeding 600. How can they compare to me?" Xiang Tianyu also found it impossible to get inside and had yet to see the list. Nevertheless, he remained confident he would be placed in the B class. The school had no reason to overlook a talent like him, especially since his aunt was making efforts. His stubborn friend reminded him, "You're right about everything, but your melee score is still 0. Can you just shut up? If you keep talking, you won't have any friends left." After the educational reforms, the distinctions between the B and C classes became stark. The B class would still have a 4-year curriculum, allowing students to advance to the A class through monthly exams. Gaining entry into the A class meant access to the best training resources and the guidance of the finest instructors. Graduates could join the Imperial Northern Military Corps, obtaining top-tier training resources, ultimately altering their family destinies and elevating them above the masses. In contrast, the C and D classes were entirely different. The original 4-year program had been reduced to just 1 year for graduation, and without resources, ordinary individuals with mediocre talents stood no chance of advancement. Clearly, this was a mere numbers game. By coincidence, Xiang Tianyu and Yang Ding encountered each other again in the crowd. With your weak punching power, poor techniques, and 0 melee score, how do you have the audacity to come here and check the list? Yang Ding chuckled, just here for the excitement. Theoretically, I should qualify for the D class. You only deserve to be in the D class. Are you also in the D class? Yang Ding feigned surprise. Ridiculous. My punching power is over 1,000 pounds. Even without a melee score, I'm still in the B class. What class are you in? We'll find out when the list is posted. Don't act so arrogant in front of my husband, flaunting your 1,000 pounds of strength at 18 years old. Yiro approached and stood beside Yang Ding, casting a cold glance at Xiang Tianyu. While others might dismiss Xiang Tianyu, he couldn't ignore Yiro's words. Yiro, also 18, had reached the mid-tier of the 5th rank, boasting over 300,000 pounds of punching power and having even created her own unique technique. You've troubled my husband multiple times. I advise you to tread carefully. Xiang Tianyu felt indignant at being chastised by his heart's desire. As an instructor at the Martial Arts Academy, should you really resort to violence against your own student? I don't care if you're a student or what you are. Anyone who dares to harm my husband will face my wrath. Yiro threatened, her small, delicate fists capable of delivering devastating blows that few in a martial arts academy or even the entire Jiangling city could withstand. Xiang Tianyu's face paled, his earlier bravado evaporating. Just then, Fang Jing approached and, noticing Yiro's displeasure, asked, "Which fool has provoked our little Ro?" Who else could it be? Yiro glared at Xiang Tianyu and his friends. Fang Jing shot them a piercing glance, sensing that some individuals simply needed to be put in their place. Xiang Tianyu and his friends were taken aback. How could a mere ordinary student from the pig-raising department, who had won the favor of the school beauty Yiro, also be involved with the rare spatial ability user? Fang Jing? Forget it, dear, let us not dwell on this. Sister Jing, let's just focus on the results. Yang Ding felt a twinge of guilt, as if he were the true villain in this scenario. With these two women backing him, he felt invincible. Soon, they reached the front of the announcement board, where the C class had an astonishing 500 mission spots. After searching for a while, they finally found Yang Ding's name. Yiro squealed with delight, bouncing on her toes as she clutched his arm. Here it is. Darling, you've been admitted. Is it true? My husband has finally become a martial artist. Fang Jing laughed. Yang Ding remained remarquably composé. Given his current prowess, he could easily be in his 2nd or 3rd year and was entirely indifferent to being placed in a class of lesser distinction. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed that above his name was the name Xiang Tianyu. That fellow was presently searching for his own name alongside his classmates in front of the list for the B class, frantically looking for any sign of his presence. His classmates had already found their names and were assisting him in the search. After scouring the list repeatedly, they could not find it. Yang Ding waved and called out, "Hey, you fool, you're right here, and you're in my class." After several shouts, Xiang Tianyu finally heard him. He looked up, struggling to believe the reality before him. No way. I cannot possibly be in the C class. There's no way I'm sharing class with you. While he could tolerate being placed in the C class with the hope of ascending later, he could not accept being classmates with someone like Yang Ding. Just a month prior, during the college entrance examination, he had regarded himself as a prodigy. "Indeed, you are right here," Yang Ding shouted, and he refused to relent until Xiang Tianyu approached him. Xiang Tianyu feigned ignorance, insisting that his friends continue searching for him on the B class list. His friends, growing impatient, suggested simply checking to confirm. One of them ran over to Yang Ding and immediately spotted it. His face lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, "Tianyu, Tianyu, you're right here. Come quickly, we finally found you. You better look closely. There might be others named Xiang Tianyu at Jiangling University." "Impossible. This Xiang Tianyu was in the A class before. It's definitely you." With a pained expression, Xiang Tianyu walked over, and Yang Ding, fearing he might not see it, pointed at his name. Look, the corner of Xiang Tianyu's mouth twitched. He hoped this was merely a dream. This is ridiculous. I will file a complaint with the school. How can I be forced to associate with this group of rubbish, training in their inferior methods, and utilizing their subpar resources? Complaint? This is an order from President Zhou. The principal wouldn't dare protect you. You might as well accept reality and aim to excel in the next monthly exam. At that moment, Mao Jin approached dejected, his face devoid of any joy. You must have been accepted, Yang Ding remarked with a smile. Indeed, I have been placed in the C class. Mao Jian replied with a sigh. Which class are you in? Yang Ding pointed at Xiang Tianyu. I am in the same class as him. Mao Jian did not recognize Xiang Tianyu and extended his hand politely. Hello, classmate. Are you also an unawakened novice destined for doom? Are you even polite? I am an awakened. You're the novice. Your entire family is a bunch of novices. Is it possible? An awakened competing against novices like us? This statement was salt poured into Xiang Tianyu's wounds. Mao Jian clearly lacked intelligence. He was foolish enough to think he would train with these individuals and potentially work in the enforcement team, which would surely lead to his downfall. Xiang Tianyu's friends patted his shoulder. Tianyu, we will go our separate ways from here. These two mediocre dimwits are now your comrades in life and death. Impossible. You all wait. I have divine protection and will surely rise to the B class. The training resources and methods in the A and B classes are entirely different from what you will experience. Your father has passed. And do you have a means to purchase high-tier training resources? A bucket of cold water was poured over Xiang Tianyu, leaving him feeling desolate. The mockery he had directed at ordinary high school classmates had now returned to haunt him. Without the free training resources provided by the school cafeteria, his monthly expenses would amount to 20 to 30,000, which even if his father were alive, they could not afford. After a prolonged silence, Yi Ro chimed in, adding salt to his wounds. She comforted Yang Ding, saying, "It's all right, dear. I can afford the training resources, and I will also supply you with vitality." At that moment, the voice of the director of student affairs echoed over the intercom. All new students of the Martial Arts Academy, your information has been recorded in the system. Please proceed to your respective classes. Fang Jing patted Yang Ding on the shoulder. All right, I must go teach the students now. Wait for me after school. Sister Jing will take you all out to celebrate. Yang Ding and Yi Ro walked toward the entrance of the Martial Arts Academy. This time, he was not halted at the door. He merely had to scan his face to gain entry. Yang Ding whispered in Yi Ro's ear, "Wife, can I come find you any time? Do you have an independent office?" "I do have a private office, but you are a student. You can't just come to my office." "You can always meet me for discussions," Yang Ding replied softly. "Discuss? I only teach close combat techniques to the A and B classes. You are incorrigible. What are you planning to do at night?" The pesky Mao Jian nudged Yang Ding. "Bro, I'm not deaf. You don't think I'm hearing impaired, do you? Can you two be a bit more discreet?" Yi Ro shyly shook off Yang Ding's hand and strode confidently to her teaching destination. The treatment she received made the surrounding students envious. The C class consisted of 500 students divided into 25 classes of 100. Yang Ding and Mao Jian were placed in Class 2. Upon entering the classroom, they immediately spotted Xiang Tianyu seated in the front row. "Wow, what a twist of fate!" Mao Jian exclaimed excitedly. Xiang Tianyu felt as though he could die. He was someone who valued his pride and had no desire to associate with these two. His mood was already dismal, but these two persistent nuisances refused to leave. He vowed to personally eliminate Yang Ding when given the chance. Yang Ding showed no restraint as he plopped down beside him, with Mao Jian settling on his other side. Xiang Tianyu irritably remarked, "There are so many empty seats in the back. Why are you two crowding next to me?" Yang Ding chuckled. "I told you, your father has done me a favor. I intend to repay it well. Get lost." Yang Ding deliberately sought to provoke him. Of course, he had no intention of moving. Before long, the counselor for Class 2 arrived. The A and B classes had many talented instructors from elite training programs like Yi Ro and Fang Jing. In contrast, the C and D classes were staffed by ordinary martial arts instructors, whose skills rarely exceeded the third rank. The counselor tapped on the podium and announced, "Here are printed copies of the Thunder Blade technique for each of you. Take one and practice when you have time. Those with financial means should purchase quality blades. Those without can collect standard equipment from the Jiangling University Enforcement Team office after memorizing the techniques. Then, at noon, you will have lunch in the cafeteria. Those with money can buy their own training resources. Those without will receive a boxed meal. After lunch, return to practice. All right, that's all. No fighting, no dueling. Just practice your own techniques. The counselor concluded and exited. The classroom of over 100 students waited patiently for several minutes, yet no one returned. Having spent a month in the B class, Xiang Tianyu was utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? He just left us, without supervision? The first class of the B class typically involved 10 instructors asking each student to perform their best technique and introduce themselves. The instructors would patiently guide each individual. The A and B classes did not require everyone to practice the same technique, but rather selected techniques based on each student's characteristics and preferences. The disparity was simply immense. Mao Jian patted Yang Ding on the shoulder and remarked, "Looks like you jumped from a pig nursing training program to the enforcement team training program. This is far from what one would expect from a university." One could only conclude that the enforcement team genuinely needed expendable recruits. Yang Ding was indifferent. Whether practicing sword techniques or blade techniques, he would simply practice his wife's marksmanship when no one was paying attention. He and Mao Jian each took a copy of the Thunder Blade technique. This technique served as the foundational blade method for the enforcement team, utilized in their daily training, and was practically free of cost, with a difficulty level lower than the 9 sword styles. Apart from practical experience, it heavily relied on individual cultivation levels. Yang Ding and Mao Jian first committed the heart method to memory before wielding the Wujin sword as a knife, heading outside to train freely. Outside in the training ground, a crowd of 1,000 to 2,000 people gathered, each absorbed in their contemplation of the Pilai knife technique. Yang Ding lent his sword to Mao Jian, while he himself brought his fingers together, feigning the use of his fingers as a blade, when in reality, he was practicing the Duanhuan spear technique. No one could comprehend his actions, nor did they care to know what he was practicing. Soon, it was time for lunch. As Yang Ding packed his belongings, Yi Ro peeked in at the door, her beautiful head emerging. "Darling, let us go eat." Yang Ding quickly told Mao Jian, "You eat by yourself. I'm going to accompany my wife." Mao Jian expressed his envy, wishing for a wife like hers. Yi Ro led Yang Ding straight to the instructor's cafeteria, where Fang Jing had already secured a table and prepared dishes. "Over here, hurry up." In the past, it would have been nearly impossible for Yang Ding to dine with 2 women in this cafeteria, as he would not have been allowed entry. However, it was much more convenient now, as he faced no barriers at the martial arts academy. Yi Ro glanced at the food and remarked, "Sister Jing, why did you spend your own money on so many training resources?" "For your husband to eat, of course. The cafeteria for Class B doesn't have much to offer. But my husband can't absorb it all. Let him eat as much as he can. Whatever he can't finish, we'll pack it up for him to take home." Whether martial practitioners or those with special abilities, the simplest way to acquire energy is through dietary supplements. There are distinctions in the ranks of exotic beasts, categorized as either general or specialized. For example, martial awakeners benefit most from strength-type beasts. In contrast, space-type practitioners like Fang Jing require energy sources from spatial element beasts. However, such specialized high-grade resources are exceedingly rare and are typically only accessible to higher echelons like Zhou Ruoxi, seldom appearing in the market. Yi Ro aspired to become a grandmaster, a feat impossible with the training resources available in Jiangling City alone, which is why she aimed to enlist in the northern border Great Wall. The soldiers stationed at the Great Wall, known as hunters, primarily combat exotic beasts by capturing them beyond the wall. The captured prey is sent to the slaughterhouses in the border city for processing, subsequently distributed to the lower and mid-tier practitioners in the other 4 major city-states. Similarly, the exotic beasts beyond the wall also rely on cannibalism or consuming awakened humans to swiftly obtain energy. As Yang Ding observed the plate of snow-dried vegetables paired with exotic beast meat, he noted that the closer one got to the empire's upper echelons, the more brutal the era became. In modern society, cannibalistic practices are somewhat civilized, typically conducted through economic means. Yet in this age, to elevate oneself, one must consume the flesh and bones of others. Fang Jing served Yang Ding several pieces of the exotic meat. This is the meat of the Xingji Zhu, a mid to low-tier alien beast. It tastes somewhat like pork, and your body can handle it. The snow-dried vegetables were also sourced from beyond the wall, nourished by the dung of exotic beasts. It was said that such plants did not exist on Blue Star before, but they offered decent flavor and energy, making them a favorite among wood-type practitioners. "Thank you, Sister Jing." Just as Yang Ding took a bite of the meat, the The system interface popped up. Affection level, 17. 05. Cultivation progress, 176. 05. Initially, he thought the energy from the meat had boosted his cultivation, but upon further inspection, he realized that the affection level had also risen significantly. What could be the reason for this? He had not interacted with his wife. A glance at Yi Ro's expression enlightened him. His wife was feeling jealous. He had not anticipated that jealousy could also increase affection levels. Fang Jing's growing attention towards Yang Ding was evident to Yi Ro, who perceived it all, while she claimed not to care. It was clear that she felt the need to compromise since she intended to entrust both her child and husband to Sister Jing. In an era of polygamy, women had long adapted to such dynamics and could adjust swiftly. Fang Jing, astute as ever, quickly discerned Yi Ro's sentiments. Xiao Ro, Sister Jing views Yang Ding as a younger brother, and since I live in your home, I often trouble him. You're not jealous, are you? Of course not. Sister Jing, you're my best sister. Fang Jing could not maintain her enthusiasm towards Yang Ding any longer, resulting in a slightly awkward lunch shared among the three. Yang Ding felt rather pleased. Awkwardness often signified a sense of guilt, and guilt indicated progress. His cravings extended beyond Fang Jing's spatial abilities. He was also drawn to her charming, delicate demeanor. As for whether her husband was truly deceased or if he would return, Yang Ding no longer concerned himself with such matters. He aimed to secure his own interests first. Having packed the unfinished food into a lunchbox, Yang Ding noted the high cost of these training supplies. Lunch had already cost Fang Jing over 3,000. Upon reaching the classroom door, he caught a strong, earthy odor, one he recognized all too well. It was the scent of the Igue. Alarmed, he quickly scanned the classroom, relieved to find only his classmates and no Igue in sight. Mao Jian also bore the same scent, exclaiming, "Damn, today's training food was Igue sashimi. It's absolutely disgusting." "Did you all eat Igue for lunch?" "Yes." They said 1,000 of them were killed at the breeding farm as a reward for our enrollment. "What kind of reward is that?" "They could have at least prepared something like braised or spicy dishes." "Who wants sashimi? All slimy?" Mao Jian complained, constantly clearing his throat, feeling queasy. "Those over 1,000 Gui were all killed by my wife, but I didn't eat any at lunch." "Then what did you eat?" "Instructor Fang Jing treated us to lunch. We had the meat of the Xingjiju." As Yang Ding spoke, he opened the lunchbox and offered, "Mao Jian, try a piece. Only one, mind you. This piece is over 200. The snow-dried vegetables exuded a unique aroma, invading Xiang Tianyou's nostrils as the lunchbox was thrust before him. He swallowed hard. "Can you take that away? Don't you understand manners?" Just then, the instructor walked in, pinching his nose as he stood at the podium. Once the class quieted down, he inquired, "How was the lunch? Was the Igue sashimi tasty?" The students quickly shook their heads. "Not tasty. It's not just not tasty. It's downright revolting. You all must eat it anyway. For the next month, it's Igue sashimi." The classroom erupted in chaos. "Why? Why?" "Because Igue are cheap and plentiful." The instructor replied coldly, "The reason is that the upcoming monthly exam involves descending into the caves." What does descending into the caves mean? It means an indefinite number of Igue lurk beneath Jiangling City, attacking our breeding farms and potentially even densely populated areas within the city in the future. The enforcement team will take you down into the caves to search for and eliminate the Igue. You will descend for 3 days each month, and you will either rely on Igue for sustenance or face being devoured by them. The students were left utterly terrified. "Instructor, we are all new students with poor qualifications. Why not send the seniors?" "Because the seniors and those in the elite classes are worth more than your lives." The instructor's words shattered many illusions, as they had believed that entering the martial arts academy would alter their destinies, allowing them to enjoy benefits from the enforcement team. Instead, they found themselves facing the grim reality of being mere fodder. "This is the order from the Enforcement Bureau, so do not waste the Igue meat. Lick the gravy clean. This is the only training resource accessible to you impoverished souls. Do not slack off while practicing your knife techniques, or the end of the month will be your demise." The classroom fell into another wave of panic and agitation. Only Xiang Tianyu raised his hand to ask, "Instructor, if we perform well and earn merit, can we enter the Class B?" "Of course, the enforcement team will assess you." With the instructor's admonition, the students' enthusiasm for training in the afternoon was markedly different. Every individual trains with an intensity that borders on desperation, practicing until their legs weaken, unwilling to take a moment's respite. If they do not exert themselves now, come the end of the month when they descend into the abyss, their lives will surely be at stake. Mount Jian, panting heavily and drenched in sweat, collapses onto the ground. I truly resent my mother. I was doing just fine on the farm. Why must she send me here to face death? Am I even her biological child? Yang Ding continues to practice his Duanhuan spear. Instead of lamenting, it will be far more prudent to hone one's skills. Do you really believe that hiding away on the farm ensures your safety? The others can strike at the breeding grounds just as easily as they can at the farm. You have a point. The instructor approaches Yang Ding, observing him for a while without discerning anything of significance. What are you practicing? Report, instructor. I am practicing the Sword 9 style. Is this truly the Sword 9 style? Indeed, this is the Dangjian style. Yang Ding demonstrates, revealing that the Dangjian style bears some resemblance to the Doqiang style. However, the instructor, being worldly wise, senses something amiss. Did you teach yourself? Or did someone instruct you? My wife taught me. Who is your wife? Can she even teach you? Has she awakened? Does she understand martial arts? My wife's name is Yiro. She should be capable, right? Ahem. So you're Yang Ding? The instructor suddenly comprehends, realizing why his swordplay seems neither sword-like nor spear-like. Very well, continue your practice. With a wife like Yiro, there is little more for him to worry about. He is prepared to step back entirely. Yang Ding is undoubtedly the least of his concerns. At the end of the school day, Yang Ding checks the system and discovers that after a full day of training, his progress has increased by 0. 2. With his experience in the Duanhuan spear method rising by 1. Although 0. 2 seems negligible compared to what he could have copied from his wife, the affection from her is finite. Even if she loves him with all her heart, her cultivation is limited. To surpass Yiro in martial prowess, Yang Ding must rely on his own efforts. At the Martial Arts Academy, he need not tend to pigs. He has ample time for rigorous training, and his progress is indeed swift. Yang Ding first goes to the instructor's building to find his wife, disregarding the peculiar looks from the instructors as he inquires about Yiro's office. It seems he is declaring his claim to those male instructors who secretly admire Yiro. Inside her office, Yiro is drafting a report on the combat experience against the others and assessing their combat capabilities. The female assistant knocks on the door. Instructorie. Yang Ding is here. May I let him in? Yiro glances at her watch and thinks he has come to escort her home, so she allows him to wait inside. There are many people outside watching. What is there to see? Yiro quickly exits to take Yang Ding's hand, leading him into her office, where she closes the door and draws the blinds. Darling, please wait a moment. I'll finish this report and be right with you. Isn't Jing Jie treating us to dinner tonight? Why not call her on the landline? She called me earlier. She's picking up the child from the maternity and child health clinic first. We will treat her to dinner tonight. She has already spent quite a bit at lunch. As Yiro types her report, Yang Ding silently practices the Sword 9 style beside her, mouthing the words. First move, Dang Jian Xing, Chue Yi. Conceal the edge and guard the clumsiness. Observe the momentum and act. Internal energy slowly rises from the dantian, flowing along the meridians of the arm into the sword body, like the initial glimmer of starlight, concealing its sharpness while harboring vitality. Occasionally, Yiro glances up from her work, noticing that Yang Ding is not only deeply focused but also executing the Dangjian style with remarkable finesse, exhibiting a certain essence reminiscent of her Doqiang style. Darling, you aren't some martial arts prodigy, are you? Have I stumbled upon a treasure? If I were a genius, I would have awakened long ago. Yiro sets aside her work, shaking her head. No, no, no. What we refer to as awakening pertains only to the activation of physical abilities. Many martial arts awakeners are rather dull-witted, possessing merely brute strength without comprehension of techniques. There exist martial arts prodigies with a profound understanding of techniques. Although their energy might be somewhat lacking, they can often overcome opponents of higher ranks in actual combat. Yang Ding is captivated by his wife's perspective, as he has long sought a rational explanation for his own prowess. Is this not just the answer he needs? Rather than relying solely on brute force, focusing on techniques provides a commendable avenue. Wife, if I excel in techniques in the future, my cultivation should not fall short, correct? Precisely. If you adeptly utilize your true energy, you can indeed defeat a second-tier opponent as a third tier and a third tier as a fourth tier. Our measurement of martial ranks is based on strength, which is not entirely rational. Should I perhaps switch to a more formidable technique? No, 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 darling. The Sword 9 style is perfectly suited for you. Although it appears simple, it is in fact quite challenging. The foundational techniques contain boundless variations and martial insights. Many revered masters favor the Sword 9 style. Master this, and your combat will exude flair and charisma. All right, I shall heed my wife's counsel. Yiro, in high spirits, abandons her intention to send the email to the enforcement team and takes Yang Ding's hand, leaving the office together to dine with Fong Jing at the maternity and child health clinic. Fong Dalong has taken the night off to visit his sister, concerned about her well-being after the loss of her husband. However, Fong Jing's condition has improved significantly compared to the previous week. As he holds the child, he descends with Fong Jing, and upon exiting the elevator, the child stretches out its arms, calling out, "Daddy, Daddy." Yang Ding, unreserved, takes the child from Fong Dalong. "Oh my darling, after just one day apart, you've become even more adorable." Fong Dalong, as the uncle, feels somewhat offended. He quickly glances at his sister, noticing her smiling face, seemingly unfazed by the situation. "Sister," the child keeps calling Yang Ding Daddy. "Do you think our brother-in-law in the afterlife might be upset? What is there to be upset about? Your brother-in-law never even met the child. When I was pregnant, he couldn't wait to rush to the north, solely focused on enhancing his cultivation, not returning for 2 whole years." As Fong Jing recounts this, she feels a wave of grievance, her eyes reddening. Yi Ro shoots a disapproving look at Fong Dalong. "Could you refrain from bringing this up? Your sister is just beginning to recover." "Fine, I won't mention it." Fong Dalong understands his sister's sentiments. The siblings grew up in the Jiangling Empire's maternity and child health clinic, seeing their parents only once every few years, resulting in a lack of emotional connection. The 4 of them find a stir-fry restaurant for dinner, and upon learning that Fong Jing has moved in with Yi Ro, Fong Dalong is even more bewildered. His sister, who has always had high standards, cannot possibly be interested in Yang Ding. After dinner, Fong Dalong intends to sleep at Fong Jing's home. "Aren't you heading back to your own house?" Fong Jing inquires. "I can go back in the morning. I want to spend more time with you." Unexpectedly, Fong Jing responds, "Since you've made the effort to come to the city, go spend time with your wife and child. I'm fine with Yi Ro." Fong Dalong is reluctant. He wishes to observe, concerned that Yang Ding might take advantage of his sister's vulnerability. The Fong family holds a significant position within the Empire's military, at least in the upper middle tier. His sister, being a rare and precious talent with spatial abilities, could easily find a match among the elite. Someone like Yang Ding is utterly unworthy of being her brother-in-law. "A few days ago, I spoke with our parents. They suggested I spend more time with you. They might return to Jiangling City by the end of the year to see if they can arrange for you to transfer to Donghai City for work." "Oh, so now you're a good boy, willing to heed your parents?" Fong Jing retorts, unimpressed. "If you don't want to go, then don't. You're so ungrateful." Fong Dalong throws down his chopsticks, disgruntled, and decides to head home. Nonetheless, he does not forget to warn Yang Ding. The latest news from the enforcement team indicates that there are definitely ghost kings and queens lurking in the underground of Jiangling City, possibly more than one. They must be eradicated, otherwise they will breed uncontrollably, hollowing out the entire Jiangling City. The newly recruited students may well be mere offerings and bait. If you desire your child to have a father upon birth, then strive diligently to refine your skills and refrain from placing all your thoughts upon women. Thank you for your reminder, Brother Fong. Avoid entangling relationships indiscriminately. Fong Dalong harbors envy and resentment towards Yang Ding, as the goddess has become pregnant by him. Surely, his elder sister cannot be similarly involved. Fong Jing smiled awkwardly and remarked, "My brother possesses such a stubborn temperament. When he visits my home, it becomes chaotic, and I find myself at his service." The emptiness and suffering within her heart cannot be filled by her brother. The sibling pair hardly exchanges words, finding far greater amusement in the company of Yang Ding and Yi Ro. The 3 share laughter and, at times, an inexplicable yet delightful awkwardness. Yang Ding keenly observes the dialogue between the siblings. Women are emotional beings. By mastering their emotions, one can influence both their spirit and body. In an era of polygamy, men must possess the ability to manage their multiple wives to ensure harmony. Yang Ding envisions only marrying exceptionally talented young women, each a master in her own right. Discord among wives could lead to catastrophic consequences, rendering life unbearable. Your brother is tough on the outside, but soft on the inside. Fang Jing's eyes sparkled. It was evident that Yang Ding had touched upon her innermost sentiments. Really? Aren't you two at odds? Previously, at the breeding farm, he claimed to disregard my well-being. Yet after work, he rushed to find me. Fortunately, the building collapsed at that moment, or he too would have faced an attack from the otherworldly creatures. Fang Jing found comfort in this acknowledgement, for it signified Yang Ding's recognition of her closest kin. Aside from this child, her most cherished family member is her brother Fang Dalong. They grew up together in the maternal and child institute, relying on one another. Yes, indeed, my brother is such a person. He values loyalty deeply. In the future, as you both work in a law enforcement team, you must look out for one another. After their meal, the three took turns carrying the child for a stroll around the campus. While Fang Jing cradled the baby, Yang Ding and his wife, Yi Ro, intertwined their fingers, exchanging laughter and discussing potential names for the child. At such moments, Fang Jing felt superfluous, engulfed by a pang of envy. This was, in fact, Yang Ding's psychological manipulation over her. Regardless of one's pride, innate talent, or affluent background, one remains a woman, inherently fearful of loneliness and in need of a man's affection. As this sense of loss accumulated, Fang Jing developed a latent desire to belong. That moment would present Yang Ding with an opportunity, provided his first wife, Yi Ro, did not object. Upon returning home, Yi Ro lay resting in bed, allowing Yang Ding to assist Fang Jing in bathing the child and applying powder. In terms of physical capability, those with awakened powers are no different from ordinary individuals. Fang Jing worked during the day and cared for the child alone at night, which was indeed quite taxing. However, Yi Ro's intention to facilitate Yang Ding and Fang Jing's interaction was evident. Typically, a woman would not permit her husband to spend time alone with a beautiful friend. If she truly wished to learn how to care for a child, she could easily do so herself. With her own cultivation, she could manage both pregnancy and combat without difficulty, let alone these effortless household chores. Fang Jing, being astute, recognized Yi Ro's intentions. Deep within, she found it difficult to accept, whether due to their relationship or her nostalgia for her husband, especially considering Yang Ding's social standing. Yet, she did not object, tacitly agreeing to bathe the child alongside Yang Ding, even feeling a hint of joy. She also tacitly accepted that her daughter might call Yang Ding daddy, as correcting her would seem impolite. The upcoming monthly examination is perilous. You must seize the time to practice diligently. You too are a father now, and must ensure Yi Ro does not become a widow. Regardless of a woman's martial prowess, she eternally requires a man's emotional support. There must be a balance. Relentless practice yields diminishing returns. Currently, practicing for 9 hours daily is insufficient. Extending time will not aid if one does not improve. Yang Ding spoke with calm assurance, showing no sign of fear. This was evidently abnormal. Ordinary individuals descending into deep caverns to battle thousands of otherworldly creatures face a high mortality rate. You do not seem afraid of entering the cave? What is there to fear? Among all my classmates, only I have faced the otherworldly creatures directly. Their defenses are not particularly strong, merely swift and sneaky in their assaults. I swiftly broke through to the first-tier lower realm and possessed the Wujin sword, making it more than sufficient to eliminate them. You have already broken through to the first-tier lower realm? Fang Jing gasped in astonishment. Her brother, Fang Dalong, was of mediocre talent and only managed to break through after completing his first year. Yang Nodet, stating that the first-tier lower realm only requires 800 gene of strength, and he was nearly there. Additionally, Yi Ro mentioned that he possesses a strong comprehension of sword techniques, allowing for potential victories against those of higher realms. In other words, even though I am of the first-tier lower realm, I might still defeat a martial artist of the first-tier middle realm using my sword. As he spoke, Fang Jing observed him silently, her face adorned with admiration. Your character resembles that of my husband. Sister Jing, how can you say this? Your husband is a fire-type ability user from the youth class. Confidence is key. A man's slightly lesser talents can be compensated for through hard work. Yet he must possess confidence to instill a sense of stability and security in women. Chapter 42. Then I shall give it a try. After Yang Ding and Fang Jing finished attending to the child, they returned to their room, where his wife was already asleep. Recently, Yi Ro's most notable pregnancy symptom has been excessive sleepiness. The more she sleeps, the faster the child grows, astonishingly. Only a little over half a month has passed since her pregnancy began, yet the embryo has already reached the size of a melon seed. Yang Ding chose not to wake her for brushing teeth or bathing, instead covering her with a blanket and heading to the rooftop to practice. Although he could replicate his wife's cultivation and techniques, the essence of combat must be grasped through actual training. On the rooftop, dozens of instructors' children were fervently engaged in their practice, each face marked by seriousness, devoid of their previous sense of superiority. Expanding recruitment among lower-tier cultivators to send them into the caverns to confront the otherworldly creatures and eradicate them is undoubtedly a directive from the higher-ups of Jiangling City. Yang Ding could only lament that Zhou Ruoxi is truly ruthless. It remains uncertain which man could tame her. Mao Jian's mother was personally instructing him, either through reprimands or corrections. Yang Ding refrained from greeting them, and instead sought a corner to practice his marksmanship. He had nearly been discovered by his instructor earlier, prompting him to resolve to practice swordsmanship during the day and marksmanship alone at night, until he secured the $5 million Iron Blood gun. His most lethal weapon remained the Wujin sword, which proved most efficient against the otherworldly creatures. After practicing for a full 2 hours, he wiped the sweat from his brow and checked his cultivation status. Affection level, 17. Cultivation progress, 176. Cultivation level, first tier lower realm, strength, 4,000 gene. Second layer of the Duanhuan spear technique. The third move of Duzalin has been unlocked. Experience points, 165. 05. First move of the Sword 9 technique. The Dong Sword move has been unlocked. Experience points, 13. Yang Ding assumed he had practiced late into the night, only to find that others showed no signs of rest. It was nearly midnight, and they were still vigorously training. Death serves as the greatest motivator. Mao Jian, berated mercilessly by his mother, resumed practicing the Thunderblade technique without complaint. Against otherworldly creatures with sharp claws, relying solely on the half-step crumbling fist would be quite disadvantageous. If you do not break through to the first layer of the Thunderblade technique by the end of this month, I see no reason to lend you money for an expensive blade. After all, you are likely to perish in the depths of the cave. Mao Jian, who had always feared his mother, finally erupted. He flung the standard issue knife of the law enforcement team to the ground and shouted, "If I do not break through to the first layer, you must still buy me one. You are the one who made me participate in this martial arts examination. I never wanted to practice martial arts. I just enjoy farming. What a useless thing you are. I may be useless, but as long as my brother succeeds, that is enough." Yang Ding passed by silently, unable to utter a word as he returned home, drenched in sweat. He initially intended to take a shower, only to discover that his wife, Yi Ro, was already in the bathroom. Gently tapping on the door, Yi Ro, wrapped in a towel, opened it. "What are you doing knocking incessantly? You woke Jingjia. I also wish to bathe. Let's do so together. Have you lost your mind? I am a child. The doctor assured me it is safe." Yi Ro was reluctant to let Yang Ding enter, yet he insisted, resulting in a playful tug-of-war. Despite Yi Ro's strength of over 300,000 pounds, she was no match for her husband's 4,000 pounds, and Yang Ding burst through the door. Fang Jing, who had not been asleep, had been suffering from insomnia for over a month. The sounds of their playful struggle were crystal clear to her as she lay in bed. Reflecting on her own 2-year absence from intimacy, her heart ached more profoundly. She sighed deeply. "Husband, are you still alive? I wish to find you beyond the borders. Yet the Empire demands I bear 2 more children. If, hypothetically, I were to seek another man for assistance, would you despise me?" Since the instructor announced that the monthly exam would take place in the cave, the warriors in Class B and Class D exhibited an unprecedented 10-fold increase in training enthusiasm. They practiced tirelessly, often until exhaustion, and consumed their meals with great vigor. Only Yang Ding, who was daily fed superior training ingredients by his wife, had yet to taste any of it. He had already planned for the cave expedition, intending to bring along some provisions, as he felt no necessity to consume the flesh of the otherworldly beings. The instructor was quite pleased with the students' enthusiasm. Training without practical experience was futile. Hence, a small test was organized where students would pair up for sparring, with the stipulation to refrain from serious injury and to choose their partners freely. As soon as the instructor finished his announcement, Mao Jian proposed, "Yang Ding, shall we practice against each other?" "Certainly." Soon, all pairs were formed, except for Xiang Tianyu and a beautiful girl who could not find opponents. Xiang Tianyu was too formidable, and no one was willing to face him. The girl, being both weak and attractive, felt embarrassed to fight. She panicked and exclaimed, "Instructor, Xiang Tianyu is a genuine awakened one. I've heard his punching power exceeds 1,000 pounds, while I possess only 500. How could I possibly contend with him?" The instructor found her reasoning valid. "There are male students in our class who surpassed 600 pounds during the last exam. Can we swap out Huang Bingbing?" When no one replied, the instructor scolded, "You boys truly lack ambition. This isn't a life-or-death battle. What is there to fear? How could a girl like Huang Bingbing withstand Xiang Tianyu's might?" Still, no one spoke up. Xiang Tianyu began to feel cocky, having never regarded the students of Class B as worthy opponents. "Instructor, I wish to challenge Yongding. He backed down last time, causing my failure in the exam. If he dares to flinch again, we shall henceforth call him Coward Dog. What do you say?" The class erupted in cheers. Yongding had been living a blissful life, becoming the common enemy of all students and faculty since his marriage. Everyone was eager to see him embarrass himself, hoping to prove that they were more deserving of a beautiful instructor like Yiro. What a splendid idea. He was constantly brought by Instructor Yi to dine on exquisite training ingredients. Surely he could not be so inept. The instructor, seeing the students' enthusiasm, turned to Yongding. "Since your classmates are rallying behind you, I believe you should give it a try. Just don't go too far to avoid injury." Huang Bingbing tuget et Yongding es sleife. Pleading, "Yongding, I truly cannot contend with Xiang Tianyu. You're the only one in our class qualified to challenge him." Yongding was not fond of her syrupy voice, but was indeed inclined to teach Xiang Tianyu a lesson. The matters regarding the breeding farm had long been settled, and there was no need to continue pretending. Climbing over Xiang Tianyu, a genuine awakened one, would be a splendid way for Yongding to showcase his own strength, garnering admiration from his wife and Jia. Xiang Tianyu let out a cold laugh. "Bingbing, stop pleading with him. He is merely a coward hiding behind a woman." Since it was the instructor's directive, Yongding decided to accept the challenge, hoping for Xiang Tianyu to show mercy. Surprised by Yongding's audacity, Xiang Tianyu felt a rush of excitement. He could finally vent his frustration. "Rest assured, my great axe will not fell you." Huang Bingbing was elated, bouncing with joy, and turned to Mao Jian. "Then we shall be a team." Mao Jian, taken aback by his sudden stroke of good fortune, was quite thrilled. Let us proceed to the training ground. To further motivate the students' fighting spirit, the instructor produced 3 meal tickets for the A-class cafeteria. The student who claimed first place today would receive these tickets, granting them 3 servings of high-grade training ingredients. 100 students formed a circle on the playground outside the classroom, with 10 groups sparring at a time, judged by the close combat instructor. After watching several rounds, both the instructor and the combat trainer shook their heads in dismay. Without awakening, they simply lack power. Their techniques are a chaotic mess, akin to a dance-off among aunties. Hardly better than ordinary individuals. The instructor worriedly nodded. Indeed, let us hope they find fortune by the end of this month. What on earth are the higher-ups in the Enforcement Bureau thinking? Can't they train for a year and a half first? It indicated that the number of otherworldly beings had become substantial, yet they were unwilling to sacrifice those awakened warriors and superhumans. Were not the awakened meant to protect Jiangling City? The instructor remained silent, for he no longer dared to speak openly. Confronting the otherworldly beings was undoubtedly crucial. But the Enforcement Bureau essentially served as Jiangling City's guard and the private armed force of the City Lord. These children had no inkling that they were merely fuel for the fire. Even if they realized it, it would be futile. Admission equated to conscription. It was not so easy to lay claim to the iron rice bowl of the enforcement team. In the final round, Huang Bingbing faced Mao Jian. Xiang Tianyu faced Yongding, and Zhao Dongsheng faced Wu Daiyou. Upon hearing the names of Xiang Tianyu and Yongding, the students instantly became agitated, even drawing the attention of students from neighboring classes. Xiang Tianyu was a bona fide awakened one, the strongest among the 10 in Class B, a fact well known. Yongding, on the other hand, was infamously known as the Soft Rice King at Jiangling University. The crowd gathered not because they believed Yongding was formidable, but rather because they wished to witness Xiang Tianyu administer a beating. It was akin to someone winning 5 million. Others would grumble, feeling they were not inferior and questioning why luck had not favored them. Soon, Master Xiang would show him that having a good wife was of little consequence. One must rely on oneself. Everyone yearned to see Yongding humiliated. Noticing the students' heightened enthusiasm, The instructor chuckled, since everyone is so eager to see you two fight, let the other 9 pairs compete first. Once they finish, we will witness the ultimate showdown, Yangding versus Xiang Tianyu. I predict the first place will emerge from among you two, with no suspense, right? Xiang Tianyu let out a cold laugh. I have no problem. Neither do I, Yangding replied, his gaze fixed on Mao Jian, disregarding Xiang Tianyu entirely. Mao Jian, be careful not to stare at his legs too much. Mao Jian grinned lewdly. Hey, I've trained for a year or two. Taking on Bingbing should be no issue. Huang Bingbing, dressed in short shorts, stomped her feet and said, Mao Ge, please don't be too rough. I have slender arms and legs. Mao Jian wielded a standard weapon, while Huang Bingbing brandished twin shotguns. This indicated her affluent background. Not only could she afford weapons, but she had also purchased specialized techniques, thus affording training materials as well. Although they were a class of mediocre talent, they still harbored hidden potential in terms of lineage. Huang Bingbing, Mao Ge, take it easy on each other, Mao Jian cautioned. All right, let us begin. As Mao Jian lunged toward Huang Bingbing, she swiftly flickered and maneuvered behind him, striking him on the head with her gun. The firearm, forged from high-grade steel, caused Mao Jian's head to burst with blood, and he collapsed to the ground, startling the surrounding students into gasps. The atmosphere was charged with tension as the instructor hurried over to assess the injuries of Mao Jian, exclaiming at Huang Bingbing, how could you be so reckless? We agreed it would be a friendly spar. Huang Bingbing retorted, as a woman, what strength do I possess? Who knew he wouldn't evade? The instructor replied, he was merely being considerate, as a gentleman should be. A few classmates voiced their discontent on behalf of Mao Jian. Yet Yangding, having sparred with Mao Jian numerous times, recognized his true capabilities. Although Mao Jian had not fought with lethal intent, he had not held back either, especially as it was merely the beginning. However, Huang Bingbing's speed was astonishing. Her swift footwork, propelled by her true energy, could not possibly be that of a student from the C class. Yangding couldn't help but scrutinize this ruthless little green tea. Having such a person in their ranks would significantly increase the mortality rate. Why was she still in the C class if she could qualify for the B class? What did her family do? Feigning concern, Huang Bingbing approached and helped Mao Jian up, asking Mao Ge, are you all right? He replied, I'm fine, just a bit dizzy. She then produced a Peiyuan Dawn, offering, would you like to take this? It will help you recover faster. Initially annoyed, Mao Jian found her actions somewhat commendable and swallowed the pill without hesitation. Little did he expect, however, that Huang Bingbing would extend her hand and declare, it's $1,500 each. 1,500? Wasn't that for your apology? He protested. Mao Ge, are you not a man? This is a fair contest. Why should I apologize? I didn't force you to take it, did I? Mao Jian felt a wave of nausea as he realized he had swallowed the pill. The other students were taken aback by Huang Bingbing's audacity. Mao Ge, you're not short on funds, are you? I can lend you some, she taunted. Holding his head, Mao Jian awkwardly retreated to the side. Yangding chuckled, I told you not to underestimate her legs. Be careful, she has a cunning streak. With a cold laugh, he thought to himself that he had never feared anyone's treachery. All right, next up is Xiang Tianyu versus Yangding. I caution you all to keep it light. Do not strike too harshly at your teammates. In the future, you will need to rely on one another during missions. However, Xiang Tianyu paid no heed to the instructor's warnings. Grasping an 80-pound meteorite battle axe, he stepped into the center of the ring, glaring menacingly at Yangding. Father, this was the birthday gift you gave me in life. Today, it will send Yangding on his way. Should he manage to kill Yangding, he could claim it was an accident. His aunt would surely rescue him, allowing him to serve only a few years in prison. The surrounding students fell silent, eager to witness the prowess of the prodigious girl's husband. Before the instructor could signal the start, Xiang Tianyu launched an attack, swinging the heavy axe towards Yangding's head. Yangding merely sidestepped with ease. As his experience points increased, he noticed that his opponent's movements slowed, making evasion effortless. The instructor broke into a cold sweat, exclaiming, what enmity exists between these two? Xiang Tianyu, you aren't awakened. Heed my warning, keep it light. Yet, Xiang Tianyu seemed deaf to the caution, delivering a second strike that shattered the floor tiles, while Yangding effortlessly dodged, casting a disdainful glance at him. If you don't follow the rules, there will be no reward for you even if you win. Surprised that neither of his first two strikes had landed, Xiang Tianyu grew frustrated, unleashing 3 more swings. Though he possessed 1,000 pounds of strength, the continuous use of the 80-pound axe left him panting after just 10 exchanges. Now it's my turn, Yang Ding bellowed. As Xiang Tianyo raised the axe for the 11th strike, Yang Ding executed the Dong Jianshi, targeting the axe handle with rapid precision. This technique, known for its high-frequency strikes, dazzled the enemy in attack and formed an impenetrable defense. Xiang Tianyo attempted to retreat, but it was too late. He could either lose 10 fingers or release his grip to evade. With a clang, the battle axe fell to the ground. Quick to react, he bent down to retrieve it, but Yang Ding was faster, striking him hard on the back of the head, sending Xiang Tianyo sprawling. Yang Ding had tempered his power to the level of a beginner, yet even with 800 pounds of force, it was enough to leave Xiang Tianyo writhing in pain. He rolled over, tried to rise for a counterattack, but Yang Ding struck him again, forcing him back to the ground. "Ah, you bastard!" he groaned, curling up on the floor, peeking out like a frightened turtle, utterly humiliated. "All right, stop. Yang Ding wins," the instructor declared. "Very well," Yang Ding replied, his gaze fixated on Xiang Tianyo. Even in a mere spar, he would not allow anyone to take advantage of him. Had this been a life-and-death struggle, Xiang Tianyo would have already been reduced to a mere heap of flesh. Indeed, Xiang Tianyo did not truly concede. Instead, he rolled away, believing he could create distance and rise. Just as he attempted to get up, Yang Ding struck down with his sword. Xiang Tianyo had no choice but to continue rolling, while Yang Ding relentlessly pursued him, delivering blow after blow. No matter how much he rolled, Yang Ding was right on his tail. One moment of inattention, and the third strike landed heavily on his face, causing blood to spurt from his nose. After repeating this 5 times, Xiang Tianyo was utterly dazed, unable to move. "The instructor has called for a stop, yet you persist in attacking me," he complained. "You attempted to ambush me. How could I refrain from retaliating?" Yang Ding's strikes were not lethal, but carried a strong element of humiliation. Everyone watched in astonishment. It was no wonder he was the husband of the genius girl, effortlessly overpowering a legitimate awakened. Mao Jian pointed at Huang Bingbing, declaring, "This is my good buddy. So what if he is? He has a beautiful wife. Do you?" Huang Bingbing scoffed. "You'll want to compete for first place with him later. He will help me take revenge and leave you searching for your teeth." Ignoring Mao Jian, Huang Bingbing fixed her gaze on Yang Ding, her interest piqued. "Your friend is quite intriguing." The melee instructor, finally recovering, dashed over to seize Yang Ding's hand. "Stop. His aunt is the discipline director, far more formidable than your wife. Tread carefully." The instructor, still shaken, appreciated the fierce spirit of Yang Ding and Xiang Tianyo, recognizing that such determination was essential for a true warrior. Yet, he feared the repercussions of any incident involving these two, as he would bear the consequences. He produced 3 meat vouchers, asking, "Huang Bingbing, will you continue?" Before she could respond, Yang Ding interjected, "How could she part with those vouchers when she charges 1,500 for a Peyuandan?" Huang Bingbing cast a flirtatious glance his way. "What? Do you intend to avenge your friend?" Yang Ding nodded. "Indeed, I will give you these 3 meat vouchers, but you must allow us to give you one shot." "But I'm a girl. You're a man," she retorted. "I enjoy hitting girls," he replied with a grin. The male classmates, all married, instantly grasped the implication, erupting in laughter. Yet they were also moved by Yang Ding's loyalty to his friend, elevating their opinion of him. "You are quite bold," Yang Ding remarked. The instructor was at a loss for words. Enough. How did this turn into flirtation? "I'm here with the melee instructor." Huang Bingbing holstered her weapons, declaring, "I no longer want those 3 meat vouchers." The instructor exhaled in relief, recognizing that Huang Bingbing was not someone to be underestimated. "All right, I officially announce that the champion of this week's test is Yang Ding, awarded 3 meat vouchers for the A-class cafeteria. Let us applaud him." The applause thundered through the room. Everyone admired Yang Ding's sheen, an ordinary individual who had not yet awakened, yet exhibited such rapid cultivation progress. If he could achieve this, then surely I too could strive for excellence. Xiang Tianyu rose from the ground, his head still buzzing, and his face swollen like a pig's head. The applause should have belonged to him. Observing the counselor and the close combat instructor signing off on the evaluation forms, he approached them with a question. "Counselor, isn't this competition random? Why is there a need for registration?" "It is random, but we must submit an evaluation report to the school. Otherwise, will I personally pay for 3 meat tickets? Those 3 tickets cost 5,000. What is the purpose of this evaluation then?" When entering the cave, a team leader may need to be selected. With 6,000 students from classes Bing and Ding, someone must lead. Team leader? You didn't team mention this before. Initially, the close combat instructor and I intended to select you as the team leader, but now there may be some changes. The counselor brought up a sensitive topic, causing Xiang Tianyu to panic. Are there any benefits to being the team leader? Mao Jian also inquired. Leading the entire class to complete tasks could allow the team leader to be promoted directly to the second class. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianyu gritted his teeth in anger, pointing at Yang Ding and shouting, "Today was my carelessness. I won T lose in next week's test. I must be the team leader of Class Bing 2. You may be the team leader of Class Bing 2, but you will never win against me in my presence," Yang Ding retorted. No longer the timid figure he once was during the monthly exams. We shall see. Yang Ding handed Huang Bingbing a meat ticket, stating, "Now we are even." Huang Bingbing accepted the ticket, linking arms with Yang Ding. "Brother Ding, you are truly remarkable. How about I become your little sister from now on?" Yang Ding shrugged her off. "I dislike flirts." This gesture moved Mao Jian, as a meat ticket could be worth over 1,000, not cheaper than Pei Yuan Dan. "Xiao Yang, you are truly generous. Once I, Mao Gu, achieve success, I will certainly not forget you. I just couldn't bear to see you scolded like a dog by your mother." This remark further touched Mao Jian. He had just suffered a head injury and was worried that asking his mother for money would result in scolding. He did not want to be a mama's boy, yet no matter how hard he tried, he could do nothing right and had to rely on his mother's support. "You will be my true brother from now on. Only you understand me." The close combat instructor pointed out the issues from the recent battle to everyone, while the counselor took the test forms to report to the grade leader. Coincidentally, Yi Rou and Fong Jing were in the office, idly chatting about what to have for lunch. "Congratulations, Yi instructor," the counselor casually remarked. Yi Rou thought he was referring to her pregnancy, glancing down at her belly. "I can't be showing so soon, can I?" The counselor appeared baffled. "I meant your husband ranked first in this week's test, with a promising future ahead." "That can't be true." Yi Rou and Fong Jing responded almost in unison. In other classes, Yi Rou believed her husband could indeed secure first place, as she personally taught him and infused him with true energy. However, Class Bing 2 had Xiang Tianyu, who had nearly 800 pounds of strength upon awakening. "Didn't Xiang Tianyu participate?" Fong Jing queried. Yang Ding fought against Xiang Tianyu. "Your husband's sweeping sword technique truly exemplified a masterful style. Yi instructor trained him well." Yi Rou did not care whether this was flattery or truth. Her husband was first, and that brought her pride. She jumped up joyfully. "Counselor Zhang, lunch is on me. My husband and I invite you." "No need, no need. I must report to the leader." "Will the weekly test scores be filed in the records?" It was necessary before, but now it must be filed with the Law Enforcement Bureau, as these students will be their future team members. After the counselor left, Fong Jing teased, "Girl, did you find a treasure?" "I always said Yang Ding has a certain composure." Yi Rou was eager to find her husband and give him a passionate kiss. In the eyes of a lover, he is the fairest of them all. Even the talented individuals at Jiangling University cannot compare to your husband, right? Fong Jing laughed. Yi Rou sat on the office desk with crossed arms, exuding a smug demeanor. "No matter how many talents there are, they are not my husband. Before my sister set off for the northern frontier, she shared a standard for choosing a partner." "What standard?" Fong Jing asked curiously. Yi Rou's sister, Yi Ku, not only possessed great martial prowess, but was also exceptionally intelligent. She was usually quiet, spending her time either cultivating or reading, resembling a philosopher. Few were willing to read seemingly useless books in this era. "My sister said that while men born with talent and noble lineage are indeed admirable, those who rise from humble beginnings through sheer willpower exemplify the utmost romance. It is a rare quality in this despairing era. No wonder you fell for Yang Ding. Your sister must have influenced you." "Hee, my sister would likely like him too." This was Fong Jing's first time hearing about the charm of an ordinary man from humble beginnings. However, she did not mock Yi Rou after spending days together. She had to admit that Yang Ding was indeed intriguing. As school ended, Yang Ding's system displayed a dialog box. Affection level, 18. 1. Cultivation progress, 1861. Cultivation rank, 2nd grade lower realm warrior, punching power, 4,222 pounds, 222 pounds. What is going on? I haven't even informed my wife about the first place yet my affection level inexplicably increases. He planned to invite Mao Jian to dine at the A-class cafeteria, and after eating, he would seek out his wife. The reason for choosing the A-class cafeteria was that it was an honor he had earned, and it was the highest-tier cafeteria at Jiangling University. Am I not indebted to you 3,000? I am currently unemployed, and my mother still needs to buy me cultivation ingredients. I cannot repay you. Don't worry. Once you succeed in the future, you can repay it. If you don't succeed, it doesn't matter. After all, it was one. Shouldn't you ask your wife? Mao Jian whispered. Why? Isn't your wife the one in charge of home? Yang Ding laughed. Do you think I am as weak as you? Completely under the thumb of your mother and wife? Impressive. A woman like ye instructor must listen to you at home. At that moment, Yang Ding was a god in Mao Jian's eyes. Yiro appeared at the door, just in time, cheerfully calling out, husband, wife. Yang Ding hurriedly stepped outside. As Yiro disregarded the envious gazes of passing students and leaped into his arms, wrapping her arms around his neck and legs around his waist. How is my husband so amazing, managing to secure first place in the class? Yang Ding felt a bit shy. Being first in class, being two, was not something to boast about for Yiro. It was clear that his wife was providing him with emotional value. You are the instructor, and I am the student. Let us maintain some decorum. No way. Yiro replied, planting a sweet kiss on Yang Ding. Her straightforward and lively personality made her fearless. Once she became serious, she would not care about other strange looks. Let us go. We need to eat. All right. Don't let my baby go hungry. Yang Ding took Yiro's hand and left, leaving Mao Jian behind, bewildered. Are we still going to the A-class cafeteria? Yang Ding waved his hand, suggesting they go tomorrow instead. Huang Bingbing emerged from the classroom, pushing past the obstructing Mao Jian, taunting. How does it feel to be a dog for your brother? That is still better than being your lackey, you little vixen. Watch your mouth. I'll tear yours apart if you dare insult me. Yang Ding and Yiro laughed and chatted as they headed to the instructor's cafeteria, where Fang Jing was lining up. She pointed toward the corner where the discipline director was angrily reprimanding a young man. It was indeed Xiang Tianyu. Yang Ding glunged over, recognizing him as the one who fought viciously. Husband, you fought well. Yiro utilized her formidable fifth-grade mid-realm hearing to eavesdrop on the discipline director's words. Even a trash like Yang Ding, who hasn't awakened, can't defeat. We do every day. And it was my carelessness, and he is quite strong. It's likely due to Yiro continuously investing in him. Yiro not only invested in him financially, but also infused him with true energy. You still have 3 chances to take the test. If you do not seize this opportunity, you may become a sacrificial pawn. What does that mean? Xiang Tianyu asked in confusion. The quotas for the Bing ending classes are limited to 20, with 6,000 competitors vying for a place. You must become the strongest in your class and survive the upcoming monthly examination to have a chance to advance to the E-class. And I am a genuine awakened one. Could you not allow my instructor to make me the captain? Being captain would enable me to send others to their doom, thus increasing my own chances of survival. The school does not have the final say on this matter. The expanded training resources and costs are entirely borne by the Law Enforcement Bureau, so you must rely on your own abilities. Yiro whispered into Yang Ding's ear, sharing the information she had overheard. It seems that my victory this time carries special significance. Indeed, my dear, you are remarkable, but Xiang Tianyu will surely retaliate next. You can see that the discipline director has already provided him with high-grade training materials. Do not worry. At most, he will only break through to the lower middle realm, and the gap is not vast. I can compensate for it with my swordsmanship. Yiro took out her meal card, declaring that she too would contribute to her husband's nourishment. Fang Jing smiled, reassuring her that although the discipline director earned a slightly higher salary than they did, with so many children and grandchildren to care for, she could not afford to compete with their efforts. Of course, I also have a meal card. Who cannot invest? Fang Jing produced hers and slipped it into Yang Ding's pocket, loaded with 100,000 yuan. Feel free to order whatever you desire. You are the godfather of my daughter and my brother-in-law, so consider this a gesture of sisterly affection. Yang Ding could only lament that when seeking a wife, one should indeed look for someone who is both wealthy and capable. Chapter 46. Her unwholesome intentions previously, Yiro had hesitated to lavish her husband with too much nourishment, fearing his body could not withstand it. However, with only 20 days remaining until the end of the month and the dangers of the abyss looming, it was better to intensify efforts now than to risk peril during the trials. Husband, this is a second-tier beast blood soup. Do give it a try. Yangding, this is sweet and sour star thorn puffer fishbone. Perhaps this energy will be easier for you to absorb. The two women ensured that Yangding had nourishing food for lunch and even packaged a portion for him to take home for dinner. My dear, if you feel overheated or unwell during class, be sure to seek me out promptly. I can help you regulate your energy. It is counterproductive to endure silently. All right, I feel great. Perhaps I shall be the first of my kind to become a grandmaster. Fang Jing chuckled, remarking that even a genius level awakened, one might not achieve grandmaster status. Yero, observing the smooth interaction between Fang Jing and her husband, felt compelled to assert herself. Husband, do you resent me for pushing you to participate in the supplementary exam? Resent? If it were not for such a wonderful wife as you, I might have perished at the farm. Danger cannot be evaded, so it is better to confront it. Yero felt a pang of guilt. Like the parents of other students, she had been unaware of the cruelty of this reform. Initially, she thought the decision to allow thousands of supplementary students was the principal's idea, only to discover it was the Law Enforcement Bureau's directive. And even the Imperial High Command had approved it. Once Yangding descended into the abyss, she would have no means to rescue him. Fang Jing cast Yangding an approving glance. The Jinglong Empire adheres to the principle that the strong survive while the weak perish. As long as you become the captain of Class Bing 2, you can lead your classmates to their demise, thus lowering your own mortality rate. While harsh, it is effective. Rest assured, for my wife and child, I shall also fight fiercely. Upon hearing this, Fang Jing felt a wave of emotion. Other men pursue fame and wealth, striving to become grandmasters, yet you fight solely for your wife and child, unafraid of being deemed unsuccessful. Yangding chuckled. Fame and fortune are as ephemeral as clouds to me. The Jinglong Empire owes me no favor, and the future of humanity is not my concern. Only my wife, Yero, who does not disdain my humble origins and has borne me children, saving me from peril, is infinitely more important than the hollow title of Grandmaster. No, she is 1,000 times more significant. Yero's eyes grew misty. Husband, your words have deeply moved me. Indeed, it is the truth. Fang Jing expressed her admiration. Only women who have married and born children can comprehend the weight of Yangding's words. Young girls may aspire to climb the social ladder, but mutual support within marriage is paramount. After lunch, everyone returned to the classroom. Yangding, previously looked down upon by his classmates as the soft rice king, suddenly became the object of admiration. The significance of today's battle was not merely winning 3 meat tickets. Yangding's victory over established awakened individuals brought hope to all students in the Bing and Ding classes. Ordinary people could also achieve greatness through resources and training. A girl who had been sitting at the back quietly squeezed her way next to Mao Jian. Did you not dine at the A-class cafeteria? Mao Jian shook his head. He accompanied his wife to the instructor's cafeteria. We shall go to the A-class cafeteria tomorrow. The instructor's cafeteria serves better food than the A-class. And how approachable is his wife? Instructor, yeah. Mao Jian cast a wary glance at the girl. What? Do you wish to become Yangding's second wife? What nonsense. I was merely inquiring. I am quite curious about Instructor Ye. After all, she is the campus belle of Jiangling University. I know little of Instructor Ye, but I understand your intentions quite well. Lai Tianhua wants to feast on frog legs, yet you do not fear Instructor Ye breaking your legs. She is quite fond of Yangding. The girl grew angry, retorting, I merely wish to befriend him. When others mocked him as useless, why did you not seek friendship? Are you out of your mind? I wish to befriend him. Not you, you fat cow. Although Mao Jian's cultivation was not high, he was astute. The Martial Arts Academy and the Ability Academy had a plethora of aspiring cultivators. They often possessed notable beauty and deep scheming, seeking out promising young men from good families to approach. Those fortunate enough could become concubines, typically exchanging their bodies for training resources. This girl, Suan Li, appeared to fit this mold. Huang Bingbing also chimed in, wondering what qualities Yangding possessed that could captivate a genius beauty like Instructor Ye. Surely there must be some formidable advantage. It is hard to tell. Yangding seems so slender, yet he possesses extraordinary talent. What? Do you also wish to become my brother Ding's second wife? Is that unacceptable? With you, as my foolish little brother to command, I have decided on this sister-in-law. Yangding approached and sat down, coldly responding, you are not worthy. Huang Bingbing did not take offense, retorting with a smile, your worthiness will soon be revealed. Today, Yero was in high spirits and arrived early to pick up her husband after class. Although class had ended and others had departed, 3 girls surrounded Yangding, asking for advice on luck and how to cultivate the Jianjiu style. Is Jianjiu more powerful than the Pilai Dao method? Are there any similarities? Do you have time tonight? I would like to treat you to dinner, Suan Li inquired. No, I must return home to care for my wife. She is pregnant. Let us have breakfast together instead. Afterward, we can find a place to spar. The abyss descent is approaching, and I lack practical experience. Suan Li continued to speak, leaning against Yangding. Just as he was about to rise and leave, an envious Yero rushed over, pushing Suan Li aside. If you wish to discuss techniques, you may come and consult me. I am the instructor, not my husband. Really? Will instructor yet truly provide guidance? Yero was astounded by the woman's audacity, coldly retorting. You may come and try. I will shatter your inflated ego with a single punch. This threat sent Suan Li retreating. Huang Bingbing observed from the corner, her gaze laden with meaning. Yero linked arms with Yangding as they exited the classroom, asserting, I do not consent to that girl becoming your second wife. Her intentions are unwholesome. Yangding embraced her waist, teasingly asking, Are you jealous? Is it not permissible to feel jealous? I am your first wife, and all future wives you take must receive my approval. Otherwise, they cannot be registered in the system. I have no interest in someone like Suan Li, and I will not allow any woman to disrupt my family. Upon hearing his words, Yero's face instantly brightened with joy. This is what a head of the family should resemble. One must be discerning when seeking a second wife, lest the children suffer as a consequence. Trusting the first wife is undoubtedly the right choice. Let us invite Jing Jie to dine with us and, in the process, pick up the children. Tonight, I shall bestow upon you an abundance of true energy to test your endurance. Yangding was almost certain that if he were to take a second wife in the future, it could only be Fang Jing. After dinner, upon returning home, Fang Jing busied herself with the children while washing clothes, while Yi Rou provided Yangding with an increased supply of true energy. He still needed to practice on the rooftop, absorbing and digesting this energy. Although Yi Rou intended to accompany him and offer guidance, Yangding disagreed. You have just given me true energy. Your face is fatigued. You should rest more. I estimate I will practice until midnight. Yangding is right. I see that he practices well on his own. Yi Rou conceded reluctantly. Dear, with both of us women supporting you, you must exert yourself and not be lazy. Not only you 2 women, but also our 2 little ones. I shall fight tirelessly for my family. At this moment, Yangding's spirit ignited with fervor. With 2 such exquisite beauties by his side, what reason could he have not to strive forward? Should he perish according to the Empire's demands, their genetic legacy would still endure. Would that not benefit another man? Yi Rou raised her little pink fist in encouragement, exclaiming, My husband is truly remarkable. Meanwhile, Fang Jing could only manage an awkward smile, questioning her own significance as part of Yangding's family. After spending several days with this young couple, her expectations of men had undergone a significant transformation. The atmosphere on the rooftop had grown heavy. From the previous aspirations of securing a stable job to the current grim fate awaiting them at the month's end, a shadow loomed over everyone. Despite being in a world of advanced martial arts, the 5 great empires of Lanxing still enforced a feudal slave system. Even if one were an exceptionally gifted university instructor, one could only watch helplessly as their child was sent to a grim fate by the law enforcement agencies. Mao Jian faced his mother's wrath yet again. Due to his poor performance in today's weekly assessment, the close combat instructor could not even assign him a score. He was swiftly defeated by Huang Bingbing. You've trained for 2 years and cannot even defeat a girl. How do you expect to face the otherworldly beings at the end of the month? She seemed to be an awakened one, just like Xiang Tianyu. That's nonsense. Stop making excuses. Xiang Tianyu was punished by Governor Zhou, and if Huang Bingbing were an awakened one, why would she be in a C-grade class? Mao Jian remained silent, merely speculating without evidence. Our parents earn less than 100,000 a month, and with so many children to support, over 1 million has already been wasted on you. Why don't you put in more effort? Mao Jian hung his head, his eyes reddening, not daring to utter a word. Answer me, why don't you work harder? With tears in his eyes, he replied, I just don't want to. What's wrong with that? Mao Mama slapped him across the face, declaring, At the end of the month, you'll be sent to your doom. I might as well die in there. Being devoured by the otherworldly beings is preferable to enduring your punishment daily. I'm already a father. Could you not show me a bit of leniency? Yang Ding happened to pass by and, initially reluctant to intervene, could sense the suffocating tension emanating from Mao Mama. This stifling feeling was palpable even from 10 meters away, illustrating the oppressive environment in which Mao Jian had grown up. He has been trying his best. Yang Ding interjected. That Huang Bingbing is indeed suspicious. Mao Mama, frustrated and seeking an outlet for her anger, turned to Yang Ding, shouting, "You shut your mouth. What are you, a good-for-nothing who hasn't even awakened? Living off your wife's true energy to claim the top spot in assessments? What is there to boast about?" Yang Ding replied with a cold laugh, unfazed. "Why shouldn't I boast? My wife provides me with unwavering encouragement and support, even during her pregnancy, continuing to supply me with true energy. Unlike you, a bitter and venomous mother tiger. Actually, you're inferior to a tiger. Tigers do not harm their young. You're a cloud in the sky, mold on rotting wood, rust among ruins. Whoever encounters you meets misfortune. You indiscriminately chastise your son without understanding Huang Bingbing. You are not present, so how can you assert he did not try?" Yang Ding had held back for too long and unleashed a torrent of eloquent insults, leaving Mao Jian astonished, almost wishing to give him a thumbs up. Meanwhile, Mao Mama's face turned a deep shade of crimson as she clenched her fists. "Who are you cursing?" "I am cursing you, you foolish woman." Though Mao Mama was robust, enraged, she swung a punch at Yang Ding. Despite her cultivation at the third-grade middle stage, with a punch force of 35,000 pounds, she dared not strike too forcefully due to Yang Ding being Yi Ro's husband. This punch was merely at the first-grade middle stage. Unexpectedly, Yang Ding asili dod get, delivering a sharp blow to her ample backside. Mao Mama, stunned, touched her rear in disbelief. Her enhanced physique at the third-grade middle stage felt no pain, but the humiliation was unbearable. "You're asking for it." She then unleashed her second-grade lower-stage cultivation, preparing to slap Yang Ding several times. Yang Ding utilized the Dong Jianshi to counter her strikes, while employing Yi Ro's Duan Huinxiang footwork to evade. Yi Ro's Dunheineving, aside from its true energy pulse, excelled in footwork, embodying the essence of close combat. No matter how enhanced her physique was, it could not match a sharp sword, let alone the indomitable Wu Jin sword. For a time, Mao Mama found herself at a loss against him. The more she attacked, the more astonished she became. Was Yi Ro's true energy truly that formidable, or did Yang Ding possess an innate talent for swordsmanship? Her strikes were powerful enough to shatter several walls. Just as Yang Ding began to find himself at a disadvantage, Mao Jian rushed forward to shield him. "If you want to hit someone, hit me instead." Mao Mama's hand nearly struck his face before she hastily withdrew. With her son's abilities, a blow would surely leave him either dead or severely injured. It was then that she regained her composure, her fists clenched in shame. Unbeknownst to them, their altercation had caught Yi Ro's attention. With her level of cultivation, it was impossible not to hear such a commotion from the 198th floor. Dressed in her pajamas, she stormed over, assessing the situation with a glance at their expressions and the dents in the walls, and immediately understood. As a martial arts instructor, you dare to unleash your wrath upon my husband? Is he who lacks upbringing? Pia. Yi Ro slapped Mao Mama across the face, leaving 5 distinct finger marks on her plump cheeks. Known for a fiery temper, no one expected that after being struck by Yi Ro, Mao Mama would remain silent. With a 5th-grade middle-stage cultivation, Yi Ro could easily contend with 100 third-grade middle-stage opponents. As a prodigious young woman, with her close combat talent compounded, she could nearly defeat 200 of Mao Mama's ilk. To retaliate would surely lead to dire consequences. Although Yi Ro was of a similar age to her daughter, in the realm of the Jinglong Empire, strength was revered above all. Pointing at her, Yi Ro scolded, "I wouldn't even dare to strike or berate my husband. What do you think you are? Do you truly believe that my youth makes me naive, mistaking me for an obedient girl?" Apologize, instructorie. Mao Jian, seeing his mother being reprimanded like a dog, nudged Yang Ding, hoping he would intervene. No son is without affection for his mother. Yang Ding quickly smiled, darling. For the sake of my friendship with Mao Jian, let us spare her this time. At last, Yi Ro's anger subsided. "I cannot fathom how you became a mother. My husband excels in swordsmanship and is friends with your son. Surely, when the time comes, they can look out for each other. Why do you behave like a shrew? Your instruction is valid. Depart. From now on, keep your distance from my husband on the rooftop. Do not disturb his training." "Understood." After Mao Mama left, Mao Jian chose to remain. He discovered that training alongside Yang Ding fostered swifter progress. This endeavor, akin to learning, required a heightened state of mental focus to achieve enlightenment. Darling, are you all right? Yero inwided. It is of no consequence. His mother has ceased her efforts and did not strike me. Mao Mama, a third-tier instructor, possesses abundant combat experience, yet she failed to land a blow on my husband. This compels Yero to re-evaluate her husband. Could it be that he is truly her destined partner, capable of unleashing formidable potential in battle? Yero, ever reasonable, does not impede their budding friendship. Rather, she encourages. Husband, the whites excel in speed and numbers. In close combat, it is paramount to avoid injury. You should first hone your footwork. The thrusting is instinctive and can be set aside for now. Yang nods, recognizing that he must heed his wife's wisdom. Given their current strength, slaying the whites is secondary. Preserving their lives is of utmost importance. Do you require my guidance? No, you should rest. Allow the men some space. Very well, but do not overexert yourself. Yero obediently departs. Dinga, since I have already called you brother, could you not impart a few techniques of charm mastery? Yangding pats his shoulder, responding, that is a gift one cannot learn. Mao Jian scratches his head, quickly grasping the meaning. A divine, innate talent. The system interface appears in Yangding's mind. Love level, 185. 05. Cultivation progress, 19408. Cultivation rank, second tier lower realm warrior, fist strength, 4422 gene, 200 gene. Second layer of Duan Huan spear technique unlocked. Experience, 25. 85. First style of Jianzhou unlocked. Experience, 23. 10. Yangding is perplexed as to why the love level has increased. He did not engage in any overt affection with his wife moments ago. His fist strength has reached an impressive 4,422 gene, with 4,800 gene marking the threshold of the second-tier middle realm. Indeed, the thrill of effortless gains is unparalleled. Students in the B class of the Martial Arts Academy, lacking in talent and unable to access additional training resources, typically graduate with such cultivation. Fong Jing's brother, Fong Dalong, has ample resources but remains at the first-tier upper realm. However, the greatest gain from this experience lies in practical combat, particularly high-risk confrontations with formidable opponents, which not only enhance cultivation progress, but also significantly boost experience. The second layer of the Duan Huan spear technique comprises merely 3 foundational moves, and the delay in progress stems from insufficient combat experience. Dingo, what are you observing? Nothing of significance. Continue practicing. As my wife advised, you should focus on your Pai Dao footwork while I work on the Jianzhou footwork. Understood. Indeed. With his mother absent, Mao Jian's dedication to training intensified. They practiced diligently for 4 hours, engaging in several sparring sessions, and Yang did not express fatigue even by midnight. Throughout the night, Yangding honed his finger spear technique, as Mao Jian could not comprehend it. He found the concept of using fingers as a spear remarkably intriguing. Once he surpasses the 5th tier, he can externalize his vital energy. At that point, he could potentially develop his own techniques based on his wife's methods, naming them 6 Meridians Divine Spear or 6 Meridians Divine Sword. Creating one's own techniques is an essential path to becoming a Grand Master, capable of establishing a renowned legacy. A Grand Master who cannot find their own techniques in bookstores would be utterly embarrassed. Upon returning home, Yero was engaged in conversation with Fong Jing on the sofa. Wife, why are you still awake? I have already taken a nap, but the child's cries roused me, so I decided to have a heart-to-heart with Jing Jie. This is one of the benefits of sisterhood. Regardless of how strong women may be, they share a fondness for gossip and discussions about men. Caring for a child who cannot speak yields nothing but cries, driving one to madness. Since moving in together, Fong Jing's insomnia has significantly improved. All right, I shall take a shower. Wait for me. Fong Jing immediately understood, laughing. I shall retire. Take your time, but I must remind you, the frequency is becoming rather high. Yangding, would you heed Jing Jie's warning? Yero interjected. While the doctor has relaxed their stance, daily visits are still unwise. Yangding discarded his sweat-drenched t-shirt into the laundry bin. Wife, it is solely because you are too beautiful that I find it irresistible. Would sleeping on the floor suffice? Then I would still catch a whiff of your fragrance. You cannot even smell it. Yero was astounded. Could her husband truly be a lecher? Then could you sleep on the sofa? Yero had discussed this matter with Fong Jing earlier that evening. You see, regardless of one as cultivation level. This cannot be curtailed. Husband, let us exercise some restraint, perhaps a maximum of twice a week, shall we? Fong Jing, slightly exasperated, remarked, Ro Jia. Could you not wait until I enter the room to discuss this? You truly do not regard me as an outsider. Hee, you are my Jingjia. Do help me persuade my husband. Fong Jing covered her ears. I cannot assist you with this matter. With that, she entered her room, maintaining a strong sense of propriety. Before his journey to this world, Yang Ding had rarely enjoyed pleasures of the palate. His girlfriend possessed an ordinary appearance, a lackluster figure, and a fiery temperament, often demanding his compliance while burdening him with endless wishes. Encountering a paragon like Yero, who soon became pregnant after their recent marriage, was overwhelming. Yet, recalling his wife's anxiety from the previous night, he conceded, I shall soothe you to sleep before retiring to the sofa. Husband, can you truly manage that? Of course. I fear for your well-being and that of our child. To Yero's surprise, Yang Ding indeed kept his promise. The following morning, as she began her alchemy practices, she found Yang Ding curled up on the sofa, his legs unable to stretch out, which tugged at her heartstrings. She sat beside him, kissing his forehead tenderly. Husband, your diligence and self-restraint will surely lead you to great accomplishments. Yero had participated in formal combat during her graduation, once believing herself to be a cold-hearted woman. Yet, since her pregnancy, she had grown increasingly sentimental, struggling to control her yearning for Yang Ding during lectures, constantly desiring to seek him out. Fong Jing prepared milk powder. All right. If you continue to stare, it will curdle. Truth be told, though she and her late husband were childhood sweethearts, they had never shared such sweetness. To claim she felt no envy would be a lie. Yero observed Fong Jing's well-proportioned, fair figure, hesitating to voice her thoughts. Presently, as Yang Ding finds himself in a period of inactivity, it will be the perfect time to consider taking a second wife. In this era of polygamy, the imbalance of the population often leads to men squandering resources once their wives become pregnant. Were one to have 10 wives, such issues would largely dissipate. However, with Fong Jing's husband having passed away less than 3 months ago, the topic of remarriage remains delicate. During morning exercises, Yang Ding's trajectory shifted towards the Martial Arts Academy's formation. I'll save you a spot. Hurry over. Huang Bingbing called out. Mao Jian, having been reprimanded by his mother, chose to ignore her. Yet Yang Ding remarked, let us go. I am curious about Huang Bingbing's abilities. She is rather insidious. We should tread carefully. If they could not handle her, how would they manage to navigate the enforcement team? Chapter 49. A sudden rise in status as they approached. Mao Jian stood before Huang Bingbing, while Yang Ding positioned himself behind her. Huang Bingbing glanced back warily. Why are you sandwiching me in? To ensure you cannot launch a sneak attack. Mao Jian still bore bandages wrapped around his head. Had he not taken to pay Yuan Dan in time, he would have likely needed to take a leave of absence today. As they were about to enter the cave, it was merely a spar among classmates. Yet this vile woman's venomous strikes necessitated vigilance. Huang Bingbing sneered, the more useless, the more of a rogue. Indeed, I may be inept, but my Dinga is a prodigy among mortals. Do you dare challenge him? Huang Bingbing nearly burst into laughter at the notion of a mortal prodigy, which she deemed a contradiction. I fear your Dingo will be left weeping and rolling in humiliation, unworthy of his beautiful young wife's gaze. My Dingo can easily take you down. As long as no blows were exchanged, Mao Jian feared no one. Having witnessed Yang Ding engage in a serious battle with his mother the previous night, he held immense respect for him. In Mao Jian's heart, his mother's third-tier cultivation was an insurmountable mountain, yet Yang Ding could match her blow for blow. However, when facing Huang Bingbing, Yang Ding felt uncertain. Xiang Tianyo had indeed exerted himself. Now, he could fight without reservation. The enigmatic Bingbing remains unfathomable, primarily due to her nonchalant demeanor, devoid of any hint of anxiety, which starkly contrasts with Sun Li's more authentic display. With the impending descent into the abyss at the end of the month, the White Walkers are particularly fond of indulging in the succulent flesh of fair maidens. After the calisthenics commenced, Yang Ding diligently prepared himself, refraining from truly confronting Huang Bingbing, as his beloved was Yi Rou and his roommate was Fong Jing, setting a standard that was exceedingly high. Ordinary beauties could hardly capture his attention. However, He was utterly unprepared for the jarring impact of someone colliding with him from behind during his jumping exercise. Ang red, Yang Ding exclaimed, Sun Li, are you out of your mind? Why do you keep bumping into me? Sun Li, with few things to boast about, questioned whether Yang Ding preferred greater assets. Ding Yi, my apologies, I merely wish to learn from you. Step back, he commanded, leaping 2 to 3 meters high. Should his wife catch sight of this, it would undoubtedly provoke her wrath. During pregnancy, women's hormones fluctuate wildly, and emotional control tends to falter. To his astonishment, Sun Li managed to leap 3 meters herself, inadvertently disrupting Yang Ding's flow of true energy. He had to elevate himself to 5 or 6 meters, finally rendering Sun Li unable to reach him, though she nearly found herself beneath his feet, prompting her to retreat further away. Behind Sun Li stood Xiang Tianyu, who had been observing Yang Ding closely. He had endured a sleepless night, practicing the Tiangang 36 axes, and could not fathom how he had been bested by this seemingly inept individual. Sun Li, you are truly shameless. Just days ago, you were fawning over me, and now you're courting Yang Ding. Brother Tianyu, you misunderstand. I simply wish to survive. If you please, my cultivation can ensure your safety, but you must obediently follow me. Sun Li was quite attractive, particularly with her unique flair, and Xiang Tianyu had initially considered her for a second wife. Brother Tianyu, Lily only has eyes for the strongest. Keep your eyes wide open. Next week's test will reveal who is the mightiest in Class B2. You better do your best, Brother Tianyu. Internally, Xiang Tianyu cursed, vowing that once he wed her, he would ensure this wretched woman receive her due. In this era, the survival of the fittest was vividly illustrated. Merely a week's assessment had transformed Xiang Tianyu from a most coveted among the female students to a mere second-rate choice, diminishing his prospects for a mate. Upon returning to the classroom after exercises, the previously chaotic rush transformed into a semblance of order. Everyone instinctively allowed Yang Ding to enter first, without the need for reminders or supervision, embodying the ethos of Jiangling University. Given the current class rankings, Yang Ding was poised to become the next captain of Class B2, possessing the authority to determine the fates of his peers during the descent. Mao Jian followed closely behind, feeling particularly esteemed. He believed he had aligned himself with the right person. With 100 classmates, unless the entire group perished, he would be the second to last to fall. Yang Ding accepted the respect of his peers with composure, pushing past Xiang Tianyu and striding confidently into the room. Xiang Tianyu's jaw clenched in irritation. Huang Bingbing cast a glance at the steel axe in his hand, suggesting he should switch to a 10-kilogram one instead. With his limited cultivation, wielding an 80-kilogram meteorite battle axe was merely for show. According to the comparison of weaponry to strength, to maneuver an 80-kilogram axe with the ease of a sword would require approximately 8,000 pounds of force, a feat only achievable at the second-grade upper realm of cultivation. Xiang Bin's extravagant expenditure on such an item was merely a facade. If you have the guts, unite with me to eliminate Yang Ding. What else with the idle banter? Oh, a 1T die. I'm not competing with you for women. Why should I eliminate him? I simply enjoy watching you all bicker, she retorted. Xiang Tianyu glanced at Sun Li, then at Huang Bingbing, perceiving them as fundamentally different. While Sun Li possessed her own charm, she clearly fell into the category of a female underachiever. Huang Bingbing, exuding confidence, had an air of sophistication reminiscent of a wealthy beauty. Reflecting on Yang Ding's rapid rise in cultivation since benefiting from Yi Ro's support, he felt he too could ascend. A man aspiring to achieve greatness must not solely chase beauty. It is best to pursue both allure and advantage. With this thought, he chose not to sit beside Sun Li, but rather displaced the boy next to Huang Bingbing to occupy her side. What do you think of me? Better than these unsavory types. At least you've awakened. My aunt is the director of discipline. Oh, how frightening. With so many children, can her salary suffice? Can she help you transfer to Class B2? Are your family circumstances better than mine? Xiang Tianyu probed, testing the waters. Huang Bingbing, discerning his intentions, leaned closer and replied, well, I'm certainly better off than you. If you wish to be my loyal follower, you must be obedient. What if you turn out to be a practitioner? That would be quite the setback for me. Do I look like one? If you don't flatter me, there are plenty who will. I have many admirers, she asserted confidently. Xiang Tianyu became convinced that Huang Bingbing's background was indeed formidable, as she clearly disregarded her aunt. Observing Xiang Tianyou's attempts to ingratiate himself with Huang Bingbing, Sun Li felt a twinge of disappointment. Within the class of 60 girls, 40 were among the initial wave who had not secured partners. The competition among the females was fiercely intense. If it weren't for Yi Ro having refined Yang Ding's tastes, he would undoubtedly have fallen into her grasp. Yet it was precisely because of Yi Ro that she was inclined to approach Yang Ding. Whether to acquire advanced cultivation resources or to marry into his family as a second wife, she was unconcerned about financial constraints, having heard that top-tier instructors earn a minimum of $1 million annually. At that moment, the counselor of Class B2 was summoned to the office of the Director of Discipline just as he was about to commence the lesson. Counselor Zhang, the headquarters of the Enforcement Bureau, just called. They suspect you manipulated the week S assessment. What manipulation? Yang Ding hasn't awakened. How could he possibly be a match for Xiang Tianyu? I have no idea. The second weekly assessment is approaching, and the Director of Discipline will personally oversee it. I will attend. After departing, Counselor Zhang remained perplexed. While the weekly assessment was crucial for survival following the descent, it hardly warranted direct inquiries from the Enforcement Bureau. I suspect the Director of Discipline is trying to shield her nephew, he mused. Chapter 50. Is it wrong for me to enjoy myself? The Director of Discipline's conversation with Counselor Zhang was indeed not fabricated. She lacked the audacity to concoct false orders from the Enforcement Bureau. Instead, a secretary from the governor's office had personally called to inquire. After the counselor left, she pondered for a long time before dialing the governor's office. After a lengthy wait, she finally heard Zhou Ruoshi's voice. What is it? Governor, I just questioned the counselor of Class B2. He adamantly denied shielding Yang Ding. Should I collaborate with the student council for a thorough investigation into this matter? On the other end, an exasperated sigh was heard. Xiang Lang, have you nothing better to do? Am I not responding to the Enforcement Bureau's call? Who authorized you to mobilize the student council to investigate a student from Class B2? Who permitted you to bypass the principal and directly call my office? From now on, do not interfere with this matter. I have other plans. I will attend discreetly during the assessment. Rest assured, Governor. The line went dead. The Director of Discipline felt a surge of anxiety. Although she received an imperial salary, this was Jiangling City. She had long sought to curry favor with the Zhou family, but had never found an opportunity. This time, she had hoped to ingratiate herself with Zhou Ruoshi while simultaneously eliminating Yang Ding to avenge her brother, but it seemed the governor had unexpectedly changed course. Why is the esteemed governor so interested in Yang Ding? Is it due to Yi Ro? Yes, it must be because of her. Or does she believe the imperial hierarchy is plotting against the Zhou family? The scheming woman, filled with inner turmoil, speculated wildly, a triumphant smile creeping onto her face. Humph. Yang Ding, do you truly believe that marrying such a beautiful wife as Yi Ro will elevate you? In this grand game of the empire and city-states, you will ultimately remain a mere pawn with no path of return, facing a dead end. Upon entering the classroom, Counselor Zhang cast a glance at Yang Ding, then at Xiang Tianyu and Huang Bingbing, inadvertently muttering a curse under his breath. Initially, one assumed it was a disreputable class, merely a facade for the enforcement team to utilize as bait for the aberrant creatures. It seemed sufficient to merely exist and pass the time, as they were all destined to be food for the otherworldly fiends. Yet, the reality turned out to be quite different, revealing a cadre of formidable individuals, each more formidable than the last. Should a few meet their demise at the month's end, would this advisor be implicated in any way? The students were free to engage in discussions about techniques or to venture outside for sparring practice. Zhang Fudao was in a state of distress, contemplating how to discreetly transfer to another class before any information leaked, seeking to rid himself of this troublesome situation. The students flocked outside, while Yang Ding continued to practice his Jianjiu style. Huang Bingbing pretended to practice the Pai Lai Dao, despite having used dual shotguns in the previous evaluation. Xiang Tianyu approached with a sycophantic grin. Bingbing, shall we spar? Huang Bingbing, disinterested, declined. Let us be frank. Yang Ding and I are destined to carve out our own territories. Whom do you support? With a cunning smile, Huang Bingbing replied. That depends on who is willing to let me have my way. Xiang Tianyu, despite his pride, retorted, Why must you speak so harshly? We are classmates, after all. Huang Bingbing produced a dark, unassuming pill. This is a second-tier pure beast essence, equivalent to consuming 10 pounds of second-tier beast meat. It retails for 10,000 per pill in the weapon market. If your body can withstand it, I could supply you with one every week. A pill each week? He asked incredulously. Indeed, if you progress swiftly, tenfold or even hundredfold resources can be provided. Bing bing, 40,000 a month is astronomical. Only a few in Jiangling City can bear such costs. What is your family background? That's none of your concern. The condition is that you must serve me. When I command you to kneel, you kneel. When I bid you to die, you die. When I order you to endure foot odor, you endure it. Xiang Tianyu, intent on living off others, found the notion of foot odor unbearable. If you go too far. My aunt is the director of discipline at Jiangling University. My family background is not to be trifled with. Why should I grovel before you? Suit yourself. Your time is limited. The class has over 2,000 boys. Those who wish to be my dogs must queue. A man must learn to seize opportunities. If your family background is so illustrious, why are you in a lower tier class? Risking it all with us? Is it not my prerogative to enjoy myself? Huang Bingbing smirked malevolently, emanating an alluring yet chilling aura. Xiang Tianyu glanced at the jovial Yang Ding, pondering why he appeared so carefree despite being in a similar predicament. At noon, Yang Ding swaggered into the A-grade cafeteria with Mao Jian. The A-grade cafeteria is the most prestigious dining establishment at Jiangling University, providing free training materials on par with those of the instructor's cafeteria. Only the martial arts A-grade class and the supernatural A-grade class are permitted to dine there. Due to the limited number of students, it was not overly crowded. Mao Jian winced at the thought of the meat coupon in his hand. The daily meal standard was 1,500. Indeed, starting with second-tier beast meat. How extravagantly luxurious. Each student's annual training material consumption amounts to 500,000, funded by the common people. Those from well-off backgrounds spend upwards of $1 million annually. However, these training materials are hunted by awakened individuals beyond the Northern Great Wall, bearing no relevance to the lower strata. To witness the Northern Great Wall in my lifetime would be worth dying for. Yang Ding smiled, knowing he would eventually go there. Especially if war broke out. Both Yi Ro and Fang Jing would have to go. Their conversation caught the attention of an upperclassman in line, who recognized Yang Ding from the front row on the day of mandatory pairing. What are you doing in the A-grade cafeteria? The upperclassman scolded, ensuring others heard. Yang Ding, aware that marrying Yi Ro had made him a target among faculty and students alike, chose not to engage in an altercation, merely shaking the meat coupon in his hand. Is having a meat coupon such a big deal? If you're not in the A-grade class, step back. Apologies, but we've been waiting for quite some time. Yang Ding replied. Mao Jian was terrified. The upperclassman from the A-grade class possessed both talent and a favorable family background, his cultivation level rivaling that of Yang Ding's mother. Let us eat a bit later. It's no issue. The student council maintains order here, so there's no need to fear him, Yang Ding reassured. The boys laughed heartily, with one producing a student council badge. I'm part of the student council. What do you think of that? The ruckus drew the attention of nearby students. Fang Jing emerged from a line with 2 lunchboxes. Yang Ding, what is going on? Jie, what are you doing here? Yang Ding inquired. I'm buying this month's training materials for DeLong. The student cafeteria offers better prices. At merely 20 years of age, she possessed a petite frame, tied her hair back in a high ponytail, and donned a white t-shirt paired with jeans. Her pure and radiant eyes exuded youthful vitality, betraying none of her status as a young mother. The Martial Arts Academy students did not recognize her. Oh, you seem to have quite an appeal among the pretty girls. Is your talent merely to serve women? Fang Jing intended to understand the situation, but became incensed at the boy's disrespectful comments. How did someone with such a foul mouth get into the student council? Beautiful lady, would you like a whiff? The boy opened his mouth, exhaling foul breath, and approached Fang Jing with his eyes closed. Fang Jing pushed Yang Ding aside with her left hand and traced a line in the air with her right fingers, creating a crack over 1 meter long. Then, with a gentle touch, she directed the fissure toward the boy's head, consuming him entirely. The onlookers erupted in astonishment, exclaiming, "What the hell? A spatial ability user, and an A-grade master at that." Jiangling University only had one A-grade master, the spatial ability user, Fang instructor. Yang Ding was taken aback, having witnessed Fang Jing's spatial powers for the first time. Jie, where did that guy go? Fang Jing replied casually. He should be in the toilet pit of the agricultural college. Agricultural students must learn composting and biogas techniques, so the public toilets remain pit latrines for easy collection. No wonder a foul odor wafted from the crack moments ago. Fang Jing pulled Yang Ding in front of her in line for protection. You're quite bold to come here alone. The meat coupon is a reward from the school. What is there to fear? Aside from the prominent families in Jiangling City, anyone marrying your wife would be in trouble. These fellows think they're the chosen ones, but to the powerful, they are merely expendable tools. Is it because my wife is too beautiful? Beauty elevates Yi Ro's worth. Even those who are not conventionally attractive must marry into wealthy families, as talent equates to resources, and resources equate to power. But Jiejia, why haven't you married into a prominent family? Surely spatial abilities are in high demand. My family is somewhat affluent. They wouldn't mistreat me. It's just that my brother and I lacked parental affection growing up, and we were unwilling to go to Donghai City. Upon grasping Fang Jing's sentiment, Yang Ding reflected, to wear the crown, one must bear its weight. To hold a rose, one must endure its thorns. In the past, I might have faltered, but Yi Ro is already carrying my child, and she treats me well. Even if it means opposing the world, I will not abandon her. Fang Jing smiled at him with warmth and appreciation. Her husband had previously sought to enlist at the Northern Great Wall due to feelings of inadequacy after several incidents with the student council. Believing he was unworthy of Fang Jing and striving for rapid advancement using high-tier resources. This led to the current predicament, as Fang Jing had intended to facilitate his transfer to Donghai City to serve under their parents. Yi Ro had chosen wisely. In an era where humanity could face extinction at any moment, fame and fortune were trivial compared to family. Let us grab our meals and return to the classroom. Don't linger here. The student council president is the cousin of Governor Zhou. Don't be reckless. Not just us. Even the grandmasters wouldn't dare provoke them. Yang Ding nodded, committing her words to memory. If he were merely a lowly figure in the pig-raising department, the members of the student council would not even spare him a glance. However, now that he has married Yi Ro, he is gradually gravitating towards the power center of the empire, and everything has changed. Nonetheless, he remains undeterred. If a grandmaster cannot contend with the powerful elite of Jiangling City, what if he were both a martial arts grandmaster and a spatial grandmaster? What if he could fuse the mastery of multiple abilities into one? Mao Jian, standing nearby, found himself at a loss for words, feeling utterly helpless. Instructor Fang, hello. I am a friend of Yang Ding, a good friend. Oh, step back and do not cut in line, Fang Jing replied coldly, her demeanor starkly contrasting with her earlier attitude towards Yang Ding. All right. Mao Jian stood in line among the elite students, his palms sweating profusely, realizing how difficult it was to secure a decent meal. Jiangling University does not encourage a survival of the fittest mentality among its students, yet it tacitly accepts it. For beyond the school, beyond the city-state, beyond the northern border wall, and even beyond launching, such is the nature of existence. Yang Ding prepared 2 servings of cultivation dishes and left the elite cafeteria, intending to return to class to eat. Mao Jian remained silent, feeling despondent. At the farm, the disparity of status was not so pronounced. Everyone was an aimless farmer, merely existing, raising children, and awaiting death, which fostered a sense of equanimity. The awakened students in the elite class, however, all believed they were destined to become grandmasters, looking down upon the weaker ones. Dingu, given our qualifications, we can only be cannon fodder. It seems there is no hope for us. Noticing Yang Ding's silence, he continued, I am fine, unremarkable, and others do not trouble me. You, on the other hand, have married an illustrious figure like Instructor Ye. While it may seem delightful, you are also ensnared and will face challenges 100-fold more difficult than mine. Are you afraid of being associated with me? Yang Ding inquired with a smile. Not at all. You are a worthy friend, yet I no longer dare to envy you. Yang Ding handed him a piece of second-tier beast meat, recalling the ancient saying. In poverty, one remains steadfast and does not abandon lofty aspirations. Which ancient sage was so audacious? Cough. In any case, do not panic, do not fear. Chaos is a stepping stone. As the two entered the classroom, they were met with a scene that was quite shocking. In the corner, Xiang Tianyo was kneeling before Huang Bingbing, his head bowed low, while Huang Bingbing lounged half-reclined in a chair. Goodness, retreat, retreat. Mao Jian thought he had witnessed something he should not have and prepared to leave. However, Huang Bingbing lifted her foot and playfully tapped Xiang Tianyo's face, exclaiming, You two fools come back here. He's trimming my toenails. What are you thinking? Only then did they walk further into the classroom, where indeed, Xiang Tianyo was trimming toenails. Yang glanced at Mao Jian, who returned the look, both puzzled. They could not comprehend how someone like Xiang Tianyo, who acted so pretentiously and was an awakened one, could shamelessly engage in such activities. Bingo! What is the background of Bing Bing? She must be extraordinary. A wealthy girl. Perhaps providing him with cultivation resources? That seems likely. Noticing their whispers, Huang Bingbing beckoned Yang Ding with her finger. Hey, I still have 1 foot left. If you're willing to serve me, I will give you 2 second-tier beast pills. As her words fell, Xiang Tianyo tucked the other foot into his embrace. This is mine. No one is allowed to take it from me. Mao Jian swallowed hard, realizing how wealthy she must be to give away second-tier beast pills so easily. Are you tempted? Yang Bing asked. Even if I cannot digest it, selling it would still be quite profitable. They are worth 10,000 each. I advise you to be cautious. Huang Bingbing is a bit sinister. Take care of your life. Huang Bingbing produced a second-tier beast pill and said to Xiang Tianyo, You performed well today. Open your mouth. Xiang Tianyo complied, and with a shake of his head, he caught the beast pill and swallowed it. A powerful surge of energy spread throughout his dantian, causing him to flush deeply and break into a sweat, rising unsteadily. It was evident that the energy of the second-tier beast pill was overwhelming for him. Dazed and lightheaded, Xiang Tianyo glared at Yang Ding and shouted, Your demise is imminent. Throughout the afternoon, he sweated profusely, nearly steaming. Huang Bingbing continued to secretly guide him in practicing axe techniques. That evening, Yang Ding planned to prepare sweet and sour pork for his wife, as Yero had recently developed a penchant for sour flavors. Yero donned a loose, comfortable outfit and pretended to practice shooting in the kitchen, accompanying her husband as he savored the aroma of cooking oil. Hey, with a son as fierce as me, he will undoubtedly become a grandmaster of martial arts and protect his good father in the future. Yang Ding shared the amusing events from class that day, and Yero immediately sensed something amiss. There were no prominent families named Huang in Jiangling City. What was the true origin of Huang Bingbing? How could she bestow second-tier beast pills so freely? Fang Jing, who was at the door entertaining a child, overheard. If she had such resources, why would she be in the C class? Sister, after dinner, why not call your father and ask? He holds a high position and knows much more than we do. Fang Jing nodded. All right, I also feel that wherever your husband goes, chaos follows. Chapter 52. Sister Strategy. Initially drooling over the sweet and sour pork, Yero suddenly turned anxious upon hearing Fang Jing's words. She pulled Fang Jing into the guest room and whispered, Sister, I won't endanger my husband, will I? Do not frighten yourself. When the farm was so perilous, he managed to escape with a group of ordinary pig farmers. My husband is clever, but even without considering his cultivation, neither you nor I could withstand the scrutiny of those elite families. There will surely be a way when the journey reaches the mountain. Let's first inquire with my father. I should have persisted back then, creating a ruckus until reaching the queen. I was too naive, believing that no one would dare oppose the decisions made by the empire's marriage system. Do you long to marry into a wealthy family? Yero shook her head. Not all. I find those second and third generation heirs less admirable than my husband. Then that settles it. You already have a child, and your symptoms are typical of pregnancy. You're overly anxious. However, at least you have your husband with you. I only had you and your sister back then. After finishing dinner, the three went to the Maternal and Child Institute to seek familial contact. In the Jinglong Empire, individuals are prohibited from possessing communication devices. Each person is an information island. Universities, law enforcement teams, city-states, and even frontline military entities, apart from the high-ranking officials, operate on localized networks, a web of connections. The Maternal and Child Institute, being a crucial unit under the Empire's direct management, needs to weave a network of familial ties for easier governance, thus serving as an information conduit where entering relative information allows for satellite calls. Yero had made several attempts to contact the northern border military camp regarding her marriage, but had been unable to secure an appointment. Her sister had been carrying out tasks outside for months at a time. On the other hand, Fangjing found it relatively easy to reach her parents, as they had a dedicated line that could connect to both the military camp and their home. However, her parents rarely returned calls, even when they scheduled appointments. Soon, her father, Fang Hongbo, answered the call. Hello, is this Jing? Yes, father. Have you finished your rest? Not yet. What is the matter? His daughter rarely initiated calls unless there was something she needed. My good friend, Yero has married an ordinary person without awakening. Have you heard about this? Yes. Keep your distance. This is not a friend to associate with. Fong Jing's brows furrowed, quickly pressing the receiver to her ear. Yero was nearby, and with her cultivation level, pressing the receiver was futile. Seeing her sister in distress, she gestured to abandon the conversation. However, Fong Jing disagreed. Father, I haven't said anything yet. Why are you jumping to conclusions? The same situation occurred at Donghai University, but that boy is already dead. Fong Jing's expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly pulled Yero closer. Ah, is it always ordinary boys paired with genius girls? Yes, the same flaw. The same occurrences happened in Beijing City and Shiyu City. What happened to those two boys? They died on the night of their pairing. Fong Jing's complexion began to darken, while Yero turned pale with fear. How did they die? The case is under investigation by the law enforcement team, and my father has no authority to intervene, nor does he wish to inquire further. Remember my words, I will hang up now. Wait. Fong Jing's eyes darted as she quickly interjected, Yero is right beside me. She heard what you said and is quite upset. She has been with me and the child during this time. I can comply with your request, but you must give her some advice. It is inconvenient to discuss over the phone. Father, you fought alongside Grandmaster Yi Jian. Yero is his daughter. Sighing, he relented. All right, let her take the call. Yero, feeling anxious, answered the phone. Clearing his throat, Fong Hongbo spoke in a deep voice. The Empire's marriage system is directly supervised by the Queen and the 8 Grandmasters. No one dares to openly harm your husband. Just be cautious while walking at night. Yero discerned the underlying warning in his words. If something happens to my husband, will the Empire investigate? Of course. This would be a blatant provocation against the Empire's authority. It is not impossible for the Queen to send a Grandmaster in person. Is there anything else, Uncle Fong? At the end of the year, I will return to Jiangling City with Fong Jing's mother to arrange a transfer order for their siblings. If your husband is still alive by then, we will treat you to a meal. As for the rest, it depends on your fate. Yero felt a chill run down her spine. Yangding heard this too. Damn it, he merely married a beautiful wife. Does it really involve the entire power network of the Jinglong Empire? After hanging up, Yero pouted, feeling despondent, and wrapped her arms around Yangding's neck. Tears welling up. Husband, are you scared? When you single-handedly ventured into the lair of the otherworldly creatures to save me while pregnant, were you afraid? Yero shook her head. No, I wasn't. Neither am I. I think I have a bit of insight now. I will explain it to you when we return. All right. I will try calling my sister. I miss her, and I believe she will have a solution. Yero dialed the number for the Northern Frontier Military Camp once more. May I ask if the Hunter Yi Ku of the 6,999 Squadron of the 5th Legion has returned to the camp? Please hold for 15 seconds. Hello. Lieutenant Yi Ku of the 6,999 Squadron reported back to the camp last night. Would you like me to connect you? Yero hastily replied, Yes, please hurry. She pulled Yangding closer, preparing to introduce him to her sister. My sister has only been there for less than 2 years and has already been promoted to lieutenant. Her cultivation might have reached the 6th rank. The lieutenants in the Northern Frontier Military Camp are entirely different from those in the law enforcement team, with salaries differing by 3 to 4 times. Moments later, a cool voice came through. Ro, it's me, sister. Hearing her sister's voice, Yero felt a surge of strength. After all, the sisters grew up together in the maternal and child clinic, with her sister always protecting her. I heard you got married? To an ordinary person? Yes, sister. His name is Yangding, and he is wonderful. Are you in trouble now? Sister, how did you know? Tell me the situation. Yero then covered the receiver and recounted the important details. Isn't that simple? Just wait until Yangding dies, and you can remarry. Yero turned a glance at Yangding. He frowned. What kind of nonsense is this? Sister, what are you saying? I am pregnant. There was a silence on the other end for a full 10 seconds. What a talent. Sister, are you mocking me? How long has it been? It's been a month. Well, a little over a month. Another long silence followed. Ro, is that breathing beside you your husband? Yes. Both of you remember my words. There is a book at home called Jin Hua Shi. The numbers I will mention are divided into 3 parts. Page number, line number, and word order. 157, 931, 183, 3358, 2689. 1213. Go back and check immediately. Do not tell anyone. Goodbye. Sister. The line went dead. In the Jiangling City Law Enforcement Bureau's governor's office, Zhou Ruoxi removed her headset, her head spinning from that string of numbers. She asked her secretary, "What is Jin Huashi? What book is that? Is it a remnant from before the catastrophe? I have never heard of it." Yi Jian's wife, who is also Yi Ku and Yi Rou's mother, was a university professor and loved collecting books. "There is no time to send someone to fetch it. Bring a Z here." Half an hour later, Huang Bingbing, dressed in pajamas, lazily walked into the governor's office. She plopped down in front of Zhou Ruoxi, her gaze and posture radiating hostility. "Seventh sister, what do you want with me in the middle of the night? Who told you to contact Yang Ding at the Martial Arts Academy? So what? He is not your husband. Why the urgency?" Zhou Ruoxi suppressed her rising anger. "Did Dad send you? You're his favorite daughter. Go ask him. You can manage the law enforcement bureau, but you cannot dictate to us." Zhou Ruoxi's father had 5 concubines. Besides the 12 children in the family, he had 10 illegitimate offspring outside. These illegitimate children did not bear the Zhou surname. Their identities fabricated, and they were not allowed to participate in the Jiangling University assessments. Formally, no acknowledgement of kinship was permitted, and no one knew their true relationships. Upon reaching adulthood, they all joined a clandestine organization called Poison Spike, tasked with carrying out unsavory deeds, eliminating the queen's spies in vital positions across Jiangling City. Huang Bingbing was the youngest among these illegitimate daughters, with her real name being Huang Az or Zhou Az. The Poison Spike organization was managed by these illegitimate children, who were by mercenaries and assassins. Tianyu is currently being groomed by Huang Bingbing. "What is your plan?" "I won't tell you. I'm simply not going to tell you." "What do you think you are?" Zhou Ruoxi slammed the table in frustration. Huang Bingbing sneered. "What do you mean? What am I? The Law Enforcement Bureau cannot handle the dirty work. We Poison Spike can. The Law Enforcement Bureau dares not kill those whom we can eliminate. It is we Poison Spike who protect the Zhou family, not you, Zhou Ruoxi." Zhou Ruoxi was exasperated, but there was little she could do. Her father's illegitimate children had been raised as assassins from a young age, each one more deranged and psychologically twisted than the last. Especially this 22nd sister, who had a pathological hatred of men. She believed that men should be subservient to women, not take multiple wives. "I received the latest news that the bug grooms from the other 3 city-states have all died. The queen is furious and is preparing to send the 8 grandmasters for an investigation. So you cannot act against Yang Ding for the time being." "I will act. The 8 grandmasters cannot possibly scour all 4 city-states. This means we are being watched. Do you understand? Furthermore, the 8 grandmasters will be busy rectifying the other 3 city-states. We should conserve our strength and watch the show. Why draw the disaster upon ourselves? Do you think your Poison Spike can withstand a single strike from a grandmaster?" Seeing that Huang Bingbing was unwilling, Zhou Ruoxi worried she might endanger the family, so she patiently tried to persuade her. "The queen is a prophet. It is entirely possible that the other 3 bugs are a ruse, and her true target is Jiangling City. So do not act rashly, or I will make your life worse than death." "But that Yang Ding is so arrogant. My dark slave must kill him," Huang Bingbing retorted. "Yang Ding is just an ordinary man, a mere pawn crossing the river to test the waters. He poses no threat to us. Do not concern yourself with him. Our opponents are the Empire's high-ranking officials, not him. Do you understand? What if I can recruit him as a dark slave? On what basis? He is not lacking in wealth. And are you more beautiful than Yi Rou? Umph. I understand men far better than you, old virgin." This struck a nerve with Zhou Ruoxi, who waved her hand dismissively. "Get lost. As long as he is alive, I will not interfere with anything else. Just wait. Once I tame him, I will gift him to you as a pet." "Shut your mouth," Zhou Ruoxi shouted. Suddenly, the water cooler exploded. The burst of mineral water froze momentarily in the air before quickly merging and solidifying into 7 chilling, transparent ice spikes, suspended before Huang Bingbing. "Don't push your luck. If I kill you, my father will only scold me." This statement clearly provoked Huang Bingbing, who bit her lip until it bled, and she dared not act arrogantly any longer. The instructor's building. Yi Rou, Yang Ding, and Fang Jing scoured their home thoroughly, yet failed to locate the elusive book titled Jin Hualun. Could it be that our phones are being tapped, and they dispatched a spatial ability user to seize the book before us? Yi Rou inwit it. Fang Jing activated her abilities, scanning the room, only to shake her head. There are no signs of spatial tearing or folding. It appears no one has entered. Yang Ding gazed at the hundreds of volumes on the bookshelf, saying, "Dear, your sister reads so many books, Do you not read? Even one? How can we not find it? Darling, I feel dizzy just seeing the words. For instance, your name. If I don't look closely, I might read it as Yang Xiang or Chong Jing. Fong Jing burst into laughter, recalling her father's words. Ro resembles her father, upright and pure of heart, most likely to become a grandmaster in the future, while Ka takes after her mother, meticulous and a polymath. The somewhat slow-witted Yi Ro finally reacted, placing her hands on her waist, glaring at Yang Ding with a mock-fierce expression. What kind of look is that? Do you think your wife is illiterate? No, no, no. Yang Ding quickly embraced Yi Ro. My wife is simply adorably innocent. Darling, I get so sleepy looking at words. I don't want to search anymore. Let's look again tomorrow. Maybe it will just appear. Snuggling into his embrace, Yi Ro nestled against his neck, sharing her discoveries. Having studied history, Yang Ding opined that this was the queen's attempt to curtail the feudal lord's power. If these lords transform all the young prodigies into their own kin, decades later, an army of grand masters would emerge, rendering the empire completely powerless. The queen is one of the few time ability users, possessing wisdom that transcends time and space. She is the most suitable leader for humanity's resistance against the alien beasts, Yi Ro analyzed. Theoretically, yes. But human nature dictates that once they experience a few days of peace, they will inevitably seek power and profit. Power translates to cultivation resources, the higher one's cultivation. The longer one lives. Grandmasters are not the pinnacle of humanity, are they? Probably not. It's merely the limitation of cultivation resources. With her lips brushing against Yang Ding's neck, Yi Ro lazily inquired, then why not pair me with other awakened individuals instead of ordinary people? Yang Ding shook his head. I don't know. Perhaps it is fate, or maybe I possess some exceptional quality. Yi Ro nodded in agreement, sincerely affirming, indeed, darling, you do have exceptional qualities. Another possibility is that our union has a higher chance of producing martial arts prodigies. At this point, Yi Ro suddenly perked up, her gaze fixed on the safe. Before my mother passed away, she authored a work on awakened individuals, seemingly titled Ju Xing Jin Hua. She advocated breaking the noble breeding monopoly, allowing the system to randomly match couples, encouraging unions between awakened individuals and ordinary people. In doing so, after several generations, the entire human race could awaken, thereby achieving an elevation of the species and securing a place for humanity in the vast cosmos. However, since it was a manuscript, it had yet to be formally titled. Where is it? It's in the safe. Yi Ro quickly scrambled up, opened the safe, and retrieved a document box. Inside lay a thick stack of A4 manuscript pages, the handwriting delicate, revealing that her mother was a gentle and composed woman. Yang Ding was taken aback. Not only did his wife hail from a lineage of martial arts masters, but she also came from a scholarly family. No wonder her demeanor was so different from those flamboyant individuals. Chapter 54, Support for My Wife. Fortunately, right after Yang Ding hung up the phone, he noted down the identification number Yi Ku provided. Otherwise, he would have forgotten it by now. Can your sister remember the position of every word on each page? She possesses an exceptionally high IQ and has a photographic memory. I feel like she has siphoned off my intelligence. No, my wife is also extraordinarily intelligent. You merely have a slight reading difficulty. Yi Ro suddenly realized that her husband was better than her elder sister. Once her sister married, she would have her own family, and her true ally would be her husband. In that moment, she resolved to change her mind. She could maintain her marital status while enlisting in the Northern Army. Once she attained the 9th rank or even became a grandmaster, she could bring her husband and child over. As Yang Ding rummaged through the manuscript pages looking for words, a notification suddenly popped up in his mind. Love level 2355, cultivation progress 2445, ding. Congratulations, host. You have broken through to the mid-second rank. Your bones have been tempered, and your punching power is now 5,422 pounds, an increase of 1,000 pounds. Yang Ding glanced at Yi Ro in confusion. What happened? A mere compliment jumped my progress by 5 and added 1,000 pounds of strength? It wasn't this effective before. Little did he know. For Yi Ro, this was a decision made with determination, intending to spend her life with him. Even if she were to go to the Northern Great Wall, her salary, amounting to over $1 million or even $2 million each year, would be deposited into Yang Ding's account. Darling, don't just stand there. Help me copy it. All right. Since the manuscript is in disarray, should we call Jingjie over? Forget it. She has to wake up several times at night to feed the baby, and she won't say much. We'll finish it quickly. Okay, as you say. Dear. The two toiled for a full hour, and Yiro was so drowsy that she could barely keep her eyes open. She glanced at her crookedly written sentences, realizing they were utterly incoherent. Darling, did you find a mistake? Or did I write it incorrectly? Yang Ding picked it up and read aloud. Ba Fong Jing dragged her down. If she is unwilling, let Ding Yi go to the system for a match. It should still be her. The city lord is raising a poison needle. Your sister is quite cautious. Even if her words are deciphered, she can still argue. Darling, did you understand? Yang Ding stroked his stubble and translated, drag Fong Jing into the fray. If she is unwilling, let Ding go to the system for a match. It should still be her. The city lord is nurturing poison needles. Yiro Sudendi understood. My sister actually wants you to marry Jing Jia. You are considering it from the perspective of the children and me, worried that I would choose a second wife who does not love children. While your sister is weighing the pros and cons. What do you mean? Originally, their cost to eliminate me was nearly zero. At most, I would just cause a ruckus. But Fong Jing is different. Her parents hold some status in the Imperial Army. To kill someone as ordinary as me would mean straining relations with the Donghai City. What if the Imperial High Command and the Donghai City Lord join forces to deal with the Jiangling City Lord? That makes some sense. But would Uncle Fong turn against the City Lord for you, his son-in-law? What about the Queen? The excuses can be as big or small as needed. Weighing the pros and cons is not about seeking absolutes. When in a weak position, one should avoid absolutes. At least marrying Jing Jia would increase the cost of wanting me dead, and you would gain another beautiful wife. What is not to like? Yiro pouted. It's a necessity. The situation is dire. But my sister said if Jing Jia disagrees, to go directly to the system for a match. And it would still be her. Why is that? The probability is very low. What if I get paired with another woman? I would even have the right to refuse. My chance of pairing with you is even lower. Yang Ding replied. Is the system controlled by the Queen? It must be. I don't know whether to be happy or worried. It's certainly a joy. Without system glitches. Would you ever find a wife like me to bear your children? Yiro continued to boast. Whenever I feel down, I just look in the mirror to admire my beauty, and suddenly the world seems wonderful. This sentiment was not unfounded. As Yang Ding spoke, he leaned in to kiss Yiro, feeling a surge of desire. This little wife was truly alluring. Stop, stop, stop. Yiro pushed Yang Ding away. Darling, calm down. What does the last sentence mean? The city lord is raising poison needles. I don't know. Your sister is on the front lines, fighting alongside elites and the offspring of the ruling class. Perhaps she has heard some rumors. The name suggests something akin to assassins. As long as there is a balance of power, I will have time and space to cultivate. Once I am strong enough, I will not fear any governor or city lord. Yiro poked Yang Ding playfully with her slender finger and suddenly said, You and my sister would definitely be a good match. What do you mean? Have you already found 3 wives for me? Enraged, Yiro bit his shoulder hard. What are you thinking? Am I not enough for you? I mean, you have a strategic mindset. My sister would enjoy discussing matters with you, her brother-in-law. I yearn to meet my sister-in-law as well. Yiku has already attained the 6th rank, and Yiro is at the 5th rank mid-stage. With their combined cultivation levels, they are bound to ascend swiftly to the 8th and 9th ranks, or even to become grandmasters. Coupled with spatial abilities, who could possibly rival them? Just the thought excites me. Do not dwell on it, my dear. I am quite fatigued. Let us sleep now. Can we manage to resist tonight? We must endure. We agreed upon 2 encounters a week. Yang Ding slept soundly until dawn, for he was indeed exhausted. The following day, Yiro arose but dared not relay her sister's words to Fong Jing. While the two were washing their faces together in the bathroom, she could not contain her curiosity and probed, Sister Jing, a thought has just struck me. What is it? According to the Empire's new regulations, your marriage quota is about to be released, isn't it? Fong Jing, brushing her teeth, froze momentarily. Even with her astuteness, she had no inclination to ponder why Yiro suddenly brought up this matter. It is said that the mourning period is now merely 1 month, and I have already surpassed it. I could be paired at any moment. What if they match me with someone I do not fancy? This thought left Fong Jing in a state of anxiety. Observing her distress, Yiro hastened to comfort her. Do not worry. What if the other party is a man of quality, someone who treats you and your child well? Fong Jing remained silent, aware that such men are scarce. The odds too low. At that moment, a baby-esque cry pierced the air. Yang Ding called from outside, Sister Jing, the milk is no longer hot. Shall I feed him directly? Yes, thank you. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Fong Jing's mind. Could she possibly allow Yang Ding to occupy her quota without any actual relationship? And when she eventually finds someone suitable, she could divorce and sever ties. Yet, casting a glance at Yi Ro, she found herself lacking the courage to propose it. For they remained close friends. Men like my husband, who adore children, are indeed rare. Most quality awakeners aspire to join the military in the Northern Territory. Yi Ro added with a sharp remark. Let me ponder this further. Joyful events uplift the spirit, and Yang Ding hummed a tune as he entered the classroom. Xiang Tianyu had practiced his axe techniques throughout the night, his prowess surging impressively, feeling almost terrifyingly strong. As he kneaded Huang Bingbing's shoulders, he exuberantly exclaimed, I am eager for Monday to arrive. My axe is longing for action. Mao Jian nudged Yang Ding, stating, rumor has it this fellow sleeps little, obsessively training. Sooner or later, he will overexert himself. Even grandmasters need rest. Do you have confidence? I must have confidence. I am determined to be the captain of Class B3. My wife is due in a few months. I cannot afford to perish underground. Chapter 55. I shall not tread in these turbid waters. During free training, Huang Bingbing wielded a short gun as a sword, practicing the Jianjiu style against Xiang Tianyu. Her Jianjiu style was merely superficial. She could perform each move, but lacked depth, merely a facade. It was evident that her martial arts talent was not high. She was merely fortunate. Yang Ding, with system control, found that his proficiency in the sword techniques was below 100, preventing him from achieving the pinnacle effects of his cultivation method. Thus he could not practice the second style. Xiang Tianyu had indeed made significant progress, likely nearing a breakthrough into the mid-stage of the first rank. With a lightweight steel axe, his techniques flowed with greater agility than before. For the upcoming competition on Monday, as long as he could keep Xiang Tianyu subdued, victory was assured. If he could defeat a mid-stage first rank, it would naturally follow that Yang Ding's own cultivation would be stronger, at the very least on par. Brother Ding, this fellow is making rapid strides. Are you his match? Mao Jian inquired with concern. My wife and I are also fervently training. I am merely concealing part of my strength. Why conceal it? At the gaming table, one must never allow others to see their cards. If the opponent can see them, it is a clear sign you have allowed it. Can I see through it? Yang Ding smiled. Of course you can. You're my friend. Mao Jian felt a sense of relief and leaned in to whisper, then tell me, what is your current strength? Have you surpassed 800? Come here. Yang Ding whispered in Mao Jian's ear, 999. Hee. No way. Is it that impressive? Is the vital energy of a genius girl that effective? Chill. Keep a low profile. Do not let that little vixen Huang Bingbing catch on. Understood. The two then resumed their respective training. Huang Bingbing had been eavesdropping on Yang Ding's conversation, and upon hearing him boast of 999, she looked down upon him with disdain. Oof. A country bumpkin who has never seen the world. She indeed had the right to mock, having just broken through to the upper third rank. Her strength surpassing even Mao Jian's mother-s. According to the martial arts ranking system of the Jinglong Empire, as one ascends in rank, their strength multiplies. For instance, when Yang Ding was at the upper first rank, his strength was 1,800 Jin. By the time he reached the lower second rank, it would double to 3,600 Jin. And when advancing from the upper second rank to the lower third rank, it would triple, jumping from 8,100 Jin to 24,300 Jin. The higher one climbs, the more difficult the ascent becomes. By this calculation, Huang Bingbing's strength exceeded 50,000 Jin, nearly 10 times Yang Ding's. What does this mean? She could crush a 10 centimeters thick steel plate with a single punch and throw a car several meters away. Huang Bingbing approached Yang Ding, her hands clasped behind her back, scrutinizing him as he practiced the Jianjiu style. Why do you practice the first move every day? What business is it of yours? In the Poison Sting organization, had any man dared to speak to Huang Bingbing in such a manner, he would have found himself rendered a eunuch within the hour. Since joining the organization at 16, she had eliminated 13 men, and she had done so with her own hands. Her subordinates secretly referred to her as Chia Shi-san, or Sister Chia for short. However, last night's word from Zhou Ruoshi indirectly provided protection for Yang Ding, at least for the time being. She could not harm him without consequence, for to do so would mean killing Yi Ro, lest she face retaliation from her. One Yi Ro could defeat 100 of her. Huang Bingbing suppressed her fury and remarked, "Seeing Xiang Tianyu improve so rapidly does not make you feel insecure? They are all chickens from Class B. A low-tier chicken teaching another low-tier chicken is just a pecking match," she retorted, nearly bursting with anger. She believed her sharp tongue was potent, but Yang Ding's was even sharper. "One day, I shall have my revenge." Huang Bingbing relished, showcasing her prowess before Zhou Ruoxi, determined to prove that the daughter of a mistress could surpass the legitimate daughter, vowing to conquer Yang Ding. In her heart, she believed that someone of Yang Ding's humble origins, having never seen the world, would inevitably fall into her grasp and become her secret servant. Yet, it appeared that this would not be so simple, primarily due to his unexpected connection with Yiro, which had somewhat inflated his sense of self-worth. After Huang Bingbing left, Sun Li, who was practicing her blade, approached Yang Ding. "Brother Ding, Huang Bingbing seems affluent. What is her background?" "I do not know. She is probably some rich landowner's kept woman." However, recalling the hints his sister-in-law had provided the previous night, Yang Ding began to suspect that Bingbing was affiliated with Poison Sting. Is the assassin raised by the lord of Jiangling City truly so brazen and ostentatious? "So, do you prefer red tea or green tea?" Sun Li inquired. Mao Jian, growing impatient, interjected, "Stop promoting yourself everywhere. My brother Ding is not interested in you. If you want to make a proposition, just state your price." This remark was already quite insulting, yet Sun Li showed no anger, instead raising 5 fingers. 50, 50, 50. Mao Jian asked excitedly. "Go eat shit. You are both poor and despicable." Yang Ding's indifference left Sun Li utterly despairing. She resolved to seek solace in Xiang Tianyu's embrace. To her surprise, Xiang Tianyu also rejected her, saying, "You are not worthy to compare with Bingbing. Get lost." As Sun Li turned to leave, she was halted by Huang Bingbing, who regarded Xiang Tianyu. "If you defeat Yang Ding in the upcoming assessment, I will let her accompany you. I will cover the expenses." "I only want you." Huang Bingbing disdainfully scoffed. "You are only fit to be my dog. Do not think too highly of yourself." At the classroom entrance, Instructor Zhang and the instructor from Class B1 were smoking and chatting while observing the students train. "Zhang Peng, your class is brimming with talent." Instructor Zhang's eyes sparkled. "How about we switch classes? I shall not tread in these turbid waters." Zhang Peng has attempted to switch classes with several colleagues, yet none have fallen for his tricks. This has led all the instructors of Class B to be aware that Class B2 may be a veritable pitfall. During lunch, Yang Ding initially intended to dine with his wife, but Yiro informed him that she had made plans with Fang Jing. "What does that matter? My dear husband, I need to find an opportunity to confront Sister Jing. Don't you wish to have her as your second wife? I hardly consider this matter significant. Yet you seem to be quite fervent about it, which makes me feel rather embarrassed. Spare me. While I may not understand men, I do understand you. When Sister Jing walks past you, you instinctively sniff the air, trying to catch a whiff of her fragrance." "I did not." Yang Ding fervently shook his head. "As your wife, I possess a cultivation level of the 5th rank, and even the slightest flutter of a fly's wings cannot escape my hearing. However, having another Sister Jing around could help me share the burden." In the instructor's cafeteria, Fang Jing occupied a table while Yi Ro queued for food. The disciplinary director plopped down in front of Fang Jing. "Hasn't Instructor Fang gotten her meal yet?" "Today. Instructor Yi is responsible for serving the food and will be here shortly." Fang Jing's words were crystal clear, indicating to the director that someone was present. The disciplinary director adjusted his black-rimmed glasses and stated, "I have matters to discuss with you." "What matters?" "Marriage." Fang Jing's expression soured. "My husband died in battle less than 3 months ago. What is there to discuss regarding marriage?" Previously, the waiting period was 3 months. But now the Empire's marriage system has been reduced to 1 month. Rather than allowing the system to make arbitrary pairings, it is better to take the initiative to register. You must understand that since the system has encountered a bug, it is highly likely that you could be paired with someone who raises pigs, farms, or even shovels dung. I am not in a hurry. To put it plainly, the 5th son of Lord Zhao from Jiangling City has taken notice of your abilities and hopes that you will marry him as his 7th wife. 7th wife? How old is he? He is only 49 this year. Chapter 56. This time, I will definitely win. Fang Jing let out a cold laugh. Only 49? My father is only 45. With his 5th rank upper-level cultivation, he appears to be only in his 30s. Moreover, with the resources of the Zhao family, if you marry him, You will undoubtedly become one of the few grandmasters of the spatial system in the Jinglong Empire. Kindly inform him that my father will come to assist me in processing my transfer order by the end of the year. My brother and I will teach at Donghai University or join the Donghai garrison. What if the system forcibly matches you? The man paired with me would follow me to Donghai. Can the Zhao family accompany me to Donghai City? Fang Jing retorted, unappreciative. The disciplinary director threw down this remark and stormed off. This Lord Zhao is the brother-in-law of the city lord of Jiangling and the uncle of Zhou Ruoxi, belonging to the second most powerful family in Jiangling City. The person wishing to marry Fang Jing is the fifth uncle of Zhao Zikai, the president of the student council. As a member of Jiangling City's core elite, he would certainly not relocate to Donghai City for a woman. Yiro approached with a plate of food. What did that old witch say? She came to act as a matchmaker for me. Yiro immediately tensed up. After all, Sister Jing is her husband's. A matchmaker for whom? The commander of the Law Enforcement Bureau's Northern Guard. I can't recall his name. Yiro's heart sank. He is indeed a powerful figure in Jiangling City. To strengthen familial authority, the hierarchy of Jiangling City's Law Enforcement Bureau is quite simple. The governor, Zhou Ruoxi, is at the top, followed by the 9 guards, each with 10,000 law enforcement officers. The highest-ranking officer of the 9 guards is the commander, beneath whom are the 3 ranks of officers. 8 of the guards are stationed at the 8 city gates of Jiangling, while the Central Guard, consisting of 20,000 personnel, is responsible for urban security. Sister, what do you plan to do? I would rather die than marry a man older than my father. Without relying on them, I can still become a grandmaster in the Northern Territories. Indeed, marrying an old man is far inferior to being with my husband. He is quite skilled at kissing. Fang Jing stared at Yi Ro in utter shock. How naive she used to be. You little brat, what are you saying? You and my sister are both my sisters. I do not see you as an outsider. Anyway, I sleep comfortably with my husband, nose to nose, lips to lips, and the more we embrace, the more connected I feel. Now, I cannot sleep alone. After saying this, she felt it was not provocative enough, and added, being held by a 49-year-old man is quite another matter. You. Fang Jing was infuriated, feeling that Yi Ro was doing this on purpose. My concern is not the Zhao family. I can simply refuse. What worries me is that I am not mentally prepared and could be matched with some inexplicable man. This weekend, we will accompany you to check the marriage system to see if your quota has been released. Very well. Yi Ro buried her head in her food, the first time revealing a mischievous smile. She had once been naive and childish, completely at the mercy of Sister Jing and her biological sister. But now she could finally manipulate Sister Jing regarding such a significant matter. Indeed, women become more mature once they have husbands. In the student dormitory of the Wu Dao Academy's Class B, Xiang Tianyou's eyes were bloodshot as he relentlessly practiced the Tiangang 36 axes. Despite being severely fatigued, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Originally, he could have stayed in the instructor's building for a while longer, but since Huang Bingbing wanted to collect dark slaves, the first step was to sever his ties with his family. This included his wife. After having a child, they had to sleep separately. Such an absurd command. And yet Xiang Tianyou complied, punishing his wife each time she complained. Huang Bingbing sat nearby, a cigarette dangling from her lips, continually hurling insults and humiliations. You worthless fool. Can you not endure? No, I can endure. What difference does it make if you are a waste unable to defeat even an ordinary person? I can fight Bingbing. This time I will definitely win. Call me master. Master, I promise. Xiang Tianyou. His wife stood at the rooftop door, watching her husband being tamed like a dog by another woman, feeling utterly aggrieved. What are you doing? Your aunt is at my house. Did you invite her here? Xiang Tianyou retorted angrily. Yes. Huang Bingbing extinguished her cigarette and asked, do you know what to do? Xiang Tianyou nodded. As soon as he entered the house, the disciplinary director slapped him across the face. I told you to stay away from Huang Bingbing. She is not a respectable person. Whoever makes me stronger, I will stick with them. Aunt, you should take good care of your own children before trying to educate me. You dare to define me after only knowing her for a few days? If my aunt truly cares about me as a nephew, please invite a captain from the campus law enforcement team or a high-ranking member of the student council to witness the assessment next Monday. I want to defeat Yang Ding and secure the captain's position in one go. They have the authority to do so. The disciplinary director's annual salary is nearly 2 million, which is certainly substantial, but she has 6 children and 10 grandchildren to look after. This time, She is also reluctantly squeezing out a budget of 50,000 yuan to support Xiang Tianyu, but it will take a year. Yet Huang Bingbing casually tosses out second-grade beast pills. Fine, I will help you one last time. After that, I will not concern myself with your matters. Once the disciplinary director departed, Sun Li entered the room, removing her outer coat to reveal a provocative outfit. She addressed Xiang Tianyu's wife. Tonight, I will be staying here. If you dare to make a sound, I will have your husband deal with you. In contrast to the atmosphere of the Xiang family, the young couple of the Yang family were passionately helping Feng Jing with her troubles. Sister Jing, they have openly stated that they are interested in your abilities. If you were to marry into their family, not only would you be pressured to bear children, but you would also not have a good life. Yang Ding remarqued, I am aware of that. They would force me to continuously bear children to produce more talented descendants of the spatial system, but currently, there is no better solution. Yi Ro sighed, and Xiaomei flicked her wrist, finally voicing her long-held thought. If all else fails, let my husband endure some hardship and arrange a sham marriage with you first, and then find an opportunity to divorce later. Feng Jing felt a flutter in her heart. She was indeed moved. The current dynamic among the three of them felt quite warm. She no longer held the disdain she once had for Yang Ding, and instead felt an inexplicable sense of comfort in his presence. Although Yang Ding's cultivation level was not high, having him by her side provided her with a sense of security. However, morally, Feng Jing found it difficult to accept. He is your husband, and you're my dear friend. I have registered our marriage, and the entire school will undoubtedly scorn me for my shamelessness. Alas, when life and death are at stake, why should we concern ourselves with such trivial matters? As long as we are aware of our situation, that suffices. After the marriage registration, unless one party is unable to conceive, divorce is not an option. I shall wait until I am expecting our third child before proceeding with the divorce. Simply claiming that my husband is incapable. Yiro replied bluntly. Having borne 3 children, who would believe such a claim? Injuries from battle, psychological issues. Finding an excuse is hardly a challenge, contingent upon my husband's willingness. Feng Jing bit her lip, pondering for a considerable time, then discreetly glanced at Yang Ding, only to shake her head and say, no, I cannot accept this. Yang Ding, too, could not appear overly eager for his wife's friend. He must maintain an objective demeanor. The second approach would be to seek a match through the system. If paired with an ordinary person, following you to Donghai City could be feasible. Ultimately, whether to impose a divorce or continue having children would be entirely within your control. Shall we try that tomorrow? Feng Jing inquired. Chapter 57. Marriage qualification released. Yang Ding deeply understood that with great power comes great responsibility. An ordinary person, unenlightened, who marries 2 celestial prodigies within 3 months of enrollment, will undoubtedly face jealousy and schemes. He must either choose to retreat or embrace the challenge while enjoying the spoils. Without hesitation, Yang Ding chose the latter. He was neither a monk nor a eunuch. Having risen from complacency, he must indulge in the finest pleasures, savoring the exquisite delights of life. Particularly after consummating his union with Yi Ro, he profoundly appreciated the joy of having a stunning wife. After calming Feng Jing, he encouraged her to rest, while he took the Wu Jin sword to practice the 9 sword techniques on the rooftop. Following this weekend, he was to undergo his second weekly assessment with Xiang Tianyu. If he won twice more, he would become the captain of Class B2's 100-member team, commanding orders to minimize the risk of death. Mao Jian awaited him on the rooftop, and Yang Ding devised an excellent method to practice the sweeping sword technique. He would have Mao Jian attack him with soybeans, while he would aim to pierce them with the sword's tip. Mao Jian, holding a basin of soybeans, inquired with a grin, Brother Ding, is this enough? Quite sufficient. Yang Ding replied, how intriguing. While others seek resources to bolster their bodies, you choose soybeans so small that they are difficult to strike, even with immense strength. Without comprehending superior techniques, one remains relegated to lesser forms, never reaching the realm of the Grandmaster. Ordinary folk should not aspire to such heights. Even the second-tier upper realm, with an 8,000 gene punch power, is an insurmountable limit. Having been subdued by his mother since childhood, Mao Jian had long lost his spirit, but Yang Ding remained unaffected. Let us begin, he urged. Mao Jian hurled soybeans at him from various angles. Yang Ding was tasked with shattering them one by one using the sweeping sword technique, which he had grasped during his previous challenge against Mao Jian's mother. Mao's mother unleashed a torrent of punches, densely packed. Yet a fleshly strike against the sword's tip would result in self-harm. The term stars descending upon the wilderness signifies the density of the sword's tip striking, akin to countless stars falling upon an open field. As the primary technique, it serves dual purposes, defending against weapon strikes and seeking opportunities to target the opponent's vital points. The simplicity of the 9 sword techniques lies in its foundation of 9 basic moves, from which practitioners can evolve countless variations. The two practice tirelessly until 2 a.m., having trained for 5 full hours, only ceasing when half the soybeans have been obliterated. Mao Jian's arms ached with fatigue, while Yang Ding brimmed with energy. Invigorated by the excitement of soon marrying a second wife, he retrieved the snacks Ro had bought for him, sharing them with Mao Jian. You ought to practice a hidden weapon technique, Yang Ding suggested. Why? Mao Jian queried. Given your future role in the enforcement team, you will be contending with lower-tier beasts. Hidden weapons are effective against lesser warriors, though they carry the risk of being countered by metal elemental abilities, Yang Ding analyzed. Indeed, as lower-tier warriors, we should utilize hidden weapons. But since I've transferred to the Martial Arts Academy, my wages from the farm have ceased, leaving me with little money. My wife earns merely $3,200 a month, and my mother has exhausted all savings. The cave should offer subsidies, otherwise, who would risk their lives? Brother Ding, isn't your future role in the enforcement team? Does the enforcement team befit my wife? She is destined to become a grandmaster of martial arts. Mao Jian shook his head, conceding that such a woman would indeed be unmatched. Of course it is good. Look at those noble families. Do their women lack in quality? Yet one must strive for oneself. If I were to set a goal, it would be the stars and the sea. You are dreaming even more wildly than when you consumed that poisonous mushroom. The following Saturday, to allow Yang Ding a bit more rest, Yi Ro and Fong Jing prepared breakfast on the 195th floor. After they finished, they brought it up to Yang Ding. As they reached the door, Fong Jing glanced back at the wedding photo. Ro, you head up first. I'll open the window for some fresh air. All right, we'll gather downstairs. The marriage machines are particularly busy on weekends, so we must leave early. Indeed. Fong Jing approached the wedding photo, intending to brush off the dust from her husband's face, only to find it remarkably clean. My dear husband, we grew up together in the maternal and child hospital. I had intended to observe mourning for 3 months, but the imperial marriage system has changed. Today, I must remarry. Whoever I am matched with will merely be a temporary measure. I will seek you in the northern frontier when the opportunity arises. However, I can no longer call you my husband. Do not blame me. We were born in this era, devoid of any real choice. Fong Jing had anticipated many words. Yet at this moment, she found herself speechless, leaving in silence. Yang Ding finished his meal and, hand in hand with Yi Ro, descended the elevator. As it was the weekend, many were still asleep, leaving the elevator eerily empty. My dear husband, should we reveal the truth to Jia? Actually, we did not deceive her. You previously suggested she marry me as a second wife, but since she disagrees, let the marriage system decide. Yi Ro nodded, contemplating this as well. What if the person she is matched with isn't you? What if my sister guesses incorrectly? Then it cannot be helped. Ultimately, we have not deceived her, so there is no need for a psychological burden. Yi Ro felt much lighter at this thought. She regarded Fong Jing as a sister. Fong Jing awaited them downstairs, and without exchanging words, the three proceeded to the matchmaking building at Jiangling University. The matchmaking building spanned 5 stories and housed 1,000 matchmaking machines, responsible for pairing over 100,000 students and faculty members. As it was not the beginning of the academic term, the queue was manageable. The trio reached the 5th floor and queued in front of matchmaking machine number 996. The groups ahead turned simultaneously, instantly recognizing Yi Ro and Yang Ding. The news of Yang Ding marrying such a stunning instructor had nearly reached the front lines of the northern frontier. Wow, marrying such a beautiful instructor Yi is not enough? That petite girl seems to be Instructor Fong from the Space Department. Impossible. She is so beautiful and feminine. She would want to marry this guy? The three formed a striking scene, quickly attracting the attention of everyone in the matchmaking room. Fong Jing wished for a hole to swallow her whole. These people are insufferable. They are clearly here to accompany me, yet they misunderstand that I intend to marry Yang Ding. Let them misunderstand. Ignore them, Yi Ro reassured. Those ahead were considerate, parting to allow Fong Jing to step forward. Go ahead, you're the instructor. What do you mean? I am here to check something, not to get matched. Fong Jing retorted irritably. Still, You should go first, you're an instructor. With hundreds of eyes upon her, Fong Jing felt embarrassed to engage in idle chatter and reluctantly approached the matchmaking machine. Facial scans completed. Fong Jing, female, 20 years old, ex-husband deceased, mother of one daughter. Marriage qualification released, one matchmaking opportunity available. Chapter 58. Congratulations on successful match, it has truly been released. Yeah, this means you could be matched at any moment. Fong Jing nodded, gazing at the next step button, hesitating to reach out and press it. Do not say that Yang Ding and Yi Ro's hearts were lodged in their throats. Even the other onlookers among the boys wore expressions of palpable tension. Ever since the news of Yang Ding's impending marriage spread throughout Jiangling University, the ordinary awakeners found themselves ensnared in an endless web of fantasies. If someone of Yang Ding's caliber could win over Yi Ro, why could they not aspire to the same? Choose me, choose me. I do not mind if you're a widow. Surely it could not still be Yang Ding, right? Absolument impossible. Given his abilities, how could he possibly support two such beautiful young women? Both instructors hailed from the youth class, remaining on campus as esteemed faculty, each earning around $1 million annually. Do they truly need his support? Heavens, does that mean the more extraordinary the wife, the easier life becomes? The crowd continued to swell, and so did their fantasies. Yang Ding had initially intended to keep a low profile. It seemed that fate had other plans, as he was destined to become the most dazzling figure at Jiangling University. Fong Jing, apprehensive about being paired with someone she did not desire, hesitated. Should we perhaps return to deliberate further? We initially came just to observe. All right. I too believe that a hasty pairing is rather rash, Yi Ro replied. The sister should merely speculate that this affair was orchestrated by the queen. As Yi Ro's confidant and a genius in the spatial arts, pairing her with Yang Ding could amplify the dosage, provoking the major families of Jiangling City, without granting them another spatial grandmaster. However, this remained speculation, and the risks were still considerable. Fong Jing's marriage to Yang Ding could still be registered voluntarily. Just as she prepared to exit the system, the training director, hurrying to accompany her grandson in seeking a second wife, approached with urgency. Fong Jing, what are you doing? General Zhao has greeted you. Why are you here playing around with matchmaking? Fong Jing, growing impatient, retorted, my marriage is not something you need to meddle in. I'm merely looking out for your best interests. Do you truly wish to pair with such a scoundrel? The training director pointed at Yang Ding. I want to pair. I want to pair. I shall pair right now. The pressure-laden Fong Jing exploded in fury. She dropped her bag and strode back towards the matchmaking machine, causing the other students to hastily step aside. The previously despondent boys felt a flicker of hope reignite within them. Yi Ro clutched her arm. Sister Jing, reconsider this. Do not allow that old witch to disrupt your resolve. Marrying anyone is still marrying. It merely involves having children, right? Fong Jing shrugged off Yi Ro's grasp and logged back into the Jinglong Empire's matchmaking system. Fong Jing, female, 20 years old, former husband deceased, one daughter, marriage qualification released. Possesses one chance for pairing. Without hesitation, she clicked Next, entering the two-option page. Marriage registration, random pairing, Sister Jing. Yi Ro's words had barely left her lips when Fong Jing clicked Random pairing. The system's random pairing is about to commence. Please do not leave. It will take approximately 30 seconds to select the most suitable husband for you, as you are entering a second marriage. Both second marriage men and first marriage men will be included in the pairing range. Upon successful pairing, the system will notify the male counterpart, who must obtain the consent of the first wife before the marriage can be finalized. If denied, the system will automatically select the next male. Pairing begins. Yi Ro watched Yang Ding with a tense grip on his hand, both of them sweating profusely. Fong Jing, with such favorable conditions, have been coerced into this situation. Should Yiku's speculation prove erroneous, chaos would surely ensue. Yi Ro would be unable to find a second wife to assist her husband with their children. Sister Jing could also encounter ill-fated circumstances, spending her life in anguish. The training director had initially intended to intervene, but fell silent upon hearing the commencement of the pairing. The vast matchmaking hall fell into complete silence, with the sound of a pin dropping audible. Fong Jing's temples were drenched in cold sweat as she fixed her gaze on the screen. Congratulations on a successful pairing. Please click to view spouse information. Fong Jing's index finger had become numb, trembling as she pressed the buttons repeatedly, unable to access the information. Ro, come help me click. I do not know if the screen is broken or if my hands are sweaty. Yi Ro extended her slender finger, clicking the button once. But to no avail. As she prepared to click a second time, Yang Ding's photo suddenly popped up, startling her so much that she stumbled back 2 or 3 meters. She looked at her finger, exclaiming, This has nothing to do with me. Yang Ding, male, 18 years old, no relatives, no talent. Transferred to the Martial Arts Academy Class C2 from Jiangling University's Animal Husbandry program 2 weeks ago, with a first-grade cultivation level. Already has one wife, Yiro, a close combat instructor in the Martial Arts Academy's classes A and B. Click for detailed information. The system has sent the pairing information to his home access system. Upon his review and obtaining the consent of the first wife, Yiro, the registration will be completed and cohabitation matters should be negotiated independently. A nearby Class A student, who had been close, erupted in anger. What kind of garbage system is this? It has a bug and has paired instructor Fong with Yang Ding again. This information rapidly spread throughout the entire 5th-floor matchmaking hall, causing an uproar. Yang Ding, the waste of Class C2. How could he marry 2 wives of such caliber? Fong Jing's mind was buzzing as she glanced back at Yang Ding and Yiro. Feeling utterly lost, Yang Ding was equally shocked. Wife, how is your sister so astute? She has made such an accurate analysis so quickly. This is not the time for such discussions. Hurry and express your stance. The training director was left speechless, fearing she had misread the situation, and even approached for a closer look. Yiro, you will not agree to Yang Ding marrying Fong Jing, will you? She then turned to Yang Ding. Do you have the audacity to marry Instructor Fong? The system's pairing is the will of the Empire and cannot be defied. Of course, I shall marry. Yang Ding proclaimed loudly. The students erupted in astonishment once more, the atmosphere crackling with excitement. Yiro too declared, I support my husband. Validated. Heavens, this is eerie. Yang Ding logged into the matchmaking system. Yang Ding, male, 18 years old, has one wife, marriage qualification valid indefinitely, unlimited pairing opportunities, but must obtain the consent verification of the existing wife. Ding, you have received a pairing notification. Please check immediately. Yang Ding found only Fong Jing's photo and information, with a single option available. It was neither a rejection nor an acceptance, but rather Yiro's verification. The reason for needing the existing wife's consent was simple. One must possess the capability to provide sustenance and labor to qualify for seeking another. If one could not manage the current obligations, they would naturally lose their eligibility. Without hesitation, Yiro clicked the verification button and addressed the camera. I, Yiro, the first wife of Yang Ding, consent to him marrying Fong Jing as a second wife. Verification complete. Ding, marriage registration successful. Wishing the newlyweds Yang Ding and Fong Jing a happy marriage. The wedding gift will be delivered to room 19891 at 6 p.m. Please keep an eye out for it. Chapter 59. What face do you have? The entire matchmaking process was filled with drama and unexpected turns, surprising even Fong Jing. She turned to gaze at her new husband, Yang Ding, her mind still in a state of bewilderment. She had not come intending to pair at all. The Zhao family could have been postponed. How had she allowed that old witch to provoke her into such a foolish act? Why is it you? She posed a soul-searching question. The odds were simply too low. Yang Ding shook his head. I do not know, Sister Jing. Could it be another bug? He had initially intended to play coy, suggesting Fong Jing report to the principal. But realizing the marriage had already been successfully registered, he decided to accept it graciously, as pretending otherwise would tarnish his image as a husband. The system would not accept false displays of affection. True love must be founded on mutual trust. At that moment, Fong Jing began to sense some underlying truths. Once a bug, twice it became inevitable. The situation seemed increasingly clear. Seeing the trio become the center of attention, Yiro suggested, Sister Jing, let us return home to discuss this. Fong Jing, still cradling the child, nodded, yes, let us head back. She turned to glare at the obstructing training director, fuming, step aside. Had it not been for this old witch's sudden appearance, she would never have made such a blunder. Yiro initially thought that the director of discipline intended to obstruct her, so she placed her hands on her hips and stepped forward protectively, glaring at the director. Director Xiang, do you wish to engage in a brawl? I fear not the abilities of the gene system. The director glanced at Yang Ding, his expression changing abruptly. Not only did he lose his temper, but he also obediently stepped aside. That was not my intention. The marriage system is the will of the Empire. The three of them were somewhat astonished. Such a rapid change in attitude was unexpected. The 68-year-old director who had long assisted the principal in managing the university, should have recognized this. It dawned upon her at this moment why the principal had initially been reluctant to report the system's bugs to the Empire, instead opting to deceive Yi Ro into marrying. This cunning old fox had nearly led her into a pitfall. Such high-level affairs were beyond her capability to navigate. Although Yang Ding was merely an unawakened pawn, he had now become a formidable opponent, not someone she, a mere director, could contend with. She was merely curious as to why the seemingly average Yang Ding had been chosen. Was it truly random or intentional? With her nephew set to compete against Yang Ding in 2 days, and given Tian Yu's bitter demeanor, it was entirely possible he might inadvertently harm Yang Ding, bringing disaster to the Zhou family. She visited Tian Yu's home once more, finding that he had beaten his wife again that morning. His spouse, though classified as a B-class, had her leg broken and was sitting on the floor weeping, surrounded by the wreckage of their home, the refrigerator door torn off. And where was Tian Yu? The scoundrel had brought a woman home and was practicing martial arts on the rooftop with the alluring Huang Bingbing. The director, fuming, ascended the stairs only to see Tian Yu's powers had increased significantly, raising her concerns further. If he were to strike Yang Ding with an axe, the Zhou family would face utter destruction. Stop right there. I need to speak with you. Did we not agree to remain uninvolved? Tian Yu was disinclined to engage with his aunt. I command you to halt. The director's furious shout sent the steel axe from Tian Yu's grasp, embedding it into the wall. Though Director Xiang Lan was 68 years old, she remained an A-class gene ability user, capable of manipulating all metallic elements, possessing formidable offensive power. However, without attaining S-class status, she could not use her mental strength to stave off aging. With age, her abilities would decline. She had already fallen from A to B class. Tian Yu attempted to retrieve the axe, but found it stubbornly stuck. Huang Bingbing, casually reclining, remarked, "Your aunt is exerting her power. I cannot pull out, so do not waste your energy." Infuriated, Tian Yu shouted at his aunt, "If you have something to say, just say it all at once and stop bothering me." Director Xiang looked at Huang Bingbing and asked, "Miss Huang, could you perhaps spare my nephew for my sake?" Upon leaving Jiangling University, what standing did she possess? Huang Bingbing queried. If Tian Yu had been thinking clearly, he would have realized Huang Bingbing's unusual background. A student from Class C2 dared to speak to the director in such a manner. Her family must be part of Jiangling City's upper echelon. The families in that tier could be counted on one hand, and none would deign to acknowledge Tian Yu. Yet, at this moment, Tian Yu was completely oblivious. His mind clouded. Then, I shall have to seek the governor for assistance. The once commanding director was now in a state of humility. Nonetheless, her words failed to alert her nephew. Upon hearing she intended to seek Zhou Ruoxi, Huang Bingbing expressed her impatience. I have not harmed him. I merely believe he is a person of potential worth nurturing. You could fund his training yourself. Naturally, Tian Yu was unwilling. Aunt, could you provide me with a high-quality B-class beast elixir weekly? Once I advance to B-class next year, I can consume the C-class elixirs, which cost 30,000 each. Do you have that kind of money? The director was unable to fulfill this request, as her nephew could never compare to her own children or grandchildren. Tian Yu, I am here merely to inform you that Yang Ding has once again successfully paired with Fang Jing today. His identity is quite exceptional, and during the upcoming competition, you must refrain from using lethal force. Otherwise, our family will face dire consequences. Tian Yu had yet to grasp the seriousness of the situation when Huang Bingbing interjected. Did Yang Ding not just marry recently? Is he already seeking a pairing? It was not orchestrated by him. Fang Jing initiated the pairing, yet he remains her husband. Which Fang Jing? There is only one Fang Jing at Jiangling University, the A-class space ability user. At this moment, Tian Yu finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. Why, of all people, should the Empire's marriage system assign such an extraordinary gem to Yang Ding as a wife? Who did he think he was? Huang Bingbing, feeling exasperated, slapped him across the face and commanded, "Silence." Yes, my master. Though she was cruel and twisted, she was still a member of the Zhou family. The Zhou family was weak, and someone like her, who had committed numerous misdeeds, would inevitably face the wrath of enemies. The director, observing Huang Bingbing's swift reaction to the matter, became more convinced of her suspicions. This woman had a notably poor family background. Her parents had met untimely deaths when she was 3. Thus, there was only one possibility. She was a member of the rumored espionage organization, her status unknown. Her presence in Class E2 could only be to approach Yang Ding. If her nephew refused to heed her advice and was determined to court death, no one could stop him. She certainly did not wish to wade further into this murky water. Miss Wang, I kindly ask you to persuade him to hold back during the competition. Yet Tian Yu was incensed. You call me useless. Yet you are the one who cannot handle him. You advise me against confronting him. Yet you're the one who fears the consequences of the Martial Arts Academy's assessments. What is there to be afraid of? Returning home, Fang Jing soothed the child to sleep before walking into the living room to observe the young couple. Yang Ding and Yi Ro, with her left hand on her slender waist and her right hand tangled in her hair, she sighed heavily. I am truly foolish. I have not been this foolish before. I have not slept well while taking care of the child. I may endanger the three of us. Yang Ding felt a surge of uncontrollable excitement, but dared not display it, merely prodding his wife's leg to prompt Yi Ro to speak. Sister Jing, second sister, if you keep pulling your hair, you'll go bald. Yang Ding, Fang Jing. The abrupt shift in how Yi Ro addressed her was utterly shocking. You little brat, who are you calling second sister? Can you not be serious? Yi Ro's face bore the delight of a former serf singing in jubilation. In the past, she had been the youngest, while Fang Jing and Yi Ku were both principled and often quarreled. After soothing one, she had to attend to the other. Now, it was her turn to be the elder sister, all thanks to her husband. Husband, I feel amazing. Indeed, it seemed that married women could become mischievous. Fang Jing was incensed, her heart aching. You are pleased that other women are vying for your husband? Other women are not an issue. You are different. Do not smirk. How could you both agree to the pairing so easily? Yi Ro has veto power. You should have been more composed. Yi Ro shrugged her shoulders. I am quite composed. The system has already matched us. If I veto it, you will be paired with someone else, and lower-tier choices are poor. It would make it seem as if no one wanted you. How much worse could it be? Yi Ro stood, hands on her hips. Hey, Sister Jing, do you dare say that my husband, no, our husband, is lacking? This girl was unpredictable, leaving Fang Jing at a loss for words. Do not pretend to be cute. I am the first wife, and you are the second wife. I am not pretending. Fang Jing had already registered her marriage with Yang Ding, so legally speaking, she was indeed his wife. Although Yi Ro was 2 years younger, she was the first to enter the relationship, so calling her Sister Jing was not inappropriate. The usually eloquent and unyielding Fang Jing found herself at a loss for words against Yi Ro. That is not what I meant. I was merely stating that my luck has been rather poor. This may be the beginning of a beautiful life. Following this, Yi Ro began to tally the costs. Although she sometimes appeared absent-minded, she was indeed a whiz with numbers. Our combined monthly income amounts to 160,000 yuan, which is ample for the three of us. Should we require additional funds, my sister, who has recently been promoted to lieutenant in the North Border Army, likely earns no less than 150,000 yuan per month. Thus, supporting 10 children with a monthly budget of 300,000 yuan would pose no challenge. Furthermore, the two of us possess formidable capabilities, ensuring the safety of both our husband and children. Yi Ro's analysis holds merit. Financially, they are indeed well off. However, there exists another concern regarding Fang Jing. I expressed that Yang Ding might be perceived as a sword of Damocles hanging over the heads of the aristocrats in Jiangling City, and my status as a second wife could exacerbate this conflict, potentially endangering him. Yi Ro, not having contemplated this deeply, promptly turned to Yang Ding and asked, Darling, is that true? Jing Jie's words possess truth, yet the perspective is somewhat skewed. As long as this sword remains suspended, all shall be well. It could even serve as a buffer between both parties. However, should they eliminate me, the sword would descend. Unless the Lord of Jiangling City dares to openly rebel. Fang Jing was taken aback by Yang Ding's insight, especially considering his humble origins in the pig-rearing sector. She had gained such understanding due to her parents' high-ranking positions. Are you certain? She inquired. Of course. Even if they wished to harm me, they would not dare to do so openly. Any clandestine actions would only occur in perilous environments where the odds are balanced. No one could easily extinguish my life. Yi Ro delighted in Yang Ding's strategic analysis, nodding fervently like a starry-eyed admirer. My husband speaks wisely. Moreover, even if we choose not to marry him, his work at the breeding farm still entails risks. Does it not? Indeed, Yang Ding affirmed. Danger is unavoidable, and we must confront it bravely for the sake of our family. Yi Rou stood up and placed her hand atop Yang Ding's, addressing Fang Jing. Come now, Jing Jie. From this day forth, we are family. Fang Jing, extending her delicate hand to Yang Ding's left, added, but you must promise me one thing. Please, speak, Jing Jie. We can remain a family, but we must not engage in any intimate relations, as we previously agreed that this serves as a temporary measure. Once Yi Rou bears 3 children, we shall divorce. That is acceptable, Yang Ding replied without hesitation. With the title of husband and living under the same roof, should we worry about lacking intimacy? In an effort to compensate for your sacrifices, I shall provide you with 3 million yuan upon my departure from Jiangling City. Furthermore, you may always bring Yi Rou's children to East Sea City to seek my father's assistance in securing a position in the law enforcement team. Very well, it is settled. Yang Ding found great appreciation for women of this era. They did not exploit their reproductive capabilities or beauty to coerce men. Rather, they understood the value of fair trade and compensating men for their debts. Yi Rou had previously expressed similar sentiments. Men may be dispensable, but one must not act unscrupulously. Yi Rou mischievously raised her slender hand, saying, Darling, as the head of our household, should I address her as Jing Jie or Mei? Why are you so fixated on this? Fang Jing inquired. One must not disrupt the hierarchy, Yi Rou defended. Cough, cough, let us heed the head of the household. Yang Ding pretended to declare. Very well, I have always desired an elder sister, so I shall call you Jing Jie. Yi Rou has long aspired to be the elder sister, so you may refer to her as Rou Jie. Fang Jing could only roll her eyes at Yi Rou and said, Rou Jie, greetings. I am your Jing Mei. From now on in this household, you shall be the elder sister, so please take care of me. Ah, Mei is truly obedient. We are family, so why the formality? Yi Rou raised her voice playfully. She relished the fun, easily becoming exuberant, while Fang Jing remained more mature and composed. Yang Daye, hurry and practice the Sword 9 style. The second round of assessments is in 2 days. You must prevail to reduce the risk of being murdered. Yi Rou nodded in agreement, expressing concern over whether that old witch Xiang would inform Xiang Tian you of anything. Please ensure your safety. Rest assured, I feel as though I am on the verge of breaking through to the second tier. The 2 women simultaneously inquired, so soon? Yi Rou hurriedly retrieved a strength tester, exclaiming, Darling, give it a try. Yang Ding sought the right grip and deliver punch. Yi Rou gazed at the displayed number in astonishment. 300 Jin. Darling, you have already surpassed the first-tier middle realm. You are astonishingly strong. No wonder you are so confident, Fang Jing chimed in. From now on, I shall allocate 30,000 yuan of my salary each month to purchase cultivation resources for you. Yi Rou can provide you with true qi, while the spatial system relies on mental strength. So I cannot assist you further. 300 Jin of strength is hardly impressive in the youth class. Yet both women were acutely aware of the tremendous effort and hardship Yang Ding had invested. Upon reaching the rooftop, Mao Jian dashed over, executing a dramatic 10-meter slide, almost bowing in reverence. Divine Lord, please allow this humble ant to pay homage. Noticing the various instructors observing, he hastily pulled Mao Jian up. What is wrong with you? Why are you behaving this way? They say you married instructor Fang Jing. Is that true? Chapter 61. You have acquired a spatial wife. The news spread more swiftly than Yang Ding had anticipated, reaching the rooftop of the instructor building in no time. By next Monday, the entire school would be aware, and soon all of Jiangling City would know. Indeed, it is true. I shall bow for you, Mao Jian declared, attempting to kneel once more, but Yang Ding held him up. Stand properly. Do you think this is a fortunate event? The suffering involved is beyond your comprehension. What suffering? Who would not desire such a burden? This arrangement was imposed by the system, not my choice. Let's focus on our training. My risk of death has surged today. All right then. In order for Brother Ding to enjoy the company of 2 exquisite beauties, I shall toil on, Mao Jian remarked, having just purchased 100 Jin of soybeans. You bought 100 Jin? Together with the previous amount, that totals 200 Jin. Do not forget to pay me. The soybeans cost 1,000 yuan, plus a labor fee of 300 yuan. Bah, you are a deity in my heart. I require no labor fee. Just give me the 1,000 yuan as the principal. Are you trying to work me to death? How many beans are in 200 Jin? Approximately 150,000 beans, and it takes a handful to harvest over 100. You should remain silent. Yang Ding unsheathed his black sword and continued practicing his sword dancing style. He checked the experience points in the system. After 4 hours of harvesting soybeans, his experience had increased by 4, demonstrating the efficiency of this training method. Second layer of the soul, severing spear technique. The third move, unlocked, experience points 26. First move of sword 9 style, sword dancing style unlocked, experience points 27. After 5 hours, having exhausted a bag of soybeans, Yang Ding's arms were on the verge of cramping, and Mao Jian's eyes were beginning to blur. Yang Ding's sword speed had accelerated to a level beyond what his current cultivation could comprehend. He opened the system once more to check. Affinity level, 24. Cultivation progress, 2504. You have broken through to the second-tier middle realm. Your punching strength is 5, 622 gene. Second layer of the soul, severing spear technique. The third move, unlocked, experience points 25. First move of sword 9 style, sword dancing style unlocked, experience points 32. 5. Yang Ding examined the system panel with great satisfaction. At this pace, he might very well master the first move by the end of the month. Just then, an unfamiliar dialog box appeared in the system. Ding, you have acquired a spatial wife. The multi-wife, multi-blessing system is generating information. Second wife, Fong Jing, age, 20 years. Height, 160 centimeters. Talent and cultivation, A-grade spatial ability user. Third layer of the portable realm heart method. Fifth layer of the void rift decision. Fourth layer of the space evasion heart method. Affinity level, 0. Cultivation progress, 0. Please establish intimacy as soon as possible to awaken spatial abilities. The interface of the second wife system reminded Yang Ding that, although he had failed to consummate his union with Yi Rou previously, they had almost fulfilled all other requirements to awaken martial abilities. Fong Jing's situation, however, was more complicated. Strictly speaking, she was still in mourning. Mao Jian munched on the snacks handed to him by Yang Ding, utterly indifferent to the latter's vacant stare into space, his mind preoccupied with a singular thought. Dingo, are you going to consummate your marriage tonight? Shut it. I do have a sister, but she resembles my mother. Yang Ding closed the panel and stood up, saying, let us practice for another 2 hours. We need to return by 6 for the pre-prepared wedding feast. Mao Jian listlessly rose to his feet. Once I join the law enforcement team and my income increases, I too shall take a second wife. Perhaps I might even find a beautiful female instructor. There must be hope. She might even surpass my current wives in beauty. Room 19891. 2 women were busily tidying the house, ensuring it was spotless. After all, it was their wedding day. However, the silence soon became awkward due to the lack of conversation. Once best friends, they now found themselves as family. Fong Jing was distracted while mopping the floor, struggling to imagine how Yi Ku would react if she knew. It was Yi Rou who broke the silence first. Sister Jing, shall we take a wedding photo together? All 3 of us. Sure. Let us include your daughter. We are family after all, so it'll be like a family portrait. Fong Jing quickly shook her head. My husband and I will inevitably part ways. There is no need for such pretenses. That may not be the case. Yi Rou replied with a mischievous smile. She understood her husband's capabilities. Soon enough, Sister Jing would come to realize it too. Yi Rou was likely the first wife in the Jing Long Empire, fervently trying to unite her husband with a second wife. At that moment, the doorbell rang, and the voice of a school logistics staff member echoed from outside. Mr. Yang Ding, Miss Fong Jing, please collect your wedding meal. Rou, please go get it. You go. I'm not the bride. Your brother should be arriving soon. Our husband has been practicing for 5 hours and must be starving. Let us quickly reheat the food. The thought of her brother Fong Delong arriving made Fong Jing slightly anxious. Both his goddess and sister had been wed to Yang Ding, whom he held in disdain. Fong Jing opened the door to find a basket filled with sumptuous pre-prepared dishes, a red candle, a red rose, and a red greeting card inscribed with the words, wishing Mr. Yang Ding and Ms. Fong Jing a joyful union and many offspring. After bringing the items inside, just as she attempted to close the door, Fong Delong arrived, bursting through. Sister, what are you doing? Why are you pretending to be married? Dalong, Gomein. Let me explain. I don't want to hear it. Did you register voluntarily? Or was it a system match? It was a system match. How is that even possible? The odds are too low. Yi Rou emerged from the kitchen. Fong Delong, are you out of your mind? Your sister is celebrating her wedding today, and you're causing a scene? Why should my sister marry that good-for-nothing Yang Ding? Who are you calling good-for-nothing? Were you even? Yi Rou retorted angrily. He hasn't even awakened. Just because he hasn't awakened doesn't T mean he isn't our husband. He has already broken through to the first tier of the middle realm. Impossible. The siblings had always relied on each other, well aware of their significance. Fang Jing soothed her brother. Yang Ding had indeed broken through to the first tier of the middle realm, boasting a fist strength of over 1,300 pounds. But Fang Delong had worked hard with little reward. He had awakened long ago, but had yet to break through to the upper tier of the first realm, his fist strength barely exceeding 1,600 pounds. I don't believe it. Where is he? On the rooftop, practicing swordsmanship. You can go see his level. Fang Delong brushed past his sister and stormed into the stairwell. Upon hearing the sound of a blade being drawn, Yiro immediately sensed trouble. Sister Jing, we need to hurry. When they reached the rooftop, Fang Delong was already in a standoff with Yang Ding. A crowd of martial arts academy instructors had gathered to watch. Only by defeating me will you earn the right to drink this bottle of wine. Fang Delong, though tough in words, was soft-hearted. Despite his dissatisfaction, he had brought his sister a bottle of wine worth 3,000 yuan, equivalent to half a month's salary. In this day and age, aside from the extraordinarily wealthy, few would spend that much on a bottle of wine, and even Yiro hesitated to part with it. You are my second wife's brother, thus my brother-in-law. It's laughable. Who is your brother? Who is your second wife? Each word stung Fang Delong deeply. The intense humiliation caused him to lose his composure, and in a fit of rage, he hurled the wine bottle at Yang Ding. Brother, don't do that. Just now. I was careless, Yang Ding remarked, unaware of the wine's value, only recognizing it as his brother-in-law's gesture. He elegantly executed a light sword play, catching the bottle with the sword tip before sending it soaring toward Yiro. Wife, catch the celebratory wine for my brother-in-law. For Yiro, this was child's play. She easily caught the bottle, excitedly exclaiming, Husband, that sword play was incredibly stylish. It was her first time witnessing someone wield a sword with such grace and precision. Affection level, 24,505. Cultivation progress, 25505. You have broken through to the second tier of the middle realm. Fist strength, 5,922 pounds, 300 pounds. Who is your brother-in-law? Fang Delong had already advanced, aware that marriage was a reality. Swords and blades are blind, and he dared not attack with full force, lest he risk making his sister a widow twice in a month. Yang Ding thought well of this brother-in-law, especially with Fang Jing present. He did not wish to injure him with a real sword, so he opted for the scabbard to execute the sword play. He first deflected Fang Delong's attacking blade, and then struck fiercely at his right hand gripping the sword. The sword fell from Fang Delong's right hand, but was caught by his left. Humiliated and shocked, Fang Delong felt a loss of face. He was already a failure. How could he lose to a freshman from Class B? He could hardly fathom how a seemingly simple and ineffective technique became so formidable in Yang Ding's hands. I was careless. Let us go again. Stand down, Delong. Yang Ding Waternet. He had already shown leniency the first time. Since this fellow refused to heed his warning, there was little choice left. Light swordplay. Yang Ding showed that, unleashing a flurry of blows against Fang Delong's sword hand. What is the point of shouting out the moves? Mao Jian nudged a familiar face beside him. It's just for show. Fang Delong, in a fluster, was pushed back repeatedly. No matter how he swung, his blade would be deflected, as if a solid wall stood before Yang Ding. One misstep, and his left hand was struck, causing the sword to clatter to the ground. Yang Ding, still mindful of his face, remarked, I said we are family, yet I find myself letting my brother-in-law off easy. But everyone knew that Yang Ding's swordplay was exceptionally refined, with foundational skills that were solid as a rock. Yiro, in her advanced classes, had never seen anyone wield the light swordplay so skillfully. Fang Jing hurriedly picked up the fallen sword and handed it back to her brother. Are you all right, Delong? Happy wedding. Fang Delong, red-faced and thoroughly embarrassed, departed in a huff. Aware of the animosity between him and Yang Ding, Fang Jing chose not to retain him, wishing to avoid dampening the evening's atmosphere, resolving instead to explain things to him another day. First style of swordplay. Light swordplay has been unlocked. Experience points, 34. 2. Although it was a genuine combat scenario, the experience points gained were minimal, likely due to Yang Ding's cultivation level far surpassing that of Fang Delong, rendering it lacking in challenge. Sister Jing, is your brother all right? He fine. That's just his nature. See, he even brought us wine. Fang Jing replied with a smile. Yiro shook the wine bottle. This is some fine wine. Let us head home and reheat the food. The three return home, where Yang Ding took a shower while Yi Ro and Fong Jing busied themselves in the kitchen. Ro, based on your experience, can your husband defeat Xiang Tianyu? Absolutely. No matter how he supplements, Xiang Tianyu is merely at the upper tier of the middle realm. However, listen carefully, it's not just your husband. It's our husband's light swordplay, which is not something an ordinary student can rival. Every moment, Yi Ro diligently assists her husband, leaving Fong Jing at a loss for words. If this continues, she fears that tonight she will be dragged by this impudent girl to Yang Ding's bed. After finishing his shower, Yang Ding called out, "Elder wife, come out. The kitchen is filled with smoke." Yi Ro deliberately placed her hand on her belly and strutted out, winking at Yang Ding, signaling him to find a chance to approach Fong Jing. "I will enjoy the privileges of being the main wife in the living room. You two call for me when you are done." Fong Jing was busy washing vegetables. Ever since Yang Ding had cooked garlic greens a few times, Yi Ro could no longer stomach the pre-packaged broccoli. She craved fresh produce. Yang Ding approached Fong Jing from behind, inhaling her enticing and unique fragrance. "In the future, it will suffice for Yi Ro and me to cook. You can rest in the living room. Let me help you. There are many caterpillars in the vegetables." No, I will be done shortly." Fong Jing was terrified of insects. "Where are the insects? Did you see any?" "Right there on your collar." Fong Jing's face turned pale, and she quickly looked up at Yang Ding. "Hurry, get it off me." But soon, she noticed something was amiss. Yang Ding gazed at her beautiful face, swallowing hard, his breath quickening as he leaned closer, almost kissing her. Alarmed, she stuffed the vegetables into his embrace, exclaiming, "If you enjoy labor, you can wash them. I fear insects." At dinner, Yang Ding occupied the main seat, with Yi Ro on his left and Fong Jing on his right, representing their new family dynamic. Yi Ro poured red wine for Fong Jing, saying, "Sister Jing, my husband and I drink a toast during our wedding. It's a step from the newlywed operations manual. Would you like to try?" No. Let us all drink together. It's just a temporary arrangement. Don't take it seriously, so we don't lose a friend later." "Right, let us keep the atmosphere light for Sister Jing." Yi Ro, who was pregnant, could only substitute tea for wine, while Yang Ding shared a toast with Fong Jing. Previously lively, Fong Jing now appeared exceedingly reserved, resembling a newlywed bride. "Darling, don't practice anymore tonight. Take a break. Too much of a good thing is detrimental. It's too early to sleep. I might as well practice." Yang Ding replied. Yi Ro understood her husband's intentions. With two legally wedded beauties nearby, their bodies within reach, the alluring scent tantalizingly close, yet unattainable. He had drunk wine. No one could sleep soundly under such circumstances. "No worries. I'll keep you company tonight, if that is all right." Yang Ding's eyes lit up. "Really? That's what the elder wife should do." Fong Jing felt guilty. After all, a man is still a man, and how could he not desire her body? "I'm sorry, Yang Ding. I will make it up to you later. We are family, no need for formalities. If I cannot provide for my husband, Sister Jing can help me out." Chapter 63. We all support our husband on the wedding day of the second wife. It was the elder wife who entered the bridal chamber, an occurrence that not only did not dishearten Yang Ding, but rather thrilled him. Yi Ro, the elder wife, captivated him endlessly. He could kiss her for eternity. Were it not for her pregnancy, he would have indulged every night. The next day, Fong Jing rose early to prepare breakfast for the two. She had not slept well all night. Never before had she felt such guilt, but after registering their marriage, this feeling intensified. The imperial marriage law mandated that a wife's body must be devoted to her husband, yet she found herself unable to comply. "I knew this was destined to be a mistake." "What mistake, Sister Jing?" Yang Ding asked lazily. Fong Jing turned around to find Yang Ding clad only in loose shorts. She hadn't seen a man in a long time and quickly turned away, too shy to look. "Why don't you sleep a bit longer?" "I must rise with willpower in the morning, otherwise it will affect Yi Ro's pregnancy." Could Fong Jing not understand? Shyly, she replied, "Tomorrow is my second round of tests against Xiang Tianyu. This one is crucial. Everyone will be pushing hard. You should conserve your energy and get ready for breakfast." This was the first time Yang Ding witnessed the second wife's bashful demeanor. Previously, it had been more about awkwardness. Perhaps this was the power of marital bonds. By the time Yi Ro got up, Yang Ding had already gone upstairs to practice swordplay. "Did you transfer true energy to him last night?" Fong Jing inquired. "I did, but not too much. He was worried about tiring me out." Fong Jing remained silent, bringing her food. Eat first, then brush your teeth. It's getting cold. I'm indeed hungry. Last night was quite exhausting. Yiro wolfed down her meal. The fetus was now 3 months along and entering a rapid growth phase, requiring substantial maternal nutrition. Fang Jing felt a sense of satisfaction. Although she could not satisfy Yang Ding, helping him care for his wife was her contribution to their family. Ro, are you going to watch the test tomorrow? We will all support our husband. Will there be any surprises? Fang Jing questioned, puzzled. Given Yang Ding's performance against her brother yesterday, Xiang Tianyu had little chance of victory. Fang Dalong worked on the enforcement team and had far more combat experience than an ordinary student, yet he still stood no chance. It was rumored that the discipline director intended to invite the student council president to observe, accusing Zhang of shielding Yang Ding. My husband's sweeping sword strike can rival all the fools in the martial arts academy's top classes. Are you insulting him or praising him? With us sisters watching, they wouldn't dare openly challenge our husband. All right, Fang Jing nodded. Keep an eye on that Huang Bingbing. Be wary of her underhanded tactics. That little vixen, I could crush her in a minute. You've changed. Don't rush into battle. Analyze the situation first. I am a born warrior. Why shouldn't I fight? Yiru countered it. Fang Jing pointed to her belly. You have a soft spot now. Do you think the empire pushes us to bear 3 children solely for the sake of nurturing talent? Yi Ro grasped her abdomen thoughtfully for the first time. I hope my husband can quickly enhance his cultivation to protect our child well in Jiangling City. No need to worry about Yang Ding. He is calm and strategic, able to discern the progression of situations. We should heed his advice. Yang Ding practiced for a full 10 hours, scattering 150,000 yellow beans across the rooftop. Exhausted, he returned home to accompany his 2 wives. He practiced to live longer, and living longer meant enjoying the beauty of his 2 exquisite wives night after night. Never to lose sight of his priorities. Darling, after such a long practice today, how do you feel? Yiro quickly took the black gold sword from him, urging him to lie on the sofa for a massage, using the opportunity to transmit true energy. I feel refreshed and enlightened. Tomorrow I will unleash an even more advanced sweeping sword strike. Yiro, clad in home shorts, watched as Yang Ding lay on her lap, his fatigue seemingly evaporating. He closed his eyes to rest while checking the system interface. Love level, 25-1, cultivation progress, 26313. You have broken through to the 2nd tier middle stage. Fist strength 6422 gene, 800 gene. 2nd layer of the broken soul spear technique unlocked. Experience value 25. First style of sword 9. The sweeping sword strike unlocked. Experience value 42, 10. He realized that initially the affection level of newlyweds increased rapidly, yet the growth of fist strength was relatively slow. Likely due to his ordinary background, physical refinement takes time. As his cultivation level increased, the percentage of affection progressed slowly, but each increment in fist strength accelerated significantly. With less than a 1% increase in progress, he would reach 7,200 gene in fist strength, breaking through to the upper tier of the 2nd tier. This was consistent with the exponential difficulty of cultivation upgrades. The gap between 7,200 gene in the upper tier of the 2nd tier and 21,600 gene in the lower tier of the 3rd tier was 14,400 gene, suggesting that upgrades would be even quicker. Wife, I want to discuss something with you. What is it? If I can easily defeat Xiang Tianyu tomorrow, could you refrain from transmitting true energy to me for the duration of your pregnancy? I'm concerned it might affect our child. The true energy Yiro transmitted was of minimal effect on his current cultivation and instead left her more fatigued, hindering her own training progress. This minor exertion is not particularly exhausting for me. However, I feel emotionally drained. I do not wish to become a burden to you. Perhaps I can enhance my physical abilities through cultivation and absorb energy more effectively, as there are no fixed methods to practice. All paths lead to mastery. Yiro scratched her head, pondering. All paths lead to mastery? That phrase sounds quite familiar. Fang Jing emerged, cradling a child, and reminded. My father mentioned this to you and your sister 3 years ago during the Little New Year in Jiangling City. The original concept is from your father. How does my husband know this then? He has comprehended it himself. The principles of the world are rather similar, Yang Ding replied. Yiro, having never met her father, felt a wave of emotion upon seeing Yang Ding. All right, I will heed my husband's advice. Observing for a while seems prudent. I have noticed your cultivation speed exceeds the energy I provide by a considerable margin. The cultivation speed caught Yang Ding off guard. Xiang Tianyu was far worse off. He had no partner to rely on. After a week of relentless training, he achieved a breakthrough to the intermediate level but was utterly exhausted. Huang Bingbing observed his diminishing speed and called out, "Stop! This is futile." Xiang Tianyu looked at Huang Bingbing with a face that reflected his fatigue. "Master, I feel somewhat powerless. Should I take a break?" he queried, kneeling and opening his mouth. This thrilled Xiang Tianyu, who complied eagerly. Huang Bingbing retrieved a second-tier beast core and flicked it into his mouth. "I have already spent 20,000 on you this week and invested so much of my time. If you do not sever Yang Ding's hand tomorrow, I shall no longer tolerate your foolishness." On Monday morning during physical training, Sun Li switched allegiances. No longer fawning over Yang Ding, who had previously excelled, she began to flirt with Xiang Tianyu. Having consumed 2 second-tier beast cores within a week and significantly increased his strength, he felt formidable, leaping to an impressive height of 10 meters during exercises. The tallest in Class C. Has Xiang Tianyu truly broken through to the intermediate level? Sun Li speculated. It seems so. He has been diligently training, and Huang Bingbing's family is wealthy, making her his benefactor. It appears one must rely on soft support. Yang Ding, as the foremost recipient of soft support at Jian University, initially held an advantage, but alas, he had yet to awaken. Without awakening, a breakthrough to the intermediate level would be challenging in the short term. Yang Ding pretended to leap 5 or 6 meters high, feigning exhaustion, which only reinforced everyone's assumptions. Upon returning to the classroom after morning exercises, the atmosphere remained light. As the competition for first place had been abandoned, leaving only 3 contenders, Yang Ding, Xiang Tianyu, and Huang Bingbing. Whoever became the leader would receive flattery to avoid perilous tasks. Sun Li, today you leapt to get close to Brother Xiang. Surely, you won't misjudge this time, someone jested. Sun Li, busy touching up her makeup, replied, "My judgment has never faltered. While Yang Ding is certainly impressive, Brother Xiang is even more remarkable. It seems this is a test of depth." Laughter ensued. Huang Bingbing added with a chuckle, "Mao Jian, it's not too late for you to switch sides." Mao Jian turned to her, retorting, "I would never betray. My brother is invincible." "You have nothing. Best not to act like a big shot," Huang Bingbing scoffed. Yang Ding had advised Mao Jian against provoking Huang Bingbing, as the Poison Needle organization was not to be trifled with, yet he always enjoyed showing off. Counselor Zhang Peng and the close combat instructor entered, noticing Xiang Tianyu's fierce demeanor, which caused them concern. "Today, we have the Director of Discipline from Jian University, Student Council President Zhao, Close Combat Instructor Yi Ro, and Spatial Department Instructor Fang Jing here to observe the matches. I hope you will remember your camaraderie and refrain from serious harm. Otherwise, disciplinary actions from the Student Council will ensue." The classroom erupted in chatter. It was quite normal for the director and president to attend, but the presence of the instructors was unexpected. Was this support for their spouses? Yang Ding's skill in managing his wife was exceptional. The student council president, invited by a relative, posed no threat to Xiang Tianyu. "Counselor, did you not say that accidents during matches would not incur responsibility?" "Accidents are indeed exempt, but what if there's intentional harm or even death? How can one distinguish? Do you think masters are without skill?" Counselor Zhang inquired. Xiang Tianyu laughed coldly, unperturbed, with Huang Bingbing backing him. He felt he need not fear even the student council president. "Remember, only incapacitate one hand. Do not take his life," Huang Bingbing instructed. "Understood, master." As everyone gathered outside the classroom in an open area, the spectators had already arrived. Counselor Zhang approached with a smile. "When shall we begin, esteemed guests? Let those formidable ones compete first." "I lack the patience for these novices," Student Council President Zhao Sakai expressed his impatience, indicating he would not have attended had it not been for the director's insistence. After all, they were all destined to meet their end in the pit by the end of the month, making integrity irrelevant. At Jian University, only the principal and vice principal were beyond his influence. The other instructors dared not oppose the wishes of this student. "Very well, I will arrange for the 3 to compete." Counselor Zhang responded promptly. Soon, Yang Ding, Huang Bingbing, and Xiang Tianyu were summoned. "You 3 are the most promising candidates for first place. How shall we proceed?" the counselor asked. Huang Bingbing raised her hand. "Counselor, I wish to battle Mao Jian." Mao Jian turned pale at the thought. having suffered a blow to the head the previous week. Counselor Zhang, displaying some humanity, rejected her proposal. He is injured. The disparity is too great, making a match unnecessary. Zhao Zikai questioned the director. What is Huang Bingbing's background? I am unaware. Her records are with the Women and Children's Hospital. She has no parents, and her husband drives a truck for a breeding farm. Even if he guessed Huang Bingbing's identity, he dared not speak out, unsure if Zhao Zikai was feigning ignorance. Let me arrange it. Yang Ding will face Xiang Tianyu, and the winner will then challenge Huang Bingbing. The three had no objections. Xiang Tianyu wielded a steel axe, while Yang Ding unsheathed his dark gold sword, standing at the center of the circle. Students from classes C1 and C2 gathered, forming a tight circle around them. Having married Fang Jing, Yang Ding was now more renowned than ever. Prepare to perish, Xiang Tianyu shouted, swinging his axe towards Yang Ding with brute force. Unlike their previous encounter, Yang Ding chose not to evade, but instead met the axe with a direct strike using his sword technique. Xiang Tianyu became increasingly frantic, unleashing a flurry of strikes. Yet Yang Ding's sword proved swifter. No matter how he swung, the axe was deflected as if it struck an invisible wall of swords. The air was filled with the sounds of clashing weapons. The students of lower cultivation levels could hardly comprehend the spectacle. Even Student Council President Zhao Zikai was taken aback. Glancing at Yiro, Instructor Yi, how much energy have you bestowed upon him? Not much. I haven't tea supplied any recently. My husband claimed he would cultivate energy through swordplay. What do you mean by cultivating energy through swordplay? Does he even possess energy? Xiang Tianyu unleashed another 50 strikes, only to have them repelled once more. Breathing heavily, he retreated 10 meters, staring at his trembling arms in fear. What is this technique? This is the sword wave technique. Cannot you use another move? My eyes are blurring. Why change? One technique suffices to defeat you. Have you broken through to the lower intermediate level? I am unsure. I haven't team measure my strength recently. If you fear, you may concede, Yang Ding replied. Expecting a struggle, as he had not sustained any injuries, Xiang Tianyu unexpectedly responded. Very well, I concede. Conceding is wise. We shall keep it light, Counselor Zhang remarked. Zhao Zikai gazed at the director of training. So this is your nephew? He appears to have surrendered before the contest even began. Do you require assistance in cheating? At that moment, Yi Rou and Fang Jing exclaimed in unison, Husband, be careful. The one who had surrendered, Xiang Tianyu, feigned a retreat towards the crowd, only to suddenly pivot and raise his axe to strike Yang Ding's back. Yang Ding bolted, covering less than 5 meters when he leapt to a height of over 10 meters, turning mid-air with his sword pointed directly at Xiang Tianyu. Waving sword star descends, exclaimed Mao Jian. Given the proximity of merely 10 meters, Yang Ding unleashed 3 strokes. The first stroke deflected the steel axe, the second severed Xiang Tianyu's left pinky finger, and the third split the severed pinky in 2. As the sword and axe clashed, sparks flew, cascading to the ground like a shower of stars. Xiang Tianyu screamed, discarding the axe, clutching his injured hand, frantically searching for his lost finger. My finger, where's my finger? Please take me to the infirmary. Yet no one paid heed to his plight, as everyone was captivated by Yang Ding's breathtaking display of waving sword star descents. Is that the waving sword technique descending from the heavens? Zhao Zikai muttered. He had practiced numerous martial arts, strictly adhering to the texts, never considering the possibility of creating his own techniques. My finger can still be reattached, Xiang Tianyu continued to wail. Sister Jing, my husband is truly remarkable. I've never witnessed such a magnificent waving sword technique. Indeed, it is utterly impressive. The 2 sisters cheered for their spouse. In the eyes of others, Fang Jing undeniably stood as Yang Ding's wife, and she showed no inclination to dispute that, despite Yang Ding lacking any so-called awakening. His diligence and innate talent profoundly touched her. This young man possesses something exceptional. Even Zhang Peng, the counselor who had long wished to distance himself from Class B2, gazed at Yang Ding in disbelief. Waving sword star descends? Mom, my finger, I can't find the other half, Xiang Tianyu lamented, bloodied and desperately searching for his severed digit. He was as frantic as an ant on a hot stove, yet received no sympathy, only cold indifference. Such is the nature of this era. The strong claim all while the weak are left unnoticed. Huang Bingbing looked at him with disdain, feeling utterly disappointed in this dim-witted subordinate. After all, this was a Class B2, the most ordinary class imaginable. Were it not for his obedience, she would have cast him aside long ago. The director of training picked up the dusty severed finger and tossed it at Xiang Tianyu's face. Here, a useless thing, a disgrace. Xiang Tianyu clutched his finger, arguing that it was merely a sparring session and that he had intentionally harmed him. Surely the student council would take action? Yang Ding produced a tissue to wipe the blood from his sword, smiling as he replied, "Classmate Xiang, you exaggerate. Your ambush left me no choice. The 10-meter height was merely a blink of an eye, leaving me no opportunity to act with intent. How can you still smile? You claimed it was an accident." Zhao Zikai crossed his arms, coldly staring at Yang Ding. Despite his hostile demeanor, as the president of the student council, he could not afford to display personal grievances in front of so many witnesses. He turned to Yi Ro. "Instructor Yi, you're a genius in close combat. Could you analyze whether your husband acted intentionally or by chance?" "Certainly it was by chance. Yet even if it were intentional, my husband is not at fault." Zhao Zikai nodded in agreement. Xiang Tianyu, as an awakened one, resorting to ambush against a student of Class B2 is shameless. Even the loss of a finger, let alone a head, would be self-inflicted. Let us conclude it here. With that, he departed. Although Zhao Zikai was a senior, he seldom attended classes, for his family had experts to instruct him, and he did not require the ordinary resources of the school cafeteria for his cultivation. The director of training could only begrudgingly escort Xiang Tianyu to the infirmary. Huang Bingbing stepped out of the ranks with dual shotguns, preparing to compete with Yang Ding for first place. She glanced back at Yi Ro. "Instructor Yi, are you not leaving? I shall use the soul-severing gun, and you will use your dual shotguns. I want to see how adept your marksmanship is," Yi Ro replied. "Hey, Yang, I have no husband to back me up. Can you ask your wives to vacate the arena?" Huang Bingbing inquired. "Why don't you leave, Shui? Yang Ding retorted. "My name is Bingbing." He stuffed the bloody tissue into his pocket, ready to use it again later, his Wu Jin sword aimed at Huang Bingbing. "It no longer matters. Let us commence." He too wished to discern the true nature of Huang Bingbing, whose experience in combat was substantial and should reveal some insights. However, Huang Bingbing suddenly holstered her dual guns, conceding, "I admit defeat." "Indeed, Shui, no wonder you trained Xiang Tianyu to be so mediocre." Huang Bingbing's frustration twisted her expression, wishing to peel Yang Ding's skin off. But she dared not reveal her identity, forcing a laugh. "You will eventually discover whether I am mediocre or not. The counselor was most sought after. Well, Yang Ding has won twice, decisively. I hereby declare that the position of class leader for Class B2 is awarded to Yang Ding, and the application for captaincy must be submitted to the enforcement team and the student council." "Hey, Counselor Zhang, there are still 2 weekly assessments to consider," Huang Bingbing protested. It was essential to elevate Xiang Tianyu to captain, as she desired to manipulate the situation during the descent into the cave. As a psychologically twisted schemer, she relished in the triumph over the underprivileged. Moreover, she had an important task: to investigate the otherworldly spirits in the cave and ascertain if she could find a way to control the Ghost Queen for her own purposes. The otherworldly spirits possessed intelligence, thus could be manipulated. Such a dirty job would certainly not be undertaken by the enforcement team, but the Poison Spike organization could manage it. With Yang Ding securing the captaincy, her plans would be considerably hindered. "What weekly assessments?" "Yang Ding holds the absolute advantage. I believe President Zhao would have no objections." Upon hearing this, Yi Ro felt a surge of excitement. It indicated that Yang Ding's chances of surviving the cave had greatly increased. She rushed towards Yang Ding, exclaiming, "Husband, you are amazing." The oblivious Mao Jian also rushed over to celebrate with Yang Ding. "Top brother is incredible." Yang Ding kiket Mao Jian oe, umbrajing yero, brochliming. "It is all thanks to my wife's teachings." As they embraced, the moment escalated, nearly leading to a kiss. Counselor Zhang promptly intervened. "Hey, there are hundreds of people watching. Could you exhibit some decorum?" Only then did Yang Ding reluctantly release Yi Ro. Mao Jian dusted off his rear, saying, "If I had such a wife, I would find it impossible to maintain decorum." Counselor Zhang handed Yang Ding 3 premium cafeteria meal vouchers, congratulating him. "Keep up the great work." "Thank you, Counselor Zhang." Among counselors, Zhang Peng was exponentially superior to Xiang Bin. At least this one resembled a teacher. Yi Ro and Fang Jing had taken leave to cheer, and with her husband's resounding victory, they joyfully returned to class. "Ro, what should I get for Yang Ding to celebrate?" A martial art? A shield? He wouldn't accept a shield, and given his current proficiency with the waving sword technique, a shield would be of little significance. Then help me brainstorm. After school, we can shop together. There is indeed something, but I fear Sister Jing may not agree. What? Fang Ving, notijing ye rose mi shie simile, instante understood. You little rascal. We had a deal. Why do you keep assisting your husband? While other students engaged in banter, Yang Ding examined his system panel. Love degree, 265. 05. Cultivation progress, 27805. You have surpassed the second grade upper realm with a fist strength of 8,122 pounds, 800 pounds. The first form of Sword 9, waving sword technique, has been unlocked with 52. 10 experience points. Progress was accelerating. The love degree had remarkably increased by 800 pounds of strength. It was known that awakened individuals from Class A were required to consume beast meat daily and train diligently, often taking 6 months to break through to the first grade lower realm. Mao Jian, due to poor aptitude, had spent his mother's tens of thousands on cultivation resources, practicing day and night for 2 years, yet had only amassed over 600 pounds of strength. Top brother, I finally won, Mao Jian exclaimed with excitement. All right, I'll treat you to a meal at the A-class cafeteria at noon. Are you still willing to go? Of course. I will go even if I must endure a beating. During their last encounter, that individual consumed an excessive amount of filth and was subsequently reprimanded by the student council for trespassing into the ladies' restroom. It seems that no one dares to challenge us anymore, Yang Ding remarked. However, now that you have just married Officer Fong, jealousy has escalated exponentially. No matter. Having such a wonderful wife makes it impossible to remain low-key. It is better to flaunt it. Chapter 66. What can be done about discontent at lunchtime? Yang Ding, accompanied by Mao Jian, swaggered into the A-class cafeteria once more. His notoriety had grown, as all 3,000 students present were fixated on him, their eyes conveying a singular sentiment, animosity. The question plaguing their minds was simple. Why him? Is the imperial matchmaking system truly operational? Officer Fong had just lost her husband, and yet this fellow was thriving. Mao Jian felt increasingly uneasy, suggesting, Brother Ding, perhaps we should return later. Why? Yang Ding inquired. They seem displeased with you. What of it? As long as I am pleased, does it matter? Do they dare to defy the will of the empire? Yang Ding produced a meal ticket and handed it to Mao Jian. The two not only secured their meals, but also enjoyed them without anyone daring to confront them. Upon returning to the classroom, the students of Class B2 greeted Yang with enthusiasm. Hello, class leader. Do not call me class leader. Refer to me as captain. Yang Ding readily accepted this title and asked, have you all had lunch? Yes, thank you for your concern, Captain Yang. The atmosphere in the class shifted dramatically, as after the descent, the captains wielded absolute authority, sending anyone they disfavored to their doom. Xiang Tianyu had returned, stripped of his previous arrogance, and Huang Bingbing no longer paid him any mind. The most awkward situation belonged to Sun Li, who had misjudged yet again. With Yang Ding marrying an exceptional officer, her attempts to ingratiate herself would likely be in vain. Captain Yang, the A-class cafeteria is quite far. You must be tired. Allow me to give you a massage. Never mind. I am not fond of the scent of gynecological ailments. How dare you? You scoundrel. Sun Li left, her expression a mixture of anger and humiliation. Mao Jian nearly burst out laughing, exclaiming, wow, your tongue is quite sharp. She may no longer seek my favor, but she might pursue you. Keep her distance from such a petty green tea type. The consequences could be dire. Rest assured, I am well aware of her true nature. Yang Ding recognized that his status had indeed changed. Whenever he entered a restroom, someone would immediately yield their place. Upon entering the classroom, his desk was impeccably organized, and all refuse had been cleared away. Even Mao Jian's status, as his follower, had risen dramatically. Mao Jian felt a bit anxious, as there were too many vying for attention. Brother Ding, remember who tirelessly tossed soybeans for you night and day. Tonight, we shall continue. Yang Ding aimed to master the sword of the wandering blade before the descent. After school, his first wife, Yi Rou, accompanied by his second wife, Fong Jing, came to collect him, intending to fetch the children before returning home. Upon arriving at the maternal and child hospital, the front desk informed them of Fong Jing's scheduled appointment, made by her parents. It was evident that Fong Dalong had informed his parents of her marriage to Yang Ding. Fong Jing was reluctant to answer, as her father had just advised her to distance herself from Yang Ding. And now she was to face her father-in-law. Let us discuss this when they return for the new year. It's too risky to divulge information over the phone. Sister Jing, once I head to the Northern Realm, you should take our husband and the children to Donghai City to find work, Yi Ro suggested. We shall see. There is still a year and a half left. Half a month later, in the office of the governor of the Law Enforcement Bureau, Zhou Ruoxi summoned her sister Huang Bingbing. With the impending mission to eradicate the otherworldly foes, she was concerned that Huang Bingbing might recklessly attempt to harm Yang Ding. Fang Jing has already been assigned to him. The Queen's intentions are unmistakable. They are merely awaiting our provocation. Therefore, not only must you refrain from assassinating him, but you must also ensure his safe return. If we do not eliminate Yang Ding, the talented youth class will not be ours to claim. This is not a matter for you to ponder. The elders will consider it accordingly. All right, I understand. I heard you have other plans for the descent? Zhou Ruoxi inquired. Are you not your father's precious daughter? Why not ask him yourself? Zhou Ruoxi had attempted to inquire, but her father deemed her character too upright to divulge information. Wang Bingbing lit a cigarette. It appears he does not place much trust in you either. The existence of the poisonous thorn is merely a counterbalance to your family. Though my father remains silent, I can surmise the situation. I simply do not wish to intervene. I have heard of your peculiar tendencies. Do not derive amusement from sacrificing those students. They too have families. Huang Bingbing scoffed. In this day and age, who doesn't have a family? Just because one has parents, a spouse, and children does not mean they cannot perish. I am not the captain. You should address Yang Ding directly. I will deliver a motivational speech to them tomorrow, naturally. The otherworldly foes feast upon humans. Collaborating with such entities, if discovered by the Empire, would undoubtedly be classified as a crime against humanity. Zhou Ruoxi disagreed, but felt powerless to alter what had been decided by the family. Fang Jing left work early to purchase nutritious dehydrated food to bring to Yang Ding in the cave. With no means to heat food, they would need to survive on provisions for 3 days without consuming otherworldly foes. Yang Ding, having the afternoon off, chose not to practice further and stayed at home to assist Fang Jing with the children. When Fang Jing returned, Yi Ro had not yet finished her shift. Upon seeing Yang Ding changing a diaper, she hurried to prepare warm water. The child's delicate skin required careful washing to prevent diaper rash. Yang Ding placed the child in the tub, playing with the little girl. Fang Jing rolled up her shirt sleeves. I have felt a twitch in my eyelid these past few days. I wonder if there will be danger in the descent. We are merely bait. How could there be no danger? You are the captain. Let others handle the perilous tasks. In these times, being soft-hearted is irresponsible to your wife and child. Tomorrow, the enforcement team will emphasize the captain's absolute authority. I fear not death. I fear dying without ever knowing what my wife smells like. What do you mean? Fang Jing asked, puzzled. Your lips, before heading into battle, a kiss is surely permissible. Fang Jing turned her head. No, Yi Ro will be back soon. You are my second wife. Kissing you is my rightful privilege. She will not object. Please do not put me in a difficult position. We agreed. Agreed? Nonsense. Yang Ding dismissed her protests, pulling her closer and showering her with fervent kisses. Chapter 67. You have activated spatial abilities. Fang Jing intended to push Yang Ding away. Yet her strength was no different from that of an ordinary person, and her petite frame made it difficult to struggle. She resorted to utilizing her spatial abilities to escape. However, as she concentrated her thoughts for the first time, she was overwhelmed by the kiss and faltered, resulting in her first failure. Despite having faced life-threatening situations before, she had never encountered failure. For those with spatial abilities, this was a grave taboo. Mama, Daddy, haha. The child observed the playful exchange, gleefully splashing in the water, seemingly experiencing the joy of having a complete family for the first time. In the midst of their enjoyment, Yang Ding suddenly felt an emptiness. He had kissed nothing but air, as his second wife had inexplicably vanished. He quickly opened his eyes to see a rift in the void rapidly sealing itself before disappearing entirely. Through the fissure, he caught a glimpse of Fang Jing's wedding photo, indicating that she had retreated to her home on the 195th floor. Savoring the lingering scent of Fang Jing on his palms, Yang Ding smacked his lips and checked the system panel that had emerged in his mind. Second wife, Fang Jing, love level, 1, cultivation progress, ability level, D-class ability user, mental power, 5 points, you have activated spatial abilities. The first layer of the personal domain technique, the first layer of the void rift technique, and the first layer of the space folding technique. Yang Ding was intrigued by the three techniques. The first, the personal domain, is essentially a personal space, which is relatively easy to comprehend. It allows one to gradually expand and create a world of their own based on their abilities. He was uncertain whether Fang Jing possessed an independent space or what lay within it. This space resides in the mind of each ability user, inaccessible to others. The second technique, the void rift, involves tearing through space. The size of the rift is determined by one's cultivation level. It can be used for long-distance movement and the relocation of any material. The last time he moved a senior from the A class to the women's restroom was due to this technique. It is an imaginative spatial ability capable of relocating a person, and, naturally, an entire army as well. The third technique is space folding, which allows for the folding of distance like origami, bringing 2 points together to shorten the distance between them. This technique consumes a vast amount of energy and is primarily used for short-distance teleportation at present. Yang Ding was still uncertain about what abilities he could expand upon in the future. All three techniques merely provide foundational cultivation concepts, and the variations one can achieve depend on individual talent. However, given Yang Ding's current mental power, mastering all of them was unrealistic, and the progress of his love level with Fang Jing would not accelerate significantly. Since the initial strategy was to focus on self-improvement, he decided to first cultivate the personal domain, which would allow him to hide resources and weapons for cultivation and potentially conceal people or even corpses later on. Moreover, this would be a private domain, inaccessible to anyone. He had a particular fondness for Xiang Tianyou's fallen iron axe and the iron blood gun from the weapon market, and wondered if he could acquire them without spending 5 million. He also envisioned creating a 3-bedroom apartment when he eventually ventured outside the northern border city, while others would be freezing. He could comfortably sleep with his first and second wives. It was a remarkable ability, and the thought alone was delightful. At that moment, Yi Ro entered the room. "Honey, what are you mumbling about?" "I was chatting with the little girl." "Where's Sister Jing?" "She should have gone to the 195th floor. You should rest for a while. I will help the child with some water." No. Your belly is getting big. You need a rest. Sit on the sofa. It will be ready soon." Yi Ro was 2 months pregnant, equivalent to over 4 months for an ordinary person, and her belly was starting to show. She now wore loose t-shirts and pants, afraid to don the stylish leather outfits. "It's fine. You can try on the leather jacket. I want to take our child out more often. They need to learn." "Why are you buying me a leather jacket? You can't wash it when you go underground. If it gets dirty, just wipe it. Otherwise, do you think I'm doing this just to look cool? Having a wife is truly wonderful. As long as you know I'm good, you must come back safely this time." Yi Ro had been quite anxious these past few days, but she couldn't bring herself to ask Zhou Ruoshi for favors, especially since her husband was the captain of Class B2. Yang Ding also forbade her from seeking Zhou Ruoshi's help, as they couldn't even dare to go on expeditions. How could they survive in this post-apocalyptic world? The enforcement team would distribute pig leather outfits, while the students had to purchase their own, costing over 3,000 each, which most people would hesitate to spend. Yi Ro, with her high income and generosity towards Yang Ding, naturally did not buy the pig leather outfit. Instead, she purchased a third-tier beast leather coat for 50,000, capable of withstanding a stabbing force of 3,000 pounds. This meant that as long as Yang Ding wore it, the otherworldly creatures would be unable to scratch him. As soon as he donned the coat, Fang Jing entered the room. She held a black bag, and, upon seeing Yang Ding in the leather outfit, a hint of disappointment flickered in her eyes. Inside the bag was a beast leather windbreaker that her ex-husband had worn a few times. She had intended to gift it to Yang Ding, but felt embarrassed to present it now. As a mother, she was more adept at managing life than Yi Ro. "Where's the child?" "Ro is inside playing with her." Yang Ding, as if nothing had happened, generously shook his leather jacket, completely forgetting that he had just violated his promise with a forceful kiss. "Sister Jing, could you help me see if this fits?" Fang Jing tucked the bag into the closet, adjusted his collar, and threaded the belt through the leather buckle. "You look quite dashing. It fits just right. When you go underground, don't just focus on looking cool. Make sure to fasten the belt for maximum protection. I heard there will be enforcement team members accompanying us this time. Will your brother be going underground?" "He should, and if he is assigned to your team, they must look out for each other. I will pressure him to go to Donghai City during the new year. It's no longer safe for him here." Fang Jing replied. She had refused to marry into the Zhao family, risking much, while her brother had little talent and low cultivation, working in the enforcement team, making him vulnerable to unexpected death. Yiro emerged with the child. Honey, quickly bring the prickly heat powder. Fong Jing lowered her head and went to the kitchen. You all stay with the child. I'll prepare dinner. All right. Why does Sister Jing seem down? Yiro asked. I don't know. Perhaps she's worried. I suspect Fong Dalong will also go underground. Yang Ding understood perfectly. She felt guilty about her deceased husband. However, it was up to him, as her husband, to break the awkwardness. That evening, Yang Ding decided against practicing on the rooftop. He wanted to spend quality time with his wife. After half a month of effort, his punching power had exceeded 10,000 pounds, and his proficiency in the sword-waving technique had surpassed 80, which should suffice against otherworldly creatures. Yiro lay in his embrace, saying nothing and allowing him to kiss her. A man must always embark on a journey. The next day, the two sisters rose at 6 o'clock. Fong Jing prepared breakfast for Yang Ding, while Yiro organized supplies. They needed to bring their own water and food. Fong Jing rummaged through her bag and retrieved a high-tech headlamp. This was bought by my husband. It was charged last night. It said that this solid-state lithium metal battery can last for 3 days and nights. You should give it to Yang Ding. You should give it to him. It's my ex-husband's thing. I'm afraid he'll dislike it. Yang Ding yawned and walked out. Why would I dislike such a good item? Just put it in my bag. Oh, all right. Fong Jing's voice brightened. Her mood seemingly improved, perhaps feeling she could contribute. Chapter 68. The captain's power is indeed great. After breakfast, Yiro and Fong Jing accompanied Yang Ding to the elevator, as family members could see them off today. This time, 6,000 people were going to explore the caves, and it was uncertain how many would return. It might even be a final farewell. The C-Class and D-Class teams consisted of inferior martial artists who had just begun their training. Those from poorer backgrounds still had only 400 or 500 pounds of strength. After a month of practicing the Thunderblade technique, their skills were merely at the street fighting level, having witnessed the speed of otherworldly creatures. Yang Ding was quite pessimistic about the casualty rate this time. He was not a monster and had no intention of sending his classmates to their deaths for no reason. As a captain, within his capabilities, he aimed to protect his team as much as possible. At the very least, he could build a good reputation, accumulating respect for his future ambitions as a leader. When the elevator reached the 120th floor, Mao Jian and his mother stepped in. The elevator was mostly filled with instructors seeing off their children, creating a rather somber atmosphere, except for Mao Jian, who was making a ruckus. Yang Ding. My mom bought me a third-tier beast leather vest, which is said to block the claws of otherworldly creatures. I'll let you try it out later. Mao Jian was unusually excited, feeling that his chances of returning alive were quite high this time. Yang Ding pushed past the boy in front of him, saying coincidentally, my wife bought me one too. The brand new beast leather coat dazzled Mao Jian's eyes. Wow, that must cost tens of thousands. Yiro replied with a smile. It's not that exaggerated. It's only 50,000. After all, he is my husband. Only 50,000? Mao Jian glanced back at his wife, who worked on a farm. My wife also boiled me 5 eggs. If we go underground, we can eat them together. What are you looking at? Do you think I'm unworthy of you? You are more than worthy. Although Mao Jian said this, he had already vowed in his heart to obediently follow Yang Ding and join the enforcement team. By that time, the wife would no longer dare to be presumptuous with him. She must seek a beautiful and wealthy partner through the system again. Yang Ding established a path for the men of the empire, asserting that one should not marry down, but rather strive to ascend in social standing. On the playground, most of the students had arrived, many accompanied by their parents and wives. Only Xiang Tianyu was alone. After aligning himself with Huang Bingbing, he severed ties with his family, including the disciplinary director, and his wife had returned to her family. With an air of authority, Yang Ding strode forward with Yiro and Fong Jing to the front of the line. Good day, captains, and to the esteemed wives, he greeted. Yiro nearly burst into laughter. Husband, you command this team with more grandeur than a governor. Even the captains' wives are present. Indeed, this is my first time being a wife, Fong Jing chimed in. Me too, me too. As the illegitimate daughter of the Lord of Jiangling, Huang Bingbing was perplexed. What exceptional qualities did Yang Ding possess that endeared him to these two prodigious female instructors? The driver assigned to her by the system had yet to even enter her room, serving only as a cover for her. She planned to eliminate him once her mission was complete, believing her second husband must be a noble from Jiangling or another city-state. The student council president, Zhao Zikai, stood on stage with a microphone, organizing the teams. The captains arranged their squads. Once they left the school, they would be considered trainees, needing discipline and order. For the governor would soon arrive to deliver a speech. Yang Ding turned and shouted, "Stand straight, everyone. You, Sun Li, if you keep posing like that, I'll kick you to the ground. Huang Bingbing, if you keep acting so carelessly, I'll send you to your doom. Xiang Tianyu, if you continue to look at me with those pitiful eyes, I'll break your injured finger." Yang Ding quickly embraced the role of captain, exuding arrogance. Yi Rou and Fang Jing were astonished. Why was he so gentle with them and so fierce with the female classmates? "I told you, our husband is clearly a good father. He won't be bothered by those flirtatious vixens." "Then you and the child are fortunate," Fang Jing replied with a smile. "You could have children with him too. If you wish to go to the Northern Realm, you must bear 2 more. My annual output means you need 2 years." "What nonsense are you saying?" Fang Jing retorted. "I'm not a pig. We're not discussing production." She looked around for a long time, seeing no sign of law enforcement officers, likely waiting at the cave entrance. Mao Jian was merely a petty tyrant. You, keep quiet. I've warned you twice already." Just then, 20 large man-flying vehicles soared overhead, not intending to land but instead dispersing to spray water on everyone. "What on earth?" Just as Yang Ding raised his hand to wipe his face, he noticed the droplets suspended in mid-air. The central vehicle opened its hatch, revealing Zhou Ruoxi in a gray suit. She stepped into the void, startling everyone with gasps. Yet, she did not fall, instead hovering gracefully, embodying an ethereal presence. Governor Zhou. This display astonished everyone. Indeed, the most powerful woman in Jiangling was living up to her reputation. "The governor has arrived. Kneel!" shouted Zhao Zikai. Yang Ding, standing directly beneath Zhou Ruoxi, could not comprehend the custom of kneeling before high-ranking officials. "Husband, kneel quickly. You will be her soldier from now on," urged Yi Rou. "One day, she will kneel before me," Yang Ding muttered, preparing to kneel. Zhou Ruoxi lowered her gaze and glanced at him. "There is no need to kneel. You must survive this trial to qualify as law enforcement personnel. Only those in the enforcement team are permitted to kneel before me." Her voice was soft, not accustomed to raising her voice, yet Yang Ding heard her distinctly, as if her words were carried by the raindrops. He quickly stood back up. "Is this how water transmits sound? This water manipulation ability is impressive." Zhou Ruoxi continued. "Although you have not awakened, you have all trained for years, expending significant financial and resource investments from your parents, all with the intention of serving the Enforcement Bureau. Hence, I have decided to expand recruitment and offer you a chance to rise. Our intelligence indicates that the otherworldly demons are uncontrollably breeding beneath Jiangling, posing a threat to urban safety. This extermination operation will last 3 days. I hope you will prove your worth. Each individual's performance will be evaluated by their captain, affecting your future employment, with special contributions earning generous rewards." A member of the student council approached and handed Yang Ding a small tablet. "Do not lose this. It contains your team members' information and allows for real-time scoring. Save the battery. In case of danger, you can contact command." Yang Ding marveled at the power of a captain, realizing why Xiang Tianyu was so desperate to seize it. Chapter 69. For the sake of my sister, after Zhou Ruoxi concluded her speech, she returned to the aircraft, nonchalantly departing. The thousands of suspended raindrops suddenly fell. Her words were mere formalities. No one truly cared about the 6,000 baiting participants. Should they succeed, a reward would be offered. If they perished, so be it. A month later, the wives of the deceased would be matched by the system, and their children would be taken by the Imperial Maternal and Child Institute, becoming orphans in this efficient and ruthless era. "All right, captains, please lead your classmates to the parking lot at the main entrance. The accompanying enforcement team is waiting at the cave entrance. Hurry up, everyone. Try to enter the cave during the day. The otherworldly demons emerge to hunt at night, making it even more dangerous for you," urged Student Council President Zhao Zikai. The 60 teams departed in a grand procession, family members silently accompanying them, with no sounds of joy, only heavy admonishments. Many parents, having exhausted their life savings for their children, could only weep silently. In the ascent from the lower strata, the odds of becoming cannon fodder are 9,999 to 1. Only 1 in 10,000 can tread upon the corpses of their kin to alter their fate. Upon reaching the parking lot, everyone bid farewell with reluctance. Yang Ding looked at Yi Rou, who was caressing her belly, feeling a pang of sorrow as he embraced her and kissed her forehead. "I will definitely return." Yi Ro held him tightly, their affection level nearing 30. While it seemed low, it was a remarkably high number in any marital relationship. Fang Jing approached him, emphasizing like an elder sister, "You are to be a father. Your own life is of utmost importance. Even for Mao Jian, do not take risks for him." "Yes, I understand," Yang Ding replied as he pulled Fang Jing into an embrace and kissed her. With everyone watching, Fang Jing felt embarrassed to resist, allowing him to take advantage. Indeed, having had the first kiss led to a second. This new husband was far more cunning than her late one. Before marriage, he had promised everything. Yet after, he disregarded their agreements entirely. "When you reach the cave entrance, see if my brother is present. If he is, it will be retaliation." "Understood. He is my brother-in-law. He is family and will be fine." As Yang Ding leaned in for another kiss, Fang Jing turned her head, pushing him away while pointing outside. "That chubby guy has been watching you. Is he a classmate from your farm?" Yang Ding turned to see Hu Feng. Realizing Yang Ding was affectionately bidding farewell to his two wives, he hesitated to interrupt and began to turn away. Having not seen each other for a month, Yang Ding horiet offer. "Hu Feng, are you here to see me off?" Hu Feng appeared somewhat shy, handing him a package. "This is half a roasted suckling pig I made. I know you love this. Take it as rations." "Great." Yang Ding accepted without hesitation. Hu Feng enjoyed cooking. He originally aspired to be a chef, but his wife insisted he pursue pig nursing instead. "Is anyone bothering you now?" "No, my back injury is healing. Thank you." Among all, only Hu Feng vaguely felt that it was Yang Ding who had eliminated Xiangbin for him. He did not mention it to anyone, including his wife. Yang Ding placed a Peiyuan Dan in his hand, saying, "All right, I must take my leave now. I shall return to find you for some fun. I've heard there are ghosts underground. Take care, my brother." "I won't die," Hu Feng replied. Yang Ding then embraced his two wives before boarding the bus to count the number of passengers. This time, the treatment was significantly better. They were seated in a luxurious bus accommodating 100 individuals. After departing from the university, 600 buses scattered in different directions, tasked with investigating 60 ghost holes in the outskirts, with 100 individuals assigned to each hole. Yang Ding turned back to gaze at the gradually disappearing university buildings, feeling a profound sense of happiness in holding his wife while sleeping. Just after parting, the system prompted an increase in affection levels. First wife, Yi Ro, affection level, 29.05, cultivation progress, 30805. You have broken through to the second grade upper realm with a fist strength of 11,122 pounds, 1,000 pounds. The first style of Sword 9. The Sword Wave has been unlocked with an experience value of 82. Not only Yi Ro, but also Fang Jing, who had always maintained a distance and was quite cold towards him, surprisingly began to show an increase in affection. Second wife, Fang Jing, affection level, 2. 1. Cultivation progress, 2. 1. Mental power, 10 points. First layer of the personal domain heart method, 3. 1. First layer of the void rift decision, 2. 1. First layer of the space-splitting escape method, 2. Please diligently practice to enhance your mental power control. I told you, a forceful kiss is indeed effective. Yang Ding thought to himself with pride. He realized that this system was not only useful for cultivation, but also for monitoring his wife's attitudes towards him. This was truly remarkable. Even if he married a wife who was merely playing along, he could not be deceived. In the future, with more wives, this would essentially become a polygamous management system. For those with slowly increasing affection, he planned to seek opportunities to intensify the interactions. The bus interior was exceptionally quiet. Even Mao Jian, who was typically lively, had fallen silent, gripping the knife handle tightly. Only Huang Bingbing remained calm, applying nail polish and occasionally humming a strange tune in a cold manner. Meanwhile, Xiang Tianyu behaved like an infatuated admirer. "Bingbing, are you thirsty?" "Bingbing, may I apply it for you?" "Sister Bingbing, let me help you. I excel at this." Sun Li chimed in. Huang Bingbing ignored them entirely. After approximately 2 hours of travel, the bus exited the city through the north gate, where the towering North City wall rose along the river. Occasionally, fishing boats could be seen on the river, with the law enforcement team's water-based ability users patrolling the waters for protection. The bridge spanning the river, aged and in disrepair, bore rusted steel frames, with weeds growing abundantly on its surface. Across the river stood tall, abandoned buildings. Once this was a bustling city. On the bus screen, a speech by the Northern Guard General Zhao Peng was being broadcasted. This was the very man who wished to take Fong Jing as his seventh wife. Dear students, you are about to arrive at the Huangqi Lock. The Huangqi Lock is an essential water source entrance for Jiangling City. The otherworldly ghosts also require water sources, and the law enforcement team has discovered numerous ghost holes along the shore. Some even lead directly into the underground corridors of Jiangling City, posing a direct threat to our survival facilities. Your mission this time is to locate the Ghost Queen's stronghold and eradicate it completely. The Empire needs you. The citizens of Jiangling need you. Your families need you. Fight on, children. Half an hour later, the bus stopped at a spacious area by the river. A bus had already arrived, indicating that this was a crucial entry point, with 200 individuals being sent in. The law enforcement team also had 4 patrol vehicles parked nearby. Yang Ding immediately spotted his brother-in-law, Fong Dalong, who was looking around. With over 100,000 law enforcement personnel, this was clearly a deliberate act of revenge against Fong Jing. I heard that each class only sends 10 law enforcement officers. Mao Jian remarked. If they wanted to send more, they wouldn't let a scout ahead, Yang Ding noted. Given Fong Dalong's rank, the law enforcement officers dispatched this time were likely of a lower tier, serving as bait. Despite his poor aptitude, Fong Dalong was still clever upon seeing Yang Ding. He looked utterly bewildered. What a coincidence! Did you not inform me about the class earlier? Yang Ding inquired. No, I was just ordered to wait here, he replied. Who gave you the command? General Zhao of the Northern Guard, he answered. Damn it, Yang Ding cursed. Don't worry. For the sake of my sister, I will protect you. Fong Dalong assured him. Your confidence is appreciated, brother-in-law. I'm older than you. Do not tell others you are my brother-in-law, Fong Dalong whispered. He had little presence in the team, and now he had an inferior class brother-in-law to deal with. Being a few years older makes me your brother-in-law as well. My sister has already mentioned that you two are just temporary spouses and will divorce soon. We have already kissed, little brother-in-law, Yang Ding teased, taking advantage of the situation. Fong Dalong's lips twitched in irritation, wishing he could punch Yang Ding. His greatest disappointment in his martial arts talent was his inability to protect his sister. A law enforcement second lieutenant pointed at Yang Ding. Are you the captain of Class B2? Yes, Lieutenant, Yang Ding replied. Why are you not in formation? Mumbling to yourself. I was chatting with my brother-in-law. Fong Dalong is your brother-in-law? You're that Yang Ding. The lieutenant approached, hands on hips, eyeing Yang Ding with interest. I heard you not only married the close combat instructor Yi Ro from the Martial Arts Academy, but also the space system instructor Fong Jing? Indeed, Lieutenant. The lieutenant and the other 8 team members burst into laughter. Both are exceptional beauties. Will you get to encounter them tonight? Yang Ding stamped his foot with force. Saluting with a crisp sound, Lieutenant, does your wife not allow you to have encounters? You bastard. The lieutenant's face turned crimson with anger. Yet he dared not retaliate in front of everyone. Fong Dalong nudged Yang Ding, urging him not to be so defiant, as this lieutenant had a volatile temperament. Since he was leading this time, any misstep could cost him his life. Although Fong Dalong came from a good family, his father worked in Donghai City and could not influence matters here. In the law enforcement team, he was just a nobody. Not even his family background was known, and his wife was merely an ordinary low-level martial artist. Go form ranks and prepare to descend into the hole. I hope you can maintain that bravado when facing the otherworldly ghosts. Yes, Lieutenant. Yang Ding strode confidently to the front of the team, commanding loudly, everyone stand straight. When we descend, you must obey my orders. Yes. The team members responded in unison. Except for a few from Huang Bingbing's group, the others respected Yang Ding greatly. After all, this captain had earned his position through strength and was a formidable first-grade awakened individual. Yang Ding's assertive demeanor and forceful commands only served to further infuriate the lieutenant, who patted Fong Dalong on the shoulder. Along, your brother-in-law sure has a big attitude. A mere captain is trying to command the presence of a city lord. Fong Dalong quickly offered him a cigarette, perhaps due to his previous meeting with the governor, which had inflated his ego. Please be lenient, Sun Ge. Upon hearing the name Zhou Ruoshi, the lieutenant nearly dropped his cigarette in shock. Why was the governor meeting with him? I don't know. Last time the breeding farm was attacked by otherworldly ghosts. He and Yi Ro were even on the governor's private jet, and Lieutenant Zhao was present to witness it. Is that so? It must be because of Instructor Ye's influence. Zhou Ruoshi held significant authority in the Law Enforcement Bureau and was often referred to as the Black Widow in hushed tones. The lieutenant promptly abandoned any thoughts of punishing Yang Ding. The designated entrance for Class B2 was located beneath the bridge, while another team had to venture further. The entrance was about a person's height, dark and foreboding, with the smell of damp earth wafting out as if a breeze were blowing from within. The 10-member law enforcement team, serving as backup, would naturally not lead the way. They had not even descended into a hole before, having only undergone training at the law enforcement headquarters in recent days. Yang Ding, as the captain, "You should go first and scout the path," Lieutenant Sun ordered. The Law Enforcement Bureau stated that you are merely practice partners, and did not imply that you could issue commands over me, did they? Yang Ding inquired. Sun Xiaowei let out a cold laugh. He truly wished to eliminate this nuisance. No orders imply that there are no orders, right? Yang Ding continued. Is it wrong for you to lead the charge? Of course it is wrong. I fought tooth and nail to earn the position of captain. Am I to sacrifice myself for nothing? Sun Xiaowei and the members of the law enforcement team were utterly astounded by his brazen demeanor. Yang Ding then turned to his classmates. Whoever I point to will venture forth to scout. Any dissenters shall receive a score of 0. Wielding a feather as a command token, he silently cursed Xiang Tianyu. Xiang Tianyu, Huang Bingbing, Sun Li, and you 5 shall follow behind. These individuals were part of a small clique that typically flattered Huang Bingbing. Do you truly consider yourself an official? Huang Bingbing scolded. Sun Xiaowei, they have yet to enter the cave and are already disobeying orders. Take them directly to the Law Enforcement Bureau for judgment. Yang Ding prepared to assign a score of 0 to the 8 of them. A score of 0 would mean permanent expulsion from the Martial Arts Academy, rendering all previous efforts futile. Should disobedience or cowardice be added to their records, they would face years in prison. Damn it, can you not be so arrogant? Huang Bingbing kicked Xiang Tianyu into the cave, where terrified screams echoed. It's so slippery. I can't maintain my footing. Help! Huang Bingbing turned on her headlamp and jumped in after him. Sun Li realized that she had completely lost Yang Ding's interest and could only follow suit. The alien spirits had intentionally set obstacles to prevent outsiders from entering the cave, and the entrance was a steep incline nearly at a right angle. You blind fool, you're crushing me. Huang Bingbing's voice rang out from inside the cave. I'm sorry, Bingbing, I fell down. Get out of the way. Yang Ding, upon hearing this, grew excited and sprinted in, landing squarely on Sun Li. She was once again pressed down, followed by 3 agonizing cries. I think my rib cage is broken. Who the hell can't see? My waist. Who is making such a racket? Just then, a voice came from the cave entrance. Dingo, I'm here. Catch me. Holy crap. Mao Jian weighs over 170 pounds. And Yang Ding barely managed to dodge. Mao Jian's ample backside landed on the 3 individuals. Huang Bingbing was genuinely furious. She stood up and hurled the 2 people on her back away. This tremendous force clearly exceeded her typical strength. Yet, she was too enraged and pointed at Yang Ding. Scolding, you better not act recklessly every day. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to deal with you? Yang Ding kicked her backside. Go lead the way ahead. Who do you think you are? Huang Bingbing had no problem eliminating Yang Ding, but with Zhou Ruoxi's orders, she was reluctant to reveal her true strength. Unbeknownst to her, Yang Ding and his 2 wives had already deduced her intentions. The more she hesitated to take action, the more Yang Ding provoked her, escalating the situation. Chapter 71. Don't act like a woman. Huang Bingbing, rubbing her sore backside from Yang Ding's kick, was utterly astonished. Throughout her life, being cherished by the 9 brothers and sisters in the Poison Sting organization, she had never encountered such a wild character. Fine, I'll concede you're impressive. Huang Bingbing raised her thumb at Yang Ding, secretly resolving to make him the 14th man to be castrated, watching as his 2 stunning wives remarried. Once all the team members descended, Mao Jian realized a problem. Sun Xiaowei, where do we get back up? Sun Xiaowei activated the night vision camera on his helmet. Don't worry. Once we complete the reconnaissance task, someone will come to retrieve us. Although the cave was considerably more spacious, an eerie wind swept through, carrying an exceedingly foul odor. Fortunately, they had eaten alien spirit sashimi for a month and developed a certain immunity to such scents. The ground was uneven, filled with the scratches of alien claws. The students from Class B hastily turned on their headlamps and drew their weapons in readiness. Yang Ding tightened his black leather coat, even pulling up the collar, and drew the dark gold sword from his back. Fong Dalong quickly caught up to him, revealing the equipment under his leather coat and whispering, If there's danger, just follow me. I have a distress signal device. Don't worry about anyone else. All right. Are any of the law enforcement team members from Beiwai camp? Besides me, all 9 are. Then be cautious, Yang Ding advised. Do you think Zhao Zongbing will retaliate against us because you marry my sister? He wouldn't dare retaliate directly, but using others to do his bidding is entirely possible. Bringing you here alone is evidence enough. This route might be the most perilous. Yang Ding glanced back at the law enforcement officers trailing behind. Ensign Xiaowei had also drawn his knife, which only heightened their tension, confirming their suspicions. This was Beiwai's territory. No one understood the situation better than they did. Feng Dalong nodded heavily. I truly don't know where you find the courage to marry Yi Ro and still pursue my sister. Both of them belong to the elite. Chasing after beauty can cost one their life. Was it worth it? The Empire S system matched us, and yes, I quite like your sister. You two live together daily. You must have ulterior motives by now. Such a statement would be crossing the line. It could only be described as long-standing admiration. The cave widened further. Initially, only 2 could walk side by side, but now 5 or 6 could walk together. Huang Bingbing, leading the way, suddenly halted and turned to Yang Ding. Do we continue moving forward? Of course. Our mission is to locate the Ghost Queen, not to embark on a leisurely excursion. Press on. Yang Ding pulled as if he were leading a herd of sheep, causing Huang Bingbing to grit her teeth in frustration. With no recourse, since Xiang Tianyu was such a disappointment, she turned to Xiang Tianyu and Sun Li. Should I kick you down, or will you jump yourselves? What do you mean by jump down? Haven't we already arrived inside? Mao Jian asked Yang Ding. No sooner had he spoken than a scream echoed. Xiang Tianyu had already been kicked down by Huang Bingbing. Sun Li, attempting to retreat, was also pushed down by Huang Bingbing, who then looked back at the others. You jump. Go ahead and jump down. Several sycophants wished to turn and flee, but were pushed down by Huang Bingbing. The cries reverberated in the desolate cavern, making such a commotion. Is this woman out of her mind? Sun Xiaowei grumbled. Regardless, they were leading the charge, if danger arose. We flee. Mao Jian secretly rejoiced, fortunate to be aligned with the right person. He had previously contemplated siding with Huang Bingbing because she could provide second-tier bee stand for cultivation, which had dramatically boosted Xiang Tianyu's strength as he had consumed 3 beast dawn thus far. After Huang Bingbing jumped down, those behind her hesitated, and Yang Ding had no choice but to investigate. There was yet another steep incline, nearly at a right angle. Dingu, we're nearly 20 meters underground now. It seems it could be even deeper. After walking for so long, are we not beneath Jiangling City? Roughly so. Mao Jian whispered, Bingbing, what is it like down there? Is there any danger? Not dangerous. Hurry down. Huang Bingbing replied succinctly. I'll go down to test the height. Feng Dalong, as a law enforcement officer, could have stayed behind but insisted on trying to protect Yang Ding, preparing to descend first to scout. Yang Ding pulled him back. Do you truly believe you possess the courage with your meager cultivation? Your brother-in-law is risking his life to protect you from remaining a widow for a second time. It's quite touching. I have combat experience. What do you have? As Yang Ding jumped down, he stepped on something and nearly twisted his ankle. He quickly looked down and gasped in horror. It was a human skull, and there were hundreds scattered about, some entangled in long black hair, sending chills down his spine. Apart from the previous incident at the breeding farm, there had been no reports of mass disappearances or attacks, which could only imply that the law enforcement team was lying. The height is approximately 7 meters. Be cautious when descending, as there are numerous round objects below. Yang Ding, fearing to alarm his classmates above, felt compelled to fabricate a small lie. He then commanded Huang Bingbing and the others to be vigilant and protect their teammates while he ventured to survey the terrain. The headlamp gifted by Feng Jing proved to be a remarkable tool, illuminating the surroundings brightly and from a distance. This level presented a spacious, circular chamber, its chiseled marks precise, with human bones strewn across the ground and 4 doorways in the walls, spaced as if measured with a ruler. Even more astonishing were the 2 bulging, round protrusions resembling totems above each doorway. The entire space exuded an aura of artistry and design. Yang Ding was profoundly struck. From which planet did these artifacts originate? And could they possibly communicate with humanity? What if they were to harm innocent, ordinary people? Just then, he heard the terrified screams of his classmates. Ah, be careful, a human skull. Wow, there's a leg bone. This hair is so long. It must be a female ghost. Soon, Mao Jian's anxious voice pierced through. Dingo, where are you? Stop whining. Don't act like a coward, Yang Ding scolded. Feng Dalong, as an enforcement officer, had his ear to the ground regarding certain rumors. He pulled Yang Ding aside and whispered this year. Excluding the incident at the breeding farm, over 3,000 people have gone missing from factories and farms in Jiangling City. So many? How else would the otherworldly entities gather energy to reproduce? The Enforcement Bureau likely hasn't reported this to the imperial authorities. They certainly wouldn't dare, Sun Xiaowei bellowed. What are you all chattering about? We have entered a perilous area. Yang Ding, as the team leader, should be formulating our next plan. Huang Bingbing, now aware of the danger, remarked, from this moment on, we will no longer take the lead. We must take turns. Even Sun Li, nearly frightened to the point of wetting her pants, nodded in agreement. Absolutely. Even if you score me 0, I refuse to be taken advantage of. I will report you to the Enforcement Bureau for abuse of power. Chapter 72. Why aren't you smiling? Yang Ding had anticipated and prepared for Huang Bingbing and the others' reactions. Since Huang Bingbing was temporarily hesitant to act against him, Yang Ding, aspiring to become the great Yin Emperor, resolved to make her weep. He suggested they rest on the spot, replenishing their water and food before deciding which doorway to enter and who would lead the way. Yang team, the ground is littered with bones. How can we rest? A classmate inquired. You're here to fight, not to picnic. The classmates cleared their surroundings and sat down, while Mao Jian tidied up a space for 3. Dingus sits here, Fongus sits here. Yang Ding took out the roasted suckling pig gifted by Hu Feng. Though it had cooled, its aroma still lingered. Ding Yi, your wife can make such elaborate dishes? A friend from the pig farming department inquired. Mao Jian boasted while eating. See this? This is my Dingu, your brother-in-law. Loyal and valiant to friends, and thus friends cherish him. Your sister, Instructor Fong, is indeed fortunate. You will be better off using that flattery to cultivate your skills. Even if I train to death, I want to break through to the 2nd tier, but flattery has no bounds. Isn't it better to work smart than to work hard blindly? Doesn't a big shot need support? Fong Dalong, with a temperament akin to his father, retorted. Big shots aren't incapable of eating. Are you going to wipe their backsides as well? Mao Jian licked the grease off his fingers if the big shot needs it. I can certainly do that. Fong Dalong opened a bottle cap and respectfully handed it to Yang Ding. Dingu, drink some water. Yang Ding passed the die to Mao Jian. Announce it as I instructed. Got it. Mao Jian walked among the classmates, holding the die in his left hand and a cup lid in his right. Yang team has a principle as captain. Fairness, fairness, and more fairness. Team up freely into 5 groups of 20, and we will guess the numbers. Each number can only be guessed once. If there are no issues, let us begin forming teams. For fairness, we'll let the enforcement officer's son, Xiaowei, roll the die. Son Xiaowei accepted it eagerly. Will Yang Ding participate? Of course. Yang team will live and die with his brothers. He want to take advantage of his position. Now that's more like it. Son Xiaowei inspected the die. It appeared to be free of any issues. Huang Bingbing's loyal followers naturally chose her, while others flocked to Yang Ding. We want to team up with Yang team. Yang Ding replied with a smile. Joining my team is fine, but when it's time to lead, don't complain. Instantly, this frightened many back, as guessing the die was indeed quite fair. Yang Ding had designed this game with confidence. He could cheat through the spatial rift without ever being suspected. After finishing his meal, he pretended to rest against the wall while actually cultivating his mental strength. He concentrated, employing the technique he had copied from Fong Jing. And with a flick of his finger in the darkness, he revealed a crack measuring 10 centimeters. Yang Ding inserted his finger, focusing his attention on the die within Sun Xiaowei's shaking cup. Soon, the crack established a connection with the space inside the cup, allowing Yang Ding's finger to touch the rolling die. Sun Xiaowei sensed something obstructing the cup lid and quickly lifted it, only to find nothing there. Those without spatial abilities could not perceive the minute traces left by the torn space. Once he confirmed the connection, Yang Ding withdrew his mental energy to conserve his strength. Currently, his mental energy was around 10 points, and the rift he could tear open was no larger than 10 centimeters, barely accommodating a fist. And he was yet unable to establish a proper space. After everyone had rested, they would need to continue their exploration. The circular chamber before them resembled a human meat transfer station, and each step ahead was fraught with danger, making everyone reluctant to take the lead. Mao Jian, you go guess the number for me. What if I guess correctly? Then we will lead the way. Can the captain still deceive everyone? Yang Ding said loudly, fearing his classmates would not hear. Huang Bingbing, excited at the prospect of a change in leadership, rolled up her sleeves, eager to take the lead herself. As long as you say that, who would dare to backtrack? I will truly lose my temper. Just don't backtrack yourself, Mount Jin shot back. Whoever backs out is a dog. Sun Xiaowei, tasked by General Zhao, aimed to eliminate Feng Dalong as revenge for Feng Jing's rejection of his marriage proposal. Naturally, he wanted Yang Ding's group to take the lead. Each group send one representative over. The fifth group will guess last. With that, he confidently rolled the die. Who guessed first? Huang Bingbing quickly raised her hand. I'll go first. I guess 6. She believed the probability of rolling a 6 was the lowest. I guess 3. I guess 1. I guess 4. Mao Jian, the last to guess, turned back to Yang Ding. Dingo 2 or 5. Yang Ding glanced down at the crack, extended his index finger, and nudged the die, rolling it to show 6. A multitude of headlamps illuminated the cup, yet none noticed the fleeting glimmer that had emerged within. Just guess randomly. What's there to hesitate about? He replied. Right, let's rely on luck. I'll guess 5. Sun Xiaowei pressed down on the cup. Anyone want to change their guess? Huang Bingbing, feeling a surge of excitement, rolled up her sleeves and stepped on the skulls, fixating on the cup. Change it? Hurry up and reveal the outcome. Let them go to their demise. Reveal. Sun Xiaowei abruptly lifted the cup lid, revealing a glaring 6 that dazzled Huang Bingbing's eyes. Xiang Tianyu anxiously inquired, Bingbing, why aren't you smiling? This time at 1 TBS, will it? Mao Jian, filled with tension, suddenly leaped up, wanted to scream in excitement, but he restrained his emotions. Dingo, it's the Bingbing Green Tea Group again, ahaha. Huang Bingbing's devoted followers instantly displayed disappointment. Yet Yang Ding did not share their joy. With a heavy heart, he said, Xiang Tianyu, I have long wished to repay your father's life-saving grace, but I have never had the opportunity. In a moment of misplaced bravado, a boy stepped forward, eager to prove his courage and claim the title of the foremost admirer of Xiang Tianyu. With a reckless stride, he approached one of the cavernous entrances, arms outstretched, proclaiming, Look, there's nothing to fear. Come forth. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than a pair of ghostly white claws emerged from the depths above, piercing his throat and lifting him aloft. Yang Ding, wielding his sword, hastened to follow, only to discover a circular opening overhead, a meter in diameter. The suddenness of the event left all the students paralyzed with fear. Sunli broke down, weeping uncontrollably. Were we here to vanquish the ghosts, or merely to serve as their fodder? They hid in such small crevices, and once dragged inside, rescue would be utterly impossible. Chapter 73. You are too slow. Huang Bingbing, who had always believed herself to be at the apex of the food chain, finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Despite her formidable prowess, capable of slaying 100 strange specters, the element of surprise was a perilous foe. Even a single scratch could mar her beauty. She relied on her devilishly angelic visage to ensnare the hearts of men. Step through another entrance, and I shall reward the first brave soul with a second-rank beast pill. A second-rank beast pill was merely worth a trivial sum, not a price to pay with one's life. All eyes turned to Xiang Tianyu. He swiftly shook his head, declaring, I have already consumed 3 in the past month. I have sufficient for my needs. The opportunity now belongs to you. Seeing no one willing to step forward, Huang Bingbing raised the stakes. Whoever dares to lead shall become my foremost admirer, enjoying all privileges, including the opportunity to wed me. In an instant, 7 or 8 boys dashed towards the adjacent entrance. Xiang Tianyu, unwilling to be left behind, pulled the others aside. Allow me to take the lead. My strength far surpasses yours. This is a chance to rewrite destiny, the opportunity for a life of ease I have longed for. If Yang Ding could rise, so too could he. The enforcers were left bewildered, with Sun Xiaowei questioning Yang Ding. Is being her admirer truly worth such risks? Even to the point of losing one's life? She can provide 4 second-rank beast pills each month. 4? Sun Xiaowei exclaimed, his curiosity piqued, for it was equivalent to a substantial sum, nearly 2 months' salary for him as a young officer. Such generosity hinted at a wealthy background. Were there prominent families named Huang in Jiangling City? She may bear the surname Huang, but that does not guarantee her father shares the same name, Yang Ding remarked. A realization dawning upon many. The Imperial Maternal and Child Institute, though state-run, employed local staff, allowing for various identities for a child born out of wedlock. Sun Xiaowei seemed to understand. This woman possessed connections that made her a force to be reckoned with. Fong Dalong sneered, "You've corrupted the ethos of Jianglin University." Once, societal hierarchies were strictly adhered to. There were those who tended pigs and those who collected refuse. Climbing the ranks through the affections of women was unthinkable. "Are you speaking of yourself?" Yang Ding Kontret. A flicker of displeasure crossed Fong Dalong's face. It was true. He had grown up alongside Yi Ro, yet had never dared to express his feelings, hampered by his lack of martial talent. "I meant you. Perhaps you are all mistaken. It is not I who is living off others, but rather your sister and Yi Ro who are reaching beyond their grasp." The second entrance proved to be somewhat safer. There were no ghostly openings on the walls. Xiang Tianyu became the first to pass through unscathed. "Bing Bing, how did I perform?" "Well enough, but be cautious. The resources I provide for your training come at a cost, and you must survive longer." "Thank you for your concern, Bing Bing." Encouraged by her words, Xiang Tianyu became increasingly enthusiastic, surveying the space before him. "Bing Bing, it appears to be a circular pit, filled with straw. I shall investigate." "Do not." Huang Bingbing intended to conserve her strength by allowing Yang Ding to roll the dice to determine who would descend, but Xiang Tianyu had already rushed in. This fool had only ever known her, a wealthy beauty, and feared losing this chance to someone else. "It's fine, Bing Bing. It's very safe. There seem to be many eggshells here." "Dois strange spectres consumem eggs?" Xiang Tianyu inquired. Seeing he had not been attacked, the others dared to descend into the pit. The straw beneath their feet felt soft, yet the stench of the strange specters was more pungent than anywhere else. Officer Sun Xiaowei picked up a pure, white eggshell, furrowing his brow as he examined it through his night vision device. Command Center, is this a chicken egg or a ghost egg?" "Ghost egg?" "Do ghosts lay eggs?" Huang Bingbing queried. Xiang Tianyu leaned in, exclaiming, "Bing Bing, this is what I found." "Get lost, be quiet." Huang Bingbing had already deduced that strange specters reproduced through eggs. Having discovered a ghost egg meant they had drawn closer to the source of the specters. Yang Ding adjusted the brightness of his headlamp to the maximum, scanning the opening above. "Strange specters could descend upon us at any moment. Remain vigilant and do not let your guard down." The enforcers stationed at the temporary command center watched the screen displaying the eggshells. Based on the latest intelligence from the north, these were indeed the eggs of strange specters. Each ghostly matriarch laid approximately 100 eggs, typically with several ghost kings as mates, their eyes a striking blue. The ghost kings commanded the soldier and worker specters. The latter were responsible for foraging and digging, while the former protected the matriarch and her offspring. The previous breeding grounds had mostly contained worker specters, as soldier specters were more powerful and combat-ready. You are standing in one of the ghost matriarch's nesting sites. They are highly aware of their surroundings, changing nests after each laying. This location may be guarded by soldier specters, so proceed with caution. Sun Xiaowei nodded, calling out, "Yes, Governor. Everyone be careful. We are in the ghost matriarch's nesting ground." Upon hearing this, the students panicked and fled. "Do not panic, look above." Yang Ding showed that. Yet these young individuals, lacking both skill and experience, could not help but succumb to fear. Suddenly, dozens of pairs of green eyes appeared above, among them the blue-eyed Ghost King. Yang Ding raised his black gold sword, declaring, "The specters are coming. Do not flee. Draw your blades and prepare for battle." The pit was already slick with slime, compounded by their fear, causing many to stumble. The blue-eyed Ghost King seemed to seize the opportunity, emitting a piercing scream that commanded the strange specters. Dozens of them leaped from the 10-meter-high opening towards the students of Class B2. In an instant, 10 or so were bitten, their necks severed. The blue-eyed Ghost King lunged at Xiang Tianyu and Huang Bingbing as they stood at the side of the ghost matriarch's laying. Huang Bingbing reacted swiftly, seizing Xiang Tianyu and tossing him aside. Just as he was about to retaliate, the blue-eyed specter clamped down on his left cheek. The creature's fangs pierced his jaw, its strength far exceeding his expectations. He could only scream in agony, struggling helplessly. "Bing Bing, save me. My master, please save me." Huang Bingbing ceased to conceal her strength, striking the blue-eyed Ghost King fiercely on the back of its head with her sidearm. In pain, it flung Xiang Tianyu toward her, then charged at Yang Ding. Its attacks were deliberate, having identified Yang Ding as the leader. This creature seemed to understand the principle of capturing the leader before the followers. Fong Dalong stood to Yang Ding's left, drawing his sword first. His declaration to protect Yang Ding was not mere bravado. He truly engaged in the fray. The blue-eyed Ghost King did not retreat or evade. Its left claws clashed against Fong Dalong's blade without a hint of damage. Moreover, its speed was unparalleled. As its right claw lunged for Fong Dalong's head, Yang Ding, adept in his sweeping sword technique, would not allow it to harm his uncle. With a single sweeping motion, he cleaved through the Ghost King's claw. The specter attempted a second strike at Fong Dalong's neck, but Yang Ding denied it that opportunity. A flurry of sword strikes enveloped the blue-eyed specter, forcing it to retreat while flailing its claws in defense. The more it defended, the more difficult it became. As Yang Ding's speed increased, practicing the Dong Jianshi to this extent, he no longer needed to rely on sight or sound. He anticipated his opponent's moves and flaws solely through the delicate sensations at the tip of his sword. "You are too slow, faster, faster." As the Lan Yin Gui Wang became disoriented and flustered, fixated on the sword's tip, Yang Ding thrust his left fingers towards its chest with the swiftness of lightning. Initially, the Lan Yin Gui Wang believed it had been pierced by the sword, but upon realizing it was merely 2 fingers, a smug grin crept across its toothy mouth, and it raised its claws, intending to pierce Yang Ding's neck. However, before it could execute its attack, its body went limp, collapsing before Yang Ding. A powerful surge of true energy had obliterated its internal organs. In disbelief, it looked up at Yang Ding, seemingly chastising him for the sneak attack. Sneak attacks were typically the forte of the otherworldly beings. Yang Ding was taken aback by the Gui Wang's gaze. Its blue eyes were clear and bright, filled with confusion, resentment, and pain, reminiscent of human emotions. He drove his sword through the chest of the Lan Yin Gui Wang, and after a chaotic flurry, obliterated the evidence of its pulse before cradling its head. "Hey, look here, behold your king." The Gui Wang's blue eyes stood out in the darkness, quickly drawing the attention of the otherworldly beings. It signaled urgently to its companions. The horde of otherworldly beings erupted in terrified shrieks, rushing toward Yang Ding in a desperate attempt to rescue their king. "Quick, save my brother-in-law." Fong Dalong brandished his blade and charged ahead. Aside from Mao Jian, who closely followed, none dared to venture forth. Sun Shaowei, brimming with pride, realized he could finally fulfill the task assigned by General Zhao of the Northern Guard. Yang Ding remained remarkably composed, gripping his sword and, in an executioner's manner, beheaded the Gui Wang. He inserted his fingers into the creature's nostrils, hoisting the slippery head aloft, and bellowed, "Those who feast upon my kind shall perish. Charge! Save Yang Ding. He has slain the Gui Wang." His classmates, witnessing the demise of the Gui Wang, swiftly regained their courage and pursued the remaining otherworldly beings with fervor. Even Mao Jian managed to slay one. The remaining dozen or so fled into their lairs in panic. In the makeshift command center of the Law Enforcement Bureau, Zhuoashi looked at Yang Ding with surprise. The preceding chaos had obscured her view of how he had defeated the Gui Wang. According to the information relayed from the northern region, the Gui Wang's combat prowess was equivalent to that of a mid-level second-grade martial artist. She had only witnessed Yang Ding executing the sentence and picking up the Gui Wang's head while uttering that melodramatic yet impassioned roar. Executing the leader in such a manner had a profoundly shocking effect. Asked that Sun Shaowei if he saw how Yang Ding subdued the Gui Wang, she inquired. "Report to the governor." He mentioned using the Dong Jianshi. Just a single move of the Dong Jianshi? Indeed, just one move of the Dong Jianshi. The governor's aide quickly interjected. "It is said that Yang Ding has mastered the Dong Jianshi and made innovations. He defeated Xiang Tianyo and became the captain of Class B2 through this very technique. See, he is not without merit. It seems Yero has some skill in training men, or perhaps it is her sister who taught him. I have heard that Yetka inherited her mother's intelligence." Indeed, Governor. The aide couldn't fathom why the governor was so fixated on Yang Ding. To her, he was nothing but a hopeless case. Inform them that today is merely the first day. Continue to investigate the Gui Ho's hideout. Understood. Yang Ding tossed the Gui Wang's head to the ground and wiped the viscous residue from his hands with a tissue. Assess the casualties. Others should rest on the spot. Consume some of the otherworldly meat for energy and await the rescue from the law enforcement team. Captain Yang, we lost 10 classmates, 7 males and 3 females, and 8 others are injured. What about the otherworldly beings? We have slain 22 of them. Yang Ding turned to Sun Shaowei. Please inform the law enforcement team to retrieve the bodies and assist the injured. They will be here soon. The command center has ordered us to proceed. We must remain for 3 days. Sun Shaowei was taken aback by Yang Ding's previous display. This fellow was no weakling. If it had been him, he wouldn't have dared to claim victory. The Gui Wang's speed and inherent claws were formidable. Now that the Gui Wang was dead, how would he deal with Fan Dalong? The group rested in place, and Fan Dalong sat beside Yang Ding. No wonder my sister always praises your Dong Jianshi. You truly possess some skill. Are you starting to admire your brother-in-law? Fan Dalong pulled out some rations. Not to that extent. It is mainly because your Jin Jian is exceptionally sharp. Yang Ding revealed a crispy, roasted suckling pig. Considering you dared to charge in earlier, regardless of whether you acknowledge me as your brother-in-law, I have already deemed you as my little brother-in-law. I only care for my sister. I have no objections to her liking you. Just be cautious of my parents. They oppose her autonomy in registering and wanted her to marry the grandson of the Lord of Donghai City. The spatial talent is highly sought after. We hardly interact. What can they do? At worst, they won't acknowledge you as their daughter's choice. This statement brought amusement to Fan Dalong. All right, based on your words, I temporarily accept you as my brother-in-law. Yang Ding accepted the water offered by Mao Jian and pointed at Sun Shaowei, who was conversing in a corner. Then you should come with us. Be cautious of them. They wouldn't dare do anything to me, would they? Yang Ding, having dealt with the counselor, was well aware of the situation. Why wouldn't they? They would feed you to the otherworldly beings, leaving no trace behind. Mao Jian chimed in. Xiang Tianyo's face has been disfigured. What do you mean by that? A chunk of flesh was torn off by that Gui Wang. It was terrifying. Yang Ding looked over to see Huang Bingbing administering pills to Xiang Tianyo for his injuries. Bingbing, it hurts so much. I'm in so much pain. The painkillers will take effect soon. Stop screaming. My face is gone. Xiang Tianyo's speech was unclear, overwhelmed by agony. Huang Bingbing, already exasperated, raised a short gun and pressed it against his head. What do you need your face for? Oh my, finally passed out. She seized Xiang Tianyo's axe and approached the Gui Wang, severing its hands to place them in a bag. Yang Ding stood up and shouted, I killed the Gui Wang. What are you doing? Wasn't I just fighting? Everyone was engaged in battle. The Gui Wang's claws are indestructible. Why should they belong to you? Then who should they belong to? They belong to everyone. Bring out 10 second-grade beast cores as compensation for the injured after the mission is completed. 10? Are you out of your mind? 10 is worth 100,000. I know you have the means. If you disagree, hand over the Gui Wang's claws. Yang Ding had no intention of using those foul claws as weapons, but would not allow this little vixen to take advantage. Huang Bingbing, seemingly fond of the Gui Wang's claws, retorted through gritted teeth, Fine, 10 it is. I'll give you 5 first, and the remaining 5 after we exit the cave. Yang Ding accepted the offer. That's more like it. Mao Jian, eyeing the second-grade beast cores hungrily, remarked, Brother Ding, what is the use of her paying such a high price for the Gui Wang's claws? The Gui Wang's claws were hard and sharp and could be wielded as weapons. This little vixen was likely practicing some nefarious technique. Mao Jian had just witnessed Huang Bingbing push Xiang Tianyo toward the Gui Wang and had observed Yang Ding save his brother-in-law Fang Da alone using the Dong Jianshi. It was evident that the characters of these two were starkly different. Thankfully, he had heeded Brother Ding's advice. Otherwise, it might have been his face that was bitten off. Fan Dalong looked at the students sharing the Gui Wang's meat and curiously asked, Don't you want any? Yang Ding quickly shook his head. I'll stick to my rations and roasted suckling pig. Mao Jian produced a small bottle of mustard. Brother Long, let us grab a couple of pieces for sashimi. Once you get used to it, it has a unique flavor. Stay away while you eat. Rinse your mouth out before coming back. All right, Brother Ding. After Yang Ding had his fill, he checked the system. The earlier assassination of the Gui Wang had indeed been a life-and-death struggle, and he expected to reap considerable rewards. First wife, Yiro, love level, 293. 03. Cultivation progress, 31305. You have broken through to the second rank upper realm, with a fist strength of 12,322 gene and 1200 gene. The second layer of Duan Hun Gun FA, the third move of Dojalan, has been unlocked, experience points 35. 10. The first move of Jian Jiu Shi, the sweeping sword style, has been unlocked, experience points 92. 10. The enhancement of data through practical combat is indeed rapid. My first wife must be concerned about my safety. Even without any action, our bond seems to be growing more genuine. Yang Ding then opened the panel for his second wife, initially expecting no changes since they lacked the essence of a marital relationship. Second wife, Fang Jing, love level, 3. 1. Cultivation progress. 3. Mental power. 16. 6. First layer of the heart method of personal domain. 4. First layer of the void rift technique. 4. 2. First layer of the Zhekong done heart method. 2. 1. Please diligently cultivate and practice to enhance your mental power control. Each time you practice to the point of exhaustion, breakthroughs will occur more swiftly. To his astonishment, the love level had actually increased by 1. Yang Ding wondered if Sister Jing harbored any feelings for him. If he could survive and return, perhaps he might dare to be a bit bolder. Reflecting on the moment, he forcibly kissed Fang Jing. Her struggle and resistance oddly brought him a flicker of joy. The thought of possessing 2 beautiful wives intensified Yang Ding's survival instincts, prompting him to commence training in spatial abilities. The recent combat and dice rolling had inspired a new tactic. If he could tear open spatial rifts at will during battle and connect with any point in space, his sword techniques will become virtually impossible to defend against. For instance, while an opponent might believe he was lunging at their face, the sword tip could emerge from a rift behind their head or even from their rear. Even the Grandmaster would feel a chill creeping up their spine, their composure shaken. However, attempting to simultaneously wield exceptional mental power and martial prowess during combat was immensely challenging. A moment's negligence could lead to his own demise. It seemed that mastering the void rift technique was paramount, as it served as the foundation for all spatial abilities. Without the ability to tear open substantial rifts, establishing his personal domain would remain impossible. Thus, he began to practice the rift technique, attempting to enlarge the rift he had previously created. During the earlier incident, he could only manage to tear a rift of about 10 centimeters. This time, astonishingly, he managed to extend it to 16 centimeters, closely aligning with his mental power index. Mao Jian and Fang Delong, having finished their meal of Demon King sashimi, approached while rinsing their mouths. The flesh of the Demon King seemed even more delectable and crisp. Yang Ding disregarded them, focusing intently on the rift, pulling with all his might. Initially, it was challenging to maintain the rift, as his mental power was insufficient and it would quickly close. After several attempts, he gradually stabilized it. Yang Ding discovered that cultivating mental power was far more exhausting than practicing martial arts. Suddenly, he noticed a significant energy fluctuation in the darkness, followed by the rift being torn open, revealing a head peeking through. Alarmed, he hastily withdrew his mental power and grasped his black gold sword, preparing for battle. The others were equally startled, nearly brandishing their weapons. "Do not panic. It is the Law Enforcement Bureau's rescue team," shouted Sun Xiaowei. The opposing mental power was incredibly potent, having torn open a square space of nearly 3 square meters, and its stability was remarkable. Through the rift, one could see a brightly lit and bustling space, presumably the lobby of Jiangling First Hospital. The ground was strewn with injured personnel from the demon eradication operation, numbering in the hundreds. Many had severed limbs, and some had even lost their heads, with cries of anguish filling the air. Several groups of rescue team members emerged from the rift, swiftly carrying the injured and deceased away. In no time, the rift vanished without a trace, plunging the area back into darkness. The capabilities of spatial manipulation are truly impressive, Mao Jian remarked, looking at Yang Ding with envy. "What is it like to have an instructor like Fang as your wife?" Yang Ding playfully slapped the back of his head, admonishing, "Do not speak of my wife so casually. Respect is paramount." He could toy with his wife, but others should not dare to disrespect her. "I shall not do so again, Brother Ding," Mao Jian replied. "Sanshui uproachet Yang Ding, ad fising." You should rally everyone to press on and seek a safe place to rest for the night. The upper areas are rife with ghost dens, making us susceptible to ambushes. Since this place could not claim Fang Delong, they had no choice but to urge forward into the perilous zones. Yang nodded, standing up to address his classmates. Just now, over a dozen soldier ghosts escaped. They will undoubtedly return to report. We cannot linger here. We must continue our exploration. The students fell silent, 79 pairs of eyes wide with fear, looking helplessly at Yang Ding. In the blink of an eye, nearly 20 had perished. They realized they could be next. Sun Li sobbed. "Team Leader Yang, did you see the injured at the hospital?" "I did, but since we have joined the Martial Arts Academy, there is no choice," he replied. "Class A and Class B possess stronger cultivation. Their trials are not as perilous as ours." Yang Ding could not outright say they were merely sacrificial pawns, so he had to reassure them. "You have no way out now. Falling behind will leave you vulnerable to the otherworldly beings, leading to a swifter demise. Stay close to the group and follow orders. The combat strength of the otherworldly beings is not formidable. Fear will lead to defeat, while audacity will secure victory. He then produced 5 second-grade beast cores. In the upcoming battles, those who perform well and follow commands will not only receive school-issued meat vouchers, but I will also personally sponsor 10 second-grade beast cores. The students gasped in astonishment. "You're giving this to us?" Some were skeptical, realizing this amounted to 100,000. Indeed, 10 cores for everyone, 5 now, and the remaining 5 upon our return to school. In the command center of the Law Enforcement Bureau, Governor Zhou Ruoxi magnified the monitoring of Class C2's team. Being reliant on others, yet so generous, do you not fear your wife's reproach upon your return? She then turned to her secretary, inquiring about the current standings of the 60 teams. Class C2 is at the top. They just eliminated a Demon King and jumped to first place. Inform them that the trial subsidy for the leading team has been raised to 1.5 million, and the best performer can be promoted directly to Class B. Yes. Chapter 76. Please bring weapons for support. Sun Xiaowei announced the latest incentive measures from the command center. You lot have surprisingly ascended to the pinnacle of the demon eradication operation. Governor Zhou has personally ordered a prize pool of 1.5 million with 500,000 allocated to Yangding for slaying the Demon King. The students erupted in excitement. This is the first time we've heard of a ranking. Just moments ago, Yang had presented 10 second-grade beast cores, and now there was a $1 million reward. This was quite promising. What good is it? Each person only gets 10,000, and we could die at any moment. My wife would need to work 3 months for that. Yangding perceived this as a mockery. With the lives of 6,000 at stake, the estimated casualties had likely exceeded 1,000, yet the reward for first place was merely 1.5 million, a paltry sum. Sun Xiaowei, will the prize pool increase? He inquired. If the governor is in a good mood, there could be several million or even tens of millions, provided you maintain your lead. Mao Jian's smile instantly faded. Does this mean if we lose our top position, the 1.5 million prize is gone? Yangding's reward of 500,000 for slaying the Demon King would still stand, but the remaining 1 million would certainly vanish. This was never mentioned before. The governor was playing a new game with them. Initially, they would only receive a 3,000 subsidy for 3 days in the cave, but now it had quintupled. Who will be grading? The 9 chief generals, primarily based on the number of otherworldly beings slain. Of course, 1 Demon King counts as 100 otherworldly beings. Yangding, witnessing the terror-stricken faces of his classmates, felt compelled to deliver a motivational speech. Otherwise, if they were ambushed by a horde of otherworldly beings, chaos would ensue. He drew his black gold sword and raised the severed head of the blue-eyed Demon King high. Students, these whites may appear terrifying and repulsive, yet their combat prowess is rather lacking. I have slain the King of Ghosts, and you have dispatched 22 soldier whites. As the saying goes, in a narrow path, the brave prevail. We must not falter any longer. We must be more ferocious than the whites. Regardless of whether the prize pool is 1,500,000 or 5,100,000, we have no retreat. Let us rally our spirits and secure this first place, so that in a few days we may return home with the prize, providing a satisfactory explanation to our wives. The students exchanged glances, and Yangding remarked, "How can we return if we perish? Being cowards leads to swifter demise. As ordinary individuals without innate talent, what else can we rely on but our own efforts?" At this moment, the morale team took action, with Mao Jian bellowing, "The captain speaks true. The whites will consume me, and I shall consume the whites. Who fears whom? He may not trust in fighting, but he could certainly engage in theatrics." Yangding found this rallying cry commendable and joined in, "The whites will consume me, and I shall consume the whites. Since our movements are already exposed, let us raise our voices and terrify those whites." Mao Jian shouted, "The whites will consume me, and I shall consume the whites." The chant echoed, "The whites will consume me, and I shall consume the whites." Even Sun Xiaowei felt compelled to join in. These youngsters truly fear not death. In a colossal pit 300 meters underground, the Ghost Queen, towering at 3 meters, lay upon a mound of grass, her ample belly resembling a small hill, preparing to lay her 4th clutch of eggs this month. Unlike the other whites, whose bodies are taut and agile, she resembled a heap of mud, incapacitated in her nest. requiring feeding for sustenance. The queen has 5 ghost kings as husbands, the only ones capable of siring her offspring, producing approximately 6,000 ghostlings each year. Her brief existence is spent in constant reproduction, beginning with at least 50,000. Soon, the dozen or so whites that had fled hurried back to report the decapitation of the king of ghosts. Mother, mother, Father Five's head has been severed by humans. The queen abruptly opened her eyes, revealing her distinctive crimson irises. With an unexpected surge of strength, she raised her palm and struck her son dead. Fool, fool, why did you not protect my 5th husband? The other sons trembled and knelt. There are simply too many humans. We are no match for them. They're advancing towards us. The humans are pursuing our children. We must avenge them. Notify Father 4 to lead 500 children to assault the Empire's Maternal and Child Institute. Have the other 3 fathers gather 3,000 children to protect this hatching nest. I'm about to give birth. After issuing her commands, the queen emitted a series of calls. Soon, hundreds of soldier whites crawled from all directions, guarding every entrance to the cave, prepared to sacrifice themselves for their mother. Though these creatures lack combat strength, their overwhelming reproductive capability and unwavering faith in sacrificing for their kin enable them to spread across various planets. In the instructor building of Jiangling University, Fang Jing understood yet Ro's feelings well, as her ex-husband had gone to the Northern Territory to serve in the military while she was pregnant. She took the initiative to cook, wash dishes, and do laundry, striving to keep Ro company while she played with the children. Loneliness could be avoided. When Fang Jing went for prenatal checkups alone and entered the delivery room alone, the fear was immeasurable. Ro, shall I stay with you tonight? Sure. Let us all sleep together, shall we, little darling? Daddy and Mommy, Daddy and Mommy. Daddy is off to battle and will return in a couple of days. Can Annie hold you to sleep tonight? Fang Jing emerged from the kitchen, wiping her delicate, fair hands. Ro, your child will be born soon. I suppose it's best not to call Yang Ding Daddy anymore. Why not? Yang Ding said that our future focus will not be on Jiangling City, not on the Jinglong Empire, nor on the survival of humanity, for these matters are beyond our control. We must unite as a family, closely bonded, to resist all dangers. Do my family members count? Of course, your parents, children, and even your brother Fang Dalong are all our family, along with my sister Yeka. A wave of inexplicable emotion surged within Fang Jing. Was this truly all Yang Ding sentiment? Certainly, I cannot think that far ahead. Yang Ding had indeed discussed this with Ye Ro, for even at the minimal configuration, he would need to marry 7 wives. His martial arts wife would be Ye Ro, his spatial wife would be Fang Jing, and he would require 1 of each elemental wife, totaling 5. As for a time manipulation wife, there was no need to consider, as the Jinglong Empire had only 1 queen awakened to time abilities, and no others have been discovered thus far. Perhaps the other 4 great empires might have one, but that seemed far too distant and unrealistic. At most, he could include his wife's sister Yeka to form 2 tables for mahjong. With 8 wives, each bearing 3 to 5 children, along with relatives, their extended family would surely exceed 100 individuals, each child a prodigious awakened being. In 30 years, the Yang family might display a spectacle of 100 grandmasters. At that time, who in the entire Blue Star would dare to act boastfully before Yang Ding? Just then, the security system suddenly emitted a red alert. Attention all instructors, attention all instructors. The Empire's Maternal and Child Institute is under attack by whites. Please arm yourselves and proceed to provide assistance. Chapter 77. Knowing you dare to act recklessly. The whites have audaciously attacked the Maternal and Child Institute. Yero hurried to her room and opened the safe, retrieving the Duanhuan gun, although she intended to change into a leather outfit. The urgency of the situation led her to merely switch her top to avoid hindering the child, while still wearing loose pink cotton pajama pants. Sister Jing, you stay at home with the baby. I will go with you. You cannot afford to fall from height with such a large belly. Yero nodded. Although Fang Jing lacked martial prowess, she was an exceptional support. With the child at her left arm, Fang Jing waved her right hand, creating a circular spatial door. The other side revealed the sky above the Empire's Maternal and Child Institute. But with so many buildings, it was impossible to discern where the attack was occurring. It certainly could not be Building 74, where hundreds of law enforcement officers were stationed. The surroundings were chaotic, filled with screams, cries, and pleas for help. A doctor shouted, Those whites are in building 320. There are many of them. Let us go. Yero wrapped her arms around Fong Jing's waist, diving through the spatial door, landing on the roof of building 102, and then leaping another 100 meters to the entrance of building 320. Inside, doctors and nurses rushed out, carrying children, nearly colliding with the two. Instructor, yeah, there are over 100 whites on the third floor. Are there children? There are 700 to 800 children. Over 100 have already perished. Damn it. As a mother, Yero could not bear to witness such a tragedy. She leaped onto the third floor with Fong Jing. Witnessing whites rampaging through the nursery, the cries of children tugging at her heartstrings. Several patrolling law enforcement officers were attempting to resist, but their cultivation levels were all below the second rank, barely managing to protect themselves against the onslaught of 100 whites, many sustaining injuries. Sister Jing, help me. All right. Yero gripped the gun, and with a technological flourish, the Duan Huan gun extended to 2 meters in length. With a swift motion, she struck, piercing, sweeping, and stabbing, sending a pulse of true energy forth. In the blink of an eye, 18 whites fell to the Duan Huan gun. Against these creatures, fifth-rank martial artists were akin to bulldozers, their speed and power utterly overwhelming. Witnessing her formidable strength, the whites fled in terror, seeking to ravage other floors. At this moment, Fong Jing's spatial ability came into play. She positioned herself against the wall, cradling the child, and focused on the fleeing whites, her fingers tracing circles incessantly. Row stab. Yero thrust her gun into the empty rift before her, and gun barrels erupted from multiple points, simultaneously piercing 8 whites. One white attempted to escape through the window, but was also intercepted in midair. This method ensured that no children were harmed while allowing for precise strikes. This was the brilliance of Fong Jing's supportive prowess. Yero retracted her spear, while Fong Jing drew 10 circles. An otherworldly creature, sensing the threat posed by her abilities, bared its fangs and charged down from the ceiling, startling the daughter in her arms into a loud wail. Unfazed, Fong Jing traced a circle before adjusting the circle layer to the first position of the fissure passage. In that very instant, as the creature lunged for her daughter, Yero, standing 100 meters away, thrust her spear, piercing the creature's chest with precision. The two sisters, well versed in each other's capabilities, executed their strategy flawlessly. Within a minute and a half, they had vanquished all 108 otherworldly creatures on the third floor, leaving none to escape. Jingjia, there are many injured children. You activate the clinic's passage while I go find a nurse, Yero instructed. All right. Some children had bites on their faces, others had severed limbs, and some bore gashes from claws on their abdomens, a truly heartbreaking sight. As Yero, a new mother, cradled 2 wailing children, tears streamed down her face. It was the first time Fong Jing had witnessed such a harrowing scene. She glared at the camera and shouted, "What is your enforcement bureau doing? How could they allow such lowly creatures to ambush innocent children? Ro, we must provide support on the 4th and 5th floors. The children are waiting for the nurses," she urged. Understood. In the Enforcement Bureau, Governor's Office, Zhou Ruoshi, upon hearing reports of the attack on the Maternal and Child Institute, opened the monitoring room just in time to see Fong Jing unleashing a tirade. Enraged, she demanded, "Has the Central Guard sent troops to provide support? 500 team members have already been dispatched, along with instructors from Jiangling University. Instructors Yi Ro and Fong Jing are currently clearing out the otherworldly creatures from Building 360, where their numbers are greatest. With these two, I'm not overly concerned. However, such a significant oversight resulting in numerous casualties among children cannot be entirely dismissed as an accident." Zhou Ruoshi had previously suggested the complete eradication of these creatures, but her family had opposed it, citing reasons best left unspoken and deferring the issue to the poison sting. "Get my 5th brother over here, quickly." "Yes." The Central Guard's commander, Zhou Jingyao, Zhou Ruoshi's half-brother and the eldest son of the 3rd branch of the Zhou family, was an A-grade metal-type supernatural being capable of flying with a sword. He quickly made his way from the Central Guard's barracks to the Enforcement Bureau headquarters. 7 May. Everything here is in utter chaos. "What do you need me for?" he exclaimed, throwing his sword onto the sofa with frustration. How was I to know these otherworldly creatures would have the audacity to attack the Imperial Maternal and Child Institute? 5th brother, we must take action. Otherwise, we cannot report to the Queen, who has always emphasized that children are the future of humanity. Zhou Zhengyao hastily waved his hand. You need to consult our father about this. Don't involve me. Are you unaware of our father's intentions? Even if I am, what can I do? I cannot argue with him. While you may not dare, I certainly will, Zhou Ruoshi retorted, signaling to her secretary. She issued a governor's order to the 60 teams involved in the extermination operation, stating that everyone must locate the lair of the otherworldly creatures before retreating. The first team to find the lair would receive a reward of 3 million. Seventh sister, do not act recklessly, Zhou Zhengyao warned, clearly agitated. I am issuing the order. I am the governor. Zhou Ruoshi was prepared to act unilaterally. Her position as governor had been appointed by the queen, and despite her father being the city lord, he could not impose his will on her. Zhou Zhengyao was exasperated. If you've already made up your mind, why drag me into this mess? Fifth brother, prepare your men for the extermination. The incident occurred in your central guard's jurisdiction. It is your responsibility to resolve the matter. Zhou Zhengyao dismissed his secretary from the office and, lowering his voice, shouted at Zhou Ruoshi, Do you know why our father wants to employ poison sting? I can roughly guess. He intends to use them to hold the 2 million citizens of Jiangling City hostage. The 5 major powerful families in Jiangling City wouldn't dare to openly commit such acts, but they can control the otherworldly creatures. The wives and children of the high-ranking martial artists and supernatural beings fighting at the Northern Front are here. If the Empire dares to act, the frontline soldiers will not agree. Knowing this, do you still intend to act recklessly? Chapter 78. Stand up, all of you. Fifth brother. If we humans cannot even protect our own young, sacrificing children for power struggles is worse than the otherworldly creatures. As the son of a powerful family, Zhou Zhengyao was indifferent to such matters. His children were safe in the family mansion, guarded 24/7 by elite members of the Enforcement Bureau. Seventh sister. We are all merely pawns, not players. This world is forever ruled by the strong, who do not care for children. Just as you do not care for those inferior martial artists probing the depths. Zhou Ruoshi had no choice but to change her approach. Our main branch must become players, allowing Poison Sting to control all sorts of demons and monsters. Will those 10 illegitimate children provide us with a good life in the future? This statement finally swayed Zhou Zhengyao. The illegitimate children sought to inherit the city lord's position, which required eliminating the 12 children of the 4 legitimate branches. All right, if father gets angry, you will take the blame. I am merely following orders. Fine, I will take responsibility. I will send elite members from the Space Department to stand by. Once the lair is located, I will open the passage for you. Yi Rou and Fang Jing worked in perfect harmony, and by the time other instructors and a large contingent of the Enforcement Bureau arrived for support, they had already slain over 300 otherworldly creatures. The remaining creatures, led by their king, fled to the basement, disappearing from sight. Their intention was retaliation, preparing to devour 1,000 children before retreating, but they did not anticipate the swift arrival of the Space Department's elites. The director of Jiangling City's Imperial Maternal and Child Institute, Zhou Shaoran, hurriedly arrived. Thank you. Both of you instructors truly embody the title of mother. He smiled broadly, extending his hand for a handshake of gratitude, but the 2 women remained unmoved. To still be smiling and uttering such hypocritical bureaucratic phrases at a time like this, while so many children had suffered, was utterly distasteful. Director Xiao, how many children have been injured? We have not yet tallied the numbers, but it is quite serious this time. Moving forward, the Enforcement Bureau will increase its personnel to 1,000 to ensure such an incident does not occur again. In that case, we shall take our leave to rest. Thank you for your hard work. I still have to handle the aftermath, so I cannot accompany you further. Fang Jing and Yi Rou, both merely teachers without any other positions, had no recourse even if they felt outraged. At that moment, Yi Rou suddenly realized that her husband was right about vying for the captaincy. Previously, she believed that if 200 million awakened beings united to eliminate the formidable beasts of the northern region, they would eventually reclaim Blue Star and restore humanity's former glory. Now it seemed overly naive. Even if one wished to unite humanity, one must first firmly grasp power. Otherwise, one could not even protect their children. As they departed, Zhou Xiaoran's expression soured. He locked the bathroom door, pulled out a communicator, and glanced at the messages. Zhou Ruoshi's decision to exterminate the otherworldly creatures had been issued as a governor's order that could not be retracted. He removed his glasses, enraged, and slammed his fist against the glass. How dare you defy our father's command? Have you lost your mind? He had initially intended to call for help, but hesitated, realizing the maternal and child institute had already caused such a major incident. Once he calmed down, he promptly sent a message to his 10th sister, Huang, AZ. Notify me immediately upon locating the lair of the otherworldly creatures. Delay their attacks, and if necessary, eliminate Yang Ding. Soon, Huang Bingbing responded. Zhou Ruoshi doesn't want me to kill him. She is barely keeping herself safe. Do not mind her. Understood, third brother. Huang Bingbing stowed her communication device, glancing at her classmates, none of whom were paying attention to her. Ever since she had shielded Yang Ding from the Creature King, her previous admirers had become somewhat wary of her, flocking instead to Yang Ding. Even Sun Li had once again shamelessly courted Yang Ding, clamoring to massage his legs. Yang Ding, just let me try. I promise it feels great. Yang Ding, growing impatient, kicked her in the face. What are you talking about? Is this really the time for leg massages? Just moments ago, Sun Xiaowei announced the commander's decree from the headquarters. What began as a 3-day limit has now transformed into a mandate that we cannot depart until the ghosts are found. Yang Ding has started to worry about his own survival. Based on the previous number of the eerie beings, should the core nest be discovered, there would surely be at least 5,000 of them. Even if they stood still for you to strike, it would be exhausting. Moreover, in the darkness, a mere swipe from the eerie beings could cost one their life. The 3 million reward pool failed to ignite any enthusiasm among the group. Everyone appeared despondent. Sun Li once again rose to her feet, determined to assist Yang Ding with leg massages. She believed that if Yang Ding accepted her help, he would provide protection when danger approached. Yang Ding, however, kicked her away once more. Feng Dalong was also taken aback, although he encountered similar cultivators during his schooling. He had never seen someone as thick-skinned, persistent, and easily swayed as Sun Li. The law enforcement team, led by Sun Xiaowei, beckoned to Sun Li with a gesture. Are you blind? I am the strongest man here. Come and massage me, and I shall ensure your survival. Really, Sun Xiaowei? Is it truly my honor? The members of the law enforcement team erupted in laughter. Previously, during training, they could have had encounters with female university students. But the escalating seriousness of the situation left them disinterested. Sun Li's exceptional beauty, however, could not quell Sun Xiaowei's desires. He took her hand, saying, Since we share the surname Sun, it is only right that I protect you. The temperature in the cave was low, and she was feeling the chill. Cool me. Let me hold you to keep you warm. Without hesitation, Sun Li nestled into Sun Xiaowei's embrace. Yang Ding, uninterested in their antics, prepared to continue his practice of the Void Rift technique. Dingo, when shall we depart? We shall rest for 6 hours to regain our strength. A great battle is likely to ensue tomorrow. Yang Ding noticed that Yi Rou and Fang Jing's affection for each other had slightly increased, probably due to their concerns stemming from the events at the Women's and Children's Institute. He practiced the Rift technique, hoping to connect with his home space, even if only to glimpse his 2 wives. However, after several attempts, he found himself unable to connect, his strength still insufficient. It was said that S-rank space-type supernatural beings, even while on missions in the north, could use the Void Rift to connect with their wives back in Zhongling. Such a practical ability was something Yang Ding was determined to cultivate vigorously. He lost track of time as he trained, and eventually fatigue overcame him, leading him into a deep slumber. In his dream, he suddenly heard a harrowing scream. Captain, save me. He jolted awake to see an eerie being emerging from an intact wall, dragging a female student by her legs. The other students, terrified, scattered in all directions. Don't hide, grab her. Yang Ding leapt forward, thrusting his sword into the wall. The eerie being, in pain, shrieked and released its grip, fleeing back into the hole. The female student's calf was bleeding profusely, but fortunately did not suffer any major injury. Yang Ding instructed someone to bandage her wound while glaring at the 8 classmates who had just fled. Get up. Since Yang Tianyu was carried away, Huang Bingbing had ceased to cause trouble. He had established absolute authority in the group. Chapter 79. The time for action has arrived. The 8 classmates, 5 girls and 3 boys, obediently stood up to face Yang Ding's reprimand. Who led the retreat? He inquired. A trembling girl raised her hand. Without hesitation, Yang Ding struck her thigh with the scabbard of his sword. Ah! The girl grimaced in pain, her legs trembling. Yang Ding was not holding back. He showed no mercy. Stand straight. If it were you being dragged away by an eerie being, Would you hope for your teammates to come to your rescue? I would. But I'm afraid of what? Are the eerie beings truly that powerful? They look fierce. If you're afraid of death, then die now. The 8 of you will lead the charge. Captain, I can't. Silence. Yang Ding surveyed all the team members, his gaze unwavering as he met the eyes of each law enforcement officer, including Sun Xiaowei. He needed everyone to understand that he was the leader here, and his word was law. From this moment on, no more rolling the dice. Those who fear the enemy and refuse to fight for their comrades shall lead the charge. Weak and inept individuals are of no use to their teammates. They are merely burdens. Huang Bingbing had not anticipated that this individual, who had been so secretive during school, could display such ferocity. Although merely a squad leader, there was a hint of leadership quality in him. This stirred something within her. She was drawn to such a dominant man. Sun Xiaowei, too, was taken aback by his commanding presence, feeling somewhat helpless. After all, since entering the cave, Yang Ding had not requested anything from him, and the law enforcement team had not been of much assistance. Mao Jian and Fong Dalong simultaneously gave Yang Ding a thumbs up. My Dinggu, your brother-in-law, how formidable is he? Not bad. Do you prefer the former brother-in-law or the current one? In terms of talent, the former brother-in-law, without a doubt, he hails from the youth class. A fire-type supernatural being I admire. However, in terms of character, Yang Ding seems far more trustworthy. Abilities can be cultivated, but character is harder to come by. How to cultivate? Individuals like us are utterly useless. We can't even muster a hair. Ma Dinggu can. He relies on Yi Ro's abundant true energy and abundant training resources for enhancement. Do you have such a wife? Mao Jian fell silent. His wife required 3 bowls of rice for every meal and returned from the farm, carrying a strong odor of manure. Yang Ding approached and sat down, retrieving a tablet from his backpack. He deducted a point from each of the 8 individuals involved. He then discovered that the trial system had developed a new ranking interface. Class B2 had 123 points, still leading by a wide margin, with 18 casualties also in the lead. This indicated that the other teams had suffered significant losses, yet had not eliminated many eerie beings. Beyond the 40th position, not a single eerie being had been slain, yet over a dozen team members had perished. Mao Jian leaned closer. Dinggu, how many casualties do we have in total? Over 1,300. So many? Both Mao Jian and Fong Dalong were taken aback. How many eerie beings have we killed? Excluding our Ghost King, approximately 600. Seeing Mao Jian's pale face, Yang Ding analyzed, the eerie beings are not particularly strong. Even ordinary people wielding weapons can slay them, but the students are paralyzed with fear. This is merely the first day. If they do not toughen up, we may lose a significant portion of the student body. Yang Ding opened the battle performance curve, noting that after Class B2 eliminated the Ghost King, the number of eerie beings slaughtered surged, while casualties sharply declined. This indicated that everyone was aware of the situation, greatly boosting their confidence. He lifted his head to gaze at his classmates, pulling out 2 photographs of his wives from his wallet. Yi Ro appeared so pure and vibrant, while Fong Jing exuded femininity. He was not yet ready to succumb to this ghostly place. Everyone believed they were mere bait, having surrendered their courage to resist. A strong leader was essential to rally the group for a resounding victory, igniting everyone's fighting spirit. Yang Ding placed the tablet back in his bag, took a deep breath, and stood up, moving toward the disheveled classmates. This location had already been discovered by the eerie beings. We could no longer linger. Gather your belongings. We must continue our exploration. The sooner we locate the Ghost Queen, the sooner we can await reinforcements. Captain, why not let the other teams search? We are in first place. Others are waiting for us to lead the way. Now is the moment to advance. Mao Jian also stood, adding, the reward has been raised to 3 million. It may increase further. Excluding the 50,000 for the captain, each of us could earn 25,000. Why not take the risk? No need to exclude my 50,000. I share life and death with all of you and will evenly distribute the rewards. Yang Ding's declaration filled the despondent classmates with a long-lost warmth. Suddenly, an inconspicuous male student stood up. Acknowledged, we shall heed the captain's command. After all, death is inevitable, so we might as well take a gamble. Yang Ding turned to Sun Xiaowei and inquired, may I borrow your communication system to speak with the command center? No, he replied, your rank does not permit you to converse with the commander. Yang Ding fixed his gaze on the camera atop Sun Xiaowei's helmet and coldly retorted, what if I insist? The 80 students of Class Bing 2 simultaneously rose, brandishing their weapons, and encircled the enforcement officers, chanting in unison, "Let our captain speak." "You dare to rebel, don't you? Back off." Sun Xiaowei's confidence wavered. Yet, in this life-and-death scenario, none of the students retreated. Zhou Ruoxi, stationed at the command center, regarded Yang Ding with newfound respect. This fellow was capable of leading the underprivileged against the powerful. After all, these children had been raised under oppressive conditions. Believing their fate was deserved even when hunted by the otherworldly fiends. Zhou Ruoxi elegantly uncrossed her legs and activated the communication device. "Let him speak." "Yes, Commander." Yang Ding's piercing gaze remained fixed on the camera, a fierce determination in his eyes. "We shall actively seek out the otherworldly fiends, slaughter them, and avenge the children of the Welfare Institute. Please ensure that all teams receive timely updates on our progress in slaying these fiends." "Understood. I will ensure the training group and all team leaders promptly share your achievements." Yang Ding turned to the 8 penalized team members. "I shall venture into the abyss alongside you." He then extended his hand toward Huang Bingbing. "Lend me your sidearm. Do you know how to use a gun?" "Whether it be a gun or a sword is inconsequential. What matters is the ability to slay the fiends. Besides, my first wife is the sharpshooter from Jiangling University." Huang Bingbing did not protest this time and willingly tossed him her sidearm. She too wished to locate the fiend queen swiftly to seize control. Armed with a short gun in his left hand and a dark steel sword in his right, Yang Ding approached the seemingly bottomless entrance. The walls of the cavern were riddled with fiendish holes, posing immense danger, yet they had no choice but to advance. "All team members, heed my command. Form into groups of 4. 1 shall hold their weapon aloft, 2 shall guard the sides, and 1 shall keep a watchful eye below, ready to strike should a fiend emerge." Understood, Captain Yang. Chapter 80. This lad possesses some prowess. Fang Dalong attempted to position himself behind Yang Ding for mutual support, but was restrained by Sun Xiaowei. "Your meager skills would only lead to death if you attempt to forge ahead. We are merely here for training. Stay at the back of the line." "Lieutenant, we have entered a perilous zone. Do you truly believe we can escape before aid arrives?" "I can request support at any moment." Fang Dalong shrugged off his grip, resolute in his desire to prevent the loss of his sister's husband again. Sun Xiaowei feigned compliance to look for an opportunity to eliminate this nuisance and fulfill General Zhao's orders. "You all witnessed. I warned him, yet he refused to listen." "Indeed, we can testify to that," replied the other enforcement officers. Yang Ding did not object to Fang Dalong standing behind him. He felt safer this way. Their mutual trust had significantly strengthened, and familial bonds remained paramount. Yang Ding's strategy of building his power base around his family was thus set in motion. "You will be responsible for ground level. Be wary of potential collapses." "Understood." After Yang Ding spoke, he cast a glance at Sun Li, who was hiding among the enforcement team. Mao Jian whispered, "Brother Ding, that scheming woman seems to be plotting. Why not call her to the front?" "Patience. I see that Sun Xiaowei is already interested in her. Once he takes the bait, we can bring Sun Li forward and drag those cowardly enforcement officers down with us." "Precisely." Mao Jian grinned wickedly, asserting that his brother was indeed cunning. "Men should be forthright and honorable," Fang Dalong interjected. "Your thick-headedness does not warrant you to advise your sister's husband. Learn something from him." Mao Jian and Fang Dalong were of the same age, both 2 years older than Yang Ding. Yet at this moment he felt that Yang Ding was indeed the elder brother. Once the classmates lined up, Yang Ding switched his headlamp to the brightest setting and was the first to step into the pitch-black corridor. The design of these fiendish holes was meticulous, likely constructed with long-term planning in mind. Each transit point was likely equipped with ambush sites, presumably to obstruct human pursuit. After all, with a population of 20 million in Jiangling City, it could sustain billions of fiends. Initially, everyone felt tense, fixating on the fiendish holes above, below, and to the sides. After traversing for about 10 minutes without attack, they merely wandered in circles, oblivious to when they might reach the end. The effort expended to create such a vast space must have been tremendous, indicating that the Enforcement Bureau had long been aware of their existence, merely feigning ignorance. Fang Dalong also recognized the darkness enveloping Jiangling City. "By the end of the year, have my father transfer you to EC City. If my father-in-law doesn't beat me, I'll consider myself fortunate. The system is configured, and it's not as if you're monopolizing my sister. I'll speak on your behalf when the time comes." "Very well. Let us see how much weight you carry in your parents' eyes. If Yang Ding were to transfer to East Sea City, it was highly probable that he would take Yi-Ro with him, although that prospect seemed slim. Just then, a scream echoed from behind. Ah, a fiend is scratching me. If it scratches you, act like a man and stab it to death. Stop whining. Yang Ding showed that. After a moment of unrest, the fiend fled. Is anyone injured? No. Stop chatting. Stay focused if you wish to survive. Brother Ding ahead. Without turning back, Yang Ding swept his sword behind him, severing a head that fell to the ground alongside the fiend's corpse. Be cautious of the slippery ground. There are fiend corpses. No sooner had he spoken than 4 more claws emerged from either side. Yang Ding executed a sweeping motion to sever their hands before swiftly decapitating them. There are more here. Above, to the left, to the right. Numerous fiends. Do not panic. In narrow encounters, the brave shall prevail. Fight! The fiends launched a fierce offensive, indicating they were on the right path. The already confined corridor echoed with the sounds of battle, becoming increasingly savage. Fortunately, the students quickly overcame their fear and dared to retaliate. Someone is injured. Yang Ding dispatched 3 more fiends, urging the injured to follow the group without pausing. If they lingered here, there would be no escape. Lieutenant Sun, report the number of fiends we have slain to the command center. Counting 5, 8, 10, 13, 14, 18. You have killed 20. Keep up the good work. Oh no, I nearly stumbled. 35, 40. Report the student casualties as well. 6 lightly injured can walk. 0 fatalities. Zhou Ruoshi, overseeing the operation, was astounded. This lad possesses some real skill. His strength lay not in his own prowess, but in his ability to galvanize these inexperienced students to cast off their fear and fight valiantly. In the Northern Territories, there are renowned generals whose individual strength may not be the greatest, yet they are extraordinary leaders. Though she intended to use these mediocre students as bait, she still hoped they would survive if possible. Quickly relay the results to the other 59 teams. Have the training enforcement report the figures. Yes. Class Bing 2 scored 165 points, maintaining the lead, having just slain 43 fiends without casualties. In less than 10 minutes, Zhou Ruoshi observed the count of slain fiends rising steadily. 700, 847, 1,090. What is the current casualty count? 60 teams reported an additional 300 casualties. Earlier, we suffered double the losses. Now we have incurred only a third. Commander, their attacking direction is becoming increasingly concentrated. Zhou Ruoshi gazed at the center of the assault. It must be here. The fiends likely sensed the approach of a large number of humans and began to counterattack, resulting in nearly all student teams being assaulted, with battle data continuing to surge. This escalation was much swifter than Zhou Ruoshi had anticipated. She had thought they would be unable to find him this time. She picked up the phone and called General Zhou Zhangyao at the Central Guard. Gather 5,000 troops in formation. Once the location is confirmed, proceed directly into the fray. Otherwise, those students will be slaughtered by the fiends. Understood. Yang Ding discovered that the creatures known as Ichi, despite their intelligence, are relentless in their assault. Even after we had vanquished over 100 of them, they continued to charge forward with unyielding ferocity. It is no wonder they have managed to survive in the cosmos. They can reproduce mindlessly and readily sacrifice themselves for their kin. Dinga, how much longer? I asked, feeling my strength waning. I have some Peiyuan Dan in my pocket. Let me take out 3. Mao Jian quickly retrieved a small vial from his pocket. This contained 10 Peiyuan Dan that Yi-Ro had prepared for Yang Ding. They could be consumed if one were injured or fatigued. Although Yang Ding could have refrained from eating them, he felt compelled to maintain his fierce image, as he had fought valiantly and slain the most Ichi. He chewed on the Peiyuan Dan and continued his rampage. These creatures, attempting to ambush us from their lair, had diminished their own agility. They could never match the intelligence of humanity. Chapter 81. Granme a favores la Yediki, 120. Slayed Ichi, 138. Slayed Ichi, 159. Averaging 2 per person. Sun Xiaowei, what is our ranking? Yang Ding Shuotet. Our current score stands at 282, with 26 casualties, still in first place, far ahead of the second. The other students, with lower cultivation levels and limited stamina, have begun to falter, their Peiyuan Dan nearly depleted. Captain Yang, my arms are sore. I have no strength left. What should I do? Other teams were advancing too. We were not fighting alone, but rather, we must endure against these creatures to the end. Indeed, within 5 minutes, the Ichi in the cave seemed to sense some call and abruptly vanished. We halted to recuperate and consume the Ichi for energy. Take turns. Stay vigilant. The students, who typically found Ichi flesh repugnant, showed no hesitation this time, slicing the meat and devouring it without even a hint of mustard. The Ichi eat me, and I eat the Ichi. It is only fair. After the great cataclysm, humanity finally understood that to survive in the vast cosmic wilderness, one must be more ferocious. Yang Ding pretended to eat a few slices, but in truth, he savored roasted piglets. He still had the strength to fight for another 2 hours. A notification from the system panel flickered in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. The first style, Dang Jian Xing Chu Yi, has reached perfection. Its power will increase with your cultivation. You have unlocked the second style, Sa Jian Feng Wulin. Beloved, Yiro affection level, 296. 03 Cultivation progress, 31805. You have broken through to the second grade of martial arts, with a punch strength of 13, 522 pounds. The second layer of Duanzong Gunfa, the third style, has been unlocked with experience points at 43. 8. The second style of Jian Jiushi, Sa Jian Shi, has been unlocked with experience points at 2. 2. At this hour, his wife was already asleep, yet the affection level continued to rise. Upon returning, he must spoil her thoroughly. Yang Ding could sense that he was drawing closer to their stronghold and needed to continue inspiring his fellow students to battle. Psychological encouragement is an essential skill for any great leader. He produced 5 second-grade beast pills and addressed his classmates. Just now, we have slain 160 Ichi, averaging 2 per person. With our motivation, the other teams have collectively killed 200. You have not only conquered your fears, but ignited the fighting spirit of humanity, making those Ichi realize that we are not prey, but hunters. Give yourself a round of applause. The fatigued students, upon hearing this uplifting news, quickly applauded in encouragement. We have slain so many. Incredible. I heard we are ahead of the second place by over 100. This 3 million reward should be secured. Earning 30,000 in 3 days, just wait until my wife hears that. Now, I will award these 5 beast pills to the best performers. Raise your hands if you have killed more than 5 Ichi. 6 students raised their hands, including Mao Jian and Huang Bingbing. There was no worry of someone claiming them unjustly, as they had worked in teams, watching over one another. Dingo, you must have killed over 20 yourself. As captain, it is my duty to prioritize my teammates. I will distribute all 5 to you. But it's still not enough for our group of 6. Huang Bingbing can have her fill of the second-grade beast pills, so she doesn't need any. You each get 1. Yang, why should it be like this? Huang Bingbing protested. Though she did not require the pills, they were still worth 10,000 each. Because I am a captain. Huang Bingbing could only give him a thumbs up, acknowledging his authority. Sun Xiaowei, having been seduced by Sun Li throughout the night, was eager to assert his dominance. Hortling insults et Yang Ding. One incompetent captain, unaware of his own limitations. Sun Li quickly flattered him, claiming that the captain of Class C could not compare to a lieutenant. She believed that Yang Ding had not confronted her earlier because he was intimidated. Little did she know, Yang Ding had already set his sights on her. Sun Li, step forward. Sun Li's face paled in fear. Why me? I did nothing wrong. During the battle, you were absent from the team. I was with Sun Xiaowei and did slay Ichi. You belong to Class C2, not the enforcement team. Evading responsibility and abandoning your comrades, I penalize you to stand at the front. Sun Li, a source of disdain among her classmates, immediately garnered support for Yang Ding's verdict. Listen to the captain. Step forward. I refuse to go. Sun Li, having exchanged her body for resources, had already surpassed the first-grade lower realm in cultivation, boasting a punch strength of around 1,000 pounds, making her one of the best in Class C2. However, she had no intention of risking herself for these lower-tier students. If you don't go, we'll throw you to the Ichi. Enough with the commotion, Sun Xiaowei bellowed, asserting his authority. In any era, on any planet, males must exhibit dominance and strength to gain mating rights. Yang Ding, could you grant me a favor and allow Sun Li to fight alongside me? I can also guide her. Sun Li clung to Sun Xiaowei's arm, pleading, please, you wouldn't dare refuse the lieutenant's request, would you? I must grant the lieutenant's favor. Excellent. You give me a favor, and I shall return it. As Sun Xiaowei finished speaking, Yang Ding made way. You both can move to the front to scout. Sun Xiaowei, Sunli, what is this? Is Sun Xiaowei afraid to step forward? Sunli is the most beautiful girl in our class. If you don't want to, I can stand behind her. Yangge is amazing. Yangge is a true man. The male students shared a tacit understanding and erupted in cheers. This was Yang Ding's domain, and Sun Xiaowei could not challenge him, especially with the night vision device on his head, connecting him to the command center. Yet, Sun Li was adept at using her looks, and he did not wish to let go of such a prize. Moreover, Feng Dalong was also present. Perhaps he could take the opportunity to eliminate him. Come on, if a useless person like you can do it, I can easily handle it. Yang Ding remained unperturbed. Instead, chuckling, please. Once the two were in position, Huang Bingbing approached. I want to come to the front too. What are you planning now? Yang Ding inquired. Afraid. Are you? Huang Bingbing leaned closer to his ear. I think you have potential. You can lead troops in a battle and can manage someone like Sun Li. You possess the qualities of a great leader. With her joining, the front line could indeed be called the strongest formation. Fine, you could be in front of me. But take your time, don't bump into me. Feng Dalong nudged Yang Ding. Be careful with them. If anything goes wrong, I'll tell my sister. Nonsense. Can these two compare to your sister? The front-running Huang Bingbing clenched her teeth, truly wishing to toy with this foolish man and then eliminate him. Chapter 82. You are too careless. As everyone ready to depart, Sun Xiaowei received an urgent message in his earpiece from the command center. You are approaching the Ichi's hideout. Exercise caution. What about the other teams? They are rapidly regrouping. Do not rush ahead. Sun Xiaowei did not immediately relay this information, but instead prepared to move to the rear. I shall return to my rightful place. As a second lieutenant of the enforcement team, possessing the cultivation of the second-rank middle realm, it is impermissible for me to assist you in the ranking matches. Yang Ding obstructed his path, stating that the demons he had slain did not count for their team. Second Lieutenant Sun attempted to forcefully push Yang Ding aside. Yet he remained steadfast. Are you tired of living? Unless you loudly proclaim your cowardice. Would I ever be cowardly? Sun Li also tugged at Second Lieutenant Sun, urging him. Brother, you promised to take care of Li Li for a lifetime. Retreating in the face of adversity is not the mark of a true man. Who is retreating? Then what is this about? With no other choice, Second Lieutenant Sun reluctantly relayed the command center's message to Yang Ding. Yang Ding promptly announced his classmates. Not forgetting to loudly proclaim, Second Lieutenant Sun is clearing the way for us. Shout along, Second Lieutenant Sun is a man. The team members complied obediently, shouting, Second Lieutenant Sun is a man. Sun Li joyfully planted a kiss on Second Lieutenant Sun's cheek, exclaiming, Brother is so manly. Lily likes it. Suddenly, Second Lieutenant Sun felt invigorated. Rest assured, the demons are not to be feared. At that moment, Yang Ding contemplated taking Sun, Li, and Huang Bingbing to the B class. One is flirtatious, the other malicious. Both could serve as useful pawns. A man only needs to overcome his servile heart, and beautiful women become formidable weapons. Following the command center's directives, Second Lieutenant Sun slowed his pace to synchronize with the other teams. After walking for a full 2 hours without encountering further attacks, unease crept into everyone's minds. Not only had the demon-slaying count of Class C2 not increased, but neither had any other teams. Brother Ding, if we are truly close to finding the demon's lair, why are they not hindering us? Yang Ding shook his head, uncertain. Perhaps they believed that such ambushes would yield no advantage, preferring to wait in an open space for us. Rumor has it there are thousands of them. If we enter their den, wouldn't that mean our demise? Therefore, we must wait for everyone to arrive. After all, we have 4,000 members. Once the Demon Queen's location is confirmed, the Enforcement Bureau will send reinforcements. After walking for a while, Second Lieutenant Sun turned to Feng Dalong and beckoned him. You're a part of the enforcement team. I have the final say. Come to the front. Feng Dalong, displaying commendable courage, prepared to move ahead. Be cautious, Yang Ding whispered. Understood. Feng Dalong led the way for half an hour before finally emerging from the oppressive and narrow demon cave. Before them lay a vast space, shrouded in darkness, with a 1-meter-wide wall-mounted dirt path spiraling downward. Yang Ding adjusted his headlamp to the maximum, observing the cave ceiling, which was riddled with crevices. Everyone be careful. These creatures may be lurking above. Brother Ding, are we heading down? Mao Jian inquired. Is there any other route? In such a vast space, how long would they need to carve it out? Yang Ding, still wary of his brother-in-law, insisted Dalong stay behind me. A hint of pride flashed across Second Lieutenant Sun's lips. Yang Ding led the team cautiously down the dirt path, taking care to look up with every step. Young, I just saw something green flash at the cave's top. Someone shouted from behind. The demons have green eyes. I didn't see anything. Perhaps you were just seeing things out of fear. Second Lieutenant Sun shone his headlamp at the cave's bottom, finding it unfathomably deep, and began to entertain sinister thoughts. If I were to fall, even if not torn apart by the demons, I could still meet my end. Command Center, when will the other teams converge? About half an hour, I estimate. The more people there are, the lesser the chances. If we do not act now, when will we? He switched off the night vision device, placed the knife sheath against Fong Dalong's waist, and with a forceful shove, he exclaimed, "Be careful of your footing." Unexpectedly, Yang Ding had been on guard and swiftly caught Fong Dalong's arm. He effortlessly lifted Fong Dalong, turning to glare coldly at Second Lieutenant Sunday. A fleeting expression of utter disappointment crossed Second Lieutenant Sun's face. "Dalong, are you all right? I meant to warn you that the ground is slippery with slime." "You bastard." Yang Ding pressed down on Fong Dalong. Second Lieutenant had good intentions. He is not mocking you. Second Lieutenant Sun quickly nodded. "Your brother-in-law is right. I am concerned, not relishing in your misfortune. Unity is strength. We must look out for one another. Enough. We cannot linger here. Everyone, watch your feet." The presence of slime indicates that those creatures were just here. Be cautious of the cave walls. If you notice any cracks or bulges, stab them with your knives. Fong Dalong was entirely oblivious, and Second Lieutenant Sun was even more so. When Yang Ding ignores the malice directed at you, it signifies that his intentions are treacherous and lethal. Fong Dalong harbored a belly full of suppressed anger. Believing Yang Ding was shielding this fool to hasten their descent into the cave, so he refrained from continuing to stir trouble. He was growing increasingly trusting of Yang Ding. His brother-in-law. Yang Ding slowed his descent, tracing a 10-centimeter crack with his finger, establishing a connection along the right side of Second Lieutenant Sun, adjacent to the wall. Just as Second Lieutenant Sun prepared to employ the same trick again to push Fong Dalong down, Yang Ding unleashed 13,000 pounds of force, thrusting through the void crack into Second Lieutenant Sun's waist. Before Second Lieutenant Sun could react, he felt a searing pain in his lower back, propelled by a powerful force into the dark abyss. A faint thud echoed. "Brother," Sun Li gasped. "What happened? Why did he fall?" Yang Ding shouted at Sun Li. "What are you looking at me for? It seems like he slipped." Yang Ding glanced down into the abyss, calling out, "Second Lieutenant Sun, are you all right? You must be more careful." He had deduced from the sounds that they were not far from the bottom of the cave. Momins late. A heart-wrenching cry for help echoed from the depths. "Demon King! Ah, Demon King! They are biting me! Help!" Sun Huang Bingbing grew impatient. "For heaven's sake, hurry up and descend. It is impossible to fight here." "All right, everyone quickly follow me to rescue Second Lieutenant Sunday." After all, this fellow was a confidant of the Northern Guard's commander. He had to maintain appearances. Just then, Mao Jian patted Yang Ding on the shoulder. "Look at the cave's ceiling." "Look." Yang Ding glanced upward to find a multitude of green eyes, countless and uncountable. Then, he witnessed these green eyes plummeting down from the cave walls. "Run ahead." Yang Ding shouted, "Do not run. Hold steady. This path is too narrow, and a stampede could easily occur. Stay close to the wall and stab upward with your knives, watching out for one another." Chapter 83. Let us destroy them. Hundreds of green-eyed demons cascaded down like a waterfall. The students, having undergone prior training, possessed a degree of combat experience and did not panic excessively. Instead, they pressed against the wall, furiously stabbing upwards with their knives. The demons were fearless, but not impervious to pain. They instinctively dodged when attacked. However, the sheer number of waves was overwhelming, as if thousands of demons were concealed within this vast space. At this rate, total annihilation was imminent. Within moments, over a dozen classmates plummeted into the abyss. "Captain, save us. My leg is broken." "Captain, the Demon King is right below." "Ah, the Demon Queen seems to be here as well." "Demon Queen?" Yang Ding quickly shouted to the enforcement team members behind him. "Quickly call for support from headquarters. Tell them we have located the Demon Queen. The calling device is on Second Lieutenant Sun. We do not have one." Mao Jian felt the breath of death for the first time. "Brother Ding, when will the others arrive? If they do not come soon, we are doomed. Capture the leader first. I will take down the Demon King's wife." Yang Ding gritted his teeth and leaped down. Two blue-eyed Demon Kings, accompanied by a dozen demons, were tearing apart the fallen classmates. Upon seeing another individual plummet, they raised their claws and leaped 10 meters high, attempting to intercept Yang Ding midair. Sword rained from the distant stars. As Yang Ding's voice fell, a torrential downpour of swords enveloped the two demon kings, leaving them scrambling to defend against the onslaught of the powerful strikes. Mao Jian was invigorated upon hearing those 5 words. "Brother Ding, you are amazing. Let us take down the Demon King and the Demon Queen. Classmates, do not falter. Let us destroy them." His voice boomed, and all the classmates understood just how formidable Yang Ding's sword rain from the distant stars truly was. The word suspension signifies hope. The human race exists for the sake of hope. Upon hearing these 5 words, the 5 students with injured legs on the ground rekindled their confidence, grasping their weapons and fiercely battling against the horde of otherworldly creatures. When Yang Ding landed, he had already severed the heads of 5 otherworldly beings and sliced off the right hand of a blue-eyed demon king. As his headlamp swept across the scene, he discovered a grotesque otherworldly creature, towering at 3 meters, with a distended belly akin to an inflated balloon, its red fish-like eyes glaring malevolently at him. Yang Ding recognized this as the Queen of the Demons, though he was unaware of the whereabouts of the earpiece belonging to the deceased Sun Xiaowei, which had likely been devoured. The Demon Queen slowly raised her wrinkled index finger, its 1-meter-long nail trembling as it pointed accusingly at Yang Ding, issuing a vengeful attack order. To his astonishment, Yang Ding realized that the demon had recognized him, revealing a profound bond between the couple of demons. The Demon King, humiliated before his wife after losing a hand, sought to reclaim his honor, lest he lose his right to procreate and become a disgrace among demon kings. He charged at Yang Ding first. With his right hand, Yang Ding parried the demon's claw, while his left hand thrust forward, piercing through the Demon King's skull. A surge of true energy erupted, obliterating the Demon King's head into a pulp. The Demon Queen, witnessing her second husband fall to Yang Ding, was consumed by a fiery rage. This time, not just one, but all the otherworldly creatures surged towards Yang Ding, led by another Demon King. He had successfully drawn all their firepower, and soon found himself encircled by hundreds of the creatures, with no chance for the ones approaching from behind to enter the fray. Seeing his brother-in-law trapped, Fong Dalong shouted, "Take this opportunity to rush down and support Captain Yang." Huang Bingbing sensed that Yang Ding was in dire straits. Regardless of Zhou Ruoxi's instructions or her desire to bring him under her wing, she did not wish for Yang Ding to perish at this moment. Thus, she discarded her pretense, wielding dual pistols and leaping into the fray of otherworldly beings. Yang Ding, now unrestrained in the darkness, executed a sequential offensive and defensive maneuver with his sword in his right hand, while his left hand sought opportunities to kill. Coupled with the steps of the soul-severing spear technique, he momentarily gained the upper hand. His first wife, Yi Ro, had generously spent 300,000 to purchase a black gold sword for him, significantly enhancing his chances of survival. A common blade would struggle to sever the claws of the otherworldly beings. Moreover, his strategy was remarkably astute. He avoided entanglements with the worker demons and focused his assault on the third Demon King. Soon he found an opening, stabbing through the Demon King's abdomen and swiftly locking its throat, kicking its legs out from under it, forcing it to kneel, thus establishing a position of execution. The otherworldly beings, possessing intelligence and organization, were now threatened. Indeed, upon witnessing their patriarch being subdued, they hesitated, glancing towards the Demon Queen, in a state of panic. The Demon Queen realized that the human had already slain 2 of her husbands. Should a third fall, her annual quota of 6,000 demon offspring would be unattainable. 2 husbands were simply inadequate to satisfy her reproductive needs. It appeared the Demon Queen emitted sounds of lamentation. Observing the cessation of the otherworldly creature's assault, Yang Ding called out, "Everyone gather around." Whenever a demon attempted to attack the students, the Demon Queen would vocalize her disapproval. The demon offspring could perish freely, but their husbands could not be allowed to die. Yang Ding discerned that this creature's brain seemed implanted with some kind of obsessive compulsion towards reproduction. The group quickly converged around Yang Ding, while thousands of otherworldly beings crawled along the cave walls, slowly advancing, poised to strike. "Have we located the walkie-talkie?" Fong Dalong's legs began to tremble, seeing no glimmer of hope. "Not yet. It's likely been damaged," came the reply. "Brother Ding, if I'm injured, Grant me a swift end. I cannot bear to be devoured alive. These creatures are like hyenas, merciless in their pursuit, Mao Jian declared. If you're going to die, then just die. I still want to return home to sleep with my wife, he added, revealing a surprising desire even in the face of death. The number of otherworldly beings along the cave walls multiplied, some growing impatient and testing the waters with their claws. The subdued blue-eyed demon king signaled to its subordinates, preparing to escape while Yongding was distracted. Where are the experts from the Law Enforcement Bureau? Someone inquired. If no signal was received, they likely won't come. Another responded. Just as despair settled in, lights suddenly illuminated the far cave walls, followed by the sounds of chaotic melee. The encircling otherworldly beings, receiving orders, rushed towards that direction. Captain Yang, other teams have arrived. It seems there are more. This cave is truly vast. We are saved. Yongding gripped the Demon King's spine and shouted towards the Demon Queen. Those who consume my kin shall be slain. In a ceremonial stance, he raised the black gold sword to strike the Demon King's neck. But unexpectedly, a stone flew from the darkness, deflecting his sword. The powerful impact left him with numb hands. Seizing the opportunity, the Demon King broke free and dashed into the throng of otherworldly beings, retreating to the Demon Queen's side. Just as Yongding prepared to pursue, a barrage of stone projectiles rained down upon them. He managed to deflect 10 with his sweeping sword technique, yet 5 or 6 students were pierced by the stones, dying on spot. Are we being attacked by an Earth-type expert? A D-class Earth-type ability user from the law enforcement team exclaimed. A low male voice resonated from the darkness. Your sword technique is commendable. Chapter 84. Dragon Guard Elite Troops. Yongding directed his headlamp towards the sound, revealing a man in a suit, wearing a black mask, floating above on a stone. Who are you, and why do you aid the Demon King? There is no need to explain to you mere insects. Perish. Dare to remove your mask. Feng Dalong challenged. We are members of the Jiangling law enforcement team. Do you not fear Governor Zhou will have you apprehended? Mao Jian leaped up, cursing, you traitor, helping demons slaughter our kin. How laughable. Insects always aspire to be something greater. The masked man, disinterested in further banter, reached out to the cave wall, extracting hundreds of stone spikes and slamming them down. As they braced for death, a wave of true energy swept through the air, sending both the stone projectiles and the masked man flying. The masked man quickly regained his balance, but the stone spikes struck the otherworldly beings on the wall, causing 100 to tumble down, nearly crushing the onlookers. Who is this martial arts master? Who? The masked man looked equally bewildered. He hastily switched on a bright headlamp, illuminating the direction from which the true energy had come. A man adorned with a golden mask, wielding a short sword, stood at the cave's entrance where Class B2 emerged. The masked man recognized the mask immediately, exclaiming in shock, Dragon Guard Elite Troops? What brings you to Jiangling City? I'm here to keep an eye on you lawless individuals, the masked man replied. You must possess the strength to back that up. I am at the 6th level of martial arts. Dealing with you should pose no issue. However, with thousands of students in this cave, the law enforcement team is on its way. With our strengths combined, we could collapse this cave, resulting in countless casualties. Do you think Her Majesty the Queen would let you off the hook? The masked man visibly faltered, as the 6th level could unleash nearly 40,000 tons of force with a single punch, capable of collapsing the cave ceiling. Are you here for the demons or for Yongding? The masked man inquired, gazing down at Yongding. Young brother, your sword technique is indeed impressive. Go and slay the Demon Queen, completely eradicating the scourge of Jiangling City. I will hold off this Earth-type expert. With the strength of the two of you, it will be better to battle outside. This cave is filled with the Law Enforcement Bureau's night vision devices, and Governor Zhou is stationed there directing operations. You cannot escape. The masked man pointed his short sword at the masked figure, warning, if you don't make a move, I won't either. Think carefully before you act. Yongding recognized this as a prime opportunity, leaping 10 meters high into the air, landing in the nest, and executing 2 consecutive leaps towards the Demon Queen. The masked man grew anxious, firing dozens of stone spikes, all of which were effortlessly neutralized by the golden masked man's sword energy. The injured Demon King cowered behind the Demon Queen, unwilling to step forward and confront him. The corpulent Ghost Queen suddenly spread her legs, exerting pressure on her ample belly with both hands, and began to frantically shoot ghost eggs towards Yongding. A multitude of foul-smelling ghost eggs was launched, though their harm was minimal. Goodness, these are your ghost offspring. Yang Ding's agile sword technique was specifically designed to counter such attacks, effortlessly shattering all the eggs. Once the ghost queen had delivered her premature brood, her round belly now resembled nothing more than a smooth, drooping skin that hung to the ground. Feeling relieved, she stood up and swiped at Yang Ding with her 1-meter-long claws, displaying a surprising protectiveness towards her mate. Yang Ding deftly evaded her first strike, leaping 10 meters high to cleave at the ghost queen's head. The wounded ghost king, upon witnessing his wife's head split in two, despaired and summoned his final strength to pounce upon Yang Ding. Yang Ding obliged, severing the blue-eyed ghost king's head in the same manner. You, Yang, will pay for this debt in due time. Come here. Yang Ding raised his sword in provocation, hoping the masked man would swiftly eliminate the masked figure, lest he face dire consequences in the future. With both the ghost queen and king slain, the masked man saw no reason to continue the fight and vanished in an instant. In such subterranean depths, even a grandmaster would struggle to capture a master of earth techniques, as they could simply burrow away. Yang Ding had intended to summon the golden masked man for assistance in vanquishing the alien ghosts, but he showed no interest and also disappeared. The remaining 59 teams gradually approached the nest, facing devastating casualties. Fong Dalong pointed to a sudden beam of brilliant light in the sky. The law enforcement team has arrived. The light expanded, forming a square portal through which law enforcement officers, clad in black leather and equipped with standard weaponry, leaped forth to begin the extermination of the alien ghosts. The central commander, Zhou Zhengyao, descended on a flying sword, carrying a sword case on his back. As a metal-type ability user, he had not trained in martial arts, but could attack with his sword using his formidable mental prowess. Upon seeing the ghost queen's head cleaved in two, he inquired, "Who did this?" Fong Dalong hurried over, reporting to the commander, it was Team B2's leader, Yang Ding, who killed both the ghost king and queen. Zhou Zhengyao regarded Yang Ding with some confusion. You killed such a creature and encountered no obstacles? There were no obstacles from the alien ghosts. However, there were some from humans. Yang Ding recounted the events briefly. Zhou Zhengyao was already privy to the details and did not pursue inquiries about the Earth-type ability user, instead asking about the identity of the Dragon Guard's elite troops. Do you know him? Do you think someone like me is worthy of knowing the Dragon Guard's elite? Zhou Zhengyao shook his head. Not worthy. With the addition of 5,000 law enforcement officers, the alien ghosts were routed with ease. The two other ghost kings were also slain, their deaths unknown to anyone, leading to a chaotic pursuit by the humans. Leave not a single one alive. Kill them all. Zhou Zhengyao commanded. Understood. Yang Ding's classmates were too exhausted to continue fighting, collapsing to the ground, each one weary and drained. This battle had cost them 26 classmates, leaving only 54. Commander Zhou, these 6 classmates were killed by that masked man. Does the law enforcement team intend to pursue this? Zhou Zhengyao replied dismissively, of course we will pursue it, but from where, how, and when we will find the culprit remains uncertain. Collaborating with alien ghosts to murder our kin could be deemed a crime against humanity, right? Indeed, it certainly should be. Come, I will give you scores, ensuring you rank first. Zhou Zhengyao shifted the topic, producing his tablet and granting Team B2 1,000 points. Fong Dalong tugged at Yang Ding. Let's drop it. Since the Dragon Guard's elite have intervened, this is beyond our scope. Yang Ding could only nod helplessly, gazing at the corpses of the 6 classmates. You can only blame your unfortunate fate. By the time all the alien ghosts were eradicated, 3 hours had passed, and the members of Teams B and D gathered at the nest. The toll was staggering, 2,400 casualties, leaving 3,600 survivors. Many had exhausted their family savings, believing that entering the martial arts academy would secure them a stable job in law enforcement, only to meet their demise on their very first mission. More trials awaited them ahead. All students were instructed to rest for the night, with plans to exit the cave the next day. Commander, cannot we return through the portal? The traditional exit will take at least a day. Zhou Zhengyao scoffed. Do you have any idea how expensive the high-level training resources of the portal are? The next day, Yiro awoke with a yawn to prepare breakfast. She had spent the previous night worrying about her husband, restless and plagued by nightmares. To her surprise, Fong Jing was already in the kitchen, preparing breakfast in a sleeveless top, her face equally haggard. Sister Jing, why are you up so early? I couldn't sleep well, worrying about them. Me too. My mind was filled with images of alien ghosts flying about. Her brother and husband were engaged in the extermination of ghosts, the only two relatives she had left in Jiangling City. Though her relationship with Yang Ding could hardly be called marital, the thought of becoming a widow for the second time, so soon after marriage, was unbearable for Fang Jing, making her feel like a harbinger of misfortune. We should hurry and eat, then go to the school's law enforcement team to inquire about the situation. They should have an internal system to check the casualty lists. All right. The two hastily consumed a few bites, their minds elsewhere, completed their morning exercises, and took the morning off to rush to Jiangling University's law enforcement team. To their dismay, upon arriving at the law enforcement office, they found the entrance overwhelmed by thousands of anxious family members. Yiro and Fang Jing had no choice but to join the long line. Almost every moment saw someone exiting in tears after a night of sorting. The casualty list had been compiled. I heard many perished. I think it's over 2,000. Not just that, it's over 3,000. For what I saw, no one came out smiling. I suspect it could be 4,000 or 5,000. You must be mad. There were only 6,000 in total. 5,000 dead? The incessant chatter of the women in line heightened Yiro and Fang Jing's anxiety. They waited until noon, and just as it was almost their turn, they saw law enforcement officers ushering people out. Students have already exited the cave and are returning by bus. You should go directly to the parking lot. If you can't find them, come back to check. Our information is inaccurate. The crowd surged toward the parking lot, with even many parents who had learned of their children's deaths still clinging to the last glimmer of hope as they rushed ahead. They had invested their life savings to send their children on this perilous journey, anguished yet powerless. Who would dare to demand answers from the Law Enforcement Bureau? Regardless of whether one was a martial arts expert or an ability user, their entire family would vanish by nightfall. Yiro and Fang Jing hurriedly followed the throng towards the entrance. In the scramble for position, the two girls were no match for the boisterous women. Nearly pushed into a roadside ditch, thousands stood on either side of the road, craning their necks to catch a glimpse, completely engulfed by the sea of humanity. Sister Jing, this place is no good. My husband won't see us. There's no space left. We can't push anyone aside. I just want to step on their heads. They waited in the parking lot for another hour before seeing bus after bus slowly approach. Yiro, feeling desperate, jumped up high. Many of the parents were martial arts instructors as well. When she leaped, others followed suit, and soon everyone was hopping higher, fearing their children might not see them. Fang Jing quickly grabbed her. All right, Ro, even if you jump 10 meters high, how will you see inside the bus? Let's just wait here. Sister Jing, it seems like someone is getting off over there. Let's go take a look. Aren't they organizing by class? It's a mess coming out of the cave. They probably won TB. Before the two could decide whether to approach, the surging crowd swept them away. Damn it, my shoe got stomped off. Yiro Drusit. Don't shove me. Fang Jing shouted at the people behind them, only to discover it was Mao Jian's mother. After Yiro had slapped her, she seemed a bit intimidated now. Instructor Fang, Instructor Yi, my apologies. The fierce woman, Yiro, quickly encouraged, it's all right, go ahead and push them aside. Our husbands and your son are together. All right, just watch me. Mama Mao Jian leaped several dozen meters high, only to realize upon landing that there was nowhere to stand. So she resorted to sitting on the head of a male instructor she recognized. My apologies, my apologies. Instructor Mao, you really ought to lose some weight. My neck is about to break under your weight. My son is on the bus. With another leap, she landed on the roof of a bus, observing the students disembarking. Yet she could not find Mao Jian. Classmates, have you seen Mao Jian? No, we haven't seen him. We don't know him. What about Yang Ding? He is the captain of Class B2. He is still alive. We don't know which bus he is on. We just sat randomly after exiting the cave. Hearing news of Yang Ding alleviated Mama Mao's anxiety considerably. How many people died this time? Many, over 2,400. So many? She quickly shouted to Yi Ro and Fang Jing. Instructor Yi, come here quickly. Your husband is still alive. Yi Ro, using her hearing abilities, embraced Fang Jing's waist and leaped to land beside Mama Mao, just in time to find a place to stand. Instructor Mao, has anyone seen my husband? No. Everyone says he is still alive. He must have performed well. The students seemed to know his name. A proud smile appeared on Yi Ro's face. Really? Is my husband that amazing? Fang Jing felt a sense of relief as she searched for news about Yang Ding. Classmates, have you seen Yang Ding from Class B2? No. We haven't seen him. He should still be alive. Other students were also seeking their parents and children, too preoccupied to provide her with patient answers. One bus after another entered the parking lot. Yet Yang Ding remained elusive. Yi Ro, drenched in sweat, was becoming increasingly anxious. Sister Jing, do you think our husbands will be all right? He'll be fine. Yang Ding is so clever. He is still the captain. He is not the type to let his teammates down. If anything were to happen, he would likely take the lead. After another dozen buses arrived, Yang Ding and his friends were still nowhere in sight. Even Fong Jing fell silent, her eyes reddening as she gazed at the entrance. Ro, perhaps Yang Ding is on that bus. But after the last bus arrived, it remained stationary at the entrance. A drone from the enforcement agency hovered above, and the voice of General Zhou Zhengyao echoed through the loudspeaker. All citizens of Jiangling City, please give a warm applause to the surviving members of Class B2. They are the champions of this trial, under the wise leadership of Captain Yang Ding, who not only defeated the Ghost Queen and 3 Ghost Kings, but also hundreds of otherworldly foes, inspiring all students to bravely fight and showcase the indomitable spirit of humanity to extraterrestrial races. Please let the 54 young heroes of Class B2 disembark. As the applauding parents felt a pang in their hearts, they realized that Mint 46 had perished. The bus doors opened, and the first to step out was Yang Ding. His face bore no joy. Instead, he scanned the crowd for the figures of his 2 wives. Among the 46 casualties, 6 teammates had been killed by humans, and he suspected it was the work of the poison thorns. Had it not been for the Dragon Guard's hidden military forces in Jiangling City intervening, everyone from Class B2 would have perished. He silently committed this debt to memory, vowing to eliminate every member of the poisoned thorns when the time was right. Husband, husband. Following the voice, Yang Ding looked over to see Yi Ro, with her arms around Fong Jing's waist, soaring 100 meters high amidst the gaze of the crowd. Flying towards him. Chapter 86. My little ancestor, upon seeing his 2 beautiful wives, a smile finally graced Yang Ding's face. He stepped back with his left leg to steady himself, channeling his energy and opening his arms to securely embrace both wives, holding them tightly. After spending 2 days and nights in the dark, foul-smelling ghost cave, he finally realized how fragrant these 2 wives were. He kissed one cheek, then the other, kissed one mouth, then the other cheek. Yi Ro actively responded, closing her eyes and parting her lips, entirely unfazed by the thousands watching. Nor did she mind that Yang Ding had not brushed his teeth for 2 days, his breath still smelling of roasted pig. Husband, I'm so relieved you are all right. We were so worried. Fong Jing, unable to break free under the public's gaze, had to endure Yang Ding's affectionate advances. She understood that he had not taken his previous promises to heart. Perhaps he had been eager for her from the start. Now that their marital bond was established, she felt like meat on a chopping board. Where's my brother? Is he all right? He asked. Fine. He returned with the enforcement team. Fong Jing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Go ahead and kiss. I can't escape it anyway. I'm already overwhelmed. Mama Mao quickly found her son. My dear child, you're finally safe. Mama Mao sobbed as she embraced her son, having just heard that several of her colleagues' children had perished in the cave. Their bodies never recovered. I really shouldn't have pressured you to attend the martial arts academy. I regret it so much. Mom, it's all right, it's all right. Not only did I return alive, but I might even achieve merit. At that moment, the grievances built up in Mao Jian's heart seemed to dissipate. His mother still loved him dearly. Brother Ding, I'll take my leave now. All right, see you in class tomorrow. Yi Ro clung to Yang Ding. Husband, I'll take the afternoon off to accompany you. You 2 are newlyweds. I want to interrupt. I'll head to class. Fong Jing smiled. Sister Jing, you should take the afternoon off too. You and your husband are the newlyweds. Let us enjoy a 3-person world together. You talk nonsense every day. What nonsense? I'll wash my husband and scrub his back, and you could do the laundry and prepare some food, or we can switch tasks. Yi Ro was serious, but Fong Jing misinterpreted her. She pushed Yang Ding's hand away. I'm going to class. You 2 should rest first. I'll do the laundry when I return in the evening. Yang Ding, unhurried, accepted that the second wife would have to wait. All right, buy a couple more dishes for dinner. My brother-in-law is coming over. Fong Jing almost failed to react, pausing for a moment before recalling that Yang Ding's brother-in-law was her own younger brother. It seemed that their relationship had improved after their descent into the cave. This realization brought her some comfort, as at least her family was beginning to accept Yang Ding. Okay, I'll go buy some after school. Yang Ding held Yi Ro's hand as they returned home, recounting the thrilling battles in the Ghost Cave and how he had defeated the Ghost Queen and Ghost Kings. Throughout, Yiro gazed at him with adoring eyes. Husband, you are so handsome. When you stepped off the bus, I wanted to shout that my husband is the most handsome man. This time, I feel I could be promoted to the B class. Really? That means you can become my student. Is that appropriate? Getting scolded by the instructor during the day and scolding the instructor at night. Yiro initially did not comprehend, but upon seeing Yang Ding's mischievous expression, she realized he was teasing her. You rascal, I'll have our baby teach you a lesson. Yang Ding gently touched her slightly bulging belly. This weekend, I'll accompany you for a prenatal checkup. All right, husband, I believe that Earth-type expert must be from the Poison Thorns organization. But who is the Dragon Guard's hidden military? I don't know. All I know is they are formidable. They claim to be of the 6th rank. That doesn't sound like boasting. Of course not. Even the lowest-ranking soldiers in the Dragon Guard must be at least 5th rank or A-level superhuman. Yang Ding had a feeling that the Dragon Guard's hidden military might have been sent by the Queen to protect him secretly. Since he was a pawn in the game against local forces, it was impossible to fight alone before he had strengthened his wings. With this thought, he felt he could afford to be a little arrogant. As long as he didn't overstep, everything would be fine. Once home, Yang Ding eagerly wanted to take a shower. Wife, wait for me in bed. Let us rest for a bit. Yi Ro did not respond. Instead, when she delivered him clean clothes, she inadvertently joined him in the room. Dalaopo, Y 306. 1. Xiaowei Jin Du, 3281. You have broken through the 2nd rank of martial arts with a fist strength of 16,522 Jin, 2,500 Jin. The 2nd layer of Duanzhong Spear technique has been unlocked. Experience points 53. 10. The 2nd form of Jianjiu style, the sweeping sword technique, has been unlocked. Experience points 12. 10. A quarter of an hour later, Yang Ding held Yi Ro's delicate form in his arms, showering her with kisses. It is only in your embrace that I feel the battles on the brink of death are truly worthwhile. Dear, I was so fixated on my pride back then. Had I known, I would not have let you join the martial arts academy. It would have been quite good to study maternal and infant care and work as a male nurse in the maternal and child health institution. That would have been a grave mistake. A man should fight for his woman and child. I am truly grateful that you allowed me to enter the martial arts academy. Yi Ro passionately kissed him 10 times. My husband is the best man in the world. The two of them slept until after 4 in the afternoon. Remembering that Fong Dalong would bring his wife and child over for dinner, they decided to go out and buy some fresh vegetables. Throughout, Yi Ro remained entwined with Yang Ding's fingers, their affection more intense than before. This was because when she saw Yang Ding descend from the car today, he was not lost in applause, but instead was searching for his wife. This reminded Yi Ro of a video of her parents from the catastrophic period, where her father, Yi Jian, would always return from battles covered in wounds, seeking out his wife. Perhaps in this world, only family should never be let down. Yi Ro and Yang Ding first went to the maternal and child health institution to pick up the child, as he was now the guardian of the little girl and could pick her up at any time. After purchasing ingredients at the supermarket, they went to the entrance of the Ability Academy to meet Fong Jing after work. Fong Jing emerged energetically with her briefcase, ready to buy groceries. And upon seeing the three waiting at the academy entrance, her heart was suddenly filled with emotion. Throughout her life, even after marriage, she had never experienced such warmth. At this moment, she truly understood the meaning of home. Perhaps living with Yang Ding and Yi Ro was indeed the right choice. Sister Jing, what are you dazed about? Come on out. We've already bought the ingredients, spicy hot pot, and malatang, guaranteed to make your backside sizzle, haha. Yi Ro shouted excitedly like a silly girl, drawing envious glances from passing students at Yang Ding. Fong Jing hurried over, pulling Yi Ro along. All right, my little ancestor. You should keep quiet now. Chapter 87. Playing Tricks with Sister Jing. Huh? Upon returning to the dormitory, Fong Dalong was already waiting at the entrance with his wife and child, carrying bags of gifts. His wife was also a system match partner, an honest girl with mediocre qualifications, currently working in the law enforcement team as a regular administrative staff member. Sister-in-law, brother-in-law, Fong Jing called out as she rushed over to her brother, quickly handing the child to Yi Ro and examining him from head to toe. Are you injured? No. I almost got pushed into the demon pit by Lieutenant Sun, but thankfully brother-in-law caught me just in time. Fong Jing turned to Yang Ding, her face filled with gratitude. She never expected her brother, who once looked down on Yang Ding, would now call him brother-in-law so smoothly. Why did he want to harm you? Because of me? Fong Dalong nodded. It should be General Zhao's orders. Sure. Yang Ding pointed to the intercom system at the door. Let us not discuss this here. Let us go inside. Fang Jing immediately understood. With their special identities stirring up Jiangling City, they might have already been monitored by the Law Enforcement Bureau. Yes, yes. Try your brother-in-law's spicy hot pot. What is spicy hot pot? A particularly delicious dish that goes well with rice. Once inside, Fang Jing swiftly tied her hair back, rolled up her sleeves, and tied on an apron to assist Yang Ding in the kitchen. Yi Ro accompanied the guests in the living room, playing with the child. She lowered her voice to ask, Dalong, how did my husband perform in the demon cave? Fang Dalong nodded vigorously. If he were a talented martial artist in the youth class, he would surely become a great leader of the human race like your father. This time, relying on low-level martial artists, we could wipe out the entire demon group, and brother-in-law played a crucial role. If it weren't for his ability to inspire everyone's fighting spirit, we would all have perished inside. Yi Ro listened, a sense of pride blooming on her face as if she had struck gold. You're exaggerating. My husband isn't that formidable. However, I am truly pleased he possesses such abilities. I don't wish for him to become a leader of the human race, sacrificing himself and causing suffering for our family and children. It's not worth it. Fang Dalong shook his head. I disagree with your viewpoint. You and my sister both wish to enhance your cultivation in the northern region. Brother-in-law may perform even better there because he possesses leadership qualities. Even if his cultivation isn't high, as long as he can command those with higher cultivation, it's sufficient. The Empire's queen, although a time ability user with prophetic capabilities, is utterly defenseless. Even ordinary people can kill her. Why would the 8 great masters be willing to protect her? Yi Ro was taken aback, stroking her belly, feeling perhaps she had indeed been selfish. Now, Yang Ding's cultivation was no less than that of his peers who had awakened. The reason for this remained unknown. If he wished to go to the northern region, could a wife refuse? But what about the child? In the kitchen, Yang Ding was chopping vegetables while Fang Jing was washing them, working harmoniously like a young couple. Wash this cilantro as well. Both Yi Ro and I love to eat it. Sure, wash whatever you want. Tonight we have many guests. Fang Jing glanced at her new husband, asking, do you truly like me, or do you merely desire my body? Yang Ding gazed at the fair skin peeking from her black shirt collar, swallowing hard. Sister Jing, why do you underestimate me? Your husband speaks with integrity. I would never lust after your body. Fang Jing rolled her eyes in disbelief. Isn't it true that you seize every opportunity to embrace me? Ahem, that was merely an involuntary instinct. Fang Jing felt a bit embarrassed, thinking it was better to let it go. What do you mean, let it go? Continue asking. What should I ask? You should inquire what involuntary instinct means. What does it mean? It means I genuinely like you. Fang Jing pointed at Yang Ding. Are you playing tricks with me? Since Sister Jing had inquired to this extent, as a couple, they should be honest with each other, so he had no choice but to confess. Go on. I sincerely like you, and I am also tempted by your body. These are not mutually exclusive. When did this begin? From the first meeting. You. Fang Jing was taken aback, recalling that at that time, she was still unaware of her husband's death. To think even her wife's friend was tempted? However, now they were already married. Discussing such matters could disrupt family harmony, but at least it showed that this new husband genuinely liked her. Yang Ding embraced Fang Jing. What were you about to say? My brother and sister-in-law are here. Let me go. After breaking free, Fang Jing tidied her hair, biting her lip, and after some hesitation finally said, I have made up my mind. Once I finish my 3-month mourning period, I will bear you 2 children. Really? That is just a month away? Yes, about 27 days. So, as your husband, please be patient and don't let me worry about becoming pregnant. All right, no problem. If you truly want to be with me, you may kiss me, but only above the neck. Is that acceptable? A perfectly splendid proposal. Yang Ding laughed so much while chopping vegetables that he couldn't contain himself. A quality wife, regardless of her willingness, would always consider her husband's thoughts. Soon, 2 large bowls of spicy dishes were served on the table. Yi Ro, being pregnant, easily felt hunger, and upon smelling the aroma, she was nearly drooling. Just as she sat down to eat, Fang Dalong and his wife stood up with their wine glasses. Brother-in-law, sister, let us toast to you, wishing you both a happy marriage. Yang Ding and Fang Jing quickly stood up. This is too formal. There is no need for such courtesy among family. After Fang Dalong finished his drink, he poured himself another glass. Last time, I acted foolishly and embarrassed you in front of everyone. I will self-punish with 3 cups. Fang Jing hurriedly stopped him. Don't drink so much. When our parents come at the end of the year, just say a few more words for brother-in-law. Let him drink, it's nothing. I will accompany him with 3 cups. Having escaped from peril, we ought to celebrate. Since my husband has spoken, Fong Jing had no choice but to sit down and watch her 2 beloved ones toast 3 times in reconciliation. Yero nudgit, Fang Ving. Sister Jing, I told you marrying our husband was a wise choice, right? If it were someone else, could DeLong's stubborn temperament be appeased? Sister Yi, you are undoubtedly the wisest. At that moment, the doorbell rang, and Fong DeLong's wife hurried to answer it. Is Yangding home? Came the voice of Mao Jian. Mao Jian, I'm here. Come in for dinner. Brother Ding, can you come out for a moment? My mother wants to thank you. Thank me? Yangding walked over in confusion. As Mao's mother held a brand new iron shield, the very one Yiro had intended to purchase, but Yangding had declined, priced at several thousand yuan. Yangding, thank you for taking care of my son Mao Jian in the ghost cave. This is a small token of appreciation. I hope you'll accept it. Yangding understood that Mao Jian's family had many children and was not financially affluent, so he replied, as the team leader, it is my duty to take care of my teammates. Mao instructor, you flatter me. Just accept it. I previously looked down on you. I hope you won't hold it against me. Yangding had no choice but to accept it. All right, let us consider the past settled. This shield is mine. May I give it as a gift? Of course, you can do whatever you wish with your shield. Yangding handed the shield to Mao Jian. Practice the Thunderblade technique. This shield suits you well. I'm not sure if you can advance to Class B, but consider it a gift for me. Mao Jian glanced at his mother, unable to accept it. Brother Ding, you've already been generous enough. I can't take this. Take it. Mao's mother looked at her son. You've grown up and have your own friends. You decide. Mao Jian quickly accepted the shield, swinging it a few times. No longer pretending. Hee, I've wanted this for ages. My mom wouldn't buy it. Would you like to come in for dinner? No. You all enjoy your meal. I'm going to practice my shield technique upstairs. Yangding closed the door and returned to the dining table. Wei Yiro gazed at him with admiration, her eyes sparkling. Husband, you're incredible. In what way? I've awakened for nearly 12 years, and no one has ever expressed such gratitude towards me. All the young class members are exceptional. None yield to the others. They can't compare to our Class C. Fong Jing looked at Yangding with satisfaction. Do you think you can advance to Class B this time? It should be fine. I've slain both the Ghost King and the Ghost Queen. If I can't advance, then no one can. As long as my brother-in-law can advance to Class B, he'll at least be a second lieutenant upon joining the enforcement team. Fong DeLong chuckled. Yangding responded nonchalantly. Let us discuss future matters later. The enforcement team doesn't seem like a pleasant place. He had no intention of serving the Zhou family. Once his spatial abilities gradually improved, he could take the children to find Yiro in the northern border wall or visit Fongjing in Donghai City anytime, without anyone stopping him. Husband, if they look down on you, you won't have to work at the Jiangling Enforcement Bureau. Worst case, you can come with me to the northern border. My sister and I will eventually become Grand Masters and can protect you. Sister Jing can't become a spatial Grand Master? Exactly, with 3 Grand Masters protecting you. No one in the Empire would dare to challenge you. After dinner, Fong DeLong and his wife went to wash the dishes, while Yiro, having eaten her fill, dozed off on the sofa in the living room. Yangding and Fong Jing went to the bathroom to bathe the children. You probably didn't sleep much in the ghost cave. How about you sleep with the child tonight, and I'll take the sofa? Fong Jing asked. Why not sleep together? Yangding inquired. Fong Jing quickly shook her head, aware of her own allure. Though not as tall as Yiro, she possessed a well-proportioned figure, making her a favorite among many men. No, you surely wouldn't be able to resist. I have my filial duties, no matter how heartless the Empire is. I must uphold them for 3 months to avoid feeling unsettled for life. Sister Jing, you really don't trust me. Yiro already fed me at noon. If we put the child in between us at night, that should work, right? Fong Jing hesitated for quite a while. Can you really manage that? Absolutely. Then I'll ask your first wife. She might not agree. To Fong Jing's surprise, Yiro readily agreed. You're his second wife. Isn't it only natural to share a bed? Do I have the right to object? Fong Jing was completely convinced. This girl was so eager to be the eldest sister. After finalizing this arrangement, Yangding happily ascended to the rooftop to practice. Not only did he need to refine the sweeping sword technique, but he also had to concentrate on cultivating the void rift technique, which was quite a heavy burden. In truth, he could take it easy, letting the system passively enhance the abilities of his 2 wives. However, now that he was a father, bearing the responsibilities of a family. He had to work even harder. Mao Jian was practicing his shield techniques, and, coincidentally, his mother was skilled in this area, patiently guiding him. After the last incident, Mao's mother had ceased to scold her son and had greatly improved her attitude. Yang Ding did not require assistance while practicing the sweeping sword technique, so he sought a corner to open the system panel of his second wife and check it. Since picking Fong Jing up from the academy, their affection level seemed to have been slowly increasing. Second wife, Fong Jing, affection level, 38.08, cultivation progress, 43.08, mental strength, 23.5, host rank, D level, first layer of personal domain heart method, 43, first layer of void rift technique, 63, first layer of space dividing escape heart method, 2. Please diligently practice and apply yourself to enhance mental strength control. Each time you practice to exhaustion, breakthroughs will come more swiftly. Yi Rou's emotions were more intense, either remaining static or fluctuating greatly. In contrast, Fong Jing's feelings were steadier, gradually increasing by 0.1, perhaps related to her personality or experiences. She either felt that Yi Rou was a close friend, which made her uncomfortable, or she was very guarded. In any case, she dared not fully entrust herself to Yang Ding. After closing the interface, Yang Ding began practicing the sweeping sword technique. Perhaps tomorrow he would advance to Class B. As the first ordinary person ever to reach Class B, he anticipated that many students would begrudge him, and he certainly did not want to embarrass himself in front of his instructor wife. The sweeping sword technique was simpler than the swinging sword technique, focusing on explosiveness, lethality, and the area of effect. The technique, sweeping sword wind through the forest, exemplified the brilliance of this move. That night, the elite of the Dragon Guard used a short sword to unleash the sword energy of this technique. This bore some resemblance to Yi Rou's marksmanship, and soon Yang Ding found his rhythm. After executing 800 sweeping swords, he distinctly felt his technique growing sharper. Brother Ding, aren't your arms getting numb from all that sweeping? Mao Jian approached and asked. Try using a meteorite shield to block my sweeping sword technique. All right, let us go. Mao Jian firmly gripped the shield and took a stance. Yang Ding swept his sword, sending the 160-plus kilogram Mao Jian flying several meters away. Wow, Brother Ding, what has your wife been feeding you to be this strong? Mao's mother prepared to go downstairs, and upon seeing her son knocked back by Yang Ding, she was also taken aback. This boy wouldn't be pretending to be an ordinary person, would he? To this day, only ordinary people pretended to be awakened. It was unheard of for an awakened person to masquerade as an ordinary one, since the college entrance examination only had one chance. Missing it meant having to purchase cultivation materials with one's own money, and they could no longer enter the system's job security. After practicing, Yang Ding returned home, where Yi Rou had already washed up and gone to bed, while Fong Jing was also asleep with the child. In this era, lacking any leisure activities, if one didn't wish to go for a walk, they could only cultivate or sleep. After bathing, Yang Ding first kissed Yi Rou in the master bedroom, then tried the door to the second bedroom. It wasn't locked, and with a twist it opened. Sister Jing's words were indeed trustworthy. He crept over and kissed Fong Jing, who offered no resistance. As Yang Ding was about to make further advances, Fong Jing turned over to pat the child. If you kiss me again, you won't be able to handle it. Let us sleep. Certainly. Good night, my second wife. Yang Ding nestled into the quilt, inhaling Fong Jing's fragrance, and found himself unable to resist, resorting instead to practicing the void rift technique. The cultivation of this technique demands significant energy, easily leading to drowsiness. The following day, at 6 o'clock, Fong Jing rose to prepare breakfast, only to discover that she was being held in Yang Ding's embrace. She was immediately taken aback, recalling that they had clearly slept separately the previous night. When did he come over without her noticing? She nudged Yang Ding, inquiring, when did you arrive? Yang Ding merely mumbled and continued to sleep soundly. Frustrated, Fong Jing pinched his nose and pressed, what about you? When did you come to my side? Yang Ding was abruptly awakened, perhaps having mistakenly gotten up in the middle of the night. I won't share a bed with you tonight, he said. Second wife, don't go. Let me hold you once more. Hold your head. I must prepare breakfast. We have training soon. Fong Jing pushed his hand away, dressed, and thought to herself, this is a disaster. I've become stuck to him like an adhesive. Can I endure until the end of the month? As soon as Fong Jing entered the kitchen, Yi Rou darted into Yang Ding's arms. Darling, did you manage to take down your second wife last night? Not yet, There are still 26 days remaining. No need to rush. Sister Jing is a woman of her word. When she says she'll deliver, she certainly will. After breakfast, the trio proceeded to the hospital, dropped off the child, and then walked to school for training. This was the most leisurely pastime shared between couples. Upon reaching the Martial Arts Academy's first-year class C2 formation, Yangding noticed that the number of students had dwindled by half, resulting in a sparse arrangement. Mao Jian, with a grave expression, scanned the surroundings. Ding Yi. All four of them are dead. In these times, simply staying alive was a feat in itself. Huang Bingbing approached. I pulled some strings to select 3 individuals for a chance to move into the B class. Remember to take me with you. Do you really have that much influence? More than the combined beauty of your 2 lovely wives? What if I don't choose you? Then you won't get in. Yang Ding had previously suspected that this woman was associated with the Poison Spike organization, but now it seemed her status within the organization was not low. Upon hearing about the possibility of entering the B class, Mao Jian grew restless. Who else will you bring? Yang Ding could choose anyone for the other 2 spots. Can I come if you don't take Xiang Ti on you? Mao Jian asked. He won't be returning to school. What happened? Did he die? He killed his wife and then vanished. Likely fearing capture by the Enforcement Bureau. Yang Ding and Mao Jian were simultaneously stunned. How do you know? Are you involved in this? Regardless of Yang Ding's probing, Huang Bingbing was unwilling to divulge any further information. Upon returning to the classroom, no one discussed the matter, and even the student council did not send anyone to investigate. Yang Ding nudged Mao Jian. If Huang Bingbing's words hold any truth, would you want to move to the B class? Why not? The daily cultivation resources in the B class are second-tier beast meat. There is no such thing as free cultivation resources. If stronger alien beasts invade, the B class will be even more perilous. I'm sticking with you. I'll die in the C class regardless. All right, I understand. Counselor Zhang Peng entered, observing the empty seats in class. With a heavy countenance, he announced the C class may be merged, and I'd like to congratulate Yang Ding and the other 3 for their outstanding performance in being promoted to the B class. Counselor Zhang, who are the other 3? Huang Bingbing inquired, glancing at Yang Ding for a cue. The other 3 will be selected by Yang Ding. His demonstration of exceptional leadership has prompted the school to see what he can achieve in the B class. Yang Ding had intended to take Huang Bingbing, as the Poison Spike organization was a sharp weapon for the city lord. If utilized wisely, it could serve as his own blade. Standing up without hesitation, he stated, Counselor, I wish to bring Huang Bingbing and Mao Jian. Taking Mao Jian was widely accepted. He had always been Yang Ding's loyal subordinate. However, the decision to take Huang Bingbing raised eyebrows. Had Yang Ding truly fallen under her spell? Even Counselor Zhang was somewhat taken aback. What about the last spot? The 50 students in the class erupted with excitement, standing and clamoring. Yang Ding, take me. I've slain 7 or 8 alien ghosts. Take me. I've killed many too. I can call you brother. Being promoted to the B class meant becoming a true martial arts student. While it might not bring glory to their families, it would at least fulfill their parents' expectations. Yang Ding regarded the eager expressions of his classmates. Killing alien ghosts was tantamount to courting death, but at least their strength matched that of the ghosts. However, entering the B class would mean facing even stronger alien beasts, virtually assured death. Thus, he paused and pointed toward Sun Li, declaring, Let her come. The classroom erupted in astonishment. Ding Ge had indeed surprised everyone. Sun Li stood, taken aback. Thank you, Yang Ge. I will certainly listen to you in the future. Counselor Zhang Peng, looking bewildered, asked, Are you certain? If so, I must report this to the school. Yang Ding nodded firmly. I am certain. Very well. The second piece of news is that after the merge, there will be an excess of instructors. I will also be transferred to the B class as a counselor. This announcement elicited little reaction. Counselor Zhang rarely offered substantial help beyond his usual remarks. Counselor, when will the 3 million in bonuses be distributed? By the end of the month, it will be credited to your accounts. Yang Ding earned at least 200,000 for slaying 3 Ghost Kings and 1 Ghost Queen. But considering many fallen students 1T receive compensation, he is willing to share with you all, distributing 30,000 each. Regrettably, they would no longer fight alongside Yang Ge. Yang Ding tidied his belongings, smiling. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. With my potential, I might just join the enforcement team. Who knows? We might be colleagues one day. After bidding farewell to his classmates in C2, Counselor Zhang Peng led the 4 into B Class 22. Coincidentally, He was also the counselor for B22. The 100 students in B22, upon seeing their entrance, were utterly disappointed. Hello everyone, I am a new counselor Zhang Peng, a third-tier martial artist. These four are your new classmates, the Dark Horse champion team from the Ghost Extermination Operation. The class fell into silence. No one applauding to welcome them, all glaring at Yang Ding with dissatisfaction. What is the matter? Are you all displeased? Zhang Peng inquired. Counselor Zhang, why did you place these four ordinary individuals in our class? The class leader asked. Because you are an experimental team for group battles. Yang Ding leads a team. But the school's monthly exams don't emphasize group battles. Zhang Peng replied with impatience. Without these four, wouldn't you have been last for 2 consecutive months? But with them, we will forever be in last place. If you go to the principal and the disciplinary director to complain and continue to disrupt unity in class, I will demote you to the C class. Mao Jian leaned into Yang Ding, whispering, Dinge, I knew following you would lead to no good. The old powers will inevitably fall. The new forces shall rise. Yang Ding, as the counselor, primarily taught theoretical courses. Today, he introduced the class to the 9th sword technique for the first time. However, among the first-year martial artists, few were interested in swordsmanship. They preferred techniques that maximize their power, such as blades, spears, axes, halberds, and hammers. Is anyone practicing the second technique, the sweeping sword technique? Zhang Peng asked. Only Yang Ding raised his hand unsteadily. Laughter erupted in the classroom. Given his level of cultivation, how could he possibly study swordsmanship? Instructor Yi was a close combat expert. Why would he let Yang Ding study swords? He might as well learn the Thunderblade technique. He didn't even have a shield. Zhang Peng scoffed, you inexperienced novices. Yang Ding used a single sword to pierce through thousands of alien ghost defenses, vanquishing 3 ghost kings and 1 ghost queen. You've never even faced a real battle. Why do you have to mock him? The instructor remarked, however, we are indeed a Class B, genuine awakening practitioners. The response was indifferent. I do not care about your classification. I only recognize performance. He proceeded to elaborate on the contents not documented in the Jianjiu Shi, Sword 9 techniques. Many have mispracticed the Sword 9 techniques, the second technique. Sa Jian Feng Guolin, sweeping sword wind through the forest, if executed improperly, will lead to nothing more than ordinary close combat swordplay. I do not intend to disparage close combat. However, what if one could release sword energy while engaging in close combat? Upon hearing this, Yang Ding felt invigorated. Instructor, how high must one's cultivation be to release sword energy? With a force of 30,000 pounds, provided the method is correct, one can release sword energy of approximately 30 centimeters. The class erupted in astonishment. 30,000 pounds is only at the early stage of the 3rd rank. How can one release sword energy? ISNT it said that only those above the 5th rank can do so. I have stated that if the method is appropriate. The so-called wind through the forest is essentially a concentrated pulse of true energy. Sa Jianshi is foundational for the subsequent range sword techniques. This is why the grandmasters wielding Sword 9 techniques can create overwhelming forces, while those lacking skill are merely chickens pecking at each other. Remarkable. I can perform a true energy pulse, Yang Ding expressed with delight. Class leader Ma Shanfeng thought the instructor to be rather incompetent. Indeed, those of the 3rd rank are no match for the 4th rank. It is puzzling why the school appointed such a mediocre instructor. Instructor, are you jesting? This is even more challenging than achieving 5th rank cultivation. True energy pulses are inherently high-level techniques, difficult for us to master, let alone requiring concentrated pulses. You perceive it as difficult because you lack the necessary skill, the instructor retorted, prompting laughter from the entire class. As the class leader, Ma Shanfeng felt compelled to regain some dignity. To be frank, my cultivation has already surpassed the 1st rank middle stage, and I am currently practicing the Tai, Ping, Dao, Fa, peaceful blade technique. If your esteemed student Yang Wei, Yang Ding, has the courage, he may spar with my Miao Dao. Before Yang Ding could respond, Instructor Zhang eagerly interjected, Yang Ding, show him your prowess and bring honor to me. Old Zhang. Besides, I'm also looking to replace the class leader. The other students, sensing impending drama, joined in the ruckus. At the Martial Arts Academy, there are nearly hundreds of dueling incidents daily. The school not only remains indifferent, but also tacitly encourages it. 4 true martial artists must engage in real combat to progress swiftly. Although Mao Jian believed Yang Ding had a significant advantage, He recognized that being in Class B, Yang Ding's strength and comprehension far surpassed that of Class C. Brother Ding, we just arrived today. It would be wise to maintain a low profile. Should things go awry, what face would we have left to contest for class leader? You are correct. I cannot always act directly. Such visibility of my progression would reveal my true capabilities. Yang Ding patted Huang Bingbing on the shoulder, stating, I have no objection to sparring. But you must first defeat my female apprentice. When did I become your female apprentice? Huang Bingbing retorted. From this day forth you are. I brought you to Class B, thus I am the leader of our team. Huang Bingbing seethed in frustration, but ultimately relented. Ma Shanfing laughed artidi. You truly are cowardly, sending a woman to take the hits. From now on, anyone wishing to challenge me must first face my female apprentice. Unbeknownst to them, Huang Bingbing came from a wealthy background and was a formidable force. What being a woman? I can make you regret your choices, she declared, harboring a great deal of pent-up frustration. The students arrived at the designated training area outside the classroom. Yiro, preparing for the second close combat class, approached with enthusiasm. As a combat angel, she relished watching underperformers clash. She pushed through the crowd to stand beside Yang Ding. Darling, who is fighting whom? You are my instructor now. During class, you cannot call me darling. But I want to. Yang Ding quickly covered her mouth, whispering, be quiet, my dear wife. The surrounding students were taken aback. Previously, Instructor Yi was fierce and prone to violence. Today, however, she appeared as a docile kitten. Yang Ding must possess quite a charm. As some unsuccessful female students began to contemplate becoming his third wife, observing that Huang Bingbing was the one sparring. Yiro pushed Yang Ding's hand away and scrutinized the situation. As the queen of Jiangda, she aimed to discern Huang Bingbing's dual pistol techniques to evaluate her caliber. Darling, make sure Bingbing wins. Bingbing, do not hold back. You must prevail. Huang Bingbing ignored him and raised her middle finger. You can forget that. She had set her cultivation at the first rank middle stage and did not dare reveal her ultimate moves. Ma Shanfeng's Miao Dao measured 1.2 meters. Crafted from the most advanced composite steel of Blue Star, affordable yet suited to his cultivation level. Huang Bingbing initiated the assault, her moves fierce, targeting Ma Shanfeng's vital areas mercilessly. However, having only utilized the first rank middle stage, she gained no advantage. Huang Bingbing, this is merely a spar. Do you wish for me to be incapacitated? All men deserve to be incapacitated, she retorted with a laugh. Yiro furrowed her brows and nudged Yang Ding. Darling, keep your distance from this little lunatic. You have two beautiful wives waiting at home to serve you. Fear not, even if she becomes a man. I shall not be rendered impotent. As Huang Bingbing resorted to underhanded tactics, Ma Shanfeng grew irate and unleashed his ultimate move, the Indu Chun Song style. Darling, watch closely. This is his secret technique, and your swordplay can also integrate with it. The Indu Chun Song style involves holding the knife with both hands, concealed behind the right side, sweeping to distract the opponent while swiftly transitioning the Miao Dao to the left side, then executing a rising strike from below. Ma Shanfeng executed this technique skillfully, and despite Huang Bingbing's extensive combat experience, she narrowly avoided severing her wrist. You are courting death. Her inherently volatile temper flared, and she unleashed her second-rank middle-stage cultivation against Ma Shanfeng. Chapter 91. Your wife is fierce. Ma Shanfeng possessed decent talent and a respectable background, recently breaking through to the first-rank middle stage with 1,200 pounds of strength. However, Huang Bingbing unleashed 5 times that strength, rendering him no match. Moreover, she was a cunning fighter, employing ruthlessly brutal tactics. She pressed her advantage, her left hand striking Ma Shanfeng's Miao Dao aside, while her right hand thrust toward his groin. Ma Shanfeng was sent sprawling 10 meters away, curled up on the ground in agony. Huang Bingbing's face gleamed with uncontainable excitement. Who told you to sneak attack me? Those who ambush me must face the consequences. Everyone stood in shock. Even Yiro did not anticipate the treacherous green tea would strike with such venom. She swiftly slapped Huang Bingbing across the face. Huang Bingbing glared at her fiercely, prompting another slap from Yiro. Are you dissatisfied? In a class spar, do you truly need to incapacitate someone? Sparring inherently involves accepting the risks of injury. Yiro shot a glare at Yang Ding, bewildered as to why he would bring her to Class B. Yang Ding approached, delivering 2 firm slaps to Huang Bingbing. From this day forth, I shall no longer acknowledge you as my apprentice. Huang Bingbing had never endured such humiliation. She touched her swollen face, vowing silently that one day she would castrate Yang Ding and eliminate Yi Rou. Were it not for her brother's orders to approach Yang Ding to investigate the true identity of the Long Way Forbidden Army, she would have already sought revenge. Yang Ding pulled his wife aside. A mad dog has its uses. Besides, her identity is unique. If I do not take her with me to advanced classes, I may not be able to progress myself. What suddenly? Am I and Jing Jie insufficient for you? Are you seeking a third? It turned out he was envious. She and Huang Bingbing were a duo. What duo? The mad and wicked duo. Yi Rou nearly burst into laughter. Your words are rather harsh, but remember, I can assist you in marrying a second wife. Yet I cannot condone your infidelity that undermines trust between us. She instructed her classmates to escort Ma Banzhong to the infirmary while she stood with her hands on her hips, scanning the students and eventually casting a cold glare at Huang Bingbing. I have a temper, so you would do well to remember my words clearly. Otherwise, next time it won't just be a slap, she warned. Competitions among classmates are permitted, but no one is allowed to get hurt. Otherwise, how can you expect to maintain trust when you're assigned tasks? Especially if anyone dares to harm my husband. Even if I cease to be an instructor and am taken by the enforcement team to prison, I will return the favor tenfold, even to the point of death. The students initially thought that Instructor Yi would seek justice for Ma Banzhong, but they soon realized her fierce protectiveness for her husband. Huang Bingbing laned closer to Yang Ding, saying, your wife truly loves you, so you better tread lightly. I wonder if she would still like you if you were a eunuch. You can give it a try. Yang Ding was preparing to deal with this little vixen once she was no longer useful. Yi Rou's close combat course did not teach martial arts cultivation. Rather, it focused on strategies for operating true energy in close combat scenarios, aiming to eliminate opponents with minimal energy expenditure. She was still dressed in her favorite sportswear, though her belly had begun to show a slight bulge. Yang Ding and his classmates sat on the ground, listening to his wife's authoritative lecture. Suddenly feeling her charm was overwhelming, and he contemplated giving her a thorough lesson in the classroom. The power disparity between a 5th grade upper realm and a 6th grade lower realm was sixfold. The higher the grade, the greater the multiple, leading to an even larger gap in physical enhancement, making the hope of defeating stronger opponents quite slim. The only viable option was close combat. Otherwise, once your true energy was depleted and your opponent stood unharmed, your weapons would not even pierce their skin. Thus, those at a higher realm did not favor close combat. This was a martial arts philosophy. Victory and defeat were not solely measured by realm, as the martial arts technique also played a crucial role. Mao Jian quickly raised his hand. Instructor Yi, in close combat, the opponent's strength is greater and their speed is faster. If one were to take a punch, wouldn't that mean certain death? If you avoid close combat, you won't die, will you? Do you understand what the only chance of victory means? Mao Jian stuck out his tongue. Dingo. Your wife is fierce. She's only gentle with you. Yang Ding, however, pondered deeper. His wife was renowned for her close combat prowess. She wouldn't enjoy challenging experts, as that would make her susceptible to death if she ventured into the Northern Territory. Yang Ding, what are you thinking? Speak up, Yi Rou called out. The classmates turned to Yang Ding, eager to see how he interacted with this instructor wife. Instructorie. Let us discuss this at home. TCH. The students collectively made this sound. Public displays of affection were simply unacceptable. Yi Rou stood with her hands on her hips. TCH. What's wrong? He is my husband, and I will personally tutor him at night. Is that not allowed? But you cannot flirt openly. How can we endure that? Someone replied. Who is flirting? Yang Ding quickly interjected. All right, Instructor Yi, let us focus on the lesson. Understood, husband, Yi Rou replied obediently, causing all to gasp. TCH. I can't take this. This lesson is unbearable. With an instructor wife backing him and the formidable Huang Bingbing as his enforcer. Yang Ding had yet to make a move and had already become the dominant figure in Class B22. Once Yi Rou finished her class and left, he confidently occupied the class leader's seat, while Mao Jian stepped up to announce, from this day forth, Dingo will be both the class leader and captain of Class B22, leading everyone to glory. This was precisely why Yang Ding had come to lead the team. Such a matter of donning the yellow robe had to be handled by someone else. Seeing everyone fall silent, Mao Jian knocked on the table. Why is everyone quiet? Who supports this? Who opposes? Just then, Ma Shanfeng limped back from the infirmary. He stood beside Yang Ding. Why are you sitting in my seat? Is this your seat? Yang Ding replied as he prepared to stand up. I will give it to you. Mao Jian delivered a hefty slap to Ma Shanfeng's head. Are you blind? From now on, this is Ding Ji's seat. He is the class leader. Ma Shanfeng protested. Bing Bing agrees. Huang Bingbing clapped her guns together, glaring coldly at Ma Shanfeng, who quickly grabbed his backpack and left. Yet, Yang Ding held on to him. You are the class leader. I will yield to you. Ma Shanfeng shook off his hand. From now on, you are the class leader of B22, and any problems or troubles will be yours to resolve. Then I shall not be polite. Yang Ding sat down with swagger. Mao Jian felt a rush of excitement. The power struggle was even easier than he had anticipated. The feeling of being the leader was exhilarating. Since this world adheres to the principle of the survival of the fittest, they must take full advantage of it and never hold back. Huang Bingbing leaned in. Since you enjoy being the leader so much, why don't I introduce you to a high-paying job? What job? You must agree first, and then I will tell you. Yang Ding was already aware of her identity and did not wish to delve into the matter of the venomous thorn. The Earth-type master in the Ghost Cave was likely of S grade, and even Yi Ro was no match for him. Let's discuss this later. First, let's head to the B cafeteria for a meal and secure a good spot. Chapter 92. Who bullied my second wife? The B cafeteria was adjacent to the A cafeteria, offering the same treatment, a stark contrast to the C and D cafeterias. Freshmen could enjoy ample servings of second-tier beast meat every day at noon, with sufficient talent. One could reach the 3rd or 4th grade by graduation. Upon entering the B cafeteria, Yang Ding instantly attracted everyone's attention. Marrying both Yi Fong and another instructor was akin to achieving the pinnacle of life. Even the young masters of the 5 great families of Jiangling City could not simultaneously marry 2 fairy-like prodigies. Ever since he learned that the Dragon Guard from the royal city covertly protected him, Yang Ding had grown increasingly arrogant. He strode with an air of indifference, passing through countless gazes. To his left, Huang Bingbing wielded dual guns, and to his right, Mao Jian held a shield, while Sun Li followed behind, shaking a ball. Mao Jian, seeing the braised beast meat at the window, was almost brought to tears from desire. My mother would never have imagined that in her lifetime. Her son would rise to Class B, thanks to associating with the right crowd. Look, Dingu, the beast meat here is actually braised, and it seems to have spices added. Mao Jian felt that his future was bright. He would soon advance to the 2nd grade, join the Enforcement Bureau as a junior officer, and earn a monthly salary of 20 to 30,000, with the prospect of marrying a young wife on the horizon. Class B22 students waved to the fore, as they had already reserved seats for the class leader. With a reserved seat, someone to fetch your meals, priority for the restroom, and even preferential treatment in courting. Who wouldn't want to be such a class leader? Yang Ding sat down, surveying the surrounding crowd. Are these all from the B class? Almost. There are 30 classes in B, totaling 3,000 students. Just as Yang Ding pulled out his meal card, 10 hands reached out to help him get his food. This caused the nearby classes to erupt in laughter. The useless Class 22 actually recognizes an ordinary student from Class C as their leader. Look at how anxious they are, fearing they want to become sycophants. The LL probably end up last in the next monthly exam. Yang Ding handed his meal card to Mao Jian. Go fetch my meal. The rest of you sit down. I want to make my stance clear. Alright, Ding Ye. Mao Jian was taken aback, feeling he had been entrusted with an important task, and happily went to get the food. Yang Ding scanned the tables of his classmates in Class B22. Those who do not know me can ask around in Class C2. I, Yang Ding, will never let my brother suffer. With Mao Jian absent, Sun Li quickly took over the supporting role. Team leader Yang single-handedly defeated the Ghost King and Queen, yet his $1 million award was shared equally with the entire class, including 10 second-grade B scores, all distributed among the students. I even got 30,000 myself. Many students in Class B22 found it hard to believe. ISN Yang Ding, supposed to be living off his wife? He shared the hard-earned prize without consulting his wife? 1 million could buy so many cultivation resources. It's important to note that starting at the Enforcement Bureau, the salary begins at 5,000. Soon, Mao Jian delivered a boxed meal, far more sumptuous than what was offered in the cafeteria, even featuring freshly stir-fried greens. Huang Bingbing, while savoring her meal, tentatively probed Yang Ding. Do you think that the Golden Masked Dragon Guard could possibly be one of our instructors from Jiangling University? Have you heard any news? Yang Ding inquired. No, I was asking you. If you don't know anything, why not ask your mother? Huang Bingbing was utterly speechless. How could this person be so blunt, leaving her a little eccentric with no room to maneuver? Yang Ding swiftly finished his lunch and headed to the office building to find his wife. Class 22B was just across the hall, a stone's throw away. As luck would have it, he ended up sharing an elevator with the disciplinary director returning from lunch. Why do students always rush to the instructor's office? My wife is pregnant. Can I come and check on her? Let me ask you, did you hear anything after Xiang Tianyu emerged from his cave? Yang Ding shook his head, curious himself. I don't know. Aren't you his aunt? Even you don't know? The disciplinary director wore a worried expression, sighed a few times, and said nothing more. Xiang Tianyu had visited her last night, half of his face obscured by a mask, his countenance fearsome, asking her to inform his mother that he would no longer attend university, as he intended to pursue significant endeavors. Then he returned home and killed his wife. Such actions strongly suggested he had joined the Poison Spike organization. Yang Ding first went to Yirou's office but found her still at lunch, so he proceeded to Fang Jing's office. Fang Jing was in a foul mood after a heated argument with her father over a phone call, leaving her with no appetite. Her parents believed she was too headstrong. Marrying her ex-husband was a mistake, and had she been transferred to Donghai City sooner, she might have been the daughter-in-law of the city lord by now. Noticing her reddened eyes, Yang Ding locked the office door, approached her, and lifted her chin. What's wrong? Who bullied my second wife? I was scolded by my parents. They said you shouldn't have married me? Yes, just ignore them. They have no right to control my life. Yang Ding pulled a chair beside her, enveloping her in his arms to provide comfort. The relationship between a son-in-law and his father-in-law often starts off poorly, but once our child is born, it will solidify the bond, and he will have to accept being called grandfather. Fang Jing turned to glance at him. I underestimated you. I always thought you were simpleton, but you are quite astute. I am a simple person. A simple person? Huh? Only that silly Yirou would believe that. With a gentle exertion of his hands, Yang Ding lifted the 88-pound Fang Jing into his embrace. After a series of fervent kisses, Fang Jing felt dazed, her flushed face buried against his neck, struggling to breathe. Am I not honest? Not at all. Shall we continue? No. Be honest. You are the most honest. All right, this is an office. Please don't do this. Just as Yang Ding was about to unleash his kissing prowess again, Yirou knocked on the door from outside. Sister Jing, why did you lock the door? Is everything all right? Sister Jing, open the door. I brought you food. Fang Jing hurriedly straightened herself, tidied her collar, and opened the door to let Yirou in. Stop shouting, my little ancestor. You wish for everyone to hear you. Upon seeing Fang Jing's flushed cheeks, Yirou instantly understood. Did I come at an opportune time? Quite the opposite. You keep your husband company while I go eat. After being kissed senseless, Fang Jing's mood improved significantly, and her appetite returned. Yirou sat in Yang Ding's lap and took out an ear-cleaning tool from the drawer, teasingly pinching Yang Ding's ear. No more kissing. We'll talk later tonight. Let me clean your ears. Fang Jing rolled her eyes at her. I'm eating. Can we not mention that? Sister Jing, you're a bit too obsessive about cleanliness. It's just earwax, not something else. Yirou was exceptionally gentle with the ear cleaning, lulling Yang Ding into a near slumber, utterly comfortable. Though the office was small, being able to chat and bicker with two beautiful wives daily was indeed a heavenly existence. Dear, have any instructors from the martial arts department been transferred from Jinglong Wangcheng? Yang Ding inquired. Why do you ask? Bing, that little poison vixen, just asked me about the identity of the Dragon Guard. The Poison Spike organization must suspect he is at Jiangling University. Yirou, usually focused on her training, was not well versed in these matters and lacked interest. Sister Jing, you must know something, right? The Dragon Guard from Jinglong Wangcheng numbers only 60,000, along with 8 great masters, representing the Queen's entire authority. The least skilled among them starts at the 5th rank. They cannot openly send instructors to universities. However, half of the instructors in Jiangling City are transferred from the other 3 major city-states, and their identities can be verified through a system controlled by the Empire, which can be falsified. This means thorough background checks are nearly impossible. Yang Ding questioned. Fang Jing nodded. They may not even be martial arts instructors. They could be cleaners in this building or chefs in the cafeteria, perhaps even from the pig husbandry department. Moreover, there could be more than one. A 6th-rank expert alone cannot stand against the powerful families of Jiangling City. That makes sense. It will depend on whether he shows up next time I find myself in trouble. Yirou paused and asked cheerfully, Does this mean I no longer need to worry about your safety? With the queen's foresight and influence, she could protect you effortlessly. Yang Ding caressed his wife's belly. Exactly. You can't go rescuing me with that big belly of yours, leaping thousands of meters and engaging in battles. It makes me uneasy. While Fang Jing was eating, she suddenly realized something and looked back at Yang Ding. Am I being dragged into your troubles? This familiar phrase startled Yi Ro, causing her to accidentally poke Yang Ding, who yelped in pain. The scheme against her friend was something she intended to keep buried forever. Sister Jing, what are you saying? We are family, and there are experts protecting us under the queen. What is there to fear? I can share life and death with you, but the dragon and child cannot. They must be sent to Donghai City by the end of the year. If my sister were here, she would tirelessly investigate all the instructors and could find out the truth in a few days. Dear wife, who do you think my beautiful and intelligent sister-in-law will marry in the future? No sooner had he spoken than Yi Ro tightly pinched his ear. What are you thinking? What are you thinking? Ouch, it hurts. I was just asking. I wasn't thinking anything inappropriate. Fang Jing added fuel to the fire. You were thinking about it. You like to eat nearby grass, wanting the whole pot. If you like your wife as friends, then liking your wife as sister is also a possibility. After all, someone like Yi Ku, who is so cool and aloof, is also a favorite among men. Nonsense. Yang Ding quickly changed the subject. Elder wife, did you see Huang Bingbing in action? What insights did you gain? I was just about to mention this. She didn't exert much effort, but I can't be certain. However, her dual guns fired simultaneously, vicious and ruthless, reminiscent of the Liaoying gun method. What kind of gun method is that? It was invented by a woman who despised men. Her dual pistols attack anywhere, but ultimately aim to turn men into eunuchs. Damn, she even invented a gun method. What kind of trauma has she endured? I don't have exact details, but apparently she was a madwoman who harmed many men and was ultimately slain by my father. Our father-in-law dares to kill a little fairy. He is truly my role model. Come on, my father is a grandmaster with a punching power of 20 billion tons. 20 billion tons? Of course. A single punch could obliterate Jiangling City. He is currently the pinnacle of human combat power. Yang Ding lingered until class time before reluctantly leaving his second wife's office. Resolved to return for afternoon rest in the future. Having a sufficiently beautiful wife not only avoids monotony, but also becomes an addiction for a man. Upon returning to the classroom, Mao Jin approached and asked, Brother Ding, where did you go? I went to the instructor's office to rest. My elder wife cleaned my ears while my second wife massaged my legs. Really? Has Fang instructor been subdued? Yang Ding delivered a resounding slap to his head. Dismissing the matter, Mao Jin gently touched his head and whispered, Do you know that Bing Bing's blow today nearly cost Captain Ma half his life? She is like a rabid dog. We can't let her loose to bite anyone again. Indeed, I tremble at the sight of her now, daring not to sit in front of her for fear of a surprise attack. Fear is a good thing. Just don't follow Xiang Tianyu. While other martial arts instructors were lecturing, Yang Ding practiced the void rift technique. According to his second wife, once his cultivation reached D rank and he mastered the second layer of the technique, he could begin to teleport at close range. During free time, Yang Ding fervently practiced the sweep sword style. The training for the sweep sword style was even more monotonous than the swing sword style, involving countless sweeping motions, both forward and backward, repeated thousands of times. For those lacking comprehension, no matter how hard they practiced, it would be in vain, leading to thoughts of giving up after just a few attempts. However, Yang Ding followed the guidance of Counselor Zhang Peng and focused on cultivating high-frequency qi pulses. The reason for the high-frequency pulses is that a single pulse is linear, akin to a sniper rifle, suitable for precise kills, yet the target can easily evade. In contrast, sword energy is area-based, resembling a spray of shots. If successfully cultivated, even a range of 20 to 30 centimeters could allow him to easily sever an opponent's head. Presently, his punching power was 19,000 gene, and he estimated a breakthrough to the third-tier lower realm was imminent. The goal of reaching 30,000 gene was not far off, and the likelihood of manifesting low-tier sword energy was high. Huang Bingbing approached. Yang Ding, you're not seriously practicing some qi pulse, are you? You practice your own thing. I'll focus on mine. In the first-tier middle realm, with over 1,000 gene of strength, what is the point of discussing qi? What nonsense are you spouting? Yang Ding swept his sword toward her head, but Huang Bingbing effortlessly dodged. If he were to successfully cultivate the qi pulse, The unaware Huang Bingbing would think she had evaded the blade, yet the emitted chi would have already severed her neck. She leaned in again, whispering, "Do you think the counselor could be from the Longwei Imperial Guard? Are you blind?" Counselor Zhang has been at Jiangling University for over 10 years, and he is only at the third-tier middle realm. How could he be part of the Royal City's Guard? Huang Bingbing nodded, finding some logic in that. "Why are you so curious about this?" "I just think that person is impressive and want to curry favor." Yang Ding understood that once the poisonous thorn was identified, there would be no chance of survival for that master. Although a 6th-tier upper realm practitioner is formidable, it is still insufficient to contend with the elite of Jiangling City. As a pawn caught in between, Yang Ding had already formulated a strategic plan. Apart from rapidly enhancing his own cultivation, he aimed to learn how to maneuver between factions, balancing the powers on both sides to protect his wife and children. One day, when he achieves mastery, he shall kick the city lord and punch the queen, establishing his own domain. Let me know if you find out. I also want to curry favor. Finally, the school day ended, and Yi Ro had been waiting outside the classroom for him. The two were set to pick up Fong Jing and together visit the maternal and child health hospital for a checkup. According to Yi Ro's pace, her pregnancy was equivalent to 5 months for an ordinary person. Recently, she could distinctly feel the child growing during her sleep. Chapter 94. The need for speed. After picking up Fong Jing, she linked arms with Yi Ro, and the two sisters walked through the campus, chatting and laughing. Meanwhile, Jiangling University's foremost husband, Yang Ding, silently followed behind, bearing the envious gazes of his classmates. Regardless of how many of them disdained him, they had to swallow their disdain now. "In this month, we can determine the gender. Do you want a boy or a girl?" Fong Jing inquired. "I'm fine with either. I just don't know what my husband prefers," Yi Ro replied. Yang Ding unabashedly responded, "It doesn't matter at first. But with the current imbalance of genders, it's better to have a boy to avoid difficulties finding a wife. My son will definitely be a genius." "How could he not find a wife?" "That's not guaranteed. If it's a boy, have you decided on a name?" Fong Jing asked. "I've thought of one." Yi Ro halted, head is sparkling. "Hurry up and tell me. Why didn't you say anything sooner? What do you think of the name Yang Jian? Does it have any significance?" "Jian can commemorate your father, whom you never met." "Darling, you're too considerate. I'm so touched. Should we ask your sister if she minds, considering it's connected to your father?" "No need. It's our child and we'll decide." "I think it's wonderful." Yi Ro agreed, and thus the name was settled. Affection level 31105. Cultivation progress 33305. You have broken through to the 2nd-tier upper realm. With a punching power of 21,000 gene, an increase of 2,000 gene. You made a decision so quickly. What if it's a daughter? Fong Jing asked. If it's a daughter, I'll just choose another name. Naming isn't difficult. Yang Yueying, Yang Chunling, Yang Mi, and so forth. You're so casual about naming a daughter. It's quite gender-biased. It's not casual. She'll definitely grow up to be a beauty. At this point, Fong Jing recalled something. We also need to change the adoption status of my daughter. According to imperial regulations, if a child has no father, custody must go to the maternal and child health hospital. Then her surname will have to change, Yang Ding reminded. Let it be changed. That is how it's done. If not, she would be a complete orphan, and I'd need to go through procedures just to visit her. And I wouldn't even be able to take her out. The three arrived at the maternal and child health hospital to first pick up the child and then accompany Yi Ro for her checkup. It was still the same female doctor from last time. She opened the file, and upon seeing that Yang Ding had gained another second wife, Fong Jing adjusted her glasses and scrutinized Yang Ding carefully. Nothing remarkable, no special skills. Strange, very strange. Doctor, what is so strange? Yi Ro asked nervously. Nothing, Yi instructor. Let me take you for the ultrasound. We could determine the gender today. Can my husband join? Of course. As it was both of their first time as parents, they naturally wanted Fong Jing to accompany them. During the examination, Yi Ro clutched Yang Ding's hand with her left and Fong Jing's with her right, feeling extremely tense. It's all right, relax. Soon, the doctor announced, congratulations, it's a son. Really? Yi Ro could hardly contain her excitement, yearning to rise and see for herself. The feeling of being a first-time mother was overwhelming. Don't move. I need to do a fetal heart monitor. After a while, with her emotions still in turmoil, Yi Ro suddenly heard a rapid thumping sound. Instructor Yi, that's your son's heartbeat, strong and healthy. He might even be a genius boy. As Yi Ro listened to that vibrant sound, Tears welled up in her eyes. Darling, can you see? This is our son. Does he resemble you or me? For Yang Ding, also experiencing the thrill of becoming a father, he held his wife's hand tightly and leaned closer to the screen. He too small. I can't see clearly. I want to see too. I'll give you the photos later. When Yiro received the photos, gazing at the indistinct little life, her lips curled into a smile, and her gaze softened immensely. Darling, come look. I think he resembles you a bit. Yang Ding understood that this was his wife's overflowing maternal love, so he nodded eagerly. He does resemble me a bit. Darling, I love you. Yiro whispered softly in his ear, then kissed his face. This was the first time in her life she deeply felt what it meant to have a home. Yang Ding was not merely the system's assigned husband, but her most cherished family member. This sensation of kinship was entirely different from that shared with sisters. Affection level, 331. 2. Cultivation progress, 3,532. Congratulations, you have broken through to the third tier lower realm. With a punching power of 31,000 gene, an increase of 10,000 gene. Yang Ding was astonished. Indeed, causing a woman's belly to swell is the most profound expression of love. He had instantly reached 31,000 gene of strength, with the third tier middle realm now within reach. This signifies that he had attended the martial arts academy for less than 2 months, while others had yet to break through the first tier of the lower realm. He had already reached a level comparable to that of an ordinary martial arts instructor. For instance, Mao Jian's mother was soon to catch up with the counselor, Zhang Peng. Contemplating this, Yang Ding could not help but glance at Fang Jing, feeling an urgency to expedite the process of his second wife becoming pregnant. Fang Jing took the photograph from Yiro's hand. Oh, so this is our little Yang Jian. From now on, your second mother will cherish you dearly. Indeed, my son is your son, and your daughter is my daughter, Yiro replied. This was her reason for nurturing Fang Jing. Other women would not genuinely care for a child. Once Yiro had calmed down, the trio proceeded to the matchmaking machine in the hall to modify their information. After marrying, the matchmaking system had provided Yang Ding with an independent household interface. Head of household, Yang Ding. First wife, Yiro, pregnant. Second wife, Fang Jing, has a stepdaughter available for adoption. Please click next to continue.